I clearly awakened the world's strongest abnormal flame talent. As long as I devour fire seeds, I can infinitely level up. However, this terrifying power is ridiculed by my classmates as useless garbage just because my talent level is level 1. Unfortunately, they have no idea that I accidentally bound to the martial god life system. While I was secretly excited, my childhood friend, Hai Yan, walked towards me with an impatient look on his face. Fang Chen, Tada needs a chi-gathering pill right now, hurry up and give it to me. I frowned and stared at him blankly. At that moment, there was a flash of disgust in Hai Yan's eyes, but his face still maintained a smile. Don't worry, as long as Tada's vitality reaches the elite level, I will agree to go on a date with you. Upon hearing this, I only sneered, thinking to myself, if this were the original guy, this sweet dog would definitely be tricked by Lu Cece. However, I'm no longer that silly sweet dog. How could I still let him manipulate me? I then said, you're really like dipping your middle finger in sweet sauce, you're as cheap as it gets. Hai Yan's face was full of shock. Normally, as soon as he casually made a promise, I would immediately listen and do as told, but just now, I actually rejected him and even insulted him. Hai Yan subconsciously thought he had misheard, and then angrily clenched his little fist and yelled, I don't have time to waste here with you. Hurry up and give me the chi-gathering pill, or don't expect me to ever talk to you again. I sighed helplessly, can't you show a little heart? You keep saying you're ignoring me. Just as I was about to scold Hai Yan a few more times, suddenly a clear prompt sound rang in my ears. Beep, detected that the host has awakened. The martial god life system is successfully bound to you. The host just needs to give her 2 slaps to make her remember. A random abnormal flame will be rewarded. At that moment, I widened my eyes. Abnormal flame, that was fire capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas with just a spark, and it could devour everything. Any of them in this world would be abnormal flame above SSS level. How could I still hesitate? Women only block my powerful steps. If I hesitate for even a second, I am disrespecting my own dignity. Seeing this, I didn't hesitate at all, and boldly walked up to Hai Yan. With one swing of my left hand and another swing of my right, I slapped Hai Yan senseless. At that moment, Hai Yan, covering his swollen face, had a look of disbelief in his eyes. This is the same waist I used to control and clap for? And now you dare hit me? How dare you? I sneered and spoke, you think I can't see you using my future as a stepping stone for Tada? You really are shameless, how can you be so unashamed? Hai Yan, red in the face with rage, was about to teach me a lesson when he suddenly noticed a few people appearing in the hallway. In order to maintain his pure image, he forced himself to endure his anger. I'm telling you, Fang Chen, I'm doing this for your own good. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. With that, he turned and left the hallway. At that moment, another system prompt echoed in my mind. Beep, mission completed, starting to draw abnormal flame. Congratulations, host, you have received the fallen heart flame. Immediately, I felt my vitality soaring rapidly. At that moment, I was overjoyed. The fallen heart flame, also known as the cultivation sheet, not only could constantly train the body but could also burn enemies from the inside out. Now, I was at the stage of refining my body and boosting my vitality, and the fallen heart flame was a perfect match. As the fallen heart flame constantly flowed in, I quickly felt a scorching energy rush into my body, burning and tempering my limbs and veins. I could even clearly feel my meridians gradually becoming unblocked, and my vitality was rapidly rising. My whole body felt as if it had been reborn. Truly, it was the cultivation sheet, I couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, the broadcast rang on time. All martial exam candidates, gather at the training ground for the vitality test. At the training ground, hundreds of martial exam candidates were busy. Some were calm and unbothered, while others had already given up. Hurry up and start the test, I can't wait anymore. Damn, it's over, I'm still 10 points away from the standard line. What's the rush? Even if I can't make it, isn't Fang Chen at the bottom? Should we bet on it? I bet Fang Chen will pass the test. If not, you'll go to the toilet and live stream eating shit. Who trained you like this? Caught eating and drinking. Wait, who are you talking about eating? Just as everyone was discussing, I walked into the training ground and immediately attracted the attention of countless people. I became the focus of everyone. Some even moved away from me like I was some kind of monster. It was the crucial moment of the test, and they didn't want to get involved in any bad luck. At this moment, a voice full of disdain and contempt sounded. Fang Chen, showing off isn't a good thing. I looked in the direction of the voice and saw Hai Yan and Tada walking up to me, both of them acting high and mighty. Because I didn't want to give the chi-gathering pill to Tada, she had to spend tens of thousands to buy it from someone else. Something she could have gotten for free but had to spend money on. This frustration has to be put on me. With your little fire, you won't reach the standard line of the test even if you had 10 months. Why not just give up this last test and save face? Tada's voice was full of sarcasm. I just want to make you embarrassed in front of everyone. Hai Yan arrogantly stood up, waiting for me to kneel and admit my fault. However, I wiped my face and sneered, you really think I can't pass the test? Why don't we make a bet? Tada laughed as if she had heard a joke. Fang Chen, is your brain working? You want to bet with me? As soon as the words fell, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Everyone knew that my ability was at the bottom of the school, and this matter was well known. However, what I was doing seemed no different than slapping myself in the face. Without hesitation, I took out the chi-gathering pill. This is my wager. Seeing this, Tada immediately agreed. Fong Chen, you really walked right into this. I didn't force you. Then he contemptuously took out a card. This card has 100,000. If you win, you can take it. At this moment, Hai Yan also took out a card and said disdainfully, since you like to gamble so much, let me add to the bet. This card has 50,000. If you win, you can take it. If you lose, kneel and apologize to me. Hearing this, I couldn't help but smile broadly. Indeed, where there is a crouching dragon, there is a phoenix chick. Before Min Yingying could even wonder, the horn sounded again. Everyone, return to your respective class teams and prepare for the test. The previously chaotic crowd immediately stopped their discussions. Song Shu, calm and collected, turned around with Min Yingying and left, not sparing a glance at Fong Chen. In his heart, the result of this bet had already been decided. Once all the martial arts exam candidates were lined up, the testing devices started, and the blood vitality test officially began. Class 3, Li Qin, blood vitality 121, passed. Soon, a martial arts candidate passed the test, followed by her uncontrollable laughter. Passing this test meant her path as a martial artist was solidified. Class 2, Yuan Yuebin, blood vitality 124, passed. Class 2, Yin Minghui, blood vitality 118, failed. Class 1, Min Yingying, blood vitality 143, passed. Before the words even finished, the entire training ground erupted. 143, this is the highest blood vitality so far in the test, right? Breaking 150 before the college entrance exam is very likely now. Damn, Class 1 is showing off again. This wave of heated discussion hadn't died down yet when the announcement sounded again. Class 1, Song Shu, blood vitality 149, passed. Instantly, the murmurs in the training ground reached a climax. 149, just one short of breaking into the elite level. Song Shu truly is the top of the elite class. How dare Fong Chen bet with Song Shu? The school leaders in the stands nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. 150 is the cutoff for non-martial artists. Reaching this number means the candidate's college entrance exam results are almost guaranteed to be top tier, and therefore it is also called the elite level for non-martial artists. The more students who become elite level before the college entrance exam, the better the school's results will be, so they naturally wanted to see this. Enjoying the envious gazes of the crowd, Song Shu arrogantly walked back to his class team. Along the way, he didn't forget to glance at Fong Chen, wanting to show off a little. But Fong Chen had no time to bother. The test was already his turn. Class 3, Fong Chen, step up for the test. Fong Chen slowly walked to the testing platform. In an instant, not only all the martial arts candidates, but even the school leaders in the stands lost interest. Fong Chen's E-grade talent was well known. In their eyes, hope was virtually zero. Sai, next please, stop wasting time. Yeah, I've been waiting for half an hour, when will it be my turn? As for the reactions of the crowd, Min Yingying couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Fong Chen, you brought this on yourself. Her mind already pictured Fong Chen failing the test, crying and begging her for another chance. But the next moment, a somewhat shocked announcement suddenly rang out. Class 3, Fong Chen, blood vitality 146, passed. In an instant, the entire venue fell into dead silence. All the martial arts candidates were stunned, their mouths slightly open, as if they'd lost the ability to think. Even the calm school leaders were stunned. 146? Did I hear that right? Fong Chen, blood vitality 146? Like the calm surface of the sea, the training ground, upon hearing this low voice, suddenly erupted into shock, a huge wave of astonishment spreading through the crowd. What the hell is going on? 146, this is the second highest score. How did Fong Chen do it? I remember he only had around 80 last month. In just 1 month, his vitality surged by 50 to 60 points, I'm speechless. Damn, this is amazing, this is real brilliance. Fong Chen was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all along. Who is playing circus music? Turn it off quickly. No one cared about second place, unless you were originally in last place. That's exactly the situation now. No one thought Fong Chen could pass the test, but the result made them feel like they were soaring. The feeling of weightlessness was extremely evident. Min Yingying's sense of weightlessness was especially strong. She felt as if her back of the head was struck hard by a cotton-wrapped mallet. Her whole body was dizzy, her senses blurred and heavy, her body numb as if she were dreaming. 146? Fong Chen actually had 146? Higher than her? How could this be? As Fong Chen's childhood friend, she knew him better than anyone else. Fong Chen is the most useless E-level awakened one, lacking cultivation resources, with absolutely no future ahead. This test will definitely eliminate him. Min Yingying clenched her red lips, her eyes filled with unwillingness. She had clearly prepared herself for Fong Chen to beg for her forgiveness. But how did it turn into this situation? Before Min Yingying could recover from the shock, Song Shuxian couldn't sit still anymore. This is impossible, Fong Chen only had over 80 qi in blood last month, how could it suddenly surge so much? It must be a malfunction in the machine. His eyes widened, and his emotions were extremely agitated. He absolutely couldn't believe that someone he had never taken seriously could pass the qi in blood test. And that he was only 3 qi in blood cards away from him. Hearing Song Shuxian, the school leaders and class teachers on the platform also showed signs of doubt in their eyes. Principal Chen Jingtian looked towards the testing teacher. Seeing this, the testing teacher immediately understood Chen Jingtian's meaning and quickly checked the equipment. In less than a moment, his voice sounded again. The equipment is fine, Fong Chen's qi in blood is indeed 146 cards. As soon as these words were spoken, those who were still doubting Fong Chen immediately fell silent. At this moment, Song Shuxian's expression had already frozen, his whole body felt as if it was frozen. He wanted to question again, but his throat couldn't produce any sound. At this point, questioning would be akin to slapping the testing teacher's face. On the platform. After hearing the testing teacher's words, Principal Chen Jingtian nodded in satisfaction. I never expected that this Fong Chen had been hiding this from us for so long. Saying this, he looked at Class 3's head teacher, Su Yang, and reminded him. Xiao Su, remember to teach Fong Chen later, don't let him do such childish things again. Hearing this, Su Yang immediately nodded, don't worry, Principal, I will. Su Yang understood that Chen Jingtian was talking about Fong Chen pretending to be weak, deliberately lowering his qi and blood during previous tests, which led to today's situation. Otherwise, with Fong Chen's E-level talent, it would be impossible for him to suddenly increase his qi and blood by 50 or 60 cards in 1 month. At this point, this was the only explanation that made sense. Looking at Fong Chen's tall and steady figure, Chen Jingtian appreciated him even more. Just relying on E-level abilities to cultivate to this extent, he must have some extraordinary qualities in certain aspects. But it's a pity. Chen Jingtian's tone shifted, and he couldn't help but sigh. Even with a C-level talent, with his ability, it would still be possible for him to achieve a decent score in the college entrance exam. With E-level talent, the best he can achieve is to get into an ordinary martial arts university, and the martial way won't take him far. Su Yang couldn't help but feel regretful after hearing this. He quite liked Fong Chen as a student. With his parents missing, alone and struggling, he put in a lot of effort in his cultivation. Apart from being a bit timid in character and having poor talent, there weren't many problems with him. To come this far was indeed not easy. But since this kid has shown his talent, as his class teacher, he naturally had to lend a helping hand. Fong Chen was unaware of the opinions others had of him. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, he stepped down from the testing platform, walked in front of Song Shuxian and Min Yingying, and stretched out his hand. Give it to me. The simple 3 words almost broke Song Shuxian and Min Yingying. Asking for the gambling debt in front of everyone was like rubbing salt in the wound, showing no respect for Song Shuxian and Min Yingying at all. If there weren't so many people watching, Song Shuxian would have wanted to take action. Seeing the anger in Song Shuxian and Min Yingying's eyes, Fong Chen smirked. He was doing it on purpose. Everything this couple had done these past few years was vivid in his mind. Earlier, Song Shuxian had even humiliated him in front of everyone. He was no saint, on the contrary, he had a sharp eye for revenge. If it weren't for the school rules, he wouldn't mind releasing his abnormal flame and giving them a real fiery treatment. Under the gaze of hundreds of people, Song Shuxian and Min Yingying took out the card. Fong Chen took the card without any hesitation. He raised an eyebrow at the two of them. Next time there's an opportunity to send money, remember to contact me. After saying that, he didn't forget to make a phone gesture with his hand. This made Song Shu's face even more unpleasant. As time passed, the blood qi test was nearing its end. More than 200 out of the 500 martial arts exam candidates had been eliminated. These martial arts candidates all had dejected expressions, and some even collapsed on the ground, crying in despair. Their martial arts journey had come to an end. For these people, Fong Chen felt no emotional fluctuations. Because this is the reality of the martial arts world. The weak are prey to the strong. Outside the human cities, countless demonic beasts and strange invaders lurk, and at the slightest carelessness, one could lose their life. To survive in this world, the only thing you can rely on is your own strength. What he needed to do next was prepare for the martial arts college entrance exam. The speed of the fallen heart flame's tempering had slowed down due to his increasingly stronger physique, returning to normal speed. But even at normal speed, it was still several times faster than an average person. With his current physical strength and abilities, the fallen heart flame couldn't unleash its full power in his hands. The most he could do was use the fallen heart flame's training cheat ability to temper his body. As for attacks, his strength was insufficient, and the power he could use was comparable to an A-grade fire-type ability. An A-grade ability could earn a good score in Jiang City. But the martial arts exam faced millions of candidates from across the entire Hanxia region, among whom were S-level and even SS-level geniuses. He only had 1 month left. He had to grow stronger. Detected host's will. System prompt: the host can draw a different fire each time they advance a level. Fong Chen was startled. Advancing 1 level would give him the chance to draw a different fire. If he continued to increase his blood chi by about 50 cards, he would reach the first stage of a martial artist. Wouldn't that give him a chance to draw soon? Chapter 4. After entering the gate, a great scholar will defend my teachings. At night, the stars filled the sky. After having a hearty meal with the money he won, Fong Chen returned to his empty home. Since his parents went missing in a beast wave 10 years ago, this home had only the traces of him living alone. Fong Chen was somewhat helpless about this. Well, both parents gone, surely I can be king. I have also joined the orphanage army. Such a cliché. Fong Chen returned to his room and checked his blood chi. 149 cards. It had been nearly 6 hours since the blood chi test, and his blood chi had increased by 3 cards. This speed could be called racing ahead of others. You see, with an A-grade talent, it's very hard to increase 1 card of blood chi in 2 days. With his speed, anyone who heard about it would say it's absurd. This made Fong Chen once again marvel at the power of the training cheat. Just the ability to temper the body was comparable to or even better than an S-grade talent. With his own abilities improving, surpassing SSS level was only a matter of time. Soon, he would be able to break through 200 cards, enter the first stage of a martial artist, and draw a different fire again. But right now, what mattered wasn't that, but martial arts techniques. Previously, his blood chi was too weak, preventing him from learning any martial arts techniques, which left him far behind others. In martial arts, awakened talent and martial techniques complement each other, and both are indispensable. Talent alone is too flimsy and can't go far. Fortunately, he ranked first in his class for the blood chi test, and tomorrow he had a chance to enter the martial arts technique library. This was a reward set by the school to encourage martial arts candidates to train harder. Now, the martial arts technique problem had been solved. Thinking of this, Fong Chen couldn't help but yawn. As the sky darkened, the exhaustion from the initial surge of blood chi swept over him. He quickly washed up and lay down on the bed. In no time, he fell into a deep sleep. But the fallen heart flame inside him didn't stop. The next morning, at dawn, Fong Chen slowly opened his eyes. Bathed in the glow of the morning sun, he could clearly feel that his blood chi had reached 151 cards. He stepped into the elite level. Zhengcheng No. 1 High School. As soon as Fong Chen stepped into the teaching building, he could hear the chatter of Class 3 from a distance. The noise was much louder than that of Class 1 and Class 2. In the noise, he could vaguely hear his own name. As soon as Fong Chen stepped into the classroom, the entire Class 3 immediately fell silent, and everyone stared at him. Fong Chen didn't think anything was strange about it. A student who had always been at the bottom suddenly jumped to second place. This was something that would be passionately discussed and paid attention to everywhere. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Chen walked to his seat. A hidden corner, which was very fitting for the original owner's character. He had just sat down and hadn't had time to think more when someone in the front row suddenly turned around, their face unable to hide their excitement, and said, "Fong Chen, this test was all thanks to you, you really gave our class a big boost." The person next to them immediately agreed. "That's right, you didn't see it. When they heard you had 146 chi blood, the faces of the Class 1 and Class 2 people turned green. Every test, our class's results are the worst, but this time, we finally got one back." With these two starting, the whole classroom became lively again, everyone crowding around Fong Chen, excited. "Fong Chen, how did you train your chi blood? How did it increase so fast? Teach us your experience." Under Su Yang's guidance, all martial exam students in Class 3 had never belittled others. They didn't have any bad impressions of Fong Chen in his memories. So, Fong Chen decided to tell the truth. He would cover up his extra points with hard work. But before he could speak, someone interrupted. What experience could there be? For Fong Chen to reach this point, it must have been through hard work. Yes, it must be. He must have secretly trained behind our backs. The school's training is already hard enough. I didn't expect Fong Chen to give himself extra tasks. How can I just sit still? The sound of the keyboard lets me sleep peacefully, but the scenes of training keep me awake all night. Training is so tough, but training is so great. Damn, I suddenly feel so fired up. Seeing everyone so hyped up, Fong Chen couldn't help but curl his lips, just like Dragon King. Sure enough. After breaking through, the great scholar would naturally speak for me. At this moment, he received a message from the class teacher, Su Yang, asking him to go to the office. It's time to pick martial skills from the martial arts library. He didn't hesitate, immediately leaving the classroom and heading to the office at the end of the corridor. You're here, hurry up and sit. When Su Yang saw Fang Chen, he immediately took a silver token from the side and placed it on the table. This is the pass to the martial arts library. You just need to take it there later. Fang Chen pulled out a chair and sat down, glancing at the silver token on the table. The silver token represented martial exam students who had not yet reached the elite level. Just as he was about to speak, Su Yang's tone became serious. I've already chosen the martial skill for you. Xianyan knife record suits you very well, just pick this one. Also, Class 1 Song Shu has taken a long leave to go home for cultivation, and his replacement to go to the martial arts library is Min Ying. I know you two have past issues, but if she gives you trouble later, just ignore her, don't let yourself get hurt. Sighing, Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head, saying, Look at you, with such high chi blood, why didn't you reveal it sooner? Why wait until yesterday? Isn't that ridiculous? If you had revealed it earlier, I could have helped you step into the elite level sooner. Xianyan knife record would have been yours already. Don't do such childish things again, understand? Although his tone carried some reprimand, Fang Chen felt warmth in his heart as he listened. Martial skills and weapons, like awakened talents, are also divided into SSS, SS, A, B, C, D, E levels. The higher the level, the stronger the power. Xianyan knife record is a B-level martial skill, exclusive to the elite level, and not something that can be obtained with just a silver token. In order to help him make up for his deficiency in martial skills, Su Yang had done him a great favor. Forget it, old teacher, you should take back this favor. Fang Chen smiled. Hearing this, Su Yang immediately became anxious. You brat, just take it. Don't worry about anything else. Fang Chen chuckled lightly, I've already entered the elite level, I'll take the Xianyan sword record myself. Don't be so stubborn, how can you? Wait. Su Yang, who had just picked up his cup of water, seemed frozen, staring at Fang Chen in disbelief. What did you just say? Fang Chen didn't say much more, stood up, and placed his hand on the small blood energy tester beside him. 151 cards. With the number displayed, Su Yang snapped out of it, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Yesterday it was 146 cards. Today it's 151 cards. What terrifying speed is this? After a moment of being stunned, Su Yang seemed to remember something and couldn't help but glare at Fang Chen. Tell me, how much blood energy have you been holding back? Chapter 5 Xianyan Sword Record. None left, this time it's really all gone. Fang Chen told the truth. Next time, I must make you remember this. Although Su Yang was scolding, the 98K smile on his face could no longer be hidden. The third class had never produced an elite-level student before, Fang Chen was the first. Now, he had finally won one for the other class teachers. Since you've already entered the elite level, how will you choose your courses from now on? Su Yang asked. For anyone who enters the elite level blood energy, regular courses are no longer useful to them. At this point, they can request custom courses from the school, and under the school's arrangement, they can complete their training. This is also why the elite level is not seen in the blood energy tests, as the treatment is completely different. Another option is to leave the school and train on their own. Those who choose this option typically come from wealthy families, able to provide resources the school can't offer. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen's expression turned serious. I plan to leave the city and hunt demons. Hunt demons? This answer surprised Su Yang a bit. Outside the city, even first-tier martial artists are reluctant to face demon beasts, and ordinary people are terrified and avoid them as much as they can. Fang Chen wants to go out and hunt demons? Su Yang didn't say much more, just stared at the young man for a while. Seeing Fang Chen's eyes were firm, with no change, he showed admiration. This choice really surprised me. I agree. With only 1 month left, no matter how perfect the school's custom courses are, nothing beats the rapid growth from actual combat in demon hunting. Your choice is not wrong. What Su Yang said was exactly what Fang Chen had been thinking. 1 month. Compared to practice, the results from real combat are multiplied many times over. This way, he can refine the martial arts skills that would usually take months to master in a short time, otherwise, it would only drag down his blood energy. Furthermore, the college entrance examination is also real combat. This is like getting familiar with the exam in advance. Take these two things. Su Yang exchanged the silver token for a golden elite level token, along with a medal, and placed them in front of Fang Chen. What's this? Fang Chen glanced at the medal. This is the medal I earned when I joined the army and killed a demon beast. Take it with you when you leave the city. Go to the 72nd Demon Beast Wilderness. The camp leader there is my comrade. When he sees the medal, he will take care of you. Fang Chen did not hesitate and took the medal. The weight of the medal was far beyond what a mere favor could compare to. Since Su Yang was willing to take it out to help him, he would only repay with the best results. Don't worry, old teacher, after the college entrance examination, you'll definitely be famous. Go away, stop talking nonsense. Then I'll leave now. After saying that, Fong Chen grabbed the token and left the office. After Fong Chen left, Su Yang chuckled lightly. This kid hasn't even started yet and he's already puffing up. By the way, I almost forgot to tell the principal about Fong Chen's situation. Su Yang quickly picked up his phone and dialed Chen Jingtian's number. After leaving the office, Fong Chen walked out of the teaching building and headed toward the martial arts library. On the way, he saw people from Class 2 and Class 4. After yesterday's test, there was no longer any trace of the previous disdain in their eyes. Arriving outside the martial arts library, he happened to see Min Yingying walking inside. Fong Chen did not delay either. Bang! With the heavy door closing, Fong Chen was the last to step into the martial arts library. The entire martial arts library was arranged like a library, full of dazzling shelves with martial arts books. Fong Chen walked forward slowly, his footsteps echoing in the vast hall, like the pounding of drums, filled with excitement. Reaching the end of the library, he focused his gaze on the topmost books on the shelf. These were all B-level martial arts techniques, the highest level that could be stored in a martial arts library of this kind. The Xian Flame Blade Manual was among them. He carefully took it down. On the cover of the manual, flames and a fiery dragon intertwined, as if alive, leaping off the page. He opened it, and a murderous aura immediately assaulted him, causing him to instinctively hold his breath and focus. The Xian Flame Blade Manual had 5 levels, with each stage of the blade technique symbolized by flames, progressing from simple to complex, from a spark to a raging fire. Fong Chen studied it carefully, each move and stance in the blade technique seemed to contain infinite power, and he could feel the scorching wind when swinging the blade. Indeed, this matches me perfectly. Fong Chen's eyes lingered on the manual, and his heart surged with a deep longing for these blade techniques. He closed his eyes, imagining himself performing the blade techniques. Flames leapt at the tip of the blade, and with each strike, a rumble followed. Even a small flame, when driven by this martial art, could unleash multiple times its power. Su Yang really put in a lot of effort. Half an hour spent selecting martial arts passed in the blink of an eye. Fong Chen pulled his thoughts away from the Xian Flame Blade Manual. In half an hour, he hadn't even grasped the first level, and the next month would be busy. It's time to go. He took the Xian Flame Blade Manual to the supervising teacher. The 2 students from Class 2 and Class 4 had already finished logging in. As for Min Yingying, she had finished picking her technique a while ago and left the library. Fong Chen placed the Xian Flame Blade Manual on the counter. It immediately caught the attention of the 2 students. The Xian Flame Blade Manual? The students from Class 2 and Class 4 instinctively thought that Su Yang was helping Fong Chen. They didn't make any unnecessary remarks. After completing the registration, the 3 were about to leave. As the door swung open, Fong Chen saw a familiar figure. Min Yingying. At that moment, she was blocking the door, her eyes fixed intently on Fong Chen. Fong Chen raised an eyebrow. No wonder she arrived early and left early, she was waiting to block him. Fong Chen. Min Yingying's voice came through gritted teeth, as if she wanted to swallow Fong Chen alive. That 50,000 yuan was money I saved for half a year. You better return it to me. If not, you won't leave today. This scene made the 2 nearby students exchange glances. From the way Min Yingying looked, she seemed determined to get her money back. Although Fong Chen's vitality was higher than Min Yingying's, he had never learned martial arts. But Min Yingying was a frequent visitor to the martial arts library, and had learned no fewer than a handful of techniques. If Fong Chen refused, a confrontation between them would only have one result. Fong Chen would be in big trouble. At this moment, Min Yingying was also calculating in her mind. Stopping Fong Chen from leaving was just a threat. After all, this was at school, and she couldn't break the rule against fighting. But she knew where Fong Chen lived. If Fong Chen dared to refuse, she would go to his place tonight. Fine. I'll give it to you. Fong Chen's calm voice interrupted Min Yingying's thoughts. She seemed to have misheard, looking at him in disbelief. You're going to give me the money? Otherwise? Fong Chen said gently, after what happened yesterday, I regretted it. I've been looking for a chance to give you the money to make up for my mistake. Min Yingying was still a little dazed. No, this wasn't how it was supposed to go. Wasn't the story supposed to be Fong Chen refusing, then being beaten up by her? How did it change to this? Come, give me your phone. I'll transfer the money to you. Fong Chen gently extended his hand. This scene also shocked the 2 nearby students. Isn't he supposed to be a bro? Who turned him into this? So quick to back down? Confident in her own charm, she immediately imagined the answer. Fong Chen did not let her go. Fong Chen already regretted it. He is still her loyal dog. She unconsciously returned to her usual expression, holding the phone high in the air as she handed it over, accompanied by a cold snort. Don't think that because you transferred money, I'll forgive you. Fang Chen remained silent, silently accepting the phone. Under the gaze of several people, he performed a series of actions, then handed the phone back. The moment she received the phone, Min Yingying's eyes instantly lit up. 200,000. The two people beside her were astonished. No way, bro, you really gave it. Why is it 5,000 more? Min Yingying was excited. No need to thank me, I applied for an online loan for you. Min Yingying? Online loan? Fang Chen, you actually applied for an online loan for me? What? Is the limit too low? Fang Chen, with an innocent face, said, would you like me to help you apply for a pawn loan? Apply for a damn loan. Realizing she had been played, Min Yingying no longer had her previous high and mighty look. Her eyes were full of cold malice. Fang Chen, who do you think you are? You don't seriously think that because you've improved a little, I'll give you another look, do you? With your talent, you'll forever be a useless piece of trash. Speaking of which, the blood energy I have now is all thanks to you. If it weren't for those resources you gave me, I wouldn't even bother with you. Tomorrow, Song Shu will step into the elite level, and you'll always be behind him. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows unconsciously. Queue up? I'm a student. Can't I cut in line? Ha? Min Yingying was left confused, then realized. Fang Chen had just insulted her as a. At this moment, she completely erupted, with taunting words mixed with curse words continuously spilling out, hoping to disturb Fang Chen's peace of mind. She changed her mind. She wanted to force Fang Chen to make a move. Only then would she have a reason and opportunity to strike him back, to return all the grievances she had suffered. Just thinking about how Fang Chen had made her bear a 20,000 loan. Her anger couldn't be quelled. Damn bastard. Best to cripple him, make him miss the martial arts exam, and ruin his martial path. She wanted to see Fang Chen kneeling on the ground, begging her. Even if the teacher came, so what? After all, it was Fang Chen who struck first. A guy who dares to hit a woman deserves to be disabled. With that thought in mind, the more she cursed, the more vigorous she became. A useless piece of trash like you, it's a good thing you lost your parents, so they won't be looked down upon by others. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Fang Chen's hand suddenly raised. It's coming. It's coming. This trash finally couldn't hold back anymore. What? You still want to hit me? Come on. Min Yingying almost burst out laughing. Fang Chen calmly scratched his nose, not even having the time to flick it away. In an instant, his movement changed. He twisted his waist to the extreme, and his right arm drew a full moon. Goodbye, young man, draw the bow tight. Fearless of time, fearless of wind. At this moment, he understood the essence of the waist horse unity. Using all his strength, his palm instantly slapped Min Yingying's fair face. Slap. Min Yingying's body spun into the air, with blood spraying out of her mouth in a perfect circle due to inertia. After 2.5 full circles, she crashed down into the circle. She was stunned. The two people beside her were also stunned. No way. How did Fang Chen make a move just now? They clearly saw that only a few cards of blood energy were left, yet they didn't even catch Fang Chen's move? Min Yingying, with 143 cards of blood energy, was just slapped down to the ground like this? You all heard it, she told me to hit her before I did. Fang Chen looked at the two, shrugging his hands in helplessness. I've never seen a request like this in my life. Ah. Min Yingying, coming back to her senses, tremblingly touched her swollen face, enduring the pain as she scraped off a flattened booger. Fang Chen, I'll kill you. Extreme anger made her ignore the pain as she struggled to stand up, stumbling, wanting to make a move on Fang Chen. Fang Chen smiled, his grin could hardly be suppressed. This is real meat. She could still stand up. Really a greedy little girl. A slap and you're still not full? He couldn't hide his excitement and gently raised his arm, causing Min Yingying to instinctively take a few steps back. Fang Chen's smile appeared to Min Yingying like that of a devil, and her mind suddenly cleared up. It was only then that she realized she hadn't clearly seen Fang Chen's movements just now. What's going on here? At this moment, she felt a chill down her spine. The Fang Chen before her seemed no longer someone she could easily control. What's going on between you two? At that moment, a teacher happened to pass by, catching a glimpse of the blood circle on the ground, looking like a Tai Chi diagram. His expression grew serious. Seeing this, Min Yingying immediately felt as though she had found her savior and quickly broke free from her fear. Teacher, Fang Chen just slapped me. Look at my swollen face. I went to him to apologize and begged him to return the 5 years of money I had saved. Yet he slapped me without warning. What psychological harm could a slap cause to a child just over 10 years old? Tears streamed down her face, her hands covering her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. Her emotional shift was nothing short of remarkable. This is a true veteran of the stage. Fong Chen couldn't help but praise her inwardly. Fong Chen, do you have anything to say? After hearing Min Yingying's words, the teacher's expression grew very serious. Seeing this, Min Yingying was overjoyed. The school prohibited martial arts students from fighting. Fong Chen was finished. Fong Chen, however, gave no answer. He calmly took out a golden token and displayed it in front of everyone. In that instant, it felt as though time had stopped. The students from Class 2 and Class 4 were frozen, and it took them a while to react. Elite level? One of them murmured. At that moment, they suddenly understood. Fong Chen wasn't able to obtain the Xinyan Daolu because of Su Yang's help. And it wasn't a slap that sent Min Yingying flying. It was because of his genuine abilities. Just yesterday, his energy value was only 146 calories, but today he had reached elite level. What kind of terrifying training speed is this? The teacher who passed by was just as confused. Elite level. This doesn't matter. There were only 5 elite level students in the entire school, and Fong Chen was one of them. They were the pillars of the high school entrance exam. As the saying goes, those who are favored feel fearless. A fight? The principal almost holds the elite level students in his hands. What's a fight in comparison? Rules are rigid, but for an elite level student, they are flexible. Looking at it this way, Min Yingying only had a swollen face, but it didn't seem too bad. Only Min Yingying's pupils kept contracting. This is impossible. Yesterday, his energy was only 146 calories. How could he have reached elite level? This is impossible. Min Yingying screamed in disbelief. But just at that moment, the school loudspeaker suddenly blared. Hello, hello? The voice of Principal Chen Jingtian echoed. Now, a notification: Fong Chen, a student from Martial Arts Class 3, has surpassed 150 calories in energy value, becoming the 5th elite level martial arts student of the school. We hope all martial arts students learn from Fong Chen, show their talents, and continue to work hard for excellent results in the college entrance exam. As soon as the announcement finished, the entire school building erupted in thunderous screams. From far away, people could be heard shouting. Holy crap, amazing! Min Yingying's heart sank to the bottom. If she had any doubts before, now the evidence was plastered on her face. Her throat couldn't make any sound. Fong Chen had stepped into the elite level. Faster than Song Shu in reaching the elite level. She had taken a slap for nothing. Her pupils constricted slightly, and a surge of inexplicable fear flooded her heart. She realized how reckless her actions had been. She wasn't dealing with an ordinary person, but a truly elite Fong Chen. Chapter 7, I'll spare her life because I'm kind. Well, I have something to do. I'll leave first. The teacher didn't linger and simply greeted them before leaving. No, don't go. Min Yingying weakly reached out her right hand a few times. Fong Chen just looked at her gently. Originally, he had wanted to listen to Su Yang's advice and avoid causing trouble. He had even kindly helped Min Yingying by giving her 200,000. Who would have known that such a warm-hearted action? Min Yingying actually repaid kindness with betrayal. It truly chilled his heart. Slap. 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 2.5 rounds plus 3. The light of righteousness shone on her face. Min Yingying finally matched up. Min Yingying covered her rosy, delicate face, biting her red lips, swollen to the point where she couldn't speak. Tears swirled in her eyes, making anyone who looked at her feel pity. Seeing the once school beauty now in such a state, the people from Class 2 couldn't help but speak cautiously. Fong Chen, don't you think you were a bit too harsh? Yingying is still a girl, after all. Ha? Fong Chen looked surprised. You actually discriminate against women. Ha? The people from Class 2 were stunned, pointing at themselves. Me? Fong Chen stopped smiling and spoke seriously. When a girl challenges you, it means she sees you as an equal opponent. You must fight with all your strength to defeat her. Otherwise, you're discriminating against women and not respecting the vulnerable. And you still say you don't discriminate. The two of them couldn't help but gasp. Can it be explained like this? Besides, what's the difference between a person seeking death and a monster? I mercifully spared her life, which clearly shows one thing. Do you know what it is? The two shook their heads. It shows that I am kind. After saying that, Fong Chen waved his hand and left, not taking a single cloud with him. Afterwards, Fong Chen didn't stay much longer at the school and took a taxi to the martial artist building. Tomorrow he was going to leave the city to hunt demons, and he needed to be fully prepared. Standing under the martial artist building, he looked up at the towering skyscraper. As expected of a landmark building, Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. The martial artist building covered many aspects of martial artists, including certification, potions, martial arts, training, and tasks. Fong Chen first went to the potion service hall, where the staff received him, and he sold the chi gathering pill for 30,000. As expected, medicine always makes money at any time, Fong Chen sighed. It's worth mentioning that the chi gathering pill was a resource distributed to all martial arts exam candidates nationwide and wasn't a high-quality pill. And yet it could still be worth 30,000. It was really enviable. After browsing around the potion hall, Fong Chen went to the weapon hall. With the college entrance exams approaching, the weapon hall, which used to be sparsely populated, was now crowded. Among them, the most were third-year high school students. They kept choosing various weapons. Fong Chen also joined them, and after some selection, he finally gritted his teeth and took out the condolence money issued by the government after his parents' death. He spent 120,000 to buy an B-grade alloy combat knife. Looking at the mere 3,000 left in his account, Fong Chen finally understood those 4 words. Poor in literature, rich in martial arts. After finishing the preparations, Fong Chen planned to head to the testing room. Ever since he got the falling heart flame yesterday, he hadn't had a chance to release it. As for its power, though he had a rough guess, he still needed to confirm it with practice. Just as he reached the elevator, he noticed a familiar figure among those who had just entered the weapon hall. The girl was tall, wearing a deep red combat suit that outlined her perfect curves. Especially her long legs, slender and well-proportioned. If some old perverts saw her, they would surely think, fighting her, I'm sure to win. Fong Chen, you're here too? The girl saw Fong Chen, was momentarily stunned, and then smiled, waving to greet him. Long time no see, Li Mingqi. Fong Chen responded with a smile. He and Li Mingqi were in the same class in the second year of high school. Their relationship wasn't too close, they had only exchanged a few words. As for why she left a deep impression, it was because Li Mingqi was one of the 4 elite-level students from their school before him. She awakened an A-grade fire system ability, the Blue Moon Flame Tiger. He remembered very clearly the day of the awakening ceremony. Just after he awakened his E-grade small flame, Li Mingqi awakened her ability. A fierce tiger phantom burning with blue flames appeared, opening its big mouth, almost as if it was real. The next moment, his little flame automatically went out, unwilling to compete. He was furious, feeling like he wanted to swallow a small pill. Li Mingqi, with her incredible talent, stepped into the elite level before the end of the first semester of her senior year. After that, he never saw Li Mingqi at school again. Seeing that someone was already with her, he was too lazy to talk much. There are too many people, we'll talk again when there's a chance. With that, Fong Chen waved his hand and walked directly into the elevator in front of him. Li Mingqi nodded in response and walked into the weapon hall with her best friend. After this brief encounter, their conversation naturally turned to Fong Chen. Mingqi, did that person just now have feelings for you? Her best friend, Chi Wan, who was also wearing combat attire, raised an eyebrow meaningfully. Seeing this, Li Mingqi knew her habit had flared up again. Why are you being so silly? You think everyone who sees me is interested? Fong Chen is just my classmate from the second year of high school. Then I can rest assured. Chi Wan raised her eyebrow. I just saw him buy a B-grade alloy combat knife, over $1 million. If he's willing to spend this much, his awakened talent must be very high, right? Rich, talented, and good-looking, you should introduce him to me. Li Mingqi, don't even think about it, Fong Chen awakened an E-grade fire element ability. He's not your type. What? Chi-Wan couldn't help but raise her voice, an E-grade person buying a B-grade weapon? That's pure waste. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Maybe his vitality is high, what's it to you? Li Mingqi felt helpless towards Chi-Wan's tendency to have thoughts whenever she saw someone she found attractive. She was from the second high school, so she naturally didn't know much about the first high school. As for Fong Chen, Li Mingqi hadn't been to school since the second half of her senior year, so her impression of him was still from several months ago. Sigh, it's so hard to find someone good-looking, and he's an E-grade. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Lying about what? Hurry up and buy your weapon, we have to leave the city tomorrow. Fong Chen took the elevator down and found a test room dedicated to high school students. The entire room was made of alloy, allowing the warrior to maximize the output of their abilities. Fong Chen placed the alloy combat knife aside. He hadn't mastered the martial skills yet, so he was only testing the power of his fallen heart flame this time. Fong Chen stood in the center of the test room, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. With a low shout, his entire aura instantly became fiery, and a scorching, domineering force erupted from his body. It was the power of the fallen heart flame. The temperature in the entire space soared to its peak in an instant, as if he were standing inside a furnace. The flames twisted like a red dragon, soaring and dancing with wild movements, licking at the surrounding walls. The alloy test room seemed to become fragile in the face of this power, and its surface began to melt in places. Chapter 8, The Doubt of Being First. Fang Chen withdrew the fallen heart flame and did not continue testing. The temperature in the test room began to drop. The alloy walls slowly turned from a red hue back to their original color. But the traces left by the flames were clear, showing that what had happened was not an illusion. Fang Chen let out a breath and showed a smile that was somewhat satisfied. At this moment, he finally had a concrete understanding of the power of the fallen heart flame. The alloy used to construct the test room was B-grade, and the fallen heart flame could quickly burn it red. This power was already comparable to a full-force strike from a first-tier low-level warrior. If combined with martial skills, the power could even reach first-tier mid-level. It's just a pity that his own abilities prevented the fallen heart flame from fully unleashing its strength. As expected, I still need to speed up my martial skills training. Fang Chen couldn't help but urge himself in his heart. After the test, he began to pack his things. Next time, I won't come during the day. There are too many people, and I couldn't even fit into the elevator. I had to take the stairs. What are you thinking? Before the college entrance exam, the warrior building will always be like this. There's no difference between coming during the day or at night. That makes sense. Let's just treat it as a trip to the warrior tower. Outside the testing room, in the corridor, Li Mengxi and Qi Wan walked along, carrying the weapons they had just bought, looking somewhat helpless. At that moment, a testing room door, dozens of meters ahead, swung open. Fang Chen stepped out, carrying a long blade. Li Mengxi hadn't expected to see Fang Chen again so soon. She thought about greeting him, but Fang Chen didn't even notice them and walked straight toward the stairs. Looks like you weren't lying. He really has no interest in you. He didn't even notice you at this distance. Qi Wan whispered behind her. Li Mengxi rolled her eyes at her. Let's go. The two girls continued forward, about to pass the testing room Fang Chen had just used. But in the next moment, they both stopped in unison. Why is it so hot? Qi Wan frowned, exchanging a puzzled glance with Li Mengxi. The two of them stepped into the testing room together. The moment they crossed the threshold, the temperature surged by more than 10 degrees. Such dense fire energy. As a fire-type ability user, Li Mengxi couldn't help but slightly part her lips in shock. Qi Wan reached out and touched the alloy wall. The scorching heat forced her to retract her hand immediately. A flash of astonishment flickered in her eyes. She was an A-rank awakened, an elite at number 2 high school. Yet, she got burned just by touching it. This energy it seems to have reached Tier 1 beginner, maybe even vaguely approaching Tier 1 intermediate. Even though Qi Wan wasn't a fire-type awakened, she could still feel the violent energy in the air. If it were me attacking at full power, I'd barely reach this level. Mengxi, what about you? Li Mengxi lightly touched the alloy wall, and her clear eyes suddenly shrank. To be able to burn B-grade alloy to this temperature, this person's flames surpass mine. Stronger than you? Qi Wan was in disbelief. Mengxi, you must be joking. This is a testing room meant for high school students. You're ranked number 1 among fire-type awakened high schoolers. How could anyone be stronger than you? I'm not sure either. Li Mengxi furrowed her brows and shook her head slightly. Someone who can touch Tier 1 intermediate, and whose flames are stronger than yours, when did Jiang City produce such a monster? Qi Wan was speaking when a sudden thought struck her. She slapped her thigh. Fang Chen just walked out of this testing room. Could it be him? She immediately turned to stare at Li Mengxi. Mengxi, are you really not hiding anything from me? If you don't believe me, go ask around at number 1 high school yourself. Li Mengxi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Fang Chen's rank talent had already sealed his fate. No matter how high his blood energy was, he couldn't unleash this level of talent-based damage. So even though she hadn't been to school in months, she still didn't believe this was something Fang Chen could do. Seeing Li Mengxi's firm response, Qi Wan immediately dismissed her suspicion. After all, they had been best friends for over 10 years. Their bond was solid. There was no way a guy would turn them against each other and make them enemies. Then in that case, it must have been a Tier 1 warrior who entered the wrong testing room, and Fang Chen just happened to pass by. Qi Wan let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, our ranking in the college entrance exams would definitely drop by 1 place. The scorching temperature made Li Mengxi feel suppressed. She didn't linger any longer. Let's go. Before we hunt monsters, I still want to try that dessert shop. Let's go, let's go. Fang Chen, on the other hand, was completely unaware that Li Mengxi and Qi Wan had entered the testing room after him. By the time he left the warrior tower, it was already quite late. He first filled his stomach and bought some compressed rations to ensure he wouldn't starve to death in the beast wilderness over the next month. Then he returned home and, as usual, checked his blood energy level. 157 calories. He went to rest. The next day, Fang Chen woke up early, put on his gear, packed the necessary supplies, picked up his B-grade alloy warblade, and stepped out of his house. For the next month, he would be spending his days in the beast wilderness. He took a ride to the city gates, and the moment he got off, he was struck by the towering grandeur of the city walls. As the gates opened, the barren, desolate landscape outside instantly came into view. Unlike the bustling prosperity within the city, the difference is as stark as night and day. The city walls are like a boundary line, completely separating these two worlds. This is also Fang Chen's first time leaving the city. He understands. Once you leave the city, there is no such thing as safety anymore. Only the crisis brought by the demon beasts. A single moment of inattention could cost you your life. Following the directions, he heads towards the 72nd Demon Beast Wilderness. Since the spiritual energy of this world has revived and all living beings have embarked on the path of awakening, the battle between humans and demon beasts has never ceased. To better fight against the demon beasts, the human camp divided the areas where the demon beasts reside into the Demon Beast Wilderness, numbered in order. Among them, the 72nd Demon Beast Wilderness is the closest to Jiang City, which is why many martial artists from Jiang City choose to train here. Walking along the small path, Fang Chen looks ahead. In the distant world, countless human buildings have collapsed into ruins, and some tall buildings are even severed in half. It makes one feel an unbearable pressure, wondering what kind of battle could have occurred. After a journey of more than 10 minutes, Fang Chen finally arrived at the entrance of the 72nd Demon Beast Wilderness. What he saw first was a military camp. Just like the city walls, it stood guard here. On the top of the military camp, a solemn sign hung. Dragon Guard Army. The strongest force in the entire Hanxia to fight against the demon beasts. Stop. Two Dragon Guard soldiers stopped Fang Chen. Show your identification and explain your purpose. Fang Chen, heading to the 72nd Demon Beast Wilderness to hunt demons. Fang Chen handed over his identification along with the medal Su Yang had given him. Please pass this medal to your commander. Thank you. The Dragon Guard soldiers gave him a meaningful glance and took the medal, their tone becoming unfriendly. Got it, go wait in the square. Hearing this, Fang Chen directly walked into the military camp. As they watched him, the eyes of the two Dragon Guard soldiers were full of disdain. Another one here to gild himself. Chapter 9, The True E-Class Powerhouse. Inside the tent, Commander Wei Chang was staring at the medal that had just been sent to him. He was dressed in a military uniform, his gaze deep, his brows carrying the unique resolve of a soldier, and beneath his sharp eyebrows, his eyes emitted an air of deadly seriousness. He held the medal in his hand and instructed his subordinate beside him. Pull up this Fang Chen's information. Yes. A moment later, Fang Chen's information was displayed on the large screen beside them. Name, Fang Chen. Jiang City No. 1 High School Senior Class 3 Martial Arts Exam Candidate. Blood Chi value, 151 kcal. Awakened talent, A-Class Fire. E-Class Fire? Isn't that just a small flame? With this, he dares to come to the Demon Beast Wilderness to kill demons? Upon seeing Fang Chen's data, one of the Dragon Guard soldiers couldn't help but exclaim, Commander Chang, this clearly looks like he's here to gild himself. Our camp is already understaffed, and the brothers are already exhausted. How could we possibly have the energy to protect this guy? His tone was filled with indignation. Wei Chang did not argue. A sense of confusion also appeared in his eyes. Why would Su Yang send someone with an E-Class talent here? Could it really be that he's here to gild himself? Gilding oneself refers to some children of families who know they won't score well, but use connections to come to the Demon Beast Wilderness. With the help of others, they hunt demon beasts to accumulate military achievements, thus achieving a reduced score. This is a common form of cheating. Wei Chang and the entire Dragon Guard army despise this practice. Anyone who enters the martial arts university through such a method will push aside an ordinary family martial exam candidate who has worked hard and sacrificed endlessly. Most soldiers of the Dragon Guard army come from ordinary families. Wei Chang himself, from a poor family, rose to his current position through hard work. He understands the difficulties faced by ordinary martial exam candidates. So, in his camp, nothing like gilding has ever happened. No matter what price someone offers, he has never agreed to such things. But this time, faced with Fang Chen, he couldn't quite make up his mind. After thinking for a while, he put the medal away and made a decision. Let Fang Chen enter, don't arrange anyone to protect him. If something happens, I will go rescue him. As a comrade for more than 10 years, he trusted Su Yang's character. Su Yang would never do anything shady for personal gain. As for Fang Chen, all he could do was ensure his safety, which was already a way to make sure Su Yang's name was respected. As for how many military merits he could earn, that would depend on Fang Chen himself. Upon hearing Wei Cheng's words, the rest of the Dragon Guard soldiers no longer had any objections. On the other side, Fang Chen arrived at the military camp square. In the short 100 meters of road, he was met with several curious stares from the Dragon Guard soldiers. From the moment he took out his medal, he knew he had been misunderstood. He had heard that the Dragon Guard soldiers hated the idea of gaining undeserved fame. He didn't feel the need to explain himself. The truth would come out later. As he stepped into the square, his eyes were met with dozens of people dressed in combat uniforms, of varying ages. Indeed, wherever there's money to be made, you'll find people. In recent years, as the beastly monsters grew in strength, the pressure on the Dragon Guard had increased significantly. Thus, the Dragon Guard started using rewards to bring in martial artists from society to hunt monsters in the monster wasteland. Some of these martial artists made a fortune from killing monsters or stumbled upon fortunate encounters that launched them to higher ranks, creating a constant stream of hunters that relieved the Dragon Guard's pressure. Half of the people here were obviously here to make money. The other half mostly had young faces, and it was obvious they were here to prepare for their college entrance exams. His gaze scanned these people until it landed in a corner. Fang Chen instinctively squinted his eyes. In the corner sat a girl about his age, around 175 centimeters tall, with supermodel-like long legs. Her combat uniform accentuated her slim waist and impressive chest. A true grade E powerhouse. Fang Chen couldn't take his eyes off her. Damn instincts. Of course, Fang Chen wasn't staring at her because she resembled a police officer. It was because of her strength. The fallen heart flame had enhanced his senses, and he could clearly feel that the woman had already reached the second-tier warrior level. This was a level far above the other young people around her. This also made the surrounding wilderness hunters hesitant to approach her. At that moment, the girl noticed Fang Chen's gaze and gave him a subtle smile. Fang Chen, sensing the situation, quickly shifted his eyes. He walked towards the center of the square, where the bounty board was located. This was far more attractive than the woman. Low-level beast, 30 military merits. Tier 1 low-level beast, 100 military merits. Tier 1 intermediate beast, 300 military merits. Tier 1 high-level beast, 600 military merits. Tier 2 low-level beast, 900 military merits. Fang Chen carefully read through the bounties, from low-level to 4th-tier beasts. This was all money. He paid special attention, more focused than he had ever been in memorizing. Next to the bounty board, another screen displayed the uses for military merits. 100 military merits, exchange for a healing potion. 500 military merits, exchange for C-grade alloy weapons or armor. 1000 military merits, exchange for B-grade alloy weapons or armor. 3000 military merits, exchange for A-grade alloy weapons or armor. Above that, there was nothing. S-grade and above alloy items were rare, and you would never find them in regular markets. Fang Chen silently calculated in his mind. 3000 military merits could be exchanged for an A-grade alloy weapon. That would require killing 100 low-level beasts. His B-grade battle blade might be about to wear out. Anyone going to the 72nd Monster Wasteland, hurry up and come in, the captain has an announcement. At that moment, an old soldier shouted from the edge of the square. Immediately after, more than a dozen people hurried into the square. Fang Chen instinctively raised an eyebrow when he saw two figures. What a coincidence! Indeed, the moment Li Mingqi and Qi Wan entered the square, they immediately spotted Fang Chen and couldn't help but freeze. Just as they were about to wave at him, a man in Dragon Guard military uniform walked to the center of the square. The entire square went silent in an instant. Li Mingqi had no choice but to swallow the words that were about to come out. Welcome everyone to the 72nd Monster Wasteland. I am the captain here, Wei Chang. The sound rang out like the chime of a bell in everyone's ears. Then, several Dragon Guard soldiers handed out wrapped packages to everyone. Fang Chen opened it to find a wristwatch. Wei Chang explained. This is your personal exclusive wristwatch. You must wear it to enter the Beast Wilderness. Once inside the Beast Wilderness, all the spoils from hunting beasts will be yours to keep. If you encounter danger, you can press the emergency button on the watch, and we will send someone to rescue you. Upon hearing this, many people's eyes gradually grew hot, and they eagerly rubbed their hands, unable to suppress their excitement. But Wei Chang's next words immediately poured cold water on them. But the premise is that you can survive long enough to press the button, and survive until our rescue arrives. His calm tone made many people's smiles vanish, and they couldn't help but feel a lump in their throats. Lastly, I'll remind you once again, do not rashly head towards the southwest corner of the 72nd Beast Wilderness or the boundary with the 75th Wilderness, or you might lose your life. Having finished speaking, Wei Chang said no more and waved his hand at his subordinates. The gate to the 72nd Beast Wilderness slowly opened. A foul, rotten smell rushed into the square through the gap. It made everyone uneasy. The monster hunters who had been waiting for a long time stepped out of the final safe zone. The second-tier female hunter was the first to step into the beast wilderness. Wei Cheng passed by Fang Chen, stopping for a moment. Don't try to be brave. If you encounter danger, call for help immediately. I will ensure your safety. After leaving these words, Wei Cheng did not stay any longer and left the square. Fang Chen said nothing more. He understood that Wei Cheng protecting his life was the best way to make amends for Su Yang. Fang Chen, I didn't expect you to come hunt beasts too. Want to team up? Li Mingqi approached Fang Chen and greeted him with a smile. Shi Wan, who was beside her, spoke up familiarly, we're here to familiarize ourselves with the test field. Let's team up, so we can look out for each other. Because he had rushed out yesterday, Fang Chen had not paid attention to Qi Wan. Now, as she came closer, he realized that her appearance was not much different from Li Mingqi. When she spoke, her fair face revealed small dimples, and her voice was sweet, giving off a feeling of a neighbor's childhood sweetheart. Facing their invitation, Fang Chen also realized something. That is, Li Mingqi did not know that he had entered the elite rank. Even so, they still invited him to team up and were willing to help him. He had to admit, both women had kind hearts. But he still chose to refuse. Sorry, I plan to act alone. A warm-legged campus beauty. A dimpled, sweet neighbor's childhood sweetheart. Their destructive power was simply too strong. But his main purpose this time was to train himself, which was different from their goals. If they acted together, it would only limit his movements. After all, women are not eternal fragrance. Don't you agree, immortal lord? Well, okay then. Li Mingqi obviously did not expect Fang Chen to refuse. Seeing his serious expression, she didn't try to persuade him further. Be careful. After leaving those words, Fang Chen turned without a glance and stepped into the beast wilderness. This guy, why? At the border of the 75th Beast Monster Wilderness, the land is small but marked in dark red, representing extreme danger. Fang Chen glanced at his watch, he was already in the green area. Low-level monster beasts are equivalent to non-warriors among humans, so he planned to practice at this level first. Although his attack power had already reached the first level. But being cautious was never a bad thing. After walking west for a few kilometers, Fang Chen finally reached a marked monster beast den on the map. This is an office building. As Fang Chen observed the damaged floors, he carefully skirted the shards of glass on the ground, staying calm and silent. Su Yang had taught that monster beasts are different from humans. They retain the instincts of wild beasts. Thus, the first thing humans do when hunting monsters is to observe the environment, ensuring their own safety. Otherwise, they could be beheaded by a monster that appears suddenly at any moment. Just as Wei Cheng said, there would be no opportunity to call for help. After ensuring his safety, Fang Chen heard the sound of a collision not far away. A monster is fighting. He cautiously entered a nearby office building and ascended to the 10th floor via the crumbling staircase. Entering a company with an unrecognizable name, weathered banners hung on the walls and ceiling. It was faintly visible that they said, "If you have free time, go work overtime." Everyone contributes, working overtime is great. Sleep 1 hour less, create more value for the company. Don't work 9 to 9, just work 0 to 7, tomorrow you will definitely thank today's hardworking you. Fang Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. A few hours of sleep a day. How could the physical quality of people in the past be stronger than today's warriors? Incredible. Fang Chen quietly approached the window and looked down. In the central square of several office buildings, two monster beasts resembling bulls and horses were attacking each other with their horns, their foreheads covered in blood. Surrounding them lay at least a dozen corpses of their kind, all with crushed heads. It seemed they had been taken down by these two. With a mournful cry, one of them ultimately lost, collapsing with eyes full of unwillingness. The other let out an excited howl, and as it continued to fight, its vitality began to grow. Clearly, it was about to level up. In the next moment, a monster wolf suddenly rushed out from the office building behind, biting it dead. Its vitality was drained, flesh consumed, and its fur gleamed with health. It was eating it. Fang Chen watched this scene with no joy or sorrow. Only a feeling of helplessness for that one. So much effort, who else would die if not you? As for this wolf monster, according to the textbook Monster Beast Illustrated, Fang Chen recognized it as a low-level fierce wolf. This fierce wolf is not like a regular wolf, it prefers to act alone. Surveying the surroundings to ensure no other hidden monster beasts, Fang Chen drew out his ally combat knife, a surge of fighting spirit rising within him. It's you! He quickly leaped through the concrete, arriving at the second floor of the building where the fierce wolf had just hidden. With a running start, he jumped down from the second floor. His body spun dramatically, using inertia to strike at the fierce wolf's neck. Roar! In an instant, the fierce wolf spotted Fang Chen's figure, its instincts causing it to retreat swiftly. But it was still grazed by Fang Chen's attack. As Fang Chen landed, he quickly stepped back a few paces, maintaining a distance from the fierce wolf. Looking at the wound that hadn't shown bone yet, Fang Chen was astonished by the toughness of the monster's hide. He hadn't held back at all with that last strike. Roar! The pain drove the fierce wolf to bare its fangs, its claws extended, its gray-black fur completely bristling. It let out a bloodthirsty howl. Instantly, it moved its limbs, charging toward Fang Chen, and when it was 3 to 4 meters away, the fierce wolf leaped up. Opening its mouth wide toward Fang Chen's neck, it aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Fang Chen remained calm. Tightly gripping the knife in his hand, he faced the fierce wolf's attack, relying solely on his vitality. He wanted to use this battle to hone the first level of the Xian Flame Knife Manual. The alloy war knife sliced through the fierce wolf's claws, sparking bright flashes. With each exchange, Fang Chen used the Xian Flame Knife Manual to continually counter, becoming more skilled with each clash. The alloy war knife began to heat up, and the original sparks even transformed into flames. This was the flame that belonged to the knife manual. The fierce wolf's wild strength became increasingly insignificant in front of Fang Chen's sword technique, its claws torn apart by the flames. Puff! As a slash landed, the fierce wolf's head fell to the ground. Blood gushed out from its neck like a fountain. First level of Xian Flame Knife Manual. Success! Chapter 11, Why Not Avoid? The long knife swung down, carving a line of blood on the ground. The rising adrenaline slowly faded away, and Fang Chen stepped out of the excitement he felt moments ago. So this is the feeling of slaying a beast. He flexed his fingers, imprinting this feeling in his mind. The feeling that belongs to battle. Familiarity with this feeling would allow him to be calmer in future hunts and more quickly enhance his mastery of the Xian Flame Knife Manual. At this moment, he further affirmed his thoughts of hunting beasts. After pondering for half a day without insight, he gained comprehension through a single battle. At the same time, he also gained practical experience. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, he still noticed his shortcomings. Though he had mastered the first level of the Xian Flame Knife Manual, he had not yet reached an extraordinary level. His knife technique still had flaws in the details. He needed more battles to refine his skills. He took photos of the slain beasts around him with his watch, these would count as his kill records. Just as he was about to leave for the next location, a rustling sound in the grass caught his attention. In the empty wilderness, it was exceptionally clear. Fang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. 5 or 6 fierce wolves emerged from all directions, drooling with foul smells, their eyes bloodshot, occasionally glancing at the fallen beasts and then at Fang Chen. Fang Chen immediately understood that these were attracted by the smell of blood. He drew the alloy war knife embedded in the ground, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Just when he thought he needed more battle training, it had now come knocking at his door. Then, since it has come, don't leave. Fang Chen struck first. Roar! A deep wolf howl shattered the silence, and several fierce wolves immediately launched their attack. Their agile figures darted through the grass, moving with extraordinary speed. Fang Chen dodged one fierce wolf's pounce with a swift movement and then swung his knife at another fierce wolf. The knife edge brought a wave of heat, as if the air was being split in two. The battle was intense and brutal, with each evade and every landing of his attack, Fang Chen's precision increased, and his eyes grew brighter. His experience points rapidly soared. With a horrific wolf howl, the first fierce wolf was slain by him. Then came the second, the third. After the knife sliced through the 5th wolf's neck, the tip of the blade stopped in front of the 6th fierce wolf's eyes. Why not avoid? Sorry, I forgot you can't talk. Fang Chen smiled apologetically. Puff! The 6th fierce wolf was split in half, and its upper body hit the ground with a painful howl. Fang Chen offered his farewell message. Stop howling. Your butt is up in the tree, it doesn't hurt anymore. The next day, in the morning. Inside the Long Wei army camp. Captain Wei Chang checked the situation in the 72nd Monster Beast Wilderness as usual. Seeing that every instrument was stable and without exceptions, he began to inquire about the situation of his subordinates who entered the Monster Beast Wilderness yesterday. His subordinates began to report. Yesterday, a total of 37 people entered the 72nd Monster Beast Wilderness. 9 returned at night. 5 sent out distress signals, 2 of whom died even before rescue arrived. 2 others died without sending distress signals. Until now, there are still 21 people in the Monster Beast Wilderness. Wei Chang nodded, just as he was about to leave. But then he thought of something and asked. Has Fang Chen returned? No, he's still in the wilderness. Wei Chang showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Pull up the data from his watch. Yes. A moment later, Fang Chen's demon hunting record from yesterday was projected onto a nearby screen. Wei Chang, who was initially just a bit surprised, suddenly froze, his expression turning into disbelief. The few subordinates nearby widened their eyes in unison. Name, Fong Chen. Demon hunting count, 6 low-level rock demons, 9 low-level fierce wolves, 1 low-level water snakebug, 2 low-level fire rabbits. Photo. 6, 9. 1, 2, a total of 18. This Fong Chen actually killed 18 low-level demon beasts yesterday. Damn, am I seeing things? One person immediately began rubbing his eyes, and a few others did the same, looking again. Not seeing it wrong. 18 beasts. They're stunned. Not just them, even Wei Chang was stunned, rendered speechless. To him, 18 low-level demon beasts could be easily exterminated. But the one who did it was Fong Chen, whose vitality was only a bit over 150. It's important to know that even a non-combatant with over 190 vitality would find it extraordinarily difficult to slay 6 low-level demon beasts in a single day. But Fong Chen not only accomplished it, he doubled it. Check if someone was helping him. Wei Chang still found it hard to believe. The subordinate quickly checked Fong Chen's watch information and reported. According to the instruments, no assistance was found. Fong Chen has been alone throughout. Hearing this answer, Wei Chang had no choice but to believe it. The subordinate continued. I also checked Fong Chen's situation today, just now. He has already slain 5 low-level demon beasts. The military tent fell silent once again. Then, an excited roar erupted. Damn, I really underestimated him. I didn't expect this kid to be so brave. 18 in a day, when I was young, managing even 3 in a day was tough. I thought he was just here to seek glory. I didn't expect I was narrow-minded. When he returns, I must buy him a drink to make amends. Wei Chang also laughed. This Su Yang fellow really didn't trick me. He thought that with Fong Chen's abilities, without anyone following to protect him, he would be scared and return immediately. Or, staying in the wilderness, killing even 1 low-level demon beast in a day would be impressive. Unexpectedly. In just one day, this kid went wild. Now, no one would dare to question him again. Even without using special abilities, just relying on this demon hunting skill, this kid will surely score well in the college entrance exam. Wei Chang's desire for talent surged, and he immediately instructed his subordinates. Keep a close watch on Fong Chen, such a good seedling must not come to harm in our hands. Subordinate, understood. 2 days later, at night. In a deserted building. Fong Chen was grilling meat with special fire while evenly sprinkling the barbecue seasoning brought from the city. The aroma immediately surged, and he began to feast. With the relentless honing of his fallen heart flame, he had killed 53 low-level demon beasts in the past 4 days without feeling any fatigue. His vitality had reached 173. This afternoon, facing the attack of 8 low-level demon beasts, the Xianyan blade record allowed him to take 1 down with each strike, completely different from the earlier struggles against the fierce wolves. He had fully mastered the 2nd level of the Xianyan blade record. At this point, Fong Chen understood that low-level demon beasts no longer contributed to his growth. Staying here would only waste time. He needed stronger opponents. It's time to leave this place and head to the Yellow Zone to seek first-level demon beasts. Chapter 12, Fong Chen eliminates the 7 harms. I have consulted with Emperor Guan, and he gave me 9 holy cups that day. If I don't hit you with the next 9 strikes, I'll leave. In the Yellow Zone, at an amusement park. Facing a blood shadow cat, 2 meters long, with blood-red fur and taut muscles, as if it could tear him apart at any moment. Fong Chen smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth. If not, then it's fate, it's heaven punishing you for playing with the lives of others. A knife-like flash cut through the air. A bloodline gradually appeared on the neck of a first-tier low-level monster, the blood shadow cat. Bang! Its head fell off, the expression still frozen in fierce grimace. The cold corpse transformed into warm numbers belonging to Fong Chen. 1 more eliminated. Today was the 3rd day since Fong Chen arrived in the Yellow Zone. This was already the 13th first-tier low-level monster he had killed. After finishing, he did not leave, but looked at the 6 blood shadow cats that were gradually approaching 30 meters away. Cold light shone in their slender pupils. Fong Chen smiled. I'll give you all 1 minute to choose the cats that want to stay, the result will be just like this one. He paid no attention to the few cat monsters, wiping the alloy blade with the fur of the dead blood shadow cat. The blood shadow cats continued to approach. Once he finished wiping, Fong Chen tightened his grip on the combat knife with a smile that seemed mocking. Time's almost up. 10. 1. In an instant, Fong Chen moved. With the alloy battle knife in hand, he charged at the 6 blood shadow cats. Seeing the danger, the blood shadow cats let out a low roar and all pounced at Fong Chen. Fong Chen's expression remained relaxed, but his aura suddenly became sharp, and the alloy battle knife instantly radiated overwhelming heat. The 3rd level of the Xianyan knife technique. In a split second, flames condensed around his battle knife, roaring through the air like a dragon and exuding supreme majesty. Several slashes passed through. The blood of the blood shadow cat stained the ground. They wailed and flailed, while Fang Chen stood among them, his battle knife soaked in blood, and his battle intent grew even stronger. Finally, with a few piercing howls, the 6 blood shadow cats turned into warm military merit. This scene made 3 monster hunters not far away shiver uncontrollably. They glanced at the 3 dead blood shadow cats underneath them, their eyelids twitching wildly. The 3 of them had fought hard for half a day to kill these blood shadow cats. Just like that, they were slain with a few slashes? And they were 6. So young, could it be a high school student? Are high school students this strong nowadays? We can't take any more high school contracts in the future. Even the monsters aren't as terrifying as high school students. As the echoes of battle faded, Fang Chen surveyed his surroundings, his cold gaze slicing through like a sharp blade. He slowly sheathed the alloy battle knife, calmly glancing at the 3 people not far away, and chose to ignore them. He merely passed through here, conveniently eliminating a few monsters. Upon arriving in the yellow zone, he still started from the weakest area to carefully develop himself. After 3 days of fighting first-tier low-level monsters, his vitality had reached 189 calories. In about 2 more days, he would reach 200 calories. He would then break through to first-tier warrior. The Xian Yan knife technique had also reached the 3rd level. To advance further and perfect the 3rd level of the knife technique, he needed to head to the area of first-tier intermediate monsters. Fang Chen glanced at the sky. The sun was setting and it would soon be dark. He did not choose to act, but instead found a hidden corner to rest. Night was the realm of monsters. Their hunting instincts and heightened senses allowed them to vastly surpass warriors of the same level at night. Non-warriors, before becoming warriors, had senses similar to ordinary people. Only upon stepping into first-tier warriors did their senses significantly enhance. The next day, as dawn broke, Fang Chen awoke, replenished his energy, and proceeded toward the direction marked on the map. According to the map records, 20 kilometers southwest was an abandoned town. It was inhabited mostly by first-tier intermediate monsters. It was the most suitable place for him nearby. About 4 hours later, Fang Chen arrived at the outskirts of the abandoned town. Weeds were woven together, entwining the cracked stone road, and rampant vines ruthlessly devoured the ancient walls. Broken concrete was everywhere, dried bloodstains and claw marks of monsters marked the ground. The buildings looked ready to collapse. When the wind blew, loose stones tumbled down with a clatter. Inside the town, the windows and doors of houses lay shattered. The former prosperity was now left with only spider webs and dust. Fang Chen still cautiously checked his surroundings. After a thorough investigation, Fang Chen gained a general understanding of the distribution of monsters in the town. Due to their size and instincts, most monsters gathered in the open and flat areas south of the small town. Only a few monsters acted within the town. This was his opportunity. Fang Chen walked into the ruined concrete jungle, searching for the shadow of the monster. About half an hour later, Fang Chen finally waited for his desired beast. A mid-level first-rank rock lion. Its body was covered in rock armor, and with each step, the gravel beneath it trembled. Fang Chen was about to draw his battle knife but stopped halfway. Something's wrong, there are people. 2 slender figures emerged from a nearby alley, racing ahead to confront the rock lion. After a hit, both sides retreated. Fang Chen got a clear look at the 2 people. At this moment, Li Mingqi and Qi Wan stepped back from the rock lion, stabilizing their stances, both looking serious. The humming weapons trembled in their arms. Damn it, I didn't expect the skin of this rock lion to be so hard. Qi Wan exclaimed angrily. The rock lion has strong defense and slow movements, we must finish this quickly. Li Mingqi gripped her knife tightly, suppressing the vibration of the blade. Fang Chen watched from a distance. This was a trial belonging to Li Mingqi and Qi Wan, so he would not intervene. At the same time, he was observing, wanting to understand the true strength of elite-level fighters. Use your full power. Li Mingqi called softly. A tiger shadow burning with green flames appeared behind her, quickly merging into her body. Immediately, patterns of green flames emerged on her face. Grade A ability, Azure Moon Flame Tiger. The green flames surged down her arm, wrapping around the blade in her hand. The temperature around her rose several times, turning weeds into ashes in an instant. Qi Wan also reacted to Li Mingqi's call, her long spear buzzing, and her eyes were sharp compared to before. It's actually an A-grade ability, Gun Spirit. Fang Chen was somewhat surprised. This ability was known as invincible in close combat, he had only seen it in textbooks. All around 190 card health points. Plus the configuration of B-grade alloy weapons and combat suits, no wonder they dared to challenge a mid-level first-rank monster. He sighed. Let's fight. Qi Wan moved like a white rainbow, instantly appearing next to the rock lion, her long spear thrusting out violently. Boom! Before the rock lion could react, the spear had pierced through its rock armor and into its right leg, bursting with blood. Roar! The rock lion roared in pain, its eyes turning red, its massive body began to thrash wildly, trying to shake Chi-Wan off. But the next moment, Li Mingqi tightly held her long knife, engulfed in rolling azure flames, appeared on its other side, heavy chopping down toward its neck. The force was so great that even Fong Chen, 100 meters away, felt a heatwave rush against his face. It's the Xian Yen knife technique. Fong Chen immediately recognized this familiar knife technique. I didn't expect her to be at the third level. Suddenly, Fong Chen's expression changed. He saw Li Mingqi's fiery wave stirring up dust from the ground. Instantly, the entire environment became shrouded in dust. Fong Chen's heart sank. Oh no, smoke is rising. Chapter 13, Unleashing the Power. Everything unfolded just as Fong Chen expected. As the smoke and dust cleared, Li Mingqi's long knife was deeply embedded in the rock lion's neck armor, unable to push down even a little more with all her strength. At this moment, the intense pain transformed the rock lion's fury into a storm. With a deafening roar, it shot into the sky, as if the entire world trembled in response. In a nearly mad posture, the rock lion suddenly charged toward the nearby concrete wall. Bang! A low building was instantly shattered, concrete and bricks flying everywhere. Fortunately, Li Mingqi and Chi-Wan had seen through the rock lion's intention before it could charge, quickly releasing their weapons and hiding aside, avoiding serious injuries. But at this moment, the rock lion had already gone berserk. Even with the surroundings in utter chaos, its roar seemed to show no signs of ending. Its body twisted, the bloodshot eyes locked onto Li Mingqi and Chi-Wan, firmly blocking their way ahead. Something's wrong. Li Mingqi instantly realized the problem. The rock lion had already been provoked, so why had it stopped? Similarly, Fong Chen also noticed this issue. Why isn't it attacking? Could it be? Fong Chen realized something and immediately jumped to a higher place, glancing southward. Sure enough, in the distance, dust was kicked up. This meant a large number of demon beasts were rushing this way. Just now, the rock lion's roar was a call for help. If Chen Haonan's mobile office was here, it had probably already arrived. The noise from the rushing demon beasts was so great that Li Mingqi and Chi-Wan also noticed it. Not good. Hurry up and run. The two girls completely lost their previous calm. If they couldn't deal with one rock lion, what would they do with several more? They wouldn't even be able to escape. As for the weapons embedded in the rock lion. What use is a weapon when your life is at stake? However, just as they were about to leave from the left or right, they suddenly realized the stones on the ground were trembling, and sounds of demon beast footsteps were echoing around them. These were the demon beasts that were already in the town. They had heard the commotion and come running. Although there weren't many, the sense of vibration told the two girls that they were surrounded by demon beasts, and their escape routes were blocked. They didn't know the number of demon beasts in the town. If they carelessly fled in all directions, getting caught by even one beast could lead to being surrounded and attacked. What to do? Chi-Wan's voice trembled with fear. Although Li Mingqi was also a bit scared, she forced herself to stay calm. You call for help now. I will look from a high point to see the situation with the surrounding demon beasts and find the weakest point to break out. Chi-Wan was just about to say okay, when suddenly a voice came from behind them. No need to look, the safest route is straight ahead. Chi-Wan and Li Mingqi turned back sharply. Fong Chen. The two girls' eyes widened in surprise, never expecting to see Fong Chen right here at this moment. Fong Chen, how did you end up here? Li Mingqi was the first to react and hurriedly asked. There's no time to explain now, you two step aside. He pulled out his alloy combat knife as he walked. Just now, he had clearly seen the situation around him from the high point. Demon beasts were everywhere, all of them were first-tier intermediate beasts, carelessly breaking through could easily lead to an encounter. Only the path in front of the rock lion was the best point to charge through. If he moved quickly, he wouldn't attract the attention of the other demon beasts. Initially, he hadn't planned to get involved in Li Mingqi and Chi-Wan's trial. He had just intended to take a quick look and leave. But he never expected this rock lion to act so strangely and call for help. No, it should be a call for beasts. This put him in a passive position. If he didn't intervene, he would only fall into the encirclement of the demon beasts. The three of them were very likely to die here. He had no choice but to make a move. Taking Li Mingqi and Chi-Wan with him could also be considered repaying their previous kindness. Seeing Fong Chen draw out his ally combat knife to fight the rock lion, Li Mingqi quickly reminded, Fong Chen, neither Chi-Wan nor I are a match for the rock lion together, how about we think of another way? Before she could finish her sentence, a tearing sound ripped through the air with a loud boom. The ground beneath Fong Chen exploded, and his figure turned into an afterimage, instantly appearing above the rock lion. Li Mingqi understood her concern was valid. After all, she, empowered by the Qingyan, and Shi Wan, unleashing the full power of her gun spirit, were no match for the rock lion. He could not simply rely on martial skills to handle the rock lion. So, to swiftly eliminate the rock lion, he had to go all out. In an instant, his aura erupted with immense force. The fallen heart flame within him swelled up like an awakened beast, roaring to life. Transparent flames burst forth like a blooming flower of fury. It instantly heated the air of the small town to a scorching distortion, as if time itself stood still at that moment. The temperature soared. Even the moisture in the air had evaporated without a trace. At this moment, Li Mengqi and Qi Wan felt like they were in a fiery hell, experiencing a pressure that pierced deep into their hearts. This is a small flame? Fang Chen, in this furnace-like world, combined the fallen heart flame with the wrapped blade, morphing it into a giant dragon. The third level of the Xian Yang blade manual. With a flick of the blade, the giant dragon obeyed, and the heat waves rolled as it suddenly charged towards the massive rock lion. The rock lion had no time to feel fear in its eyes. The blade light swept past, flashing away in an instant. With the heat and ferocity of the fallen heart flame, the rock lion's head fell to the ground with a bang. Then, its entire body crashed down on one side. The entire ground trembled as if cheering for Fang Chen's strike. The two women also forgot their fear at this moment. Like sculptures, a dazed feeling spread from their heads to their toes, leaving them unable to move. It's dead, just like that, dead. Qi Wan stammered. The image of Fang Chen's strike lingered in her mind. The rock lion that she and Li Mingqi couldn't defeat together was killed by Fang Chen with just one blow. What happened to the promised small flame? What was that world-destroying fire just now? At this moment, she recalled how she had earlier criticized Fang Chen for being thick-headed and said she didn't like women. Is this not liking? He clearly thought they were a nuisance. Li Mingqi's throat felt dry, leaving her speechless. The roar of the Qingyue flame tiger within her felt like a sharp dagger, piercing through her heart. She was one with the Qingyue flame tiger, and she could sense that the Qingyue flame tiger was scared. It was afraid of Fang Chen's flames. It even had the thought of wanting to submit. This was the suppression of fire over fire. Like a king overlooking his subjects. At this moment, she recalled the scene in the testing room. That flame that could almost melt B-grade alloys. She thought it was a martial artist's tester. It was Fang Chen. It turned out she had seen the answer from the very beginning. Stop dazing. Hurry up and go. If you don't leave now, you'll be surrounded by beast. Fang Chen called out, casually taking a photo of the rock lion and glancing curiously at the corpse before leaving without looking back. Qi Wan and Li Mingqi also came back to their senses at this moment. They pulled their weapons from the rock lion. They hurriedly followed. Chapter 14, Your Strangeness Scares Me. After continuous evasion and 2 hours of relentless running, Fang Chen and the two women finally shook off the pursuit of the beasts and arrived in a relatively safe area. They leaned breathlessly against the edge of a ruin. Far from the roars of beasts and the panic of being chased, all that remained was the rustling sound of leaves and the sunlight filtering through the treetops, casting mottled golden threads on the ground. Feeling the aftermath of a narrow escape, their tense emotions began to ease, replaced by deep exhaustion and relief. It's good that we're still alive. Qi Wan cheerfully began to look around. Li Mingqi, still shaken, could only helplessly roll her eyes at Qi Wan's optimism. Fang Chen, thank you so much this time. Li Mingqi looked at Fang Chen. As she spoke, she recalled Fang Chen's actions, as if etched in her mind, impossible to forget. Although Fang Chen did not release flames at this moment, she still felt a sense of being suppressed. Fang Chen spoke blandly, no need to be polite, I just happened to be there. In the end, it's just our misfortune to encounter a rock lion that has gained intelligence. Gained intelligence? Li Mingqi's delicate face was filled with surprise. Impossible, that rock lion was only a mid-level first rank, how could it gain intelligence? But thinking about the rock lion's behavior, she fell into doubt. The rock lion is a solitary beast, generally not found in the same area as pack beasts. But this time it was the exact opposite. At the same time, after being injured, it was continuously howling towards the south, to attract other beasts. Intentional collision with the wall was to shake off her and Qi Wan. And blocking the road without taking action, it was like it knew it wasn't the opponent and wanted to block the way. Waiting for other monsters to arrive together to take action. These actions really resembled an intelligent beast. This is too strange. Li Mingqi still found it hard to believe. According to the textbook, generally only monsters above level 3 would become intelligent and have the ability to think. Monsters below that relied entirely on instinct for survival. For this, Fang Chen also didn't know how to explain. Maybe this rock lion fell off a cliff. After all, in a world where spirit energy has revived, anything could happen. Since we've escaped, let's not think about what happened before, anyway, I won't go back. Wan walked up to Fang Chen with a smile, two small dimples appearing on her fair face, revealing two small tiger teeth on her red lips. Fang Chen, what level of fire ability did you awaken? It's even stronger than Mengqi's Qingyue Flame Tiger? Hearing this, Li Mengqi's expression also became serious. What happened to the little flame? It finally came after all. Fang Chen had anticipated this question the moment he made his move. It's nothing, it's just mutated. His tone was plain, as if he were telling a very ordinary thing. He couldn't say it's the Supreme Fire Lord. Saying that would make the fire user unhappy. But to the two girls' ears, it was like the sound of a bell crashing. Mutation, a mutation that has a 1 in 10,000 chance of happening. Wan's lips trembled slightly. She never expected such a thing to happen in front of her eyes. Though Li Mengqi had prepared herself mentally for mutation, her heart still couldn't help but beat faster upon hearing it. There have been examples of ability mutations, but evolving from E level to A level in one go. Fang Chen was the first case. In fact, his ability's power was even above hers. I've heard people say before that abilities can mutate more than once. Fang Chen, you might have another chance. Wan quickly processed the news of mutation and her thoughts jumped to the number of mutations. That's right, I mutated once at the first level. Fang Chen didn't speak, just nodded with appreciation. Thank you, Wan, for finding him a reason. From now on, he would explain it this way. Seeing Fang Chen nod, the little stars in Wan's eyes were about to burst out. She patted Li Mengqi's shoulder. Sister, I knew you didn't hide anything from me. Knowing that you still asked Fang Chen, Li Mengqi couldn't help but show a subway uncle's expression. She realized that her best friend had taken a liking to Fang Chen. She had always found Fang Chen pleasing to the eye, but due to his talent, she hadn't thought too much about it. Now that the only shortcoming had been compensated. No need to think, with her straightforward personality, action should come soon. Sure enough. Wan instantly said happily. Fang Chen, it's getting dark, let's go to the nearby river to catch some fish to eat. Look, there are mermaids too. That's a dead person. As the sky darkened. For safety reasons, Fang Chen did not leave. With no monster corpses, Fang Chen could only take out compressed food. Li Mengqi and the others did the same. When they heard that Fang Chen would leave tomorrow, Wan felt very reluctant, eating while asking Fang Chen if he could take them along. To this, Li Mengqi was very helpless. Alright, Wan, our strength just trails behind Fang Chen, you shouldn't think about it. Honestly, let's work together to improve our strength first, then we can try again at the small town. Wan sighed, alright. After spending this time together, Fang Chen had somewhat figured out the personalities of these two best friends. Wan was carefree and lively. Li Mengqi spoke gently and acted calmly. Especially those legs. Forget it, let's not show them to everyone. Just as Li Mengqi said. He would still return to the small town, and bringing both of them along would only be a burden. Unless they were Xiao Chang. He didn't mind being FA high. Otherwise, don't mention it. At night, to prevent danger. The three of them discussed the duty schedule. First was Li Mengqi, then came Wan, and finally, Fang Chen. In a dilapidated concrete room. Since Li Mengqi was outside keeping watch, only Fang Chen and Wan remained in the small space. One was in one corner. Wan stared intently at Fang Chen, who had just closed his eyes to rest, not blinking for a moment. In this environment with just the two of them, it was such a perfect time. Shouldn't she do something? Of course, that was impossible. Thinking of how Fang Chen had saved her during the day made her heart race uncontrollably. With great talent and handsome looks. She hadn't met a man like him in many years. She absolutely couldn't let him go like this. She knew Fang Chen wasn't truly asleep, this was the last chance to deepen their feelings. Her red lips slightly parted, hesitating to speak. What should she say? Are you asleep? No, that's just crazy. After a moment, Wan raised the corners of her mouth, her eyes adding a touch of charm. Since her previous boldness wasn't enough, she might as well be a little more proactive. She softly said. Fang Chen, can you come a little closer? I'm a bit scared sleeping here alone as a girl. Her tone was filled with a pitiful quality. Outside, Li Mengqi, who had been eavesdropping, instantly widened her eyes. You're scared? You've killed over 20 monster beasts, how can you be scared? She never expected Wan would go this far for Fang Chen. How could she not understand her best friend? Such a straightforward, carefree woman had now turned into such a reserved one. You make me feel scared from your strangeness. But inside, she began to feel an inexplicable anxiety. She actually hoped Fang Chen wouldn't agree. He must not agree. Finally, Fang Chen spoke up. Then you can just sleep half a girl, that way, I'd be the one scared. Wan, 0_0. Wan, 0_0? She won, L. Put. Li Mingqi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 15, Is the Alchemist weak? My pills can summon heavenly thunder. The next morning. A gentle breeze blew, carrying a hint of chill, and the sky began to blush with the first light of dawn. Feng Chen woke up Li Mingqi and Qi Wan. As he packed up his things under Qi Wan's reluctant gaze, he prepared to leave. Qi Wan pouted her lips, feeling a bit unhappy. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Can't you at least talk to them? Li Mingqi immediately gave her a light hit on the head. The person is already far away, hurry and stop making a scene, it's making me uneasy. What's uneasy? They've been talking like this for years, right? Stop spouting nonsense. Li Mingqi. After running for several hours, Feng Chen finally returned to the ruined town. Although he had used different fire last time and was able to kill mid-level first-stage monster beasts, that was only under the enhancement of the fallen heart flame. Martial skills still needed to be honed through blood and physical training to improve. Feng Chen returned to the ruins, waiting for several minutes before finally receiving the first customer of the day. A mid-level blood shadow cat of the first stage. He drew out the slightly curled-edged alloy battle knife. His originally casual gaze instantly turned sharp. The hunt began. 4 days later, in the center of the town. The afterglow of the sunset spilled over this derelict little town, the golden light casting a mottled glow everywhere. Feng Chen leaned against a deceased monster beast, using exotic fire to stop the bleeding from his wounds. His clothes were drenched in blood, and the alloy battle knife in his hand was still trembling slightly. Surrounding him was utter chaos, the bodies of monster beasts piled haphazardly, each in a different pose of death, yet all radiating a terrifying aura. The monster beasts in this little town had all been wiped out by Feng Chen. He had transformed from initially having to flee while fighting, gradually becoming evenly matched, and finally to a one-sided slaughter. He closed his eyes, feeling the surrounding silence and the calmness within, his breathing gradually stabilized, but the lingering smell of blood filled the air around him. Just 2 days ago, his vitality had broken through 200 calories, reaching the realm of a first-stage martial artist. Both his physical constitution and senses had undergone significant changes. This was also the beginning of his shift from fighting while fleeing to counterattack. The Xianyan knife record also reached the peak of the 3rd level during these 4 days of training. He sensed the barrier to the 4th level 2 days ago. But in the last 3 days of hunting, he had not made a breakthrough. It seems it's time to change locations again. Feng Chen sighed. He summoned the system panel that had not appeared for a long time. The continuous killing of monsters over the past 2 days had made him forget about extracting exotic fire. I hope to draw a powerful attack. Feng Chen silently thought. As he stepped into the 1st level, his strength increased, and the power of the fallen heart flame also rose to a new level. The effect of tempering his body had reached SS level, with his attack power at S level. The other 2 abilities that he had never mastered before were also under his control. Fallen heart flame, fire born from the heart, formless and colorless, manifests through the heart, leaving no trace behind. This fire possesses 3 special abilities. The first is the cultivation sheet that Feng Chen had long mastered. Its effect is greatly loved by the elderly and children, and they are ready to repurchase. The second is heart fire forging. It can generate heart fire at the enemy's heart, capable of incinerating the heart in an instant. The third ability restrains soul power. In this world, it's more appropriate to call it mental power. At present, the fallen heart flame was only slightly lacking in attack. Thus, Feng Chen wanted an even more terrifying attack. Detected that the host has stepped into the beginner stage of the 1st level warrior, would you like to extract? Extract. Beginning to extract. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ocean Heart Flame. Hiss. Feng Chen couldn't hold back the corner of his mouth. Kick. Although the Ocean Heart Flame is only ranked 15th. Its abilities are incredibly powerful. This fire is born from water, capable of transforming into towering waves of flames, and can also dissolve into water, making mountains and lakes part of itself. Its lethality is not weaker than that of higher ranked. As the Ocean Heart Flame continuously flowed into him, he could clearly feel its attack power rivaling SS-level extraordinary abilities. It perfectly complemented his lack of attack power. Before Feng Chen could rejoice, the system notification sound rang again. The host has entered the 1st level, reopening life selection. Option 1, get admitted to a 1st-tier martial arts university, reward, the latest version of the Spring Cup, equipped with a dual-core processing chip, powerful Western-friendly, easy to hold with one hand, making your life never lonely. Option 2, get admitted to any top martial arts university, reward, S-level body tempering method, making you even harder. Option 3, score as the top student in the college entrance examination, freely choose a top martial arts university, reward, book is Alchemy Week. My elixir can summon heavenly thunder, also known as alchemy encyclopedia. It seems that each time he ascends a level, the system will issue a task option. Fang Chen mumbled in his heart as he reviewed the options. Option 1 sounds a bit tempting. In order to avoid doing something foolish, he quickly skipped over option 1 and didn't dare to look again. As for options 2 and 3, he could only say he would try his best in the martial arts exam. The extraction of is complete, and he should leave here now. However, before that, Fang Chen had something he needed to say. Come out, you've been spying on me for a whole day. He looked toward the small alley on the left, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Could it be that you have a crush on me and want to go home with me? As soon as he finished speaking, a silver bell-like laugh echoed from the alley. Go home with you? I don't mind, but can you follow through on your words? Little brother. A long leg stepped out from the shadow of the alley. She walked out of the narrow alley gracefully, her long legs tall and her proportionate figure striking. Especially her upper body. Somewhat enchanting. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, framing a barely noticeable smile that was alluringly seductive. Sunlight poured down from the street corner, adding a soft halo to her figure, making Fang Chen unable to help but glance at her more than once. Twice. 3 times. His gaze was firmly fixed, not able to look away even a little. The person in front of him was the second-level young woman Fang Chen had seen in the square. Fang Chen felt something strange about her in the square. He never expected her to be this strange. Today, just at dawn, she suddenly appeared nearby. She just stared at him kill demons, even showing a look of admiration. Could it be that she is infatuated? Thinking of this, Fang Chen wrapped his clothes tighter. As a boy, he must protect himself well. He expressed his contempt for such behavior with strong words. If you are anxious, why don't we use the sky as a blanket, the ground as a bed, carefree, and start right here? He pointed to the corpse of the demon beast beside him. It's just a pity that the audience has all died. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the girl was momentarily stunned, then smiled charmingly. That sounds good. Chapter 16, Guan Ning. But, how can you cook without seasoning? Let's flirt a little first, how about it? The girl walked over to a piece of broken stone opposite Fang Chen and sat down, crossing her long legs, perfectly aligning her legs together. She rejected Fang Chen's friend request. Let me introduce myself, my name is Guan Ning. The girl blinked her lively peach blossom eyes, alluringly sizing up Fang Chen. Looking at your appearance, you should be a senior in high school, so you must have heard my name. No. Fang Chen answered succinctly. Anyone who dares to say you should have heard of me is a bit famous. Fang Chen directly rejected her attempt to show off. On one hand, he didn't want to be boastful, and on the other hand, he really hadn't heard of her. This left Guan Ning's expression momentarily stunned, like a motivational speaker about to receive applause, suddenly realizing she was in the wrong place. She continued, you must have heard about last year's first place in the martial arts exam in Jiangcheng, right? Fang Chen instinctively asked, could it be you? Guan Ning giggled, no, she ranked behind me. Goodness, he fell for her charm unexpectedly. Fang Chen rummaged through his memories. Last year, Jiangcheng's college entrance examination results were the best in history, and the first place was ranked 23rd among all martial arts exam students nationwide. Out of over 1 million martial arts students, only the top 30 are rare geniuses. They are often discussed by the next generation of students, considered as targets to catch up with. No wonder this Guan Ning dared to say such things. However, at that time, the original owner's mind was full of Min Ying, and he had not paid much attention to many things in the outside world, which is why he hadn't heard of Guan Ning's name. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't respond, Guan Ning smiled and said, don't worry, I'm saying all this just to help both sides understand better and facilitate our collaboration. Why does her tone seem a bit flirtatious? Fang Chen calmly said, collaboration? Exactly. Guan Ning crossed her legs, batting her peach blossom eyes. I came to the demon beast wasteland to obtain the core root of a plant-type demon beast. But it's a bit difficult, I need a fire-type ability user to help me. Originally, I was looking for your female classmate, but her strength was still lacking, so she recommended you to me. She glanced at the dead demon beast beside them. From your previous performance, it seems you have already entered the ranks of a first-level warrior, which barely meets my expected minimum standard. As long as you agree, after the job is done, I will give you 5,000 military merits as a reward. How about it? So, she had been watching for a day to assess his strength. Fang Chen furrowed his brows. He extracted the core focus from her words. Plant-type demon beasts. In this world, demon beasts are divided into 2 categories. The first type is animal-type demon beasts. The second type is plant-type demon beasts. As the name suggests, plant-type demon beasts are demon lifeforms that have evolved from simple plants. Their attack methods are more complex and more adept at disguise. In the eyes of warriors, they are more challenging to deal with than animal-type demon beasts. Years ago, there was an incident when a climbing vine evolved and destroyed an entire city. In just a few hours, hundreds of thousands of lives were lost. In the end, it took a master-level warrior to intervene and finally kill this climbing vine. Since then, many martial artists have changed their expressions when talking about plant-type demon beasts. However, plant-type demon beasts have a common weakness. That is, they fear fire. This is also the reason why Guan Ning is searching for fire-type ability users. According to the map, the yellow area has no plant-type demon beasts, so... Fang Chen stared into Guan Ning's eyes. The place you want to go is the red area. That's right. Guan Ning's lips curled slightly, the ends of her eyes forming a delicate curve. Don't be afraid, with me protecting you, there won't be any danger. Fang Chen let out a deep sigh, his eyes holding a seriousness never seen before. It's difficult. Too difficult. With just your words, how can I possibly feel at ease? After all, I'm just at first rank, going to a red area surrounded by packs of wolves, where I could lose my life at any moment. What's the difference from sending myself to death? His tone was sorrowful, like someone about to face death. Upon hearing this, a glimpse of disappointment flashed in Guan Ning's eyes. She shook her head helplessly. It seems I've been rejected again. Before she could finish speaking, Fang Chen raised his hand to interrupt her. I think you might have misunderstood. What I mean is, it requires more money. Guan Ning, huh? With someone to protect her, why not take a stroll in the red area and open her eyes? Fang Chen didn't intend to miss this opportunity. He already wanted to change places. Why not seize this chance to test his strength against high-level demon beasts? This would greatly help in breaking through the barriers of the Xianyan Blade record and also increase the chances of completing option 3. As for Guan Ning's protection, he wouldn't hand his life over to her. That would be no different from seeking death. If there was danger, with his flexible moral bottom line, he would definitely escape first. With the high Xin flame, as long as he wanted to leave, the demon beasts in the red area wouldn't be able to keep him. Once Guan Ning caught on, a smile returned to her lips, slightly teasing. I'm at least a well-known beauty from the Martial University in Magic City. So many boys are desperately trying to team up with me but still haven't had the chance, yet you think about asking for more money. Such a typical guy. How are you ever going to find a girlfriend in the future? She sighed helplessly. Alright, tell me how much more. The two spent a while bargaining. Although Guan Ning was somewhat reluctant, they reached a cooperation with a reward of 7,000 military merits. During their conversation, Fang Chen found that this woman had a charm not belonging to her age. The aura she exuded always made him feel a tickle. Of course, he meant it was in his heart. Really? You all have to believe him. Seeing that the cooperation was complete, Guan Ning did not delay further and stood up. Let's go, it's getting late, there are too many corpses here, it will definitely attract other demon beasts, it isn't safe to rest here. There is a ruin 5 kilometers away, we will rest there tonight and set off tomorrow morning. Having said that, Guan Ning turned lightly, her beautifully curved and delicate outline reflected in Fang Chen's eyes. Her hair flowed down her shoulders like a waterfall, with a few mischievous strands brushing against her skin, looking particularly alluring. Fang Chen felt the sensation again. Damn! That tingling feeling came back. Looking at this wonderful silhouette, Fang Chen couldn't help but feel a swelling in his throat, a desire to stab her in the back. Damn! Could it be a buff from the high Xin flame? He didn't dare to get up, trying to hide it. Taking deep breaths, he tried hard to calm his emotions. Guan Ning turned around, raising the corner of her mouth. Why haven't you gotten up yet? Do you want to stab me in the back? Fang Chen, you're my benefactor now, and my battle blade is over there. How could I stab you in the back? Guan Ning flicked her hair by her ear and chuckled. To stab someone doesn't necessarily require a knife. Saying this, she casually glanced at Fang Chen's pants. Fang Chen? What the hell? She actually discovered the hidden long knife. No way. Fang Chen's heart suddenly shuddered. The tingling sensation appeared when discussing the price just now, combined with her words earlier. So, this wasn't a buff from the high Xin flame at all. The exposed back is this woman intentionally teasing him, in revenge for him increasing the money. Enchantress, what have you done to me? Chapter 17, Taking Medicine Right Away, Who Do You Look Down Upon? Number 72 Monster Beast Wilderness, the red area, a desolate expanse. The environment here is vastly different from the yellow area. A strong smell of blood fills the air, making one nauseous. Countless monster beast corpses are scattered on the ground, the stench of rotting flesh mingling with the atmosphere of death, forming an asphyxiating foul odor. The surrounding landscape appears particularly bleak, with white bones scattered across the dry yellow grass. Fang Chen cautiously follows behind Guan Ning, walking along a small path. This is the second day since they entered the red area. The route they are taking was previously scouted out by Guan Ning, and they have not encountered any dangers. According to her, they will reach their destination in another 2 hours. What Guan Ning is looking for this time is the core root of a Tier 3 low-level monster beast, Charming Illusion Vine. According to the textbook, any creature that eats the main stem and leaves of the Charming Illusion Vine will fall into illusions. If they cannot break free, they will be controlled by the vine. It is a creature of extremely high danger level. Looking at Guan Ning's back, Fang Chen recalls the scene from that afternoon. In his heart, he has a vague guess: it is a type of mental attack. It should be related to her awakened talent. At the same time, he is gradually getting to know Guan Ning's temperament. On the outside, she appears very tempting, but inside she is a cunning woman with a bit of darkness. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wanted to backstab him over 2,000 military merits. We are almost at our destination, you should tell me about your awakened powers. As Fang Chen walks, he asks. He had asked Guan Ning about her awakened abilities the day before, but who knew this woman insisted on waiting until they reached their destination to talk about it. If he wants to know, he can meet Guan Ning's demands. Of course, it must be a proper request. A cunning smile hangs on Guan Ning's charming face. We aren't there yet, and you're already so eager to know? Same old rule. Call me sister, and I will tell you. She's just a year older and wants him to call her sister. So strong-headed, why doesn't she sit in the front? He realizes that this woman just wants to take advantage of him. Fang Chen looks disdainful, it'll cost extra. In an instant, both of them simultaneously hum, reaching an agreement, not speaking any further. 2 hours later. They finally arrive at their destination. Climbing on top of a tall building and looking down, the full view of the destination comes into sight. It is a botanical garden. Now it has become a dead and desolate place. Outside the garden, 20 to 30 monster beasts are constantly wandering, their eyes reveal confusion and hesitation, like puppets. Among them, Fang Chen also spots several of his old friends' species. Blood Shadow Cat and Fierce Wolf. Their body sizes have increased by 4 to 5 meters compared to their previous low-level counterparts. Just from their length, it can be determined they are Tier 2 low-level monsters. Walking further in, the broken garden gate leans to one side, with countless writhing vines climbing among the ruins, turning the entire botanical garden into a sea of green. The most flourishing vines are in the central area of the garden. There, the core vines have already reached nearly half a meter in thickness, resembling giant pythons. I have already surveyed the situation here. Guan Ning softly points to the monster beasts outside the garden. These are the monster beasts that have become puppets of the Charming Illusion Vine. They can also be said to be the bodyguards of the Charming Illusion Vine, and they are the first level of danger we will face. It seems the Charming Illusion Vine has been gaining intelligence for quite some time. After a few minutes of explanation, Fang Chen gains a general understanding of the situation in the botanical garden, as well as what they need to do next. In simple terms, they need to break through the encirclement of the monster beasts outside the garden, then head to the central area of the botanical garden and use his flames to restrain the branches of the Charming Illusion Vine, helping Guan Ning relieve her pressure. Let him focus on dealing with the main subject. What he had to do was simply to hold back once he entered the central area. But this only made Fang Chen more curious. Outside the garden, these dozens of monsters were genuine second-tier beasts, and Guan Ning was only second-tier herself. No matter how genius she was, able to fight above her level, she couldn't withstand so many monster attacks. How did she get in? Here, eat this. Guan Ning took out a pill and handed it to Fang Chen. What is this? Fang Chen didn't dare to take it. Guan Ning pointed to the monsters outside the garden. Didn't the audience get killed by you last time? I've found you an even larger group this time. She smiled, her fingers tracing a curve up her body, her red lips slightly pursed. Hurry up and eat it, so we can get to work. Someone, no, it's the monsters watching, it's more exciting. Old aunt. Fang Chen scoffed, you want me to eat a pill right away, who do you look down on? Guan Ning smiled gently, no longer joking. You can't get past these 30 or so monsters with your strength, so I prepared poison to spread through the air. But the quantity is a bit large, and the poison is rare, it can only paralyze them for about 10 minutes. That's enough time for us to get through. Once we reach the central area, as long as we injure the main stem of the mesmerizing illusion vine, it will be preoccupied and unable to control these monsters. When they wake up, they'll flee and won't pose a threat to us. As for this pill, it's the antidote to the poison, eat it. Saying this, she handed the pill to Fang Chen again. Fang Chen glanced at the pill and then at Guan Ning. I don't need it. How funny. Who knows what this pill really is? What if Guan Ning sees him as cannon fodder and poisons him to toss into the monster group? What if Guan Ning desires his body and makes him faint? It's better to be cautious. At this moment, Guan Ning, no longer charming, widened her peach blossom eyes, looking somewhat incredulous. If you don't eat it, how will you get in? I have my own ways. A small monster, could it really be that hard to deal with thee? Fong Chen continued. Since you were able to gather all the information about the botanical garden, you must have other ways to enter. No need to worry about me, we'll meet inside the botanical garden. Hearing this, Guan Ning was slightly surprised. But seeing Fong Chen's expression didn't look like he was joking, she didn't say more. Although it had only been 2 or 3 days, she could tell Fong Chen wasn't someone reckless without a brain. And Fong Chen was right, she indeed had other ways to enter the botanical garden, and the poison was just to be considerate of Fong Chen. Since Fong Chen didn't need it, then we'll skip that method. Guan Ning put the pill back into her spatial ring. In that case, there's no need to say more, let's prepare to go in. Her red lips slightly pursed. By the way, weren't you curious about my ability? Don't blink from here on. In the next moment, a dark-furred, incredibly alluring fox demon shadow emerged behind Guan Ning. The fox's figure was long and graceful, its fur shimmering with a hint of seductive luster, making it impossible to look away. Its eyes sparkled like stars, and the flickering pupils seemed to intoxicate people, gently swaying its tail, each movement radiating elegance and allure, stirring the soul. Mystery and enchantment intertwined, making the surrounding air feel hot and dizzying. Fong Chen felt the tingling sensation return. S-rank ability, Enchanting Shadow Fox. Chapter 18, Num Su Yang. Enchanting Shadow Fox. S-rank ability. The first 2 words of the name break down to the abilities of the Enchanting Shadow Fox. The first kind is allure. It manifests as a mental attack. It can silently manipulate others' emotions through allure, leading them to develop feelings for the ability user, gradually falling deep into infatuation. The other type is the age-old shadow ability. Thus, Fong Chen had a basic understanding of the Enchanting Shadow Fox. No wonder it felt so tingly. So it was the allure ability. Indeed, that day during the backstab incident. It's Guan Ning's mischief. At the same time, Fong Chen understood why Guan Ning insisted on showing her abilities only after reaching the destination. Her charm was too strong. She was afraid he would fall for her on the way and wouldn't be able to move forward. Seeing Fong Chen staring at her, Guan Ning lightly bit her lip. Don't keep looking at me, or you will fall in love with me. Fong Chen chuckled, falling in love with you and being in love with you are 2 different things. Guan Ning paused for a moment, then a sly glint flashed in her eyes. Good boy, you're brave enough to talk to your sister like that. In the next moment, Fong Chen's smile suddenly faded. He stiffened up instantly. Damn, this woman has increased her charm. The tiny voice inside Fong Chen's head roared in anger. After a moment, he had no choice but to slightly bend down to show respect. Guan Ning glanced at Fong Chen's figure, her eyes glinting with pride. Her lips curled up lightly, her tone flirtatious and triumphant. Rebelling against your sister brings no good. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I'm leaving now, don't keep me waiting too long. Guan Ning's red lips were playful, as if she were certain Fong Chen would be slower than her. Then she took a step back and vanished into the nearby shadows. Fong Chen waited until he felt less stiff, stretched, and pretended as if nothing had happened. He walked down the stairs slowly, his footsteps leaving a deep and clear echo on the cracked concrete floor. His steps were neither hurried nor slow, heading towards the abandoned botanical garden. Gradually, as Fong Chen approached the botanical garden, the lurking beasts noticed his presence. Their gazes were like sharp blades, piercing directly at Fong Chen. But the beasts did not roar or attack, instead, their expressions swiftly twisted. Standing still, they found it hard to move an inch. Fong Chen, however, remained calm. With the activation of the falling heart flame, the beasts one by one experienced the burning of heart fire. Pain seemed to engulf the entire area in an instant, and the expressions of all the beasts began to turn ferocious. Their bodies twitched continuously, as if they were fighting against the invisible flames in the void. Fong Chen's current ability wasn't enough to burn these beasts to death, but he could at least render them unable to move for a few minutes. That much time was enough for him to enter the botanical garden. Meanwhile, Dragon Guard army, outside the camp. Su Yang, led by a Dragon Guard, entered the camp. These past few days, he felt increasingly anxious. And the reason was naturally Fong Chen. In his mind, with Fong Chen's strength, he wouldn't stay in the beast wasteland for more than 6 or 7 days. He would kill some low-level beasts, and if lucky, he might even catch a low-level first-grade one. That would be enough. Who would have thought this guy hadn't returned after more than 10 days since entering the 72nd wasteland to hunt beasts? Although he often contacted Wei Chang to ask about Fong Chen's situation. Every time, he would hear Wei Chang say, Fong Chen is doing great, he's really amazing. Whether it's hunting dozens of low-level beasts or killing more than a dozen low-level first-grade beasts. Or even taking down a mid-level first-grade beast. Is this the same person? He doubted for a moment whether Wei Chang had mistaken him for someone else. With Fang Chen's little flame, how could he achieve such glorious results? Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and decided to see the real situation for himself. As he pondered this, Su Yang was led to a tent. Stepping inside, his first sight was of Wei Chang checking the situation in the 72nd Beast Wasteland. Wei Chang's serious expression immediately changed when he saw Su Yang. "Old Su, I've been waiting for you for half a day, hurry and sit down." Wei Chang smiled, pulling his old comrade to a nearby chair. "We haven't seen each other for 2 or 3 months, don't leave tonight, I've prepared drinks, we won't go home until we're drunk." Fang Chen didn't know what's happening now, and Su Yang had no interest in drinking. "We'll talk about tonight's matters tonight, hurry and pull up Fang Chen's information for me. Every day, I hear you on the phone saying how amazing Fang Chen is. As my student, I should know him well. Are we talking about the same person? Hey, look at what you're saying. I don't know Fang Chen, how could I mistake him when I don't even recognize your medal?" Seeing that Su Yang still didn't believe him, Wei Chang didn't bother to explain anymore. He directly had the data of the monsters Fang Chen had hunted pulled up and displayed on the screen beside them. In the next moment, Su Yang was stunned. Name, Fang Chen. Number of demon beasts hunted, 53 low-level demon beasts, 31 first-level low-level demon beasts, 22 first-level middle-level demon beasts. Photo. Wei Chang had long been used to Fang Chen's achievements. Seeing Su Yang's expression at that moment, he felt as if he was looking at his former self. "So, how is it? I didn't lie to you, this is Fang Chen's photo. I told you over the phone so many times, yet you just wouldn't believe it. Now, you should believe it, right?" At that moment, Su Yang couldn't even hear Wei Chang's voice. His thoughts were blank, and his mind felt hollow, he could only hear the sound of his heartbeat. The photo on the screen was indeed of Fang Chen, with no falsehood. But how could these achievements be so exaggerated? At this moment, he wanted to take back what he had just said. "I should know my student well." Are we talking about the same person? Now, he truly didn't know anymore. After a while, Su Yang finally regained his composure from the shock. He pointed at the screen, ready to ask. But before he could speak, Wei Cheng quickly said, "No need to ask, all this was done by this kid alone, no one helped him." With one sentence, he sent back what Su Yang was about to say. At this moment, Su Yang had to accept that this was the reality of Fang Chen. Just then, the tent door swung open. A member of the Longwei army walked in and said, "Captain, there are 2 martial arts students freshly returned from the wilderness outside. They said they saw the teacher here and wanted to greet him." "Let them in," Wei Cheng said. A few seconds later, Li Mengqi and Qi Wan entered. "Teacher Su. Mengqi, I didn't expect you to come to the Demon Beast Wilderness too." Su Yang unconsciously fell into his professional habit and couldn't help but ask, "How does it feel? Do you have confidence in getting into the top 10 for the martial arts exam?" "Should be fine." Li Mingqi had a bit of confidence in herself. After a few days of training, she and Qi Wan could already take down a first-level middle level. At this level, making it to the top 10 in Jiang City shouldn't be too much of a problem. At this time, Qi Wan, seeing Fang Chen's data on the screen, couldn't help but curiously ask, "Teacher Su, are you Fang Chen's head teacher?" Su Yang nodded, "That's right." "Why? Do you know Fang Chen?" Qi Wan was an elite from the second school, and she had met Fang Chen a few times. But from her tone, it sounded like she really knew Fang Chen? Just over 10 days ago, Fang Chen was still unknown, how could they possibly have interacted? Unexpectedly, Qi Wan shouted excitedly, "Of course I know. If it weren't for Fang Chen saving me and Mengqi, we probably wouldn't have made it back. You haven't seen it. Fang Chen took down a first-level middle-level rock lion with one strike. That scene has been stuck in my mind ever since, I can't shake it off." Beside her, Li Mingqi felt a bit helpless. Qi Wan was so talkative, it was like she was meeting her teacher. Su Yang was stunned once again. One strike to kill a first-level middle-level demon beast. Quick, tell me the details of this matter. Chapter 19, Fang Chen ran away with the bucket. After several minutes of narration, Su Yang, who had originally accepted the reality, felt waves rising in his heart once again. One strike to kill a first-level middle-level demon beast. Saving Li Mingqi and Qi Wan, who had both entered the elite level months earlier. This made Su Yan once again have the previous thought. Is this really still my student Fang Chen? Then, Li Mingqi talked about the incident where Fang Chen's flame mutated. After a few minutes of calming down, Su Yang slowly sighed. No wonder this kid's strength has increased so rapidly, it turns out his talent mutated. I told him not to hide anymore, yet I didn't expect he still kept a hand. He realized that it wasn't Fang Chen not saying anything, but rather he himself had never asked. He sighed, but the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. As Fang Chen's teacher, he was genuinely happy for him. At the same time, he was happy for himself. With such a genius student, the school would pay more attention to him as the class advisor. By the way, why haven't I seen any data on Fang Chen killing monsters these past 2 days? Su Yang suddenly realized this issue and glanced at the screen again, finding that he hadn't looked wrong. In the last 2 or 3 days, Fang Chen hadn't killed a single monster. Could something have happened? Wei Chang also noticed this issue and quickly instructed, "Show me Fang Chen's location." Yes. In the next moment, Fang Chen's specific location appeared on the screen. How could he be there? Wei Chang's voice suddenly rose in volume. On the screen, the point representing Fang Chen's location was in the red area. This kid has gone crazy, how dare he go to such a place? This is pure nonsense. Su Yang also hadn't expected such a situation. No matter how shocking Fang Chen had been before, the red area was simply not a place he could enter. This kind of behavior to him was no different from seeking death. Without time for further thought, Su Yang shouted urgently to Wei Chang. "Stop dawdling, hurry up and rescue him." Before Wei Chang could act, Li Mingqi hurriedly spoke up. "Mr. Su, you don't need to worry. I know why Fang Chen is there." "You know?" Li Mingqi nodded and recounted her encounter with Guan Ning. After hearing this, Wei Chang immediately sent someone to check Guan Ning's location. Sure enough, she was right next to Fang Chen. Seeing this, Su Yan let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had been drained of all strength, sitting in a chair nearby. This kid is way too bold, actually following this Guan Ning into the red area. Is that a place he can go? What if? Before he could finish, Wei Chang patted his shoulder, interrupting him. "Don't worry, I've looked at Guan Ning's profile. Last year's national martial arts exam ranked 15th. She is a true genius. With her protection, Fang Chen won't run into trouble. Besides, isn't it me keeping an eye on things here?" Li Mingqi also consoled at this moment. "Mr. Su, Fang Chen isn't reckless. Since he has the courage to go, he must have thought through his escape route." Su Yang sighed. "I can only trust him now." Meanwhile, Guan Ning, by constantly jumping in the shadows, finally reduced the distance to the beast swarm to 100 meters. She became even more serious. The sun was high in the sky, and there weren't many shadows on the ground. She had to stay alert at all times to sneak into the botanical garden. Originally, she could choose to act at night, which was her home turf. But to take care of Fang Chen, she had to change to daytime. After several jumps, Guan Ning was getting closer to the entrance of the botanical garden. She was gradually moving away from danger. Yet, she was becoming increasingly puzzled. Where is Fang Chen? From the moment she was 100 meters away from the monster swarm until now, she hadn't seen Fang Chen once. Guan Ning subconsciously thought she hadn't looked carefully enough. When she reached a safe location, she peeked out half of her pretty face from the shadows. Her pair of peach blossom eyes continuously scanned the monster swarm she had left behind. She was searching for Fang Chen's figure. But after a minute passed, she still hadn't discovered anything. "No way, where are you, buddy?" Guan Ning couldn't hold it in any longer. How long has it been, and Fang Chen hasn't shown himself at all? Could it be that he has already gone in? This thought just appeared, and Guan Ning immediately dismissed it. Fang Chen had just stepped into the first tier, while she was a second-tier warrior with shadow abilities. How could Fang Chen be faster than her? Then, Guan Ning subconsciously thought of 2 scenarios. Fang Chen ran away. Or Fang Chen was eaten. The moment the second thought appeared, she felt a chill run down her spine. She had promised to protect Fang Chen. If this person dies here, how should she explain it to others when she goes out? It shouldn't be, right? Fang Chen doesn't seem like a reckless person. She thought in her heart, but gradually began to feel a little unsure. Could something really have happened? If I had known, I shouldn't have listened to that guy. I should have forcibly drugged him. Guan Ning hurriedly checked the surroundings to see if there were any fresh bloodstains. After looking for a while and finding none, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. For safety, she slipped back into the shadows once more. At this moment, she had already convinced herself that Fang Chen had run away, carrying a bucket. "You little brat, how dare you run away? I won't let you off." Thinking this, she was about to return the way she came, but instinctively stopped. After coming this far, it would be a shame to go back. It was better to go in and check again. Without any hesitation, Guan Ning moved again, using shadow movement to enter the botanical garden. Originally, she intended to head towards the central area, but when she passed the meeting point, she suddenly froze. She saw a figure sitting in the ruins, leisurely eating dry rations. This was a place Guan Ning had observed in advance, one of the few areas untouched by the vines. The safety factor was relatively high, which is why she chose to meet at this location. But at this moment, she felt as if she was in a dream. How did he get in here? She thought Fong Chen had run away, but now there he was, alive and well right in front of her. Clearly, she hadn't seen Fong Chen's figure just moments ago. Could it be that? Guan Ning recalled the answer she had initially dismissed. Fong Chen entered the botanical garden faster than her. A bullet fired a few minutes ago struck her between the eyebrows at this moment. You better come out, or I'm going to start sleeping. Saying this, Fong Chen swallowed the last bit of his dry rations. As soon as Guan Ning arrived at the location, he sensed someone nearby. He couldn't help but complain that the shadow system was really useless during the day. It took him 5 minutes to get in, while Guan Ning took over 20. In the shadows, Guan Ning quickly adjusted her emotions to avoid letting Fong Chen notice that she almost ran away. Once her lips sported a smile again, her long legs stepped out from the shadows. What? You arrived earlier than me? Looks like you've hidden quite a bit from me. I'm really getting more and more interested in you. Chapter 20, Guan Ning's Competitive Spirit. I'm curious, how did you get in? Guan Ning sat down next to Fong Chen, and instantly, a waft of sweet fragrance drifted into Fong Chen's nostrils. The corners of her eyes lifted slightly, her gaze flowing like the first thaw of spring, clear and enchanting, her lips full, her teeth lightly biting, just staring at Fong Chen. Can you tell me? This was an attempt to gather information. Fong Chen smiled inwardly, he could clearly feel Guan Ning's allure increasing, enticing him. Unfortunately, he already knew that this kind of charm was a mental attack. If Guan Ning wanted to further manipulate him, she would need to ask if the falling heart flame agreed. The counterattack had begun. He spoke calmly, how else could I get in? Of course, I walked in on 2 legs. Guan Ning? She was stunned for a moment, this was different from the answer she had imagined. Did Fong Chen not fall for her allure? Although her charm wasn't yet immensely powerful, it was still possible to increase the other's favorability and lure out answers. Though she knew that asking others about their secrets was somewhat shameful, Fong Chen's commentary here truly baffled her. If she could learn this method, it would greatly reduce many dangers in the future. For safety's sake, she intensified her allure, her fingers tracing curves. Just tell me, and I'll give you an extra 3,000 merit points afterward, how about that? Fong Chen's expression remained flat, no need. Guan Ning's mental energy was completely blocked by the falling heart flame, and he felt no stiff desire at all. Fong Chen's indifferent attitude once again left Guan Ning stunned, she couldn't help but doubt. 5,000 merit points. Is that all right then? I'm not short of money anymore, I actually think you're a good person. Fong Chen smiled as he stared at her. Although Fong Chen's words seemed to be confused, the desire in his eyes could not be hidden from Guan Ning's gaze. Fong Chen was not confused. I don't believe it. Guan Ning's inner self screamed, she didn't believe she couldn't handle a first-level warrior. A competitive spirit immediately surged up inside her. She maximized her charm. With a light press of her red lips, her fair skin highlighted the alluring red color, and as her eyes twinkled, her enchanting demeanor fully revealed, she smiled slyly. So, do you want it? Fong Chen's expression grew excited. I want it. What do you want? I want our country to prosper and be strong. Do you want to see it? I want to see. I want to see the great rivers and mountains of our country. Do you want to do something about it? I want to do. I want to be a loyal servant of the people. Tell sister, where are you most sensitive? Political stance. Where are you toughest? National defense and military. Are you willing to be my slave? We in Hanxia have no slaves. Wow, you're so handsome. So, do you collect mounts? No, I don't. You won't even collect such a cute girl like me? So, who do you want to collect? I want to reclaim the land swallowed by the monsters. In the last sentence, Fong Chen couldn't hide his anger and stood up instinctively, speaking forcefully, like a torrent surging through the mountains. As warriors, we do not fear battle. At this moment, Guan Ning's brain short-circuited. No, why is it getting more and more exciting as we talk? It's simply righteous madness. At this moment, she had to accept a disbelieving truth once again. Fong Chen had no feeling at all towards her charm. This is impossible. Guan Ning refused to believe it. In just about 20 minutes from the garden to here, how could Fong Chen seem like a different person? Even a second-level advanced warrior would be affected by her charm, and Fong Chen was only a first-level warrior. How did he block his mental power? Could it be? At this time, Fong Chen realized he had gotten a bit too excited and quickly sat down, apologizing to Guan Ning. I'm sorry, your question struck a chord with me just now, and I lost my composure. My bad. But as soon as he finished speaking, Guan Ning stood up in disdain. Standing beside him, her expression was a mix of speechlessness and disdain, almost laughing without meaning to. Fong Chen was stunned. You can't be serious, sister. I just blocked your mental power, and you changed your face too quickly. Guan Ning snorted lightly. Don't think I don't know how you did it. I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Fang Chen's mind was filled with question marks. What do you mean, you know? What do you know? What else could it be? Guan Ning's deep gaze swept down to Fang Chen's lower body. According to what you said, you walked here, which would be about a 5 to 6 minute journey. I took about 20 minutes to get here. Including your time for putting on and taking off your pants, you didn't take more than 10 minutes, which is way too fast. After saying this, her eyes narrowed, and a smile tugged at her lips, looking like she wanted to laugh but was afraid of ruining the friendship. At this moment, the tables were turned. It was Fang Chen who was dumbfounded, and he suddenly understood that Guan Ning was implying. Are you speaking human language, big sister? A sage can indeed resist charm, but do I need to with my physique? You're slandering me. Guan Ning scoffed. Look, you're getting anxious. In the next moment, her expression changed drastically, panic in her eyes. What are you doing? Why are you taking off your pants? Practice is the only standard for testing truth. You didn't believe it, so let's try it. Put your pants back on. Didn't you just ask me if I wanted it? Hurry and put it on, ah. With that scream, Fang Chen listlessly pulled up his pants. You tease, I get tough. If I don't take off my pants, you think too much, but if I do, you're unhappy. So hard to please. At this moment, Guan Ning covered her eyes with her hands, her bashful blush as hot as fire, coloring her entire face, even her ears and neck were dotted with red. Where was her former seductive self? Who could refuse a girl with charming allure? It's all about the contrast. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. This is the true appearance of Guan Ning. Her past appearance was merely a camouflage gifted by talent. Fang Chen, how dare you trick me? Seeing Fang Chen putting on his pants, Guan Ning understood she had been played. The most shameful part was that she had exposed her contrasting side. This was even more painful than killing her. She glared at Fang Chen, her face still flushed, creating an alluring scene of a beautiful woman in anger. I will make you pay for this today, she said, puffing up with rage. But at that moment, Fang Chen suddenly raised his arm, cutting her off. In an instant, Guan Ning felt something and quickly looked forward. She saw tiny vines emerging from the gaps in the piled concrete. The ground beneath her feet was writhing, and vines were in the soil. The charming illusion vines had found them. It's all your fault. Guan Ning shot a look at Fang Chen. If you hadn't made me scream, the charming illusion vines wouldn't have discovered us so quickly. Hey, watch your words, I didn't make you scream, Fang Chen replied. You? Guan Ning was angry, but it was clearly not the time to be mad. Stick close to me. We're going to the central area to deal with the charming illusion vines now. Chapter 21, Black Crystal Snake. Bang! A vine shot out like a spike, instantly crushing the gravel under Fang Chen's feet. Just as it was about to stab Fang Chen's thigh, a blade of light flashed by. The vine shattered instantly. Stick close to me. Guan Ning waved her dagger, leaping over the fragmented stones while dodging several vine attacks. At that moment, they were running on a pre-planned route, hurrying to the center of the botanical garden. As they got closer, the light filtering through the plants became more sparse, making the area feel particularly eerie. Vines around them squirmed like living creatures, crazily attacking them. They weaved through the rubble, the crunching gravel underfoot threatening to ensnare them at any moment. 200 meters to the left, there's a gap in the gravel. After we get through, we can get close to the core of the charming illusion vines. It won't let us in easily, so be ready to set it on fire. With that, Guan Ning suddenly accelerated and dashed toward the left front, with Fang Chen quickly following. The main route of plant-type beast creatures is difficult to move, relying on its own vines and branches for attack. That's how the charming illusion vines were. As they got even closer, 2 1-meter-thick branches burst from the surroundings. Each swing sent countless stones flying. Just like a full-force attack from a low-level second-tier beast. Soon, the writhing vines surrounded them, attempting to ensnare the two. Even the gap ahead was about to be blocked. Seeing this, Fang Chen knew it was time to act. Just as the vines were about to swallow them whole, the fallen heart flame erupted instantly. The temperature of the entire space surged, a suffocating heat wave swept in, evaporating the surrounding air in an instant. Under Fang Chen's control, the fallen heart flame transformed into a flame python, twisting space as if it were alive, spreading with unmatched power. The weak vines were licked by the flames and instantly turned to ashes. Even the second-tier vines were seared by the fallen heart flame, writhing helplessly in the scorching blaze, like countless wounded snakes. They flailed about, trying to escape the merciless burning, but could never extinguish this intense flame. This scene surprised Guan Ning. This was her first time seeing Fang Chen unleash flames. Previously, she had only heard Li Mengqi say that Fang Chen's flames were strong but didn't expect him to burn the second-tier weak vines into chaos with first-tier strength, unable to even smother it. Especially when the transparent flames erupted from Fang Chen's body, even she, who was already prepared, felt a terrifying heat. This kind of flame, she had never heard of. But now was not the time to be dazed. She quickly took out a pair of battle boots from her space ring. Tossed to Fang Chen. These are S-class battle boots, capable of increasing your speed several times. When we get close to the main body, the low-level vines will multiply to over 10. You just need to wear these boots, dodge quickly, and use flames to restrain them. Those vines won't be able to hurt you. As for the main body, leave that to me. Fang Chen weighed the boots and asked, "Have you worn these boots?" Guan Ning nodded. Fang Chen, then can you swap them for another pair? I don't like used ones. Guan Ning's mouth twitched. At such a critical moment, this guy is causing trouble. Do you know how many people want my original flavor and haven't had the chance yet? How can you complain? Just this pair, wear it or not. After the pants-removing incident, her true colors were exposed. She might as well not pretend so deeply. After all, charming Fang Chen was useless, and being straightforward was better. Seeing that a swap was impossible, Fang Chen didn't insist and burned the battle boots with fallen heart flame. What are you doing? Guan Ning asked, puzzled. I'm afraid you have athlete's foot, so I'm sanitizing it in advance. You're the one with athlete's foot, my jade feet smell nice. Guan Ning couldn't help but roll her eyes. After the little episode, Fang Chen hurriedly put on the battle boots. The S-class memory alloy swiftly fit to his foot shape, making his legs feel incredibly light. Good stuff. He couldn't help but marvel inside. Let's get moving. Taking advantage of the fact that the surrounding vines hadn't broken free from the fallen heart flame, Guan Ning whispered, and the two quickly slipped through the cracks in the concrete into an abandoned building. They could faintly see words on the wall through the gaps in the vines. Exhibit Hall. The crumbling walls were covered in writhing vines, like countless twisting snakes. In the far right corner, the vines were especially lush, particularly a thick vine that was about 5 meters in diameter, coiling like a giant python throughout the ruins. It was the main body of the enchanting illusion vine. Guan Ning's mission was to obtain a section of its roots. Before they could act, all the vines around them lashed out like whips. Fang Chen didn't hesitate for a moment. The fallen heart flame erupted and turned into a barrier of fire. In this gap, Guan Ning slipped into the shadows beside her. Facing the overwhelming vines, Fang Chen unleashed all his power, pushing the fallen heart flame to its limits. A large area of thin vines turned to ashes. Suddenly, darkness fell before his eyes. Dozens of 1-meter-wide vines burst from the ground, lashing toward him. Fang Chen quickly dodged as the ruins behind him were smashed to pieces. Next came the second, third, all attacking. Fang Chen was dodging the attacks, his ally battle knife constantly swinging back in retaliation. This feeling of battling with plant-type monster beasts was completely different from fighting animal beasts. His combat experience was soaring. At the same time, in the right corner of the exhibit hall, Guan Ning hid in the shadows, her eyes fixed on the roots of the enchanting illusion vine. Now Fang Chen had drawn most of the fire. As for the main body of the enchanting illusion vine, it was too thick, and swinging it took time. She had to act fast in this moment, get the roots, and avoid a deadlock. In the next moment, she darted out of the shadows, her speed reaching its peak, like a fleeting shadow racing toward the roots of the enchanting illusion vine. Just as she was less than half a meter away, some thin vines instantly changed direction and attacked her. At the same time, the enchanting illusion vine sensed danger, and its main body began to writhe. Guan Ning didn't dare stop, swinging her dagger, instantly cutting through dozens of vines, just as she was about to touch the roots. Suddenly, a sense of crisis invaded her mind. Without hesitation, Guan Ning quickly retreated. In the next moment, the ground where she had been standing exploded, dirt flying, exposing a huge crack. Then, a pitch-black long snake emerged from underground. About 20 meters long. The body was like black silk, flashing a cold, gloomy shine. Its eyes were like 2 deep black holes, showing confusion, yet staring fixedly at Guan Ning, revealing a creepy thirst. Black crystal snake. Guan Ning was shocked in her heart. She didn't expect that the bewitching vines had hidden a second-tier intermediate black crystal snake underground to protect itself. A glance from the corner of her eye revealed that the main body of the bewitching vines was already attacking her. At this moment, she was trapped in a desperate situation with no way out. Chapter 22, Friction doesn't always spark fire. Run. In an instant, Guan Ning made a decision in her heart, preparing to flee with Fang Chen. This time, it was her mistake for not thoroughly investigating the situation. Facing the third-tier bewitching vines and the second-tier intermediate black crystal snake siege, she had no chance of winning. She had to escape immediately. Just as she was about to tell Fang Chen to hurry and run, Fang Chen's voice rang out first. What are you dawdling for? The black crystal snake can't move anymore, hurry up and attack. Fang Chen shouted while dodging attacks. He had been watching Guan Ning's situation, and the appearance of the black crystal snake had caught him off guard as well. He never expected the bewitching vines to be so cunning, not only having a large group of bodyguards outside but also arranging a personal secret guard. Without hesitation, he ignited the heart fire of the black crystal snake in an instant. The third-tier bewitching vines was too high in level, and the heart fire was useless against it. But the second-tier intermediate black crystal snake would be paralyzed for about a minute. This bit of time should be enough for Guan Ning. With Fang Chen's loud shout, Guan Ning immediately turned to the black crystal snake. Sure enough, the black crystal snake looked fierce, its body curled up as if being scorched by flames, unable to move. Without time to think about how Fang Chen did it, Guan Ning launched again, rushing forward. Using all her strength, she instantly severed vine after vine and grabbed them in her hands. But at that moment, a vine suddenly surged from the side, stabbing into Guan Ning's abdomen, instantly dyeing her clothes red with blood. Ignoring the pain, Guan Ning slashed it off with one strike and slipped into the shadows beside her. Seeing Guan Ning succeed, Fang Chen no longer hesitated, immediately escaping through the entrance they had come from. Guan Ning also slipped out of the shadows, enduring the pain to return to Fang Chen's side. The two quickly ran towards the exit of the botanical garden. The bewitching vines were completely enraged by Guan Ning's earlier strike, its main body following them like a giant python. The surrounding vines surged towards them like a dense sea of snakes. The two dared not let their guard down, using all their means to escape. But Guan Ning's speed was slowing down due to her injured thigh. Plus, the sun had not yet set, leaving few shadows to slip into. With no choice, Fang Chen grabbed her arm and, without waiting for her response, threw her onto his back. Guan Ning didn't even think and just allowed Fang Chen to carry her. Finally, after sprinting for more than 10 minutes, the two escaped the range covered by the bewitching vines. Finding a relatively safe place, Fang Chen set Guan Ning down, while he leaned against a nearby rock, letting out a long breath and trying to calm his heartbeat. As the danger faded, everything that had happened replayed in his mind. Thinking about how he had carried Guan Ning so forcefully, her ears couldn't help but turn slightly red, and she unconsciously glanced at Fang Chen's profile. This guy actually looked pretty handsome. A few minutes later, Guan Ning stopped the bleeding at her wound. As she had been waiting without hearing Fang Chen speak, she couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you angry at me?" Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's face immediately darkened. "How could I not be angry? I just haven't thought of how to criticize you yet. If it weren't for you not investigating the situation clearly, something bad could have happened. We almost turned into minced meat. Pay me more, I must get paid more," Fang Chen said while thinking about what had happened earlier. The black crystal snake was cold all over, burrowing into the ground to stop its heart from beating. Was like a hibernation. To be honest, it is hard for someone without skills to discover the black crystal snake in this situation. But that does not mean Guan Ning's behavior is excusable. She must squeeze out every bit of benefit, or it would be a big loss. At this moment, Guan Ning quietly withdrew her earlier thoughts. This guy is not handsome at all. She did not refute Fang Chen, this time it was indeed her fault, she admitted it. Moreover, if it weren't for Fang Chen's help, she wouldn't have gotten the roots of the charming illusion vine nor escaped from the botanical garden. I have already given you all my military merit, over 7,000, if you don't mind, I'll gift you these S-rank combat boots as a reward. No, I mind very much, Fang Chen replied immediately. This time, Guan Ning did not get angry, instead, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her red lips. Compared to the flattering men she had met, Fang Chen looked much more pleasing to her eyes. It doesn't matter if you mind, you must accept them. She smiled lightly, the smile at the corners of her lips rippling gently, completely different from her previous flirtatious smile. Since Guan Ning was injured, to avoid any further danger, the two decided to leave immediately and return to the outskirts. Fang Chen stood up and glanced at Guan Ning's leg. "Do you need me to carry you?" Guan Ning smiled softly. "Don't I need to pay extra?" "That's right. Can I put it on credit?" "Sure, just pay it back before leaving the monster beast wilderness, otherwise, even if you are across the world." Fang Chen paused. "Forget about the ends of the earth. I will still find you." Guan Ning laughed lightly, "No problem." As her words fell, Fang Chen skillfully grabbed her wrist, flipping it behind her back, and started to run wildly. While running, he reminded her, "Stay close, so you don't fall off. Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. You are slandering me again." Fang Chen quickened his pace, deliberately choosing the roughest paths to run on. Guan Ning couldn't help but complain. "Hey, slow down. The jolt makes my wound hurt, I'm your benefactor, is this how you treat me? Why are you so hard to serve? Wait, why is your body so hot? Sometimes friction doesn't necessarily start a fire. You old tease." 2 days later, they finally returned to the outskirts of the monster beast wilderness. The noon sun shone down, casting a golden hue over the earth, as if coating everything in gold. The tree shadows danced, a gentle breeze blew by, bringing a hint of coolness that dispelled some of the heat. In the shade. After changing the medicine on her wound, Guan Ning enjoyed the breeze, twirling a strand of hair on her fingertips, her long charming eyes glimmering like shining gems. She asked, "What are you planning to do next?" Fang Chen replied, "There are still more than 10 days until the college entrance examination. I'll continue hunting monsters. In that case, I won't continue to accompany you." Guan Ning lazily stretched and slowly got up. The mission was already complete, she no longer needed to stay here. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something, took out some paper and a pen from her spatial ring, wrote something, and handed it to Fang Chen. "This is my contact information, remember to add me after leaving the monster beast wilderness. As for this line, remember to change it to a note, so you don't forget me." Fang Chen took it, glanced at it, and saw the account and a line of words. "Why do you want to take off my pants when you want to drink water?" Fang Chen chuckled and quickly tore off a piece of paper, wrote down his account and a line of note to hand to Guan Ning. Guan Ning looked at it, showing a knowing expression. "Stabbing you from behind doesn't necessarily mean I want to harm you. I'm leaving soon, can you give me a heart sign?" She blinked, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with ripples. Fang Chen's expression was indifferent. "You still haven't repaid the military merit I used to send you back. With this, you want to ask me to do things for you? Let me tell you, confessing to me also costs extra." "Guan Ning, then I'll transfer it to you after I go out." Fang Chen quickly put his hands together and made a heart shape. "I already made the heart, don't try to cheat me." "How could I? If I get the chance, I would want you to make one for me every day." "Fang Chen?" Then, he sighed and couldn't help but chuckle. "Sure enough, in this aspect, I am no match for you." Guan Ning smiled coyly, and that smile. It was as if returning to the scene of their first meeting. Leaving. She put away the paper and turned to leave. Watching her back, Fang Chen shouted, "You still haven't paid back your military credits?" Guan Ning looked back. "If you want it, come find your sister at Wude in Modu." Chapter 23, Wei Cheng personally receives. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth. Fang Chen leaned against the corpse of a demon beast, sweat dripped down his forehead. He glanced at the B-level alloy war knife in his hand, the sharp blade that had accompanied him for almost a month. Just moments ago, this weapon had snapped in two during the battle. The broken tip pierced the ground, the blade that once sliced through iron seemed to tell the tale of this month's fights. Today marked the 30th day Fang Chen had spent in the demon beast wilderness. And it was the last day. Since parting ways with Guan Ning, he had been hunting demons alone in the yellow zone, occasionally visiting the red zone to say hello. With the help of countless kind demon beasts, the Xian Yan Dao record had been completely mastered by him, reaching the 5th level. Feeling his own strength, Fang Chen couldn't help but ponder. I should be able to get a good score on the college entrance exam, right? Originally, he had set the goal of being in the top 100 nationwide. To be honest, he felt a bit uncertain. After all, he had just obtained the fallen heart flame and couldn't compare to the young nobles from big families, or the martial arts exam students who had long awakened top-tier talents. They not only had high talents but also abundant resources. Some even hired masters to give them lessons. The gap was unimaginable. But after meeting Li Mingqi and Qi Wan, his thoughts changed. Getting first place in Jiangcheng shouldn't be too much to ask, right? I should be able to rank in the top 30 among national candidates. I should head back. He looked at the sky. If he stayed out any longer, he might not make it back to the Longwei army camp before dark. The martial arts exam is tomorrow, I should rest well at home tonight. I heard the question setter has changed this year, I wonder how difficult it will be. He ran wildly. Fang Chen finally returned to the vicinity of the Longwei army camp before nightfall. When he was still 300 to 400 meters away, the guard at the gate spotted Fang Chen and hurried back to the camp. "Why are you running? Do I look like a demon beast?" Before he could react, Wei Cheng walked out from inside the gate. "You brat, you finally decided to return. If you hadn't come back, I would have gone looking for you." As Fang Chen got closer, Wei Cheng excitedly patted him on the shoulder. "Hurry inside, everyone is waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Fang Chen was pulled into the army camp square by Wei Cheng. Returning to this place, he felt completely different. Compared to the constant danger outside that could mean death, this place made him feel immensely at ease. But why were so many people staring at him? Inside the square, dozens of Longwei soldiers were looking at him excitedly. "Fang Chen, you brat, you finally come back. We've been waiting for you for more than 10 days. You can't leave tonight, let's have a good drink." Hearing this, Fang Chen understood their excitement. It was because he had proven his worth through his actions. He had shown that he wasn't just here to gain fame. Sorry, I still need to go back tonight, otherwise, I won't make it to the exam tomorrow morning. Before he could finish, Wei Chang waved his hand. Don't worry, I talked to Old Su previously. If you come out late, I'll drive you to the exam site. Tonight, you can just rest in the camp. Old Ban came? Fong Chen was surprised. He came 10 days ago and stayed for 2 days before leaving. Wei Chang, let's not talk about that, come on, I'll take you to check your military credits. You can choose whatever you want, I'll give you a 20% discount on the military credits today. You have to do well on the exam tomorrow. Saying this, he put his arm around Fong Chen's shoulder and cheerfully headed to the military credit exchange place. This scene puzzled some demon hunters who had just returned from the demon beast wilderness. What the heck, who is this guy? He actually got Wei Chang to personally take him to exchange credits. I've been in and out of the demon beast wilderness at least 30 times. I've never seen Captain Wei this happy. This kid is young, could he be the young master of some big family? Isn't Wei Chang the one who hates these rich boys the most? Hearing this, a Dragon Guard soldier sneered. If you could kill a rank 1 intermediate rock lion with 1 slash at the age of 17, and kill 100 rank 1 beasts in a month, you could also have our captain personally bring you to exchange for points. 1 slash to kill a rank 1 intermediate rock lion? And over 100 rank 1 beasts? How could a 17 or 18-year-old child possibly do that? Don't lie to us. Clearly, some did not believe the earlier statements. At that moment, 3 demon hunters spoke in unison. It should be true. If Fong Chen were here, he would definitely recognize that these 3 were the onlookers when he killed the blood shadow cat at the amusement park. More than 20 days had passed since that day. This was also the 3rd time these 3 had come to the wilderness to hunt demons since that hunt. They truly did not expect Fong Chen to stay in the beast wilderness for an entire month. One of them excitedly said. Over 20 days ago, he killed 7 rank 1 low-level blood shadow cats with 5 slashes. I still remember that scene. With his current strength, let alone rank 1 beasts, he could probably handle rank 2 beasts too. As soon as this was said, those who were still questioning fell silent. These 3 had some reputation among demon hunters, their claim meant that this matter could not be false. Damn, when I was 17, I was still thinking about how to find a girlfriend, and this kid can already kill rank 1 intermediate beasts. Is he cheating? I remember that the elite high school seniors from previous years weren't even this fierce. He really is a genius, not to mention Wei Chang, even I want to bring him home. When this was said, several demon hunters immediately distanced themselves from that man. Inside the camp, Wei Chang brought Fong Chen to the screen. The screen already displayed his information. Name, Fong Chen. High school senior at Jiang City No. 1 Middle School. Number of demon kills, 53 low-level beasts, 33 rank 1 low-level beasts, 42 rank 1 intermediate beasts, 37 rank 1 high-level beasts, 12 rank 2 low-level beasts. Military merit, 50,490. Even though Wei Chang had looked at the numbers on the screen over a dozen times, his heart was still like rolling waves. 17 years old and killing rank 2 low-level beasts, I'd never dare to do that in my dreams. He then added. The girl named Guan Ning left all her military achievements to you when she left. So, your actual military merit should be 57,520. Hearing the number, Fong Chen was a bit surprised. He had only focused on hunting demons before and had never calculated it. He didn't expect it to exceed 50,000. As for the rank 2 low-level beasts, he could barely hunt them with the help of Falling Heart Flame. Using only martial arts, he could only handle rank 1 high-level beasts. Without delay, Fong Chen immediately exchanged for 2 A-grade battle knives, a battle uniform, and a space ring. All his remaining military merit was exchanged for money. Due to the large amount of money being exchanged, it required approval, and his day of becoming a millionaire would be delayed by 3 days. While waiting for the items to be delivered, Wei Chang went out to make a call. When he returned, he was even happier than before. Fong Chen, I just reported your demon hunting results, and the higher-ups decided to award you a medal in the next 2 days. It's a pity my rank isn't high enough to award it on your behalf. I was hoping to share in your good fortune. To this, Fong Chen did not feel surprised. The Dragon Guard has regulations that anyone who makes a significant contribution will receive a medal from the Dragon Guard. This time, with so many beast kills and military merit exceeding 50,000, being awarded a medal was only natural. Thank you, Chung bro, he said. Wei Chang patted Fong Chen's shoulder. What are you being polite for? You killed so many beasts, you have no idea how many brothers I could save. I should be the one saying thank you. At this moment, Fong Chen suddenly thought of something. There's something I almost forgot to mention. The fact that the rock lion had gained intelligence had always been a knot in his heart, it was indeed something quite unusual. For safety's sake, he decided to bring it up. Wei Chang, upon hearing this, did not panic. That matter your female classmate has already told me about, it's just unfortunate for you that you've encountered something with a 1 in 10,000 chance. Fang Chen was slightly surprised. So, you know the reason for the rock lion gaining intelligence? Of course I know. Wei Chang raised his hand and pointed to the map on the wall. The reason is right here. The dark red area? Fang Chen never expected the answer to be here. A few days ago, after killing a second-tier low-level beast in the red area, he had climbed to a high point and glanced towards the dark red area. However, that distant glance had left him with an instant feeling of being watched, even though he saw nothing clearly. His inner strange fire was stirring. This feeling he had never experienced even with the charming illusory vine. What exactly is in the dark red area? Just as he was about to ask more, Wei Chang's voice echoed first. I can only tell you this much, if I say more, it would involve secrets. He patted Fang Chen's shoulder. Don't worry about the unknown, just remember that no matter what happens, the Dragon Guard will always stand at the front. That's enough. Looking at Wei Chang's eyes, Fang Chen nodded and did not ask further. Although Wei Chang did not say it directly, he could tell that the existence in the dark red area could put the entire military camp, even the entire Jiang city, in danger. Stop overthinking, hurry up and go out. Wei Chang smiled. Earlier, a few people thought you came to show off, and you ended up slapping their faces. They want to apologize to you. Just in time for you to be awarded, merging the two events into one. I've arranged for a meal tonight. Tomorrow, I will personally drive you to the exam. Fang Chen, okay. The next day. The sky brightened, and the martial arts exam students from 3 high schools in Jiang City quickly woke up. Today is the most important day of their lives. They hurriedly got up, put on their combat uniforms, and checked their gear. Some left home with their parents, heading towards school. Others set out alone, taking firm steps out of their homes. The martial arts exam is located outside the city, and private cars cannot go there. They could only take school buses, protected by the Dragon Guard, to go there. On the playground of the 4 high schools, many students boarded the buses under the watchful eyes of their parents. Banzi, you must work hard, Dad is waiting for you at home. Dad, don't call me by my nickname. Daughter, the beast is dangerous, you must protect yourself. Child, I went to see your parents, you must give it your all. As the roaring sound began, the bus slowly left the school. The martial arts exam is Han Xia's annual grand event. Countless people are paying attention. A single day's time will determine the fate of many people's lives. On the road. To ensure students arrive on time at the testing location, traffic controls have been implemented. There are even Dragon Guard patrolling the streets to ensure the exam goes smoothly. Under the gazes of countless people, the bus exited the city. After about 10 minutes of travel, the bus stopped in a wasteland, and the martial arts students got off one by one. Looking around, they saw concrete ruins everywhere, various buildings collapsed on the ground, dilapidated. Between these buildings, every few meters stood a Dragon Guard, alert to their surroundings. Occasionally, the howls of beasts could be heard. Faced with this scene, over 3,000 martial arts students. Some were eager to try, wielding their battle knives as if ready to rush into the exam first. Others trembled constantly, taking deep breaths to calm their nerves. Calm, excited, indifferent, emotions varied. Hey, have you all seen Fang Chen? Why haven't I seen him yet? I was just about to say the same thing, our class 3 can count on him to hold the fort. Could he be late? That would be a big deal. With people not arriving, how can the teacher start the exam? I heard Fang Chen has been hunting demons in the 72nd Beast Wilderness for a month, could something have happened? In Team 1, the martial exam students began to panic as they couldn't find Fang Chen. Beside them, Min Ying smirked at the conversation of the others. The exam location was a special zone designated by the Education Bureau outside the city, managed by the Dragon Guard Army for safety. Only military vehicles and the school bus could enter. At this moment, all the buses transporting students and teachers had already left. Fang Chen had no other way to enter the exam site. As for the Dragon Guard Army, as Fang Chen's childhood friend, she couldn't recall any military connections he had. That remark about Fang Chen dying in the Beast Wilderness struck a chord in her heart. A month ago, when Fang Chen had slapped her twice, the memory was still vivid. Every time she thought about it, her face instinctively hurt. It had left a shadow in her heart. Now she almost wished for Fang Chen to die in the Beast Wilderness. Fang Chen died in the Beast Wilderness? That's unlikely. Suddenly, Song Shu shouted, startling Min Ying, making her almost fall. No matter how strong Fang Chen is, his powers are ultimately useless. He must know he won't do well and is scared to show up. But Fang Chen doesn't seem like someone who would be afraid to come. Song Shu mumbled to himself. Min Ying gave him a disdainful glance, silently stepping back to maintain a proper distance. Some others around were also puzzled by Song Shu's words. What happened to that guy, Song Shu? Why is he acting so strange? Yeah, his words sound weird? He looks like a completely different person? Just then, the previously closed entrance of the exam site opened again. A military vehicle drove in, instantly capturing the attention of some people. The leaders from the Education Bureau, along with principals and teachers, had all arrived by bus, just like the students. Unconsciously, everyone thought this military vehicle must be here to deliver some important person. Some students felt an involuntary surge of excitement. Click. Under everyone's gaze, the passenger door swung open, and a tall figure stepped out of the car. Why are you all staring at me? Is there something written on my face? Fang Chen noticed everyone was staring blankly at him and instinctively touched his face. Wei Cheng got out from the driver's seat, resting his arm on the car door, shouting loudly. Fang Chen, do well in the exam, and remember to come back to find us when you have time. After saying that, he returned to the car and abruptly left the exam area, with the engine blasting out a long trail of dust. Did I see that wrong? Is that Wei Cheng, the camp leader from the 72nd Beast Wilderness? He actually came to personally drop off Fang Chen for the exam? The military is sending students, this is unprecedented. Class 3 buzzed with excitement. On the other hand, Min Yingying's face looked as if she had eaten something horrible. She had just been happy thinking Fang Chen had died in the Beast Wilderness. But the next moment, he appeared full of life at the exam site. And it was the camp leader from the Dragon Guard army who personally brought him over, indicating they seemed quite familiar. When did Fang Chen get close to the Dragon Guard army? How come she didn't know? At that moment, Song Shu swaggered over to Fang Chen, his mouth twisted in disdain. Fang Chen, even if you showed up at the exam, what does it matter? In the end, you will still be. What was it again? Oh right, trampled under my feet. Fang Chen looked at this suddenly appearing guy with confusion. Not a buddy, who are you? Why does your head look so pointy? Chapter 25, Left and Right Brain Alternating Combat. Not seeing each other for a few days makes a difference, it feels very different this moment. The once elegant Song Shu had transformed into a bald head at this instant. The top of the head is a bit pointed. The eyes show an indescribable wisdom. Are you saying my head is pointed? Then let me ask you, are you a man or a woman? If you are a man, then I ask you, is your head pointed too? Fang Chen? Looking at this guy struggling to think but unable to say anything, he was even more confused. No, buddy, are you speaking Chinese? I can't understand a word. Fang Chen held back his laughter, looked at Min Yingying, and made a face like He Wenjing, turning his head to laugh. Who did this? I ask you, who did this? How did our Song Shao turn into this? But. Sorry, I just remembered something happy. The people around all thought Song Shu seemed a bit strange just now. When Fang Chen spoke, they instinctively looked towards Min Yingying. As Song Shu's girlfriend, she must know the reason. Feeling everyone's gaze, Min Yingying felt like an ant on a hot pot, uncomfortable all over, increasingly disliking Song Shu. She couldn't help but complain in her heart about how she ended up with such a guy as her boyfriend. As for the reason, she definitely knew it. But saying it out loud would only be more embarrassing. She bit her red lips, remaining silent. However, a classmate noticed a clue. I've seen someone in this situation before with a martial arts exam candidate. To increase strength, they kept taking drugs, and as the medicinal power accumulated, they couldn't digest it all and ended up like this. A period of rest will fix it. But there is still a small chance of leaving behind side effects. Everyone suddenly realized. So that's it. No wonder he's talking so weird. How many drugs has he taken to end up like this? As soon as this was said, Song Shu immediately became unhappy, pointing at that person angrily. You're talking nonsense, I don't take drugs. I'm completely natural. I don't even use gathering pills, at most I only use a bit of glucose, vitamins, nothing else. Fang Chen couldn't help but softly ask. If you don't use glucose and vitamins, then what do you use? Song Shu proudly said, of course, it's gathering pills. Instantly, the surrounding area fell into dead silence. People's eyes changed from speechless to sympathetic, like looking at a child. And Fang Chen silently mocked in his heart. A good fight between the left and right brains. Seeing everyone looking like this, Min Yingying clenched her fists, anger rising from her heart. As Song Shu's girlfriend, she felt humiliated along with him. Song Shu ended up like this all because of Fang Chen. A month ago, after she told Song Shu that Fang Chen had stepped into the elite level, Song Shu panicked instantly. Song Shu couldn't believe he had been surpassed by Fang Chen. So to put Fang Chen back beneath him, Song Shu bought a large amount of gathering pills and boosting powders, starting to take drugs madly. No matter how she tried to persuade him, he just wouldn't listen. As a result, the medicinal power stacked too high, and it turned into this appearance now. So, it was Fang Chen who harmed Song Shu. Seeing the smile on Fang Chen's lips, her anger surged, biting her back teeth and saying, Fang Chen, don't be smug. Although Shu is a bit unclear, his vitality has already reached 198 cards, he will soon step into the first rank. What do you have to compare with him? As soon as this was said, everyone around immediately withdrew the sympathy in their eyes. 198 cards? I've worked hard for so long and only got 162 cards. A genius like Li Mingqi just stepped into the first rank 10 days ago. Song Shu is amazing. Fang Chen couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Cards, vitality. What a distant term. It's been over half a month since he broke through to the first rank, and he almost forgot about it. With the fallen heart flame present, who cares about this? Min Yingying thought Fang Chen was afraid and, taking advantage of her power, said, Fang Chen, it's not too late to be scared now. As long as you are willing to kneel down and apologize, during the monster hunt, I can let Song Shu help. Before she could finish, she was pushed away by a huge force. Sorry, coming through. A graceful figure pushed through the crowd, and upon seeing Fang Chen, her pretty face instantly bloomed with a bright smile like flowers in spring. Fang Chen, I finally found you. Qiwan jumped over to Fang Chen's side, while Li Mingqi behind her looked a bit helpless and cast her gaze toward Fang Chen. Sorry, Wan insisted on finding you, and I couldn't stop her. Saying this, she unconsciously took a step forward, closing the distance to Fang Chen. Qiwan completely didn't notice this small action and chattered beside Fang Chen like a sparrow, speaking non-stop. Two top school beauties surrounded the same boy. This strange sight left the surrounding people momentarily stunned until they heard Qiwan casually say one sentence. Fang Chen, Munchi and I have both stepped into the first tier, our martial exams shouldn't be too far off from yours. This plain tone sounded like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Li Mingqi and Qiwan were both first-tier martial artists. What does it mean that they won't be too far behind Fang Chen? Fang Chen, you've entered the first tier? A student from class 3 couldn't help but inquire. What? You guys didn't know? Qiwan blankly scratched her face. Didn't teachers who tell you about Fang Chen saving me and Mingqi in the monster beast wilderness? Li Mingqi was also a bit puzzled. She hadn't returned to school and was unaware of this matter. Qiwan's words crashed into everyone like waves. Holy crap, Zhengu entered the first tier. Go, when our class is starting? I'll listen on my knees. No way, Zhengu, if you're going to cheat, just quit the game, we can't play anymore. Zhengu, can you take me along during the monster hunt later? Just a bite to eat is fine. The topic that was originally about Song Shu instantly changed to Fang Chen. 198 card? What is that? Is there a first-tier martial artist fragrance? Moreover, it even came from taking drugs. Even some girls with curved brows wanted to get closer to Fang Chen to win a future for themselves, but were glared back by Qiwan and Li Mingqi. At that moment, Nanningying felt her body bound as if by an invisible rope, unable to move. Fang Chen has actually entered the first tier? How could it happen so quickly? But she couldn't voice her doubts, those were Li Mingqi and Qiwan after all. One was the school beauty of her previous school, and the other was the school beauty of the second school. In front of so many people surrounding Fang Chen, how could they lie? Do they not care about face? She didn't want to believe it but had to believe it. She suddenly understood why Wei Chang would send Fang Chen to the exam site. Such a good genius, if he doesn't send him, many will. At this moment, Min Yingying's heart involuntarily grew regretful. If only before. Yingying, what's wrong? What made you unhappy? Seeing his girlfriend sad, Song Shu immediately shouted. I'll make him apologize to you. The word apologize was said with great emphasis, wanting to show his charm as a boyfriend. But this sentence struck Min Yingying's tear ducts like a fatal blow. With a cry, she burst into tears. Right now, she regretted having such a boyfriend like Song Shu. She cried while pushing Song Shu to vent her emotions. Didn't you hear? Fang Chen entered the first tier. Song Shu was stunned for a moment, his passionate expression instantly turning serious. Fang Chen entered the first tier. But it's unlikely Fang Chen could have entered the first tier. Wow! Min Yingying cried even harder. Chapter 26 All examinees, prepare for the martial exam. Fang Chen, why do you look unhappy? Qiwan blinked her big eyes. It was intentional. She came specifically to mess with Min Yingying. Fang Chen looked dejectedly at Qiwan's pretty face. He had noticed long ago that Qiwan and Li Mingqi were paying attention here. They didn't just happen to show up, but intentionally chose a time to mess with Min Yingying. Unexpectedly, Qiwan, so carefree, actually had such little thoughts. Indeed, women are all born to be suitable for palace struggles. It's just a pity that Fang Chen was not happy. In his original plan, he wanted to treat Min Yingying, this greedy girl, to her favorite big mouthfuls. then reveal his first-tier cultivation level. The scene would fall silent. I am a first-tier martial artist. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? It's a pity that there is no plot going backwards. I'm fine. He forced back a laugh. Just then, a sudden burst of loud shouts erupted from the south. What the hell, it's on. Xin Chang and Jiang Feng are about to fight. Hurry up and take a look. The entire area was over 5,000 square meters, with more than 3,000 students standing. The noisy spot was about 300 meters away from Fengchen, and countless students rushed there to watch the excitement. Most of the people from Class 1 also went. Xin Chang? Why does that name sound so familiar? Fengchen pondered, trying to recall. Li Mingqi beside him reminded, he's the first student from our Class 1 to reach the elite level in martial exams. Jiang Feng is the first elite level student from our Class 2. They are about to fight, let's go take a look. Qiwan seized the chance to get close to Fengchen, grabbing his hand and pushing through the crowd towards the south. This made Li Mingqi's heart startle involuntarily, and she hurriedly followed. Seeing the main characters leave, the bystanders quickly scattered. Min Yingying took the opportunity to slip into a corner, wanting to look beautiful alone. But Song Shu did not agree, sticking close by her side. Don't worry, Yingying, the effects of the medicine have worn off a lot. When it's time to fight monsters, stay close to me, I won't let your score be low. Min Yingying, with teary red eyes, blinked in slight doubt. Are you really sober now? Song Shu nodded, of course, I'm serious. Then what is 1 plus 1? Simple, 2. What about 2 plus 2? 4. Min Yingying's eyes lit up, eagerly asking. Where am I most sensitive? Song Shu smiled confidently, without any hesitation. Deduct your salary. Wow. Min Yingying collapsed. On the other side, Fengchen was pulled by Qiwan, squeezing through the crowd to the front. What caught his eye was a young man with a sword on his back, with a chiseled face, exuding a calm and ancient aura. Even in the crowd, his calm demeanor was impossible to ignore. Xin Chang. The first student from Class 1 to enter the elite level, consistently ranking first in Class 1. An A-level sword spirit ability, rumored to rival S-level abilities in full combat. This was the information that came to Fengchen's mind. Opposite Xin Chang stood a bald boy who grinned, constantly moving his wrists, with faint electric arcs occasionally appearing around him. His eager demeanor was completely different from Xin Chang's calm vibe. Xin Chang, we haven't seen each other in 2 months. How about we warm up a bit before the exam starts? Boring. Xin Chang's flat tone instantly drew ooze from many girls around, who covered their mouths in admiration. That guy Jiang Feng awakened an A-level strong electric ability, which often makes him really excited, so don't mind it. Qiwan reminded from the side. Hiss. Fengchen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. What a typical scene of passionate matches against cold aloofness. What era is this? Who still follows such traditional character roles? Who do you think will take first in Jiang City this time, Xin Chang or Jiang Feng? Do I even need to say? Of course it's our Class 2's Jiang Feng. Last year in the martial exam, you Class 1 lost to us Class 2, and it'll be the same this year. You're full of it has to be Xin Chang. Xin Chang stepped into the first level earlier than Jiang Feng, it has to be him this time. Why can't it be someone else? What are you thinking? Since Xin Chang and Jiang Feng awakened their talents, they've been suppressing all martial exam students. First place will only be one of them. The gathered students from Class 1 and Class 2 were passionately debating, each refusing to give in. Li Mingqi and Qiwan looked at Fengchen in unison. The group of students in the south should quiet down, save some energy for hunting monsters. A loudspeaker interrupted everyone's clamor. Turning around, they saw the principals of 4 high schools and all the homeroom teachers walking out from a tent. Leading the way was the Education Bureau Chief, Lu Qingfeng. As they reached the center of the square, Lu Qingfeng took the microphone. In 30 minutes, the martial exam will begin. Here, I'd like to reiterate the important points for the martial exam. The martial exam lasts for 12 hours, from 9 in the morning until 9 in the evening. The exam content is demon hunting, and the exam site is the western abandoned area of Jiang City. A large number of demon beasts have been released in the exam site, and the martial examinees will score points by hunting various levels of demon beasts. The exam site is divided into outer region, central region, inner region, and core region. The outer region has low-level demon beasts, the central region has first-level low-level beasts, the inner region has first-level intermediate and high-level beasts, and the core region has second-level demon beasts. The following is just the usual talk. Fengchen listened while reflecting on what had just been said in the rules. The ground under his feet was indeed part of the western district of Jiang City. Unfortunately, 20 years ago, it suffered an attack from demon beasts, and for safety, the government had to relocate all residents of the West City to other districts, abandoning this land. 7 years ago, it was finally regained through the efforts of the Dragon Guardian army. But only ruins remained, no longer suitable for habitation. Thus, the government used it as a training ground for the Dragon Guardian army and martial examinees. As for the rules, they are similar to those in the Demon Beast Wasteland. The difference is that one rewards military merit and the other scores. The division of the 4 regions is to better distinguish the abilities of the martial examinees. The outer region is relatively simple, where non-elite examinees can cope. The central region and inner region are meant for elite examinees and those who have entered the first level. The core region is like the last big question of a written exam, only the capable can succeed. Soon. With a shout of wishing all examinees great success, the explanation ended. In the next moment, hundreds of Dragon Guardian soldiers handed out boxes to each examinee. Upon opening, it was an old friend, a wristwatch. This time, it records scores and locates the examinees. This made Fong Chen feel like he was back in the Demon Beast Wasteland. After putting on the wristwatch, there was another new item in the box, a soft, foam-like small ball. Called a barrier ball, whenever any examinee faces danger, they can just crush it to create a barrier that wraps them up. Even second-level high-level demon beasts cannot break through it. But everyone knows that in moments of life and death, there is no time to crush the barrier ball. Equipment distribution complete, 5 minutes until 9. All examinees, proceed to the exam site and prepare for the martial exam. Chapter 27, I Want to Fight 10. As the voice fell, 3,000 people moved towards the gates leading to the exam site. In the crowd, Li Mingqi softly asked, Fong Chen, which direction do you plan to start hunting demons? The west side, heading west should be quite exciting. Then Wenwen and I will go to the east side. Ha! Chi Wan was somewhat unwilling after hearing this, about to speak when she noticed Li Mingqi's eyes signaling her to stop. Soon, as the crowd surged to the gate, the time reached 9 o'clock. Creak, creak, creak. The heavy iron doors slowly opened. Jiang City's martial exam officially begins. With the command, Xin Cheng and Zhang Feng, along with several first-level examinees, rushed in without hesitation. Even Xin Cheng and Zhang Feng, eager to be first, unleashed their powers, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Immediately following, thousands of examinees tightened their grips on their weapons and charged into the exam site. I must get into Southern Province Martial University. Watch how I crush everything. I heard this time it's a test from General Wang. I wonder what the final big question is. You can't even enter the inner region, yet you still dare to think about the final big question. Everyone was incredibly excited, determined to achieve good results in this exam to repay their efforts over the years. Fong Chen, however, was as calm as still water. After the journey through the Demon Beast Wasteland, such excitement was hard to provoke. As for the plan for killing demons? How to kill? There was none. Outstanding strength brings miracles, see one, kill one. It's over. Fong Chen, let's meet in the inner area. Li Mingqi greeted and led Chi Wan towards the east side of the exam site. Seeing the two school beauties leave, some students from Class 3 hurriedly surrounded Fong Chen, hoping he would mentor them. Brother Chen, please take us with you. Fong Chen, I think it's better for you to hunt demons with Li Mingqi. Over there? One person glanced at the east, confused and asked, why? Are the monster beasts easier in the east? Damn, look. One person suddenly shouted, interrupting their confusion, pointing ahead, there are 3 three-eyed lizards. 3 giant lizards, 2 meters long with 3 eyes, crawled out from around the corner of the alley, tongues flicking out, and they fixed their bloodshot eyes on the crowd of martial exam candidates, eventually landing on Fong Chen and his group. Their eyes were red, as if looking at prey. Damn, there are monster beasts right at the start of the exam. Brother Chen, I remember 3-eyed lizards have high defense, even a first-tier martial artist would find it hard to deal with 3 of them, we should. Let's strike together. The 4 words hadn't fully exited his mouth when Fong Chen had already vanished from their sight. The next time they caught sight of him was in front of the 3-eyed lizards. A knife slashed through. A line of blood appeared across the necks of the 3 three-eyed lizards. With a loud bang, all 3 heads fell to the ground at once. It was like a gentle breeze passing, with no obstacles, not a trace of lingering. Fong Chen was expressionless, without pause, killing was like the most familiar melody of his life, swift and clean. Since the knife was drawn, there was no possibility of retracting it. His figure darted away like a flash of lightning, without a hint of delay. The hunt began. Only the few left behind were left disheveled in the wind. They had just been thinking about cooperating, but Fong Chen had finished it with a single strike. After a while, they slowly came to their senses, realizing the reality. 1 strike, 3 three-eyed lizards, Brother Chen is truly fierce. Sending us to the other side is for our good. With his speed in hunting demons, we wouldn't get a bite. Brother Chen is confirmed to have recently stepped into the first tier? The group unanimously turned around, no longer holding any affection for the West. At the same time, thousands of drones rose from the gathering place of the candidates and flew to various parts of the examination site, monitoring and live streaming the examination situation to ensure the fairness of the martial exam. On this most important day for the entire country, the live broadcast of the college entrance examination would attract the attention of hundreds of millions. Not only would all high schools broadcast it simultaneously, but the admissions offices of various universities were also keeping a close watch. After all the drones flew away, Lu Qingfeng and principals and teachers like Chen Jingtian returned to the previous camp. They monitored the candidates' conditions. At this moment, Fangchen was like a wild wind, quickly weeding through the ruins. Once prosperous West District had now turned into a desolate scene, with traces of devastation left by the demon beasts all around. Scorched buildings, broken vehicles, and human bones all spoke of the severity of that disaster. Ah, whoa! As he ran, a huge black demon beast suddenly lunged out from behind an inclined building. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, eager to tear Fangchen apart. However, Fangchen didn't even turn his head. The A-grade alloy battle knife in his hand swept out a gleaming arc. The blade shone like a rainbow, directly piercing the demon beast's throat. With a puff, the demon beast's head fell in response, blood splattering instantly, staining the surrounding ruins red. Fangchen did not hesitate and continued forward, as more demon beasts roared in his ears. Having long been familiar with this ruined environment from his experience in the demon beast wasteland, he moved nimbly between the ruins. With precise knife skills, his figure flashed like lightning, weaving among the demon beasts, with blade light flickering and blood splattering. Every move was incredibly precise, one strike after another, reaping the lives of the demon beasts. As more demon beasts were slain, the feeling from his time in the demon beast wasteland returned. Not enough. Still not enough. I want to kill 10. He howled in his heart. The monsters stand for points, the more points, the safer he feels. He does not want to end up with just a cup at the final tally. Even though this thing is very useful. No, all the monsters in this straight line have been killed, let's change places. He immediately turned his direction and ran towards the right. 600 meters ahead was marked on the map as a shopping mall, where dozens of low-level monsters had been deployed, according to the data on his wristwatch. Inside the mall. Just as a dozen students from the second high school were excitedly preparing to take action against the 5 blood-claw demon leopards in front of them. Suddenly, a figure swiftly flashed by, stirring up a breeze. When several people reopened their eyes, they were somewhat dazed, and the blood-claw demon leopard just now had been torn apart. Its head rolled to their feet, with eyes even more confused than theirs. What the hell was that just now? How did the monster die before we even attacked? That seemed like a person. What kind of person is that strong? Stop thinking, our scores are already behind. Let's hurry and change places. The group immediately moved to the center of the mall, but found all the monsters inside had already died. No way? Wasn't it alive just now? Let's change again. They switched places once again. Why are they dead again? Change again. After switching places 4 times, the group numbly stared at the corpses in front of them. Still dead. In just a few minutes, over 20 monsters have all died. Who on earth did this? In front of him, I feel as useless as a rookie soldier. Chapter 28, The examinees have no monsters to kill. An hour later, inside the martial arts exam camp, the atmosphere was tense and exciting. Hundreds of giant screens were arranged neatly in rows, taking turns displaying scenes of each examinee in the exam area. As the images on the screens continuously switched, the fighting scenes of the examinees surged like a tidal wave, dazzling to behold. A dozen head teachers from the senior year were sitting beside the screens in the camp, their eyes bright, focused on every detail on the screens. They were all experienced martial artists, occasionally whispering and discussing the examinees' performance and potential. Around them, dozens of Dragon Guard army members stood quietly, each looking focused. As the guardians of the martial arts exam, they were responsible for the safety of the examinees. If any examinee encountered an accident, they would quickly rescue them. In the center of the camp was a huge projection screen. At this moment, the director of the Education Bureau, Lu Qingfeng, first high school principal Chen Jingtian, second high school principal Yu Jihong, as well as the principals of the third and fourth high schools all stood in front of the screen. Although Shinshang and Jiang Feng are both very good, they still fall short compared to Chu Yan. It's going to be difficult for Jiangqing to place in the top 30 nationwide this time. Lu Qingfeng sighed slightly. However, with their strength, they still have a chance to place in the top 60 nationwide. Don't worry, the martial arts exam strength of Jiangqing is not falling behind. The second high school principal, Yu Jihong, said with a smile. Don't worry, old Lu. I specially invited a 5th level lightning ability martial artist to help Jiang Feng with special training this past month. This kid has a good chance to break into the top 50. The four principals had known Lu Qingfeng since they were young and were all old friends, speaking very straightforwardly. So confident? Lu Qingfeng replied, "It's almost an hour and a half already, the scoreboard should be refreshed soon. Why don't we stick to the old rule? You and Old Chin bet on whether the scoreboard's top position will be Xin Chang or Jiang Feng. Loser treats to a meal." Regarding this bet, the principals of the 3rd and 4th high schools wisely chose not to chime in. The scores of the 3rd and 4th high schools were always behind those of the 1st and 2nd high schools, so they could only watch their friends compete and enjoy a free meal. I can bet. Just to be clear, this time we can't buy cheap wine like last year, that was a sore throat. Yu Jihong's smug expression made Chen Jingtian shake his head helplessly. You old rascal, here you go bragging again. Last year, these two had also placed a bet. Unfortunately, the 2nd high school produced Chu Yan, who placed 23rd in the nation and rubbed the 1st high school's face in it. So, what Yu Jihong was talking about was wine, but in fact, he was flaunting the results of the 2nd high school from last year. What's wrong? Are you scared? Yu Jihong said. Chen Zhengtian shook his head. What I meant was, it doesn't have to be Xin Chang or Jiang Feng, it could be someone else. Someone else? Yu Jihong instinctively raised his voice. Not just him, even Lu Qingfeng and the two principals from the 3rd and 4th high schools looked as if they had heard wrong. Old Chen, what do you mean by that? Is there someone stronger than Jiang Feng and the others? You'll see the rankings soon. Chen Zhengtian revealed a meaningful smile. This made Yu Jihong feel like he had been plotted against. Lu Qingfeng and the others exchanged puzzled glances. What exactly was Chen Jingtian up to? Soon, the 1.5 hours were up. The projection screen lit up. Thousands of examinees' real-time scores were displayed from top to bottom. First place, Fang Chen, score, 680. Second place, Jiang Feng, score, 450. Third place, Xin Shang, score, 440. Fourth place, Li Mingqi, score, 430. Fourth place, Ji Wan, score, 430. First place Fang Chen, second place Jiang Feng. Most people read the rankings from top to bottom, and Yu Jihong was no exception. However, after reading to the second place, he instinctively read it again. First place Fang Chen. He thought he had read it wrong, and instinctively rubbed his eyes, looking again. No change at all. Then, Yu Jihong was stunned. This was completely different from the ranking he had imagined. And Chen Jingtian looked at Yu Jihong as if he had been hit with a heavy blow, unable to suppress his smile. Yes. This was the expression he wanted. He had always been rubbed the wrong way by Yu Jihong regarding Chu Yan, and now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't regret hiding Fang Chen's achievements for over half a month. Thinking of this, he felt secretly pleased. Yu Jihong was dazed for a moment and suddenly thought of something, incredulously looking at Chen Jingtian. Fang Chen, you're from the 1st high school? Lu Qingfeng and the others all turned to look at Chen Jingtian simultaneously. At the same time, the 3 senior class teachers from the 1st high school instinctively looked at Su Yang, their expressions identical to those of Lu Qingfeng and the others. In response, Su Yang couldn't suppress his smile either. For the past few years, they had always been suppressed by other classes, and now they could finally hold their heads high. Half a month ago. After returning from the 72nd Beast Wilds, he immediately told Chen Jingtian about Fang Chen's accomplishments. Chen Jingtian was also shocked by Fang Chen's achievements. He simply said that Fang Chen's strength was already on par with Xin Cheng. Having said that, he laughed heartily and instructed him not to let anyone know about Fang Chen's situation. He wanted to surprise Yu Jihong. Today, the scene they had imagined for over 10 days finally appeared. Facing the inquiries of the 4, Chen Jingtian nodded seriously. That's right. Hiss. The principals of the 3rd and 4th high schools gasped. Old Chen, when did your 1st high school have another genius? How come we didn't know? An hour and a half, 680 points, actually more than 200 points ahead of 2nd place Jiang Feng, and even 100 points higher than last year's Su Yan. Wait, it's still increasing. They saw on the screen that Fang Chen's score was continuously changing. 680, 700, 720, 740. Rolling once every minute. Those watching were stunned. Before Lu Qingfeng could speak, Yu Jihong could not sit still. Quick! Bring up the real-time footage of this Fang Chen's beast hunting exam. His voice was loud. This shout brought about confusion to many present. With such a terrifying rate of score increase, it was hard for them not to suspect that Fang Chen was cheating. Lu Qingfeng thought the same. This speed was truly unbelievable. If Fang Chen was cheating, then things would be serious. Soon, the drone captured the real-time footage of Fang Chen's exam, projected onto the screen. At first glance, Fang Chen had swiftly dispatched 2 low-level monsters with a single stroke. His knife skills were fierce and swift, without any hesitation. Just as he finished, without any pause, he instantly attacked the two low-level blood shadow cats ahead. Another strike. Swiftly resolved. The score continued to soar. 740, 760. 780. What a swift knife technique. The principal of the third middle school exclaimed instinctively. Not only is the knife technique good, but his physical fitness is even stronger. From the speed he exploded with, he is a first-level low-ranking martial artist. Lu Qingfeng echoed. As a third-level martial artist, he could tell at a glance that Fang Chen was using his own strength. One knife, two beasts, or even several beasts. Such strength could absolutely reach the current score. The previous doubts were quickly shattered. At that moment, Fang Chen's voice came from the screen. What a hassle, all the beasts are dead. Looks like I have to change the area again. Before everyone in the tent could react, a Dragon Guard soldier rushed into the tent. Director Liu, it's bad. The beasts in the western outer region have decreased by almost half in just an hour and a half. Many candidates have no beasts left to kill. Chapter 29, he looks even more like a beast than the beasts. Lu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned. No beasts to kill? How could this be possible? Where did all those beasts go? The Dragon Guard glanced at Fang Chen on the screen. More than half were killed by this candidate. This one sentence struck everyone present like a powerful electric shock. He killed them? Yu Jihong pointed at the screen. Fang Chen's score is only a bit over 800, there's no way he could have killed that many. For a moment, not only Lu Qingfeng and the principals of the 3rd and 4th middle schools, but even Chen Jingtian felt a bit confused. It should be known that there were evenly released thousands of low-ranking beasts in the north, south, east, and west of the outer region. Based on the types and danger levels of the low-ranking beasts, they were worth 10, 20, or 30 points. According to what this Dragon Guard said, Fang Chen had killed nearly half of the beasts in the western area, totaling about 120 beasts. No matter how you calculated it, it should not just be over 800 points. Wait, everyone look at the screen. The principal of the 3rd middle school shouted loudly. Everyone hurriedly turned to look. They saw Fang Chen searching for beasts on the screen, not killing any, yet the score on the leaderboard was still increasing continuously. 920, 930. 950. In less than 3 minutes, it broke through 1,000 points. But it didn't stop, it continued to increase. At this moment, everyone instinctively understood something. Could it be that the system is adding points slower than Fang Chen is killing beasts? A teacher couldn't help but mutter. Stop using the system, quickly calculate Fang Chen's score manually. Lu Qingfeng immediately instructed. Then, several teachers quickly gathered the data on Fang Chen and began manual calculations. Half a minute later, the result came out. 1,840 points, a teacher shouted. Over 1,800 points? Wang Jihong raised his voice again. He had already mentally prepared for the score to be no more than over 1,200 points. He never expected it to be over 1,800 points. He couldn't help but blurt out. Old Chen, does your school have such a genius? You hid this too deep, didn't you? Are you trying to set me up by not mentioning this? At this moment, Chen Jingtian was also somewhat dazed. For half a month, he had been asking Su Yang to pay attention to Fang Chen's movements on the beast wasteland. He knew Fang Chen was hunting second-level beasts. This was why he was so confident in Fang Chen. But he really didn't expect that in an hour and a half, Fang Chen had killed so many low-ranking beasts, and done it so smoothly. Even if it was like cutting cucumbers, it should have been tiring. Based on this score, it is indeed true that Fang Chen has hunted nearly half of the beasts in the west. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng had to accept this fact. As the education director, he quickly calmed his mind and instructed the Dragon Guard next to him. Quickly release the backup low-ranking beasts, we cannot affect the candidates hunting. To allow candidates to continuously earn points, there were always backup beasts in the martial arts test. The release time was fixed, and the low-ranking beasts in the outer region were released every 4 hours. This was the first time in so many years of martial arts tests in Jiang City that the beasts were released 2.5 hours ahead of time. If this were to be told to other districts, they designated disbelief. After giving orders, Lu Qingfeng and Yu Jihong stood on the same front and began to interrogate Chen Jingtian. Old Chen, hurry and confess, what exactly is going on with Fang Chen? In just an hour and a half, over 1,800 points, such a score, even in places like Magic City and Kyoto, is among the top 10. How can you hide this? If you had reported such a genius earlier, we would have spared no effort to cultivate him, and he would surely be even stronger than now. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingtian knew he could no longer conceal the truth and revealed Fang Chen's innate ability mutation, as well as the matter of going to the beast wilderness. However, he held back a little and did not mention that Fang Chen's ability had already rivaled an A-grade talent. So that's how it is. Lu Qingfeng nodded as he spoke. Chen Zhengtian only discovered Fang Chen's true situation just over 10 days ago. With such urgent timing, calling someone back from the beast wilderness actually harmed Fang Chen. Chen Zhengtian's choice was not wrong. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at how a month's time could turn someone from an inconspicuous character into the current state. Truly terrifying. Old Chen, why are you still holding back at this time? Yu Jihong was somewhat unhappy. Just when they were about to start the ceremony, who knew the door could only open one? Isn't this tormenting people? I want to torment you, you old man. For a year you've been nagging me about Su Yan. If you want to know what level of talent Fang Chen really has, just obediently look down. Chen Zhengtian was pleased. Lu Qingfeng looked at these two old guys and felt helpless. At the same time, in a dilapidated community in the West Outer area, Li Mingqi and Wan leaned against a tree to rest after hunting low-level demon beasts and then opened their wristbands to check the just-released score rankings. Fang Chen actually scored 1730 points. Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. It keeps increasing, this score must mean he killed half of the demon beasts in the West. She grabbed Li Mingqi's hand, her eyes shining with gratitude. Mingqi, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought you didn't want me to stay by Fang Chen's side, wanting to break us apart, that's why you brought me to the East. I didn't expect you were actually doing it for my own good. I shouldn't have doubted you in my heart. Li Mingqi looked at her with gentle eyes, a soft smile on her lips. What are you thinking? How could I break you and Fang Chen apart? She gazed at the ever-increasing number on the wristband, her throat dry as she exclaimed. I knew he was strong, but didn't expect him to be this strong. I thought that after we entered the first tier, the gap with him would be narrower, but I didn't expect to be far behind. While saying this, she reflected. Fortunately, Fang Chen killed enough, otherwise we would have almost been discovered. On the other side, after Fang Chen patrolled the west side, he found it difficult to locate any more demon beasts. According to the examination regulations, when demon beasts decrease, they will certainly replenish, but this requires more than half an hour. Thinking about how he hadn't scored in over half an hour, Fang Chen simply decided to head to the central area. Staying in the outer area no longer made sense. Having finished the multiple-choice questions, it was time to tackle some fill-in-the-blank questions, and the scores would be higher. Heading west. After running for more than 10 minutes, his wristband alerted him that he had entered the central area. Standing on a bumpy big road, he took a deep breath. The scent of demon beasts. Fang Chen's eyes sparkled with wild joy, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on the battle knife in his hand. Treasure, I'm coming. He dashed out, his eyes fixed on the demon beasts 100 meters away, as if looking at a piece of cake. Nearby martial examination students couldn't help but feel their throats tightening. His gaze, it's even more beast-like than the demon beasts. Chapter 30, Brother Chen is coming, hurry and run. Hey, buddy, are you operating alone? In the abandoned community. 3 martial examination students from the second school looked troubled when they suddenly saw a candidate holding a battle knife. Their eyes instantly brightened as they hurried forward to speak. Want to ask this person if he is willing to team up to hunt monsters. Among more than 3,000 martial arts exam candidates, only a little over 10 have stepped into the first level, all the others are non-warriors. Only 200 to 300 people have reached a blood energy level of over 150 calories. To face a first-level monster alone is almost equivalent to seeking death. Therefore, many people choose to team up to hunt, and the points obtained will be evenly divided, which is much more efficient than acting alone. Thus, after entering the central area, martial arts candidates usually move in groups of 4 or 5. Seeing there was hope for the team to reach 4 members, one of the 3 candidates, a boy, hurriedly said, Are you willing to? Suddenly, a first-level low-grade blood-claw leopard sprang out from the ruins beside, opening its wide mouth as it leaped into the air. The 3 instantly tightened their grips on their weapons and entered combat mode. But the next moment, the blood-claw leopard in the air suddenly disintegrated into 2 halves, one left, one right, falling on either side of Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook the blood off his knife, his expression calm as he asked the 3. What were you just saying? Nothing. The boy looked at the dead blood-claw leopard on the ground, then glanced at Fang Chen, swallowing what he was about to say. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, speaking half and leaving it as a riddle. Brother Chen, you're here too. At this moment, 4 students from the first high school walked in from the south gate of the community. Seeing Fang Chen, they seemed startled and paused their steps. One of them, from class 3, hurriedly approached to ask. Brother Chen, which direction are you planning to go next? North. Alright, you go ahead. Then, this class 3 candidate quickly returned to his team. Quick! We're heading south. Hurry! The 4 entered the community for less than a minute. then turned around and left as if they had made some resolution, not casting another glance at Fang Chen. Fang Chen also ignored the three by his side and walked toward the north. After he had gone far away, the three from Class 2 walked over to the already split Bloodclaw leopard, examining the corpse. 1/split a first-level low-grade Bloodclaw leopard. Are you sure he is a high school martial arts candidate? Is there really someone braver than Zhang Feng? Who is his subordinate? I just heard students from the first high school call him Brother Chen, could it be? Saying this, the girl opened the score list on her wristwatch. He is Fang Chen? It should be him. Hiss. 2680 points, it increased again, 1380 points more than Zhang Feng, this is too insane. I remember last year, senior sister Su had only a little over 1,600 points at this time. Before the score list was released. They, and you could say all the candidates, guessed that the first place was either Xin Chang or Zhang Feng. There were even rumors of other first-level martial arts candidates like Li Mengqi and Shi Wan. This year's champion in Zhang City would undoubtedly emerge from these few people. But with the score list appearing, they were stunned. Who is Fang Chen? Gradually, as the scores increased, they became numb. Fang Chen is really amazing. Originally, the three had some doubts about Fang Chen. But until just now, witnessing Fang Chen in action, the doubts instantly vanished. At the same time, they understood why the students from the first high school turned and left so quickly. Hurry, go south, or there will be no monsters left to kill. On the other side, Fang Chen raided north, capturing cities and lands. Fallen Heartflame constantly helped him refine his body, keeping his energy high. He didn't feel tired at all. Following the map, Fang Chen arrived at a commercial street in ruins. Rubble and broken walls, crooked signs, filled with dust and filth. The shop doors on both sides of the street were already broken, the shards of glass sparkling in the sunlight. A pungent smell lingered in the air, mixed with decay and traces of burning, making one feel nauseous. This place was marked on the map as being twice as large, indicating double the number of monsters were released here. Before him, many had already entered to start hunting monsters. In the gaps of the buildings, the silhouettes of candidates occasionally flashed by. Then, Fang Chen set off. He tightened his grip on the alloy saber, swiftly darting through the ruins. Capture the shadows of the monster. Old friend, it's you now. He quickly locked onto 3 blood shadow cats, the blade gleaming coldly under the sunlight, like a lightning bolt tearing through the sky. The 3 blood shadow cats, hearing his voice, hadn't reacted yet, and blood splattered as they split in two. Next Dream Chaser, please. Fang Chen's gaze automatically focused on the 3 blood claw monsters outside the cafe. The blood claw monsters instantly became frightened, instinctively feeling fear, turning to flee. But the next moment, they fell to the ground, looking back to see their legs were gone. Then their eyes rolled around, dazedly staring at the sky. Continue. He moved again, specifically targeting monsters that no one else was handling. After all, he was not a demon. He still needed to give others a bit of a chance. He began to sweep through the entire commercial street like a wild wind, as if in an uninhabited land. Some who were ready to strike were stunned. Before they could make a move, the monsters were dead. But those from Class 1 reacted first. Wow, Chen is here, hurry and run. We can't stay here. Don't go that way, turn south. Quick, if we don't go, the monsters in the south will be killed by others. Are all of you from Class 1 this fierce? A large group hurriedly fled, their expressions more frightened than if they had encountered a second-tier monster. But 2 figures were frozen in place, shock and awe mixed on their faces. After more than 2 hours of monster hunting, the remaining medicinal effects in Song Shu had already dissipated by more than half. Not only was his mind clear, but he had also stepped into the first tier. Ranked 53rd on the score list. He was invited by people from Class 1 to come here to hunt monsters. Facing everyone's praise, even though Fang Chen was first on the score list, he boasted that he could compete with Fang Chen. But at this moment, he couldn't even steady the alloy weapon in his hands. This was fear from the depths of his soul. Fang Chen completely crushed him in speed and sword technique. The monsters he had to unleash powers to kill, Fang Chen only needed 1 knife. Before the exam, he had said he would put Fang Chen under his feet, now it seems. He was no different from a clown. At this moment, looking at the dead monsters felt like looking in a mirror. His body trembled uncontrollably. The weapon in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. On the other side, Min Ying felt her heart was cut like a knife. The wound to her heart didn't heal but instead grew larger. She even felt a sense of breathlessness. How could this be? She spoke, as if asking herself. Clearly, Fang Chen was just her lapdog. Clearly, Fang Chen was just a waste she could order around. How did he grow into a person she couldn't even look up to? Even she, though silly, could see that Fang Chen's talent was no longer a small spark. Fang Chen would get into the top university of martial arts, and his life would be smooth sailing. While she was still worrying about how to kill a low-level first-tier monster, a strong sense of defeat overwhelmed her heart. No, I can't just give up. She was unwilling to be abandoned like this. Apologize. Right, if I apologize, Fang Chen will definitely forgive me. He has liked me for so many years, how could he let me go? As long as Fang Chen helps me, I can surely squeeze into the top 10 on the score list. Min Yingying's eyes rapidly turned red, tears streaming down her cheeks, shouting towards Fang Chen, who was hunting monsters. Fang Chen, I was wrong, can you help me? Her voice mixed with sobs, evoking pity from others. As a kind-hearted person, Fang Chen's heart was naturally pierced deeply. Unwilling to watch the girl in front of him sad, he left reluctantly after leaving 2 words. Min Yingying's tears abruptly stopped. Though she was a bit far from Fang Chen, causing her not to hear clearly what he said. But that mouth shape was incredibly familiar to her. ***. Chapter 31, Loving him, but afraid of being discovered. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. High school students in their first and second years gathered at the training ground under the organization of the school leaders, watching a live broadcast of the martial arts exam in Jiangcheng on a large screen. This is a traditional event of the school, aimed at helping students understand the cruelty of the martial arts exam. At the same time, it also cheers for the school's martial arts candidates, boosting their morale. However, the current situation is a bit different from what was expected. On the big screen, Fang Chen just killed a low-level first-tier monster with a single strike. The students below erupted in cheers again. Wow, another strike. Senior Fang is amazing. Shut up. This is my bro Chen, how can he not be awesome? I really admire people like Senior Fang, enduring for years to finally succeed. But Senior Fang cursed that girl, isn't that a bit inappropriate? No, bro, you're just being a simp. Didn't you see that girl's boyfriend right next to her? No, I'm not a simp, she's really different from others. Compared to the excitement of the crowd, some students looked gloomy. These are the fans of Xinsheng. As a cold and aloof school god, he bears the title of the best-looking guy in the first high school. Naturally, he has a large fan base. Originally, the fans were excited to see Xinsheng, even proclaiming how strong their brother is before the live broadcast started. But as the broadcast began, they didn't expect their brother would be upstaged by Fang Chen. At first, they were speechless. Who is this guy? I want to see Xinsheng. Yeah, I want to see Xinsheng. As time went on in the martial arts exam, they began to change their minds. That strike looks pretty cool. Heh, no matter how many he kills, my brother is still more handsome, but his profile does look good. 2 hours later, they all stopped talking. One girl quietly took out her phone, opened the 12th group chat with her 4 girlfriends. She sent a message. Sisters, Fang Chen is so handsome. I really want to cheer for him, but I'm afraid of being found out. Immediately, she received a reply. Me too, hold on a bit, don't expose that we betrayed our brother. Looking at the students who idolize Fang Chen as their role model, a few school leaders showed worried expressions. They originally hoped to use this live broadcast to let students feel the ferocity of the monsters, but Fang Chen took them out one by one, demonstrating nothing about the monsters at all. Xinsheng at least had to put up a struggle. This live broadcast had completely turned into Fang Chen's solo performance. After a discussion, several school leaders decided to continue the broadcast and later educate the candidates about the monsters. After all, with Fang Chen's current momentum, if it continues like this, there will be no break. They are likely to witness a miracle in Jiangcheng's martial arts exam. Charging into the top 10 nationwide. Wow, Senior Fang can't find any more monsters. He's killed everything within a dozen kilometers, where else can he find more? Look, Senior Fang is heading towards the inner area. I wonder if he can still take them down with one strike. That might be a bit difficult, after all, Senior Fang is only first-tier junior. Xinsheng, Zhang Feng, and all the seniors who entered first tier went to the inner area an hour ago and only killed 2 monsters, and that was through cooperation. Watching the figure running towards the inner area on the big screen, the crowd lost their earlier excitement and instead felt a faint unease. The distance between the central area and the inner area is the dividing line for martial arts candidates. Those who can enter the inner area are the geniuses of each city. If the outer area and central area rely on physical strength and martial skills, then the inner area depends on talent. Yet Fang Chen has never released his powers from the beginning of the exam until now. I heard that Senior Fang's ability seems to be an E-rank small flame. That was in the past, just now my old teacher said that for Senior Fang to have his current strength, his talent must have mutated. Could it be that Senior Fang's small flame has mutated into an A-rank ability? Impossible, the highest mutation can only reach B-rank. There has never been an example like this before. Quick, look, what is Senior Fang doing? Holy crap, he is attracting monsters. Meanwhile, in the examination room, inner area. An open park. Fangchen took out the many demon beasts he had hunted before from his spatial ring and piled them together. Among them were blood-claw demonic leopards, blood shadow cats, pearl snakes, and dozens of other species. The blood of these demon beasts mixed together, giving off a strong, stinging smell of blood. Fangchen opened his arms, feeling the wind direction around him. It just happened to blow towards the north of the inner area. He nodded with satisfaction. Little cuties, come quickly, Uncle has your favorite big red knife. At this moment, he completely let go of himself. In the outer area and central area, there were many people, so he had to be cautious and didn't dare to be too open. But it was different in the inner area. There were only about a dozen or so people who could come here and dared to come here, so he had no worries. He had poured nearly 100 demon beasts into the inner area, not killing them would be a pity. But searching for them one by one would waste time. So, it was better to let these little cuties come to him willingly. The mixed blood of more than 10 kinds of demon beasts could release the most intense bloody scent. For the demon beasts that had not yet developed intelligence, the smell was more effective than fragrant herbs. Combined with a little breeze teasing. Just thinking about the scene to come brought excitement. Next, all he had to do was wait. But Fangchen turned around and looked at the two gatekeepers a few meters away, one on the left and one on the right, and said helplessly, "You two, I'm not a demon beast, do you really have to stare at me like this?" There was Xinxing, covered in blood in his blue clothes, holding his sword with both hands, leaning against a tree, giving Fangchen a side-profile look that could kill. His cold demeanor left 6 words. "Of course, it's for you." His tone carried a strong aggression. Fangchen's muscles instantly tightened, sensing that this guy was coming on strong, and couldn't help but take a step back. "Not bro, why are you acting all aggressive? Be normal, I'm scared." Xinxing's face was full of black lines. "Ah, finally, someone seconded that." Next to him, also drenched in blood, Zhang Feng laughed so hard he bent over. "Xinxing, I told you before, the domineering CEO tactic doesn't work on men. Now do you believe it?" Upon hearing this, Xinxing instinctively turned his head away, not daring to look at the two, with a hint of shame visible. Hiss. After all this time, the cold demeanor was just a facade. Showing off in front of others was what he really enjoyed. Zhang Feng then excitedly looked at Fangchen, striking a pose. "Fangchen, while the demon beasts haven't come, let's have a few moves." "Okay, you're not normal either." Fangchen thought helplessly. These two had arrived one after the other after he came to the park. They hadn't spoken but just waited on the side. Candidates cannot attack each other. If discovered, their exam qualifications will be instantly revoked. So, he had been too lazy to care at that time. But who knew these two would just stand there without leaving? They kept watching him busy all on his own. Seeing Fangchen's calm expression and no intention of responding to him, Zhang Feng had to give up, laughing. "Your score for first place is indeed eye-catching. I originally came here out of curiosity to see how you hunted demons, but I didn't expect you to invite us alone." He rubbed his bald head. "I really feel quite embarrassed." Fangchen was puzzled. "When did I invite you to hunt demons together?" Zhang Feng pointed at the piled demon beast corpses. "You're using this to attract monsters, aren't you inviting us to hunt? Wait, you didn't invite us to hunt demons? Are you planning to handle more than a dozen demon beasts on your own?" Chapter 32, Silver Horn Thunder Elephant. Fangchen finally understood. These two had misunderstood his actions of attracting monsters as an invitation to hunt demons together. After all, in the inner area, it had never happened that one person faced more than a dozen demon beasts. He nodded but still reminded them for safety. "If you want the demon beasts to come find you, just don't snatch my kills later." Demon beasts counted as points determined his task results. He didn't want to work hard only to end up with a cup. Fangchen's answer not only left Zhang Feng stunned, but even the cold-faced Xinxiang was momentarily taken aback. "Did you not read the materials about the beast examination?" Zhang Feng urged anxiously. The inner area only has silver horn thunder elephants, which rank among the top in attack power compared to other beasts of the same level. Those beasts in the outer 2 layers cannot compare, you alone cannot handle it at all. Even if all 3 of us team up, we still cannot fight against a dozen silver horn thunder elephants. Xinxiang nodded in agreement, rarely frowning, and said softly. That said, the silver horn thunder elephant has an advantage in defense, but its speed is quite slow. As long as the 3 of us work together and make use of our speed advantage, killing 3 or 4 silver horn thunder elephants should still be feasible. Although Xinxiang didn't finish her sentence, the meaning was clear. To protect the safety of the test takers, there is only 1 beast deployed at each location in the inner area. It won't be like the first 2 areas where there could be 3 or 4 beasts in one spot. So, once the blood scent spreads, the silver horn thunder elephants won't all rush to this spot at the same time. The three of them can use this time difference to work together to hunt. Unifying the top three battle powers of Jiang City not only greatly enhances their strength but also significantly increases their safety. Fong Chen nodded. It's indeed a good method. Xin Chang and Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. Fong Chen, I think you can find others to try, it should work. Xin Chang? Zhang Feng? Zhang Feng quickly realized. Wait, do you still want to face the beasts alone? Why not? Fong Chen patted his shoulder. Don't worry, there are enough beasts for you all to kill. Huh? Zhang Feng was still trying to process it. Suddenly, a wave up swept through their bodies from beneath their feet. The ground trembled. The surrounding trees swayed, rustling in the wind. Zhang Feng and Xin Qing quickly looked towards the north. The was coming from there. At this moment, a massive cloud of dust rose into the sky from the north, blocking out the sun, as if a storm was about to arrive. Accompanied by the dust, a deafening roar echoed clearly. The sound was deep and fierce, as if a beast from the abyss was awakening. The faces of Zhang Feng and Xin Qing suddenly turned solemn. The silver horn thunder elephants had come. On the other side, inside the test area tent. The live broadcast on the big screen was split into two sections. One showed Fong Chen with Zhang Feng and the others. The other displayed aerial footage of the swirling dust filmed by drones. In the hazy view, the shadows of gigantic beasts could be vaguely seen. Lu Qingfeng and the others had already heard Qin Jingtian talk about Fong Chen's achievements in the beast wilderness, so they were not as anxious as Zhang Feng and Xin Chang. After all, killing even low-level second-tier beasts was possible. A dozen silver horn thunder elephants posed no real threat. Thinking of this, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh. To be able to hunt second-tier beasts at the first-tier level, such talent is something I've only seen in the top 10 of the martial arts examination each year. Hearing Lu Qingfeng's words, everyone showed genuine smiles. In the decades of Jiang City martial arts examination, the best record was last year's Chu Yan, who placed 23rd nationwide. They thought there would be no further advancement this year. Unexpectedly, a promising Fong Chen appeared, who might enter the top 10. If it really happens, then Jiang City's national influence will be greatly enhanced. The benefits would be countless. It's still too early to talk about the national top 10 after just over 4 hours into the exam. We should be practical. Let's wait until Fong Chen kills those dozen silver horn thunder elephants and secures the title of Jiang City's martial arts examination champion. Yu Jihong interrupted everyone's fantasies, but the corner of his mouth lifted just as high as the others. He valued talent. Even if Fong Chen was from a high school, he still liked him. But there was one thing gnawing at him in his heart, making him feel exceptionally uncomfortable. Old Chen. It's this time already, you shouldn't hide anymore. What level of ability has Fong Chen mutated into? Hurry up and tell us. Seeing Yu Jihong's impatience, Chen Jingtian knew his effect had been achieved and was ready to stop hiding. However, he didn't plan to say it himself. Xiao Su, Fong Chen is your student, you say it. As soon as he said this, all the homeroom teachers in the back immediately showed envious expressions, watching Su Yang walk to the side of Lu Qingfeng and the others. Chen Jingtian was clearly ready to promote Su Yang. They could only watch in awe. After all, Fong Chen was far ahead. Su Yang, coming from the Dragon Guard army, had killed countless monsters and seen many big scenes. Facing several important figures, he showed no signs of fear. It's A-level. Fong Chen's mutated flames are comparable to A-level abilities. A-level. Yu Jihong couldn't help but exclaim. In the past examples of ability mutations, the highest record was only from E-level to B-level, and this kid Fong Chen actually rose 3 levels. If this gets out, it will be another new record. Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh. A-level ability, no wonder Fong Chen's power has skyrocketed so quickly. But just relying on A-level talent, hunting second-tier monsters may be a bit difficult, right? Could it be that this kid has other hidden cards? Chen Jingtian said, this kid killed too quickly before and didn't reveal too much, so we can't guess. Let's watch. When facing more than a dozen silver horn thunder elephants, he won't be able to hide. As he spoke, he patted Su Yang on the shoulder. Xiao Su, Fong Chen is your student, so just watch with us. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the park. Facing the rolling dust and the approaching hoofbeats, Zhang Feng and Xin Qing felt a strong sense of tension rising in their hearts. Before the two could remind Fong Chen, a massive figure burst out of the smoke 400 meters away. Its whole body covered with thick skin that shimmered with silver light, like armor, radiating a metallic cold glow. Its limbs were strong and powerful, with large feet that thudded on the ground, making a heavy booming sound, as if each step could shake the earth. The most striking were its silver horns, sharp like blades, standing tall and flashing dazzling light. The tips of the horns seemed to contain the power of lightning, occasionally erupting with blue arcs of electricity accompanied by deep thunder, giving a sense of invisible oppression. Seeing Fong Chen and the two others, along with the dead monsters beside them, Its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, the roar that erupted was as shocking as thunder, sending chills down one's spine. A high-level first-tier silver horn thunder elephant. Chapter 33 S-level talent. Starting off with such intensity, can you play like this? Watching the first-tier high-level silver horn thunder elephant charging at them with its bared teeth, Zhang Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. Fang Chen, you need to watch carefully, this is a high-level first-tier monster. Do you really want to fight by yourself? Even with his and Xinqing's combined effort, they could barely handle a high-level first-tier monster. In his view, Fang Chen's move was simply opening a new account for himself. Of course it's me, am I supposed to be Yuan? Fang Chen said no more, drawing his battle knife, walking slowly towards the front. Zhang Feng wanted to raise his hand to stop Fang Chen and persuade him again. But he was stopped by Xinqiang. Since he has said that, we can just watch from the side. If something unexpected happens, we can rescue him later. Hearing this, Zhang Feng helplessly touched his bald head. There's no other way. He straightforwardly said. I guess, he probably thinks the monsters on the first two levels are too easy, making him arrogant, thinking he can handle the monsters in the inner area too. He'll have a hard time soon. Don't you think so, Xinqiang? He turned his head, only to see Xinqiang once again crossing her arms and holding her sword, remaining cold and silent. Zhang Feng channeled Bo Ge. Why are you starting again, this is never ending. At this moment, Fang Chen was all alone. Moving forward slowly. The silver-horn thunder elephant charged at him like a furious thunderbolt, and behind it, at a distance of 400 meters, the shadows of multiple silver-horn thunder elephants could be seen. The air around seemed to shake due to their running. As the distance closed, the leading silver-horn thunder elephant grew larger in sight, appearing like a moving mountain, the sense of oppression increasing. Just a few meters away from Fang Chen, the silver-horn thunder elephant suddenly raised its front hoof, as if to crush him. In that instant, Fang Chen moved. A stream of transparent flames erupted from his body like a fountain, instantly enveloping him completely. Within 100 meters around him, the vegetation was instantly reduced to ash. The scorching breath swept through the entire park, the surrounding air twisted as if even space trembled for it. The fallen heart flame spun around Fang Chen, forming a gigantic flame shield that resisted the tread of the silver-horn thunder elephant. Then, a terrifying heat burst forth violently, spreading like fireworks, knocking the silver-horn thunder elephant to the ground. The dreadful transparent flames consumed the body of the silver-horn thunder elephant, which let out a painful roar. With a ferocious gaze at Fang Chen, it instinctively attempted to rise, wanting to shred the human, causing it pain. But suddenly, with a cry of agony, it froze in place, unable to move. Seeing the effect of the heart fire burning, Fang Chen swiftly raised the war knife in his hand, channeling the strength from every part of his body to face the astonishing defense of the silver-horn thunder elephant. The 5th level of the Xian flame knife record. In an instant, the alloy war knife in his hand was wrapped in the fallen heart flame, swung down violently, the flame shockwave surged like a giant dragon, charging with immense power towards the silver-horn thunder elephant. Before it could even react, a flash of blade light swiftly sliced through the massive body of the silver-horn thunder elephant. The scorching temperature caused the surrounding air to hiss, as if even time froze at that moment. With a bang, the rigid body of the silver-horn thunder elephant split in half, sprawling on the ground, signaling its death. From the attack to the end, it took less than 10 seconds. Fang Chen showed no hesitation and quickly set his sights on the next target. Still the same action. The transparent flames rushed in an instant, hitting the body of the silver-horn thunder elephant. Before it could evade, the heart fire burning rendered it unable to move, followed by a clean and swift strike. Facing the relentless silver-horn thunder elephants, Fang Chen, enveloped by the fallen heart flame, took down one with each slash. As for the intermediate mid-tier, they either died under the burn of fallen heart flame or silently collapsed from the heart fires, scorching with no sound. In just 5 minutes, 6 silver-horn thunder elephants had already perished. Guliolu. Zhang Feng swallowed hard, pointed at Fang Chen, and mechanically turned his head. Xinqing, do your eyes work well? Can you tell me this isn't an illusion? But at that moment, Xinqiang completely did not hear Zhang Feng's voice, all his consciousness was fixated on Fang Chen. He even stopped the pose of holding the sword with both arms and just stood straight, completely devoid of his previous demeanor. Originally, he had doubts about Fang Chen's score. For no other reason than that he had never heard Fang Chen's name. An unknown person surprisingly overshadowed him and Zhang Feng since the beginning of the exam. The scores were skyrocketing like a rocket. His proud nature made it hard not to suspect. So, he found Fang Chen in the inner area. He wanted to check if there was any cheating through his monster hunting. At this moment, Fang Chen gave him an answer. An impeccable answer. And as Zhang Feng saw Xinqing remain silent for a long time, he helplessly rubbed his eyes. As expected, it was still the same scene. Fang Chen was still hunting. No. It should be called slaughter. The silver-horned thunder elephants had no ability to resist. Even the shout was impossible. He was unlike Xinqiang, his emotions were fully visible on his face. Originally, he also came to see if Fang Chen was cheating. But now, it was unnecessary. The first-level high-level monster that required him and Xinqiang to join forces to combat was easily slain by Fang Chen. Like defeating a low-level monster. What more could be said? Just thinking about how he had just said Fang Chen was getting arrogant made him smile bitterly. With this strength, how much more could he swell up? Fang Chen's transparent fire seems to be a bit too much. I've seen Li Mingqi's A-level Qingyue Flame Tiger, the destructive power of these two is on completely different levels. Jiang Feng frowned tightly. Xinqiang, do you feel? Before he could finish, Xinqiang, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. I felt it. Fang Chen's talent has brought an unusually strong sense of pressure to my sword spirit. Fang Chen's talent is definitely not A-level. He turned his head to meet Zhang Feng's gaze. It's S-level. Fang Chen has S-level talent. Xinqiang said the words that Zhang Feng wanted to say. S-level talent. It had never appeared in Jiang City, unexpectedly, they encountered it today. After a moment, he smiled freely and rubbed his bald head. Xinqiang, we've been competing for first place for a year, but unexpectedly we were cut off by someone this time. Fang Chen really kept it too deep, causing me to worry for nothing. Saying this, he focused his gaze back on the battlefield, watching that overbearing and upright figure with admiration in his eyes. I'm afraid from today on, the entire Jiang City will remember the name Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen had killed all the silver-horned thunder elephants that had been attracted. The corpses on the ground, under the roasting of fallen heartflame, emitted bursts of meaty fragrance. Want some barbecue? He shouted. Zhang Feng waved his hand. No need. If we don't go hunt monsters now, I'm afraid you'll kill them all. Chapter 34, is your A-level ability that strong? In the martial exam area, inside the tent. When the silver-horned thunder elephant lifted its front hooves to crush Fang Chen, everyone's hearts tightened. Before they could worry, suddenly, transparent flames erupted, the temperature soared, and the air in the whole area twisted. The drone following Fang Chen was instantly destroyed. The projection went black instantly. Lu Qingfeng didn't have time to marvel, he immediately commanded. Quick, get a new drone to replace it. The drones for the martial exam were specially made, to ensure quality, the exterior was made of B-level alloy. Just Fang Chen's burst of ability had crushed the drone. Everyone found it hard to imagine what kind of impact it was. Soon, a new drone took over, and the screen returned. However, the first silver-horned thunder elephant had already been slain. The footage was only cut off for 10 seconds, and a first-level high-level silver-horned thunder elephant was dead. Could it be another cut down in one stroke? Just as Yu Jihong raised the question, Fang Chen instantly answered his query. The transparent flames burned, the silver-horned thunder elephant writhed in agony, then became unable to move, and finally met its end with a final strike. The moves were as smooth as flowing clouds. As if slaughtering a chicken, there was not the slightest difficulty. People couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Is this too fast? The principal of number 3 high school exclaimed, if it weren't for the live stream, I would find it hard to believe this video is real. The principal of number 4 high school pointed at the screen. Look, this first level mid-level one didn't even get close to Fang Chen before it fell over dead. Behind him, a group of teachers also couldn't help but exclaim. And that one was directly burned to death by flames. Why do these silver-horned thunder elephants seem as if they were immobilized, able only to let Fang Chen hunt them? Transparent flames, I've never seen such a talent before. Watching the air distort on the screen, even though they were inside the tent, they seemed to feel the scorching heat, their bodies unable to resist the rising warmth. Very quickly, Yu Jihong realized something and felt his whole body tremble. Old Chen, you're not playing fair, this is A-level ability? You call this an A-level ability? Is your A-level ability this strong? He asked 3 questions in a row. At this moment, Chen Jingtian's heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. As the principal of a school, how could he not recognize what level Fang Chen's talent was? S rank. It's actually S rank talent. Jiancheng actually had S rank talent, and it was in the first high school. His throat struggled to speak, and he felt his mind spinning. Faced with Jihong's question, he didn't know how to respond and could only look at Su Yang beside him. What on earth is going on? Su Yang, covered in goosebumps, spread his hands. My goodness. How would he know that Fang Chen was S-rank talent? He still wanted to ask someone. Fang Chen really surprised us once again. Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh, his mouth couldn't close up. At this moment, he really wanted to shout out loud. We're safe. Let's not talk about how Fang Chen performs in the end. Just based on an S-rank talent, he could easily pressure the education directors of several nearby cities. Just thinking about it felt great. At this time, Long Wei-jun walked back into the tent again. Before he could open his mouth, Lu Qingfeng said, "No need to say, just replenish the stock." After saying this, Lu Qingfeng felt like he was running an online store, running low on stock and needing to refresh it. And to be honest, this feeling was quite nice. Hey, don't think about the S-rank abilities yet, quickly look at the screen. Fang Chen is using the Xianyan Saber record, and he has already reached the 5th level. With Yu Jihong's voice, everyone pulled themselves out of their shock and turned their gazes back to the screen. Everyone present was a martial artist of at least the 2nd level, and they could recognize Fang Chen's martial skill. Xianyan Saber record, 5th level. Earlier in the two areas, the fights were too quick, and they didn't get to see clearly. Now they discovered Fang Chen had actually cultivated his martial skill to such a level. Especially Su Yang, he clearly remembered that Fang Chen had only gotten the Xianyan Saber record a month ago. To have cultivated to such a point in just 1 month was simply unbelievable. However, compared to the S-rank talent, the 5th level didn't seem as shocking. In the inner area, Fang Chen is so relaxed, only the core area might be able to challenge him. Yu Jihong, old Lu, this year it's Wang Jun who sets the questions. That old guy loves to come up with strange stuff. What kind of questions are in the core area? Are they difficult? The martial exam questions were top secret, known only to the education directors of each city. Even these principals couldn't know. When it came to this question, Lu Qingfeng frowned. To say difficult isn't too difficult, to say easy isn't easy either. Speak plainly. The core area has a multiple choice question. Multiple choice question? Throughout Jiangcheng. As one of the country's most important days every year. The number of viewers for the martial exam live broadcast was unprecedented. No matter how busy they were, they had to carve out some time to check the score rankings. How come the first place guy is named Fang Chen too, just like the little Chun upstairs in my building? In a supermarket, the owner was chatting with several neighbors. You're talking about that Fang Chen I've also seen, he looks pretty handsome, it shouldn't be him. What's the use of talking about that, just open the live broadcast to find out. With the live broadcast screen turned on, the scene of Fang Chen effortlessly slaying enemies flashed before everyone's eyes. They felt their minds blurring. Wow, it really is Little Chin. No way, how can he have changed so much in just a month? I've killed pigs for over 10 years and can't stay so calm. Quick, look at his score, it's over 8,000 points, far exceeding the 2nd place by over 5,000. He's even better than last year's Chu Yan. Similar conversations were happening all around Jiangcheng. Countless people took note and began to discuss the name Fang Chen. At the same time, in the Dragon Guard army camp in the Beast Wilderness number 72. Awesome! Fang Chen kills so easily. Over 8,000 points, Fang Chen is just too fierce. I only got 800 points in my senior year martial exam, and he's 10 times that. That saber strike from Fang Chen was so cool, if he comes here again, I must ask him for guidance. If he continues to kill like this, it seems destined to become famous nationwide. In the square, the screen that originally displayed military achievements was now streaming a live broadcast of Fang Chen's martial exam. The crowd watching was filled with excitement and passion. Wei Chang was among these people. Watching Fang Chen hunt monsters, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated, reminiscing about his younger days. After yet another beast fell, Wei Chang stepped out from the crowd and returned to the tent, dialing a number. Hello, General, it's me, Wei Chang. You should take a look at the live broadcast of the martial exam in Jiang City, it will surely amaze you. Chapter 35, Choose Exam Content. Time quietly passed, and the martial exam reached its 7th hour. Nearly half of the beasts in the inner area had been cleared. Fang Chen no longer lingered and moved to the final core area. Due to the different levels and quantities of beasts in each area, the size from the outer area to the core area shrank exponentially. Fang Chen quickly arrived at the core area. The map showed that this is a suburban area of the West Abandoned City, roughly equivalent to the size of a town. Looking around, there weren't many buildings. Weeds grew wildly, and in the distance, he could see the outline of a lake, the air mixed with hints of water. Fang Chen was just about to investigate what kind of beasts inhabited this area. Suddenly, his wristwatch vibrated, and a message appeared on the small screen. According to your location, you have reached the core exam area. Next, you need to choose the exam content according to the prompts. Choose exam content? Fang Chen furrowed his brow. Such a situation had never occurred in previous martial exams. The core area, like the inner area, had the same type of beasts released. Candidates simply needed to find and hunt one. But this year, it changed. This time, the beasts in the core area are divided into 2 types. The first type is a second-tier beginner bloodclaw leopard. Successfully hunting it rewards 5,000 points. The second type is a second-tier beginner 2-headed water python. Successfully hunting it rewards 9,000 points. The release locations will be marked on the map. Each candidate in this area can only hunt one beast. Candidates are advised to choose according to their abilities. Glancing at the map with the locations of the beasts. So that's it. Feng Chen suddenly understood why a choice was necessary. The blood-claw leopard was released on land. Hunting on land was common for candidates, allowing them to maximize their abilities. The two-headed water python, however, was released in the lake. Animal-type beasts are divided into three categories: land beasts, sky beasts, and finally, water beasts. Beasts like the blood-claw leopard and silverhorn thunder elephant are land beasts, the most faced by human warriors. Sky and water beasts, however, cause headaches for countless warriors. These two places are not the human home turf, and fighting here makes it hard to unleash full power. Facing equal-tier water beasts, survival is almost impossible. Unless the warrior has awakened water abilities, they can barely cope. This is also why coastal cities in the south frequently suffer monster attacks from the sea without being able to retaliate. The difficulty of both options is not at the same level at all. Hunting in the water, no wonder it offers an extra 4,000 points. Feng Chen chuckled lightly. Su Yang had speculated about the final exam questions since last year, guessing every kind of land beast. No one expected water-type beasts to appear. This was the first time in the martial exam. One must admit, the examiner really knows how to stir things up. Just as he prepared to set off, 8 figures approached from the distant wasteland. Feng Chen. Chi Wan waved and greeted him from 300 to 400 meters away. Beside her were Li Mingqi, Xin Qing, and Zhang Feng. The remaining 4 had met Feng Chen once or twice, all first-tier martial exam candidates. What are you all doing here? Once the group got closer, Feng Chen asked in confusion. This made Zhang Feng and Xin Qing exchange glances, unable to help but think aloud. What else could it be? We're just waiting for the inner area to be restocked. We just happened to meet, so we decided to hunt a second-order monster together. Chi Wan said excitedly, her eyes shining as she looked at Feng Chen. The core area rules state that one person can only hunt one monster. With 8 people teaming up, they could hunt 8 times. Each person can split no more than one monster. This is allowed. We have more people, and we plan to challenge the two-headed water python. Li Mingqi blinked her starry eyes. Feng Chen, what about you? Feng Chen replied flatly, me too. For this answer, Zhang Feng and Xin Qing only frowned slightly, then returned to normal. The scene from the inner area kept replaying in their minds. They didn't want to relive it again. Also, even if Feng Chen did not successfully hunt, their scores would not surpass his. Unless all 8 of them could hunt 8 two-headed water pythons, each getting 9,000 points. But that was nearly impossible. With their strength, to hunt more than 3, they might all get seriously injured. For the blood-claw leopard, 5 would be the most. Calculating the points, the two-headed water python offers slightly higher scores, so they made this choice. The other 4 noticed Zhang Feng and the others' reactions, and wisely chose not to speak. The doubts and suppressive feelings they imagined did not occur. After all, Feng Chen was far ahead. Li Mingqi, however, couldn't help but remind. Fighting in water is most unfavorable for us fire-type ability users. Are you sure you want to choose the two-headed water python? Chi Wan nodded in agreement like a chick pecking at rice. It's well known that water extinguishes fire. They couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Feng Chen said calmly. In that case, let's go together. It's all the same place. Seeing Feng Chen say this, Chi Wan and Li Mingqi also relaxed. The area where the two-headed water python was released was in a reservoir to the west of the core area. According to some information on their wristwatches. Before the martial arts exam, special methods were used to isolate several two-headed water pythons, allowing them to only move in their designated areas, making it easier for candidates to hunt. This measure also slightly reduced the difficulty of hunting. If they were to roam wildly in the entire reservoir, hunting would be nearly impossible. Soon, the 9 of them reached 100 meters outside the reservoir, and the sight before them made them stop in their tracks. The reservoir was already damaged, its surface shimmering as sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, creating specks of silver light. However, beneath this beautiful scene, there hid a trace of unease. From several cracks, murky water seeped out, contrasting sharply with the clear surface of the water. Occasionally, under the surface of the water, black long shadows surged, creating ripples. If we get any closer, the two-headed water python will notice us. Xin Qing no longer crossed her arms but covered her face and rubbed her nose, speaking in a low voice. Let's discuss how to attack later. Li Mingqi looked at Feng Chen. What do you plan to do? You all discuss, I'm in a hurry. Feng Chen waved his hand and walked toward the reservoir. No one stopped him. They just silently watched his back. As Feng Chen approached, a massive wave suddenly surged, tearing the water's surface apart. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the two-headed water python leaped out of the water. Its body exceeded 15 meters, glistening wetly in the sunlight. The two heads raised high, the left head slightly larger, revealing sharp teeth, its cold vertical pupils resembling two icy lights, looking down at Fong Chen as he approached step by step. The right head had its mouth slightly open, seemingly letting out a low growl, intimidating those on the bank. Jiang Feng and the others instinctively swallowed. The momentum displayed by the two-headed water python was completely unmatched by the previous silverhorn thunder elephant. One first-order member involuntarily stepped back, fear surging in his heart. As Fong Chen looked at the enormous creature that was almost 10 times his height, a seriousness appeared in his eyes that had never been there before. This time, it seemed he would have to reveal all his cards. Chapter 36, Fire and Water Converge. Since Fong Chen is ready to strike first, then we should take this opportunity to observe the weaknesses of the two-headed water python, to facilitate our actions. Xin Qing reminded the others. Look quickly, Fong Chen has drawn his blade. Shi Wan's voice made everyone's heart race. It was time to act. Fong Chen looked at the beast in front of him, its tongue flicking out as it waited for him to approach, and he couldn't help but smirk. The two-headed water python, being a water-type beast, naturally restrained fire. Furthermore, it was currently in the water, enhancing its resistance to fire. With just the power of falling heart flame and heart fire, he couldn't inflict substantial damage on the two-headed water python. Such difficulty truly deserved 9,000 points. Too hard? Then don't bother. He would simply ignite the reservoir. In an instant, the sound of rolling waves filled his ears. Waves of hot air mixed with the sea breeze slammed against his face. A heat completely different from falling heart flame quietly appeared. As if sensing something, the two-headed water python's cold slitted eyes turned sharper. Why do I hear the sound of waves? Jiwan blurted out, her round eyes filled with confusion. Could it be an illusion? It's not an illusion, I hear it too, the sound of waves rolling. Li Mingqi frowned, what exactly is happening? I hear it too, but we are on the plains, the surface of the reservoir is very calm, where are the waves coming from? No, it's not just the waves, there's also a terrifying heat. Jiang Feng's expression was strange as he stared ahead. It seems to be coming from Fong Chen. At this moment, the two-headed water python seemed to sense danger and its eyes cleared somewhat, wanting to flee. Too late. Fong Chen smirked and softly murmured. Let's show ourselves, little darling. In an instant, deep blue flames erupted like a fountain. The profound blue glow engulfed the surrounding air like the ocean, carrying the sea breeze, and ignited it instantly. The power of this flame surged like a tide, forming a towering wave dozens of feet high behind Fong Chen. It was as if the ocean was roaring. But it was also like a sea of fire wanting to burn everything. The unique effect of the ocean heart flame's strange fire, truly terrifying. Kick. Fong Chen suddenly waved his hand. The sounds of rolling waves mixed with unparalleled heat rushed towards the two-headed water python. Faced with this wall of waves, the two-headed water python instinctively felt threatened and rapidly sank. It wanted to use the water in the reservoir to resist the terrifying heat. However, when the deep blue flame wave touched the water's surface, the imagined loud noise of flames colliding with water did not occur, the flames did not extinguish, and steam did not explode. In an instant, that small patch of water turned blue. The flames danced wildly on the water's surface, instantly drowning the figure of the two-headed water python, forming a sea of scorching fire. Fire and water converged, that small area of water completely ignited. Water and fire merged? Looking at the sea of fire 100 meters away, Shi Wan, Li Mingqi, and the others exchanged baffled glances. They looked like they were dreaming. Two things that naturally contradict each other were merging right before their eyes. The water surface had turned into a sea of fire. That dozens of feet high wave just now was actually flame? Flame actually has the sound of waves? What on earth is happening? The group stammered, already finding it hard to speak. A second type of flame. Fong Chen actually has a second type of flame that has never been heard of. Could it have mutated again? Shi Wan imagined the answer herself. The heat and intensity of this flame are actually several times stronger than the previous transparent flame. Jiang Feng and Xin Qing clenched their fists, feeling once again the sensation of being suppressed in talent. Among them, Li Mingqi felt it most acutely. She was a fire-type ability user. She could sense the power of the flame the best. That feeling of a ruler looking down on their subject swept over her once again. It made her breath quicken and her face flush. In the reservoir. As the heart of the sea flame met the water's surface, it transformed into a sea of blazing fire. At this moment, the water was fire. The two-headed water python hiding underwater felt an unprecedented sting. Its body burned by the flames, the pain felt like knives cutting through it, making it unbearable. Its gigantic body thrashed in the water, trying to extinguish the flames, but the pain gnawed at it like a parasite. In extreme agony, the two-headed water python burst out of the water, both heads raised, roaring deafeningly. It tried to escape this sea of fire. "I never said you could leave." Fong Chen did not hesitate at all. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, locking onto the figure of the two-headed water python. The falling heart flame exploded. The strange fire took shape, turning into a gigantic crimson python covered in magma, blocking the path of the two-headed python. Seeing the obstacle, the two-headed python rolled in the air, attempting to evade. But the crimson python followed closely, relentlessly burning its skin and entangling with it. The stinging sensation from the two types of flames drove the python to madness, its two heads twisting wildly, trying to break free from the flame's grip, but it was futile. At this moment, Fong Chen had become the master of this battle. The waters scorched by the heart of the sea flame were his territory. The two-headed water python struggled desperately in the sea of fire, but the two strange flames acted like merciless chains, binding it tightly. Under the burning flames, the python's roars grew weaker, and the struggles of its two heads gradually diminished. Finally, with a cry of despair, the figure of the two-headed water python slowly vanished in this sea of fire. "It's finally over." Fong Chen let out a sigh of relief. To outsiders, this battle seemed to be a piece of cake for him. But only he could feel that controlling the two types of strange fire took nearly all his strength in less than 3 minutes, leaving him weak and weary. Even with the refining of the falling heart flame, he nearly couldn't hold on. He had used up all his trump cards, pushing his strength to the limit. He didn't dare to catch his breath, afraid that the two-headed python might escape. Like the falling heart flame, his strength was only enough for the heart of the sea flame to dissolve in this small patch of water, while the two-headed python could move in a range twice that of this water area. If it managed to escape, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, he held on and hunted the two-headed python in his own territory. The core area is done, time to return for a counterattack. Luckily, his exhaustion was only temporary, and he would recover in no time. Fong Chen left the shore and walked back to Li Mingqi and the others. His expression was calm. "Basic skills, don't mess up." After Fong Chen left, Xin Sheng asked the others in confusion. "Did you see the weakness of the two-headed water python?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. Xin Sheng sighed. "Well, neither did I. I was just focused on watching Fong Chen." Chapter 37, Times have changed. Fong Chen actually chose to hunt alone? Even if he can deal with second-tier low-level beasts, the two-headed water python is in the water. In the examination area, near the tents. When they saw Fong Chen walking alone towards the shore, everyone couldn't sit still. Earlier, when Fong Chen met with Zhang Feng and the 8 others, due to the distance of the drone, they hadn't heard what the group said. Seeing the 9 walk towards the reservoir together, they thought they were preparing to cooperate. They never expected Fong Chen would go up alone. No one blamed Fong Chen for this action. Because Fong Chen's strength was apparent, and even if he failed to hunt the two-headed python, he could surely escape. They were just worried. Times have changed. Fong Chen was no longer an unknown youth, but the top scorer of Jiangqing's martial arts examination, possessing S-class abilities. Every move he made stirred the hearts of countless people. "Held in the palm of my hand, afraid it might melt." Even knowing Fong Chen can escape, Chen Jingtian still couldn't help but say, "Old Lu, how about sending the nearby dragon guard to watch over him, to prevent any accidents?" Yu Jihong immediately echoed. "That's right, our Jiang city hasn't seen a genius like Fong Chen in decades, we can't let anything happen." The principal from the 3rd and 4th middle schools also hurriedly nodded. Lu Qingfeng chuckled helplessly, how could he not see these people were overly worried? But to be safe, he still nodded in agreement. "Alright, I'll send someone over right away, I won't let anything happen to Fong Chen." After saying this, he immediately took out the walkie-talkie to give orders. After giving the order, suddenly, his brow furrowed. "Where is that sound of waves coming from? Old Lu, look at the screen quickly." Chen Zhengtian shouted loudly, and Lu Qingfeng hurriedly looked up. On the screen, behind Fong Chen, a deep blue sea wave rose tens of meters high. It crashed onto the water's surface. The blue flames did not extinguish but dissolved in the water, turning this reservoir into a sea of fire. The two-headed water python struggled in pain. In the next moment, a lava giant python entangled with it. Under the two different colored flames, the two-headed water python turned to ashes. The entire battle took less than 5 minutes. Lu Qingfeng stared at the screen, not daring to blink, one hand picking up the walkie-talkie. "Where are you? Almost there? You don't need to go, come back." Then, everyone looked at each other, each waiting for the other to speak. Finally, it was the talkative Yu Jihong who spoke first. "Another type of flame we've never seen before." Chen Zhengtian slowly spoke after a while. "Do you feel it?" This blue flame is even stronger than the previous transparent flame. It seems that it's SS level. Lu Qingfeng's tone was extremely stiff. They had been warriors for over 20 years and had seen countless talents. They could instantly judge the level of abilities. For a moment, the entire tent was dead silent. Facing the two-headed water python, Fang Chen once again shattered their understanding. Once again, he left them speechless with something they had never seen before. The praise for Fang Chen had never ceased since the score list appeared. At this moment, they no longer knew how to express themselves again. Simply put, they were numb. After a long while, Lu Qingfeng took a deep breath, pulling himself out of numbness. Whether it is SS level is still just a guess, it needs to be verified later. The most important thing right now is Fang Chen's score. He hurriedly asked, "Has Fang Chen's score been calculated yet?" A teacher immediately replied. 18,210 points. The voice trembled uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, the teachers began to shift from numbness to excitement, cheers rising one after another, with some unable to help but pump their fists in celebration. Over 18,000 points. How can it be over 18,000? Last year, Xu Yan finished with just over 12,000 points. Not to mention Xu Yan, last year's national top scorer was only a bit over 17,000. There are still more than 4 hours until the martial arts exam ends. Fang Chen's score will continue to grow. Could he be this year's martial arts top scorer? Though it was just a guess, this statement exploded like a heavy bomb in the hearts of Chen Zhengtian, Lu Qingfeng, and others. The entire tent was even more fervent. Fang Chen is truly a blessing for us in Zhang City. Chen Jingtian's voice was exceptionally loud amidst the clamor, his smile almost spilling over. Lu Qingfeng was so excited he clenched his fists tightly. Zhang City was likely to become widely known this time. How could he not be thrilled? Excitement sparkled in Lu Qingfeng's eyes as he took out his phone and began dialing. "Hello, old one, how many points did your Guan City first place get?" "Just 8,000. "Are you asking how many points Zhang City first place got?" "I won't tell you, ha ha ha. Wait to watch the provincial score list, I guarantee it will give you a surprise." Just as he hung up the phone, another call came in. Seeing the incoming number, Lu Qingfeng's expression froze. Beside him, Su Yang looked at the tall youth on the screen. Filled with comfort. A month of time. The once bottom-ranking boy has now grown into the peak of national martial arts exam candidates. It seems that, as Fang Chen said, after the martial arts exam, he will be famous. Wow, over 18,000 points. This is simply a miracle, no one has ever scored this much at this time. Senior Fang is amazing. Don't explode, Senior Fang is my idol, I still want to use him. If only I could reverse model. Wow, you all need to chill. The girl's face turned redder than any romantic words. But the girl's excited blush represents. At this moment, all the first and second year students of the high school were at their emotional peak. Their admiration for Fang Chen reached its extreme. Finally, the female fan of Xinqing couldn't hold back, she threw aside all constraints and shouted. "Senior Fang, I declare to you, my mind and my heart are both saying, I declare to you." At that instant, her 4 girlfriends simultaneously stood up, looking at her displeased. "Senior Fang is mine." The girl group officially announced their split. At the same time, at the exam center, the assembly area, nearly 1,000 candidates had been brought back from the exam hall. They had all encountered danger and crushed their barrier balls. The barrier ball can only protect them once, and crushing it means their martial arts exam is over. To help these thousands of people see the situation inside the exam hall, Lu Qingfeng arranged for drones to project the images. When Fang Chen's score updated to 18,210, everyone present was left speechless. "I only got a little over 1,000 points, and Fang Chen has 18,000, how is this even possible? That blue flame and that lava giant python were incredibly powerful, I didn't expect Fang Chen to hide it so well. If I had known, I would have chased him from the start. Speaking of which, the first time I saw him, I looked down on him. Seeing him in this square, I looked down on him a bit. Now seeing him, I'm completely looking down on him." In the corner, Min Yingying looked at the figure on the screen, filled with endless regret. Half an hour ago, Song Shu, wanting to avoid offending Fang Chen, had directly kicked her out. Facing a low-level first-tier monster, she was overwhelmed and crushed her barrier ball. Her martial arts exam score stopped at a little over 2,000 points. Listening to the surrounding crowd praising Fang Chen, she lowered her head, too afraid to look up. Chapter 38, The Martial Arts Exam Ends. The martial arts exam has ended, the wristwatch scoring program has been closed, please all candidates leave the exam hall quickly. The martial arts exam has ended, the wristwatch scoring program has been closed, please all candidates leave the exam hall quickly. Time quietly passed. The blood-red sunset shining on the western wasteland turned into deep night. With the sound of speakers and wristwatch reminders, the martial arts exam officially ended. At this moment, in the assembly square, nearly 2,000 candidates had already completed the martial arts exam and were waiting here. The projection in the center of the square clearly displayed the scores of the Zhengcheng martial arts exam. First place, Fang Chen, score, 20,370. Second place, Zhang Feng, score, 9,850. Third place, Xinsheng, score, 9,840. Fourth place, Li Mengqi, score, 9,420. Fifth place, Qi Wan, score, 9,390. Sixth place, Zhang Qiuyang, score, 8,830. Over 20,000 points. I've looked at it dozens of times and still can't quite believe it. Me too, it feels like a dream. I didn't expect such scores to appear in Zhengcheng. Under the projection, several reporters were filming while expressing their amazement. Not only them, but thousands of candidates felt the same. It felt like a dream. The fierce battle between Zhang Feng and Xinsheng, which was originally expected, did not happen. Instead, Fang Chen emerged and crushed everyone with his over 20,000 score. At the entrance of the exam hall, Lu Qingfeng and a group of teachers had already been waiting there to welcome Fang Chen. As the exam hall doors opened, the remaining candidates trickled out of the hall. The candidates who fought until this moment were mostly elites, all covered in blood. When they saw the score list in the center of the square, they could only smile helplessly. Compared to Fang Chen's over 20,000 points, their scores didn't shine. Soon, Zhang Feng and his 8 companions also revealed themselves from the exam hall, walking towards the big door. The most eye-catching was Zhang Feng. His entire bald head was covered in the blood of, looking like a bloody boiled egg. The other few people, although splattered with blood, were lucky enough to have hair to cover it, still able to see their faces clearly. Especially Xinsheng, who held a sword in one hand, playing the role of a hero. But when he caught a distant glimpse of the massive scoreboard, he immediately felt deflated. That guy Fang Chen is really terrifying. Zhang Feng touched his bald head, wiping his hand with blood, and helplessly said, I almost died in the mouth of the two-headed water python, yet I didn't even reach half of his score. Tough situation. Stimulated by the scene of Fang Chen hunting the two-headed water python, the 8 of them put forth all their effort to hunt down 4 two-headed water pythons. 3 of them even got injured. Who would have thought they still fell so short? As the 8 of them reached the big door, they were arranged behind each of their respective principals, waiting together for Fang Chen. Fang Chen is coming out. With an unknown voice's shout, more than 2,000 people in the square rushed towards the big door. Everyone wanted to see what this 2,000-point warrior looked like. A few reporters worked hard to squeeze to the front, finally aiming their cameras at that tall figure. Hey, did you notice that Fang Chen hardly has any blood on him? That's true. The bloody boiled egg couldn't help but reply to the 2. If you could kill one with a single blow, you could have the same as Fang Chen. As soon as this was said, it sparked intense reactions. 1 blow for 1, really? Bro, you clearly have never met my brother Chen, you are really lucky. Thank goodness I turned around immediately when I met brother Chen that time. You won't understand the feeling of opening your eyes to see all the dead. The person said this with tears in his eyes. Fang Chen, welcome back. As Fang Chen approached, Lu Qingfeng and others immediately went up to greet him. Yu Jihong, with his straightforward personality, didn't care about the bloodstains on Fang Chen, laughing as he put his arm around Fang Chen's shoulder. Well done, Fang Chen, with a score of 20,000, Jiang City will be set on fire by you. This scene made Chen Jingtian's mouth twitch, as if he were Fang Chen's principal. Lu Qingfeng said again. Fang Chen, I've already talked to the education bureau heads of various cities in South Province on the phone, I can clearly tell you. You are the top martial exam scholar in South Province. As soon as this was said, it instantly stirred up a wave of excitement. Brother Chen is amazing. 20,000 points, not to mention South Province's top scholar, but you could also be the national top scholar. Brother Chen, do you need any men? Men, roll aside, I'm a woman so I go first. What's wrong with women, line up behind. Some bold girls' eyes sparkled as they immediately expressed their love. Seeing this made Qi Wan grit her teeth. Soon, all the teachers began to clap. The applause rippled like waves on the water, invigorating thousands of martial exam candidates. The sound was like thunder, echoing throughout the entire square. This made Zhang Feng and Xinsheng feel envious. Last year, Chu Yan's applause wasn't this loud. Fang Chen didn't have much psychological fluctuation about this scene. After all, the score was right there, and he had long anticipated it. Unfortunately, the national ranking would be released the afternoon after the martial exam every year. He had to endure for another 2 days. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng patted his shoulder, speaking again. Someone is coming to see you, you need to be prepared. Lu Qingfeng glanced at the time. He will be here soon. Someone is looking for me? Fong Chen was startled. His parents were missing, so it had been a while since he last contacted any relatives. Who would come to find him that could make Lu Qingfeng send a message? Just as he was about to ask who it was, he saw Lu Qingfeng turn to look in the direction of Jiang City's main urban area, his face serious. The nearby principals looked just like Lu Qingfeng. This scene made Fong Chen a bit curious, just as he raised his head. His pupils suddenly contracted. Not far away, in the night sky, a strong figure came stepping through the air. His stature was tall, and his outline appeared especially upright against the starlight, as if a towering mountain. A strong sense of oppression fills the air. With each step taken, the air beneath seems to ripple like water. With every step, a distance of hundreds of meters is crossed. Walking on air, a master of the sect. No. Here, it should be called a grandmaster. Fong Chen's heart is shaken beyond measure. This is the first time he has seen a master-level expert. Warrior levels are divided into 9 ranks. Each rank is further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. When one reaches a specific realm, they will possess unique abilities of that realm. The characteristic of a 6th rank warrior is the ability to walk on air. This realm is called the Grandmaster realm. A 6th rank warrior in the Dragon Guard army is known as a war general. Every city will have a 6th rank expert station to maintain the city's safety. The person who has come is from the main city of Jiang City. That must be. It's Xiang Tianwen. Someone shouted excitedly. Instantly, all eyes in the crowd turned towards him. Xiang Tianwen, why is he here? Under the watchful gaze of everyone, Xiang Tianwen landed steadily in front of Fong Chen. He was wearing the Dragon Guard army uniform, the dark fabric appearing particularly dignified in the night, the badge on his chest shining brightly. A scar ran across his cheek, telling tales of battles and life and death he had once faced, adding a formidable aura to him. Well done, Fong Chen. Chapter 39, Xiang Tianwen. Xiang Tianwen. A 6th rank war general. The highest commander of the Dragon Guard army in Jiang City, and also the strongest person in Jiang City. At this moment, the western abandoned district under his feet was reclaimed by Xiang Tianwen leading the Dragon Guard army from the hands of demonic beasts. A figure of such great stature stood right in front of Fong Chen. Everyone present was exchanging glances, confused about his arrival. In previous martial arts examinations, Xiang Tianwen had never shown up. Today is the first time. Even Fong Chen felt the same. The safety during the martial arts exams is the responsibility of the Dragon Guard army, but this alone isn't enough to warrant Xiang Tianwen's direct intervention. At this moment, Fong Chen noticed that Xiang Tianwen was holding a red square box in his right hand. I've seen General Xiang. Once Xiang Tianwen landed, Lu Qingfeng and other school leaders hurriedly bowed. Their eyes were filled with respect. This man is a hero in Jiang City. If it weren't for Xiang Tianwen's protection, perhaps a tenth of Jiang City's population would have perished at the hands of demonic beasts over the past decade. Xiang Tianwen nodded towards Lu Qingfeng. Then he looked at Fong Chen with approval. Last year's Chu Yan already surprised me, and I didn't expect another little guy like you to emerge this year. 20,000 points on the test, I fear no one will dare to believe it. Jiang City is truly blessed, ha ha ha. Xiang Tianwen threw his head back and laughed, his voice ringing like a bell. Those close by felt their ears buzzing from the sound. Is this a 6th rank warrior? Fong Chen's heart trembled. He was the closest to Xiang Tianwen, and just the laughter left him somewhat dazed. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel awed. Xiang Tianwen's boisterous laughter and larger-than-life personality felt like a magnified version of Wei Chang. What he felt was directly reflected on his face. Once the laughter faded, Xiang Tianwen pushed the red box in his hand forward. In a serious tone, he said, Fong Chen, on behalf of the Dragon Guard army, I award you with a 3rd-class medal for your achievements in hunting demonic beasts in the 72nd Demonic Beast Wilderness and maintaining the safety of Jiang City. Fong Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. A 3rd-class medal is equivalent to a 3rd-class merit in his past life. It represents honor. Upon seeing the red square box, he had already guessed it would be an award. He was mentally prepared, but when Xiang Tianwen finally said it, he still couldn't help but feel thrilled. The martial arts examinees around them erupted in an uproar. Receiving a 3rd-class medal, does anyone know why? Did Fong Chen go to the 72nd Demonic Beast Wilderness to hunt beasts? He must have killed a lot. How many did he have to kill to reach an award-worthy level? Due to the 2,000 points from the martial arts examination, no one doubted Fong Chen's authenticity in hunting in the Demonic Beast Wilderness. All are guessing how many military merits. Watching everyone guess back and forth, Li Mingqi interjected. 50,490 military merits. Although she left the monster beast wilderness halfway, she had been paying attention to Fong Chen. When she heard that there were over 50,000 military merits last night, she couldn't help but scream. Just like the martial examination candidates around her at this moment. Each one had their mouths wide open, as if they could fit a fist inside. Over 50,000 military merits, how many monster beasts did he have to kill? No wonder Brother Chen did so well on the exam today. If there was no time limit, the monster beasts in the exam would probably not be enough for Brother Chen to kill alone. Among the excited martial examination candidates, only one person was exceptionally calm, even frowning. Wenqi, how do you know about Fong Chen's military merits? You've been paying attention to him? Shi Wan was staring into Li Mingqi's eyes. Li Mingqi instinctively felt a shock in her heart. In a moment of being too talkative, she actually forgot about her best friend. Wait, usually carefree, how come she's so sharp-minded now? Li Mingqi quickly calmed down and said. Teacher Su told me. Su Yang? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Fong Chen took the red square box from Xiang Tianwen. Opening it, a medal came into view. The blood red gleamed, seemingly telling everyone that one must step out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Fong Chen closed the box and turned his gaze to Xiang Tianwen. Thank you, General Xiang. Haha, no need to be so polite. Xiang Tianwen patted Fong Chen's shoulder. You killed so many monster beasts, many soldiers from the Dragon Guard army did not have to sacrifice their lives. If anyone should be thanked, it's me. I hope you can continue to work hard in the future and protect yourself and more people. This scene was captured by the reporters nearby. It's getting late, you've all been taking the exam for a day and must be tired. Xiang Tianwen, the award ceremony is over, so I won't disturb you any longer. He looked at Director Lu Qingfeng. Director Lu, you must ensure that the students get home safely. I'll head back now. Saying this, he patted Fong Chen's shoulder once more and soared into the sky. Looking at the gradually fading silhouette, Lu Qingfeng's thoughts ran wild. Usually, it takes several days from decision to award ceremony. But Fong Chen decided on the award yesterday, and today Xiang Tianwen awarded the medal before everyone. Even in front of the reporters' cameras. Though not explicitly stated, Xiang Tianwen's action was undoubtedly to win over Fong Chen, to give him support. Fong Chen is an orphan, though he has become the top scorer in the martial examination in the southern province. But who knows if someone will have ideas about him in the future. Xiang Tianwen was silently deterring these people. To mess with Fong Chen, one must weigh the consequences with the Dragon Guard army behind him. Fong Chen knew this as well. After the award ceremony, Xiang Tianwen did not question him in a coercive manner in front of so many eyes. Asking if he was willing to give for the country would only add pressure on him. Instead, he first advised him to protect himself. This made Fong Chen's heart warm. The martial examination is over, all candidates please board the bus in an orderly manner. As Lu Qingfeng's voice echoed again, the crowd began to disperse. Under the guidance of teachers and the Dragon Guard army, all candidates boarded the bus in an orderly fashion and drove out of the martial examination area. As for Fong Chen, he sat on the principal's bus. Without the crowd of students, the teachers spoke more freely. They asked Fong Chen if he had any training tips to share with the next group of martial examination candidates. After several exchanges, Su Yang couldn't help but ask. Fong Chen, have you thought about which martial university to apply for? Devil City Martial University. Fong Chen thought for a moment. Su Yang nodded. With your scores, you will definitely be able to get into Devil City Martial University. Then, he changed his tone, but the other three top martial universities might not agree so easily. Hanxia has hundreds of martial universities. But there are only 4 recognized top martial universities. They are Kyoto Martial University, Devil City Martial University, Mountain River Martial University, and Military Defense Martial University. Mountain River University is located in the central region of Hanxia. Hosted by 4 provinces together. The Military Defense Warriors University is the exclusive university for the Dragon Guard army, and Tianwen graduated from there. The strength of the 4 martial arts universities is average, and none of them are willing to admit inferiority. Therefore, in order to surpass the other 3, the 4 martial arts universities are crazily competing for talents. Old Su is right, with your score of over 20,000, and being the first in the southern province, special recruitment is a sure thing. The 4 martial arts universities will not just sit back and watch you be snatched away by another university. They will definitely pull out a lot of resources to woo you, even S-class martial skills might be offered. At that time, it won't be too late for you to make a decision. Chen Zhang said. After hearing this, everyone nodded one after another. Whoever offers more, it's a simple principle. Fong Chen nodded in agreement. Chapter 40 task completed. I didn't expect it, little Chen, usually you look calm and quiet, but you actually got first place in the martial arts exam. Your live broadcast today was so exciting, 1/1, I loved it. Little Chen, my daughter is also taking the college entrance exam next year, can you help tutor her? Aunt Wang, I remember your daughter is taking the written exam. Shut up, you're too talkative. Fang Chen first took the bus back to school, then Su Yang drove him home. Usually, the quiet community at 9 o'clock is now bustling with noise. When they saw Fang Chen return, one by one couldn't help but come over to chat. The strong reaction from being first really made Fang Chen a bit helpless. After chatting with neighbors for more than 10 minutes, he finally returned to his long-lost home. The familiar scent instantly made him feel tired. To become stronger, he had been to the monster beast wilderness, living in fear for a whole month, eating and sleeping outside. Plus today's continuous hunting. At this moment, he could finally rest well. So refreshing. After washing off the smell of blood, he lay on the bed and picked up the phone that was on his bedside. There was no signal in the monster beast wilderness, so he had left his phone at home for a month. After turning it on, he opened the chatting app. Except for Su Yang asking him about news from the monster beast wilderness a few days before half a month ago. There was nothing else. Even his relatives did not ask him about the situation of the martial arts exam. The original owner really had no friends. Fang Chen shook his head helplessly. However, there were several friend requests. Namely, Li Mingqi, Qi Wan, and a net friend named Ning Ning. All three requests were from half a month ago. The later friend requests were from today. They were Jiang Feng, Shen Xing, and several first-level martial arts exam candidates. The last one was an old friend who had been deleted. The request message read, Fang Chen, I want to talk to you. Fang Chen ignored it and approved all the friend requests above. He also marked Ning Ning as, why do you want to drink water and take off my pants? Immediately, he was pulled into a group by Qi Wan. The 10 or so people in the group were all high-end powers from this martial arts exam in Jiang City. As he joined, the originally quiet group chat came to life. Qi Wan, finally here, welcome welcome. Li Mingqi, Fang Chen, which martial arts university are you planning to apply to? Fang Chen, it depends on what resources the 4 martial arts universities are willing to offer. Jiang Feng, you're being smug again. Shen Xing, cool expression pack. Fang Chen was chatting casually. At this moment, a new message notification caught his interest. Why do you want to drink water and take off my pants? It's been a few minutes since I added you, why aren't you talking? Stabbing you from behind isn't necessarily harming you, I'm a bit thirsty, looking for water to drink. Guan Ning, too bad you're not beside me, otherwise I would definitely reward you well. Come on, open your mouth. Fang Chen, be gentle, don't drip on the bed. Guan Ning, little brother, you get scolded for bedwetting when you're young, but when you grow up, it should be praised. Fang Chen, hiss, wait, I suddenly feel uncomfortable, I need to go to the hospital. Guan Ning, what happened, little brother? Fang Chen, I think I'm sick, a part of my body feels stiff. Guan Ning, little brat, do you want to stir trouble? Be careful, don't let the phone screen go blank. Sly smile emoji. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen was successfully defeated on horseback. Facing this old veteran, he ultimately felt inadequate despite his desire. As they talked more, the topic finally turned to the martial arts exam. Guan Ning, how did your martial arts exam go? Fang Chen, over 20,000 points. Guan Ning, ha, you must be joking. I just went through the martial arts exam last year and fought hard for only over 14,000 points. Fang Chen, are you doubting my strength? Guan Ning, thumb and index finger slightly apart emoji. Fang Chen, look at my sword. After another exchange, Fang Chen learned that Guan Ning had been busy for the last 2 days and hadn't watched the martial arts exam livestream. He didn't care much and was about to sleep. Suddenly, someone mentioned him in the family group chat. Fang Chen frowned. It was truly rare for someone to seek him out. Since his parents went missing 10 years ago, this group of relatives, fearing they would be dragged down by him, had hardly contacted him. Fang Chen didn't find this inappropriate. After all, they were not a wealthy family. Adding one more mouth to feed meant one more expense. If kids chose to become martial artists, that little compensation money from his parents wouldn't be enough. To put it bluntly, being a martial artist required a lot of money, and no one was willing to take that gamble. They would only occasionally inquire about him during holidays. Opening the group chat, the group owner, his aunt Fang Hui, mentioned everyone. It had been several years since anyone returned to Jiangcheng. The day after tomorrow, I will bring Zhang Chang and Xiaolin back home. Does everyone have time? Let's meet up, our family is treating. Several uncles replied that it had indeed been years since they had seen each other, and it was time to return to their hometown. Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. 7 years ago, Fang Hui's family left Jiangcheng for another province to do business and had never returned. Several uncles also left with their families. Only he remained in Zhangcheng. To be more precise, he was the only one left. Simply put, these relatives no longer had much connection with him. There must be another reason for their return, it couldn't be because of him. To put it harshly, him being mentioned was just incidental. No one cared about his reply. Fang Chen then turned off his phone and went to sleep. Fatigue quickly swept over him, in just a moment, he fell into a deep slumber. He slept until the next afternoon. Until the sound of the system echoed in his ear, he woke up with a start. Task completed. Now issuing his Alchemist Week? My pills can summon heavenly thunder, also known as Alchemist Encyclopedia. At the Martial Arts University of Magic City, in the admissions office. In a space of over 500 square meters, dozens of large screens were arranged in sequence. Each screen displayed the names of various provinces in Huanxia. Kyoto, Magic City, High Province. Around the screens were dozens of third and fourth tier martial arts teachers gathered, discussing excitedly. Who do you think will be this year's martial arts exam champion? It's hard to say. Chung Hongi from Magic City and Lin Song from Kyoto, both with S-rank talent, are the candidates we've paid attention to first. They should have the best chances. Hey, don't be so sure. Gongqi from East Province, he from Liao Province, and Suyu from High Province also have S-rank talent, and are just as good as Chung Hongi and Lin Song. And Chen Ning from South Province, she also has S-rank talent and can compete for the championship. If all these geniuses could join our Magic City Martial University, I'd be dreaming and smiling. I'd like that too, but unfortunately, the other three schools won't agree. Time is almost up, the score list will be sent out soon. This year, who will be the martial arts exam champion? Chapter 41, Fang Chen, 20,370 points. On the first day after the martial arts exam each year, the education bureaus of each province will compile the scores of the exam candidates. And at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they will send the martial arts score list to the General Education Bureau. The four top martial universities, as the backbone of cultivating martial artists in Huanxia, will also receive the score list at the same time to facilitate recruiting. As long as it doesn't leak early. Deng Xiong pushed up her gold-framed glasses and glanced at the time. There was 1 minute left until 5 o'clock. As the head of the admissions office of Wuhan University in Magic City, the busiest moment of the year for her began at 5 o'clock. She put down her crossed leg and slowly got up from her seat, walking to the center of the office. The score rankings from all provinces have been released. Everyone, be prepared. As her cold voice echoed, dozens of teachers below the screen held their breath, their eyes fixed on the multiple screens. When the screens lit up, they had to make quick judgments according to the rankings, lest the other three Wuhan universities snatch away the talents. In the next moment, a central screen instantly brightened, displaying the score rankings. It is the score ranking from Magic City. The first place is Chung Hongi, with a score of 16,990, shouted one teacher. After looking it over, the teachers showed no excitement. After all, Magic City was their own examination area. They watched the martial arts exam yesterday from start to finish. They were already very familiar with the rankings above. Everyone knows Chang Hongi's profile, so there's no need to adjust. Deng Xiong immediately instructed. Sun Kai, you know the martial arts students from Magic City best. Besides Chung Hongi, please also check out the top 10 on the list. Okay. The male teacher named Sun Kai immediately walked out of the office without any hesitation. Next, 2 more screens lit up. It's the rankings from Kyoto and Guangdong Province. The first place in Kyoto is Lin Song, with a score of 17,090. Upon hearing the score, the teachers exchanged glances. It's actually higher than Chung Hongi. The martial arts top scorer is almost certain. Deng Xiong frowned slightly and spoke again. Li Shangfei, you are from Kyoto, you go check it out. Though she said this, she understood in her heart that Lin Song was from Kyoto, and with Kyoto's Wuhan University in front, the hope of coming to Magic City's Wuhan University was basically zero. She then cast her gaze towards Guangdong Province's score list. First place, Zhang Ji, with a score of 16,200. She immediately ordered, bring up Zhang Ji's martial arts exam live recording and profile. In the next moment, a screen started playing Zhang Ji's martial arts exam recording and profile. S-Class Wind and Thunder ability, it shows a mature control over the ability just by the attack. He also demonstrates a skilled mastery of martial arts techniques. Although he is weaker than Lin Song and Chang Hongi, he is still a rare genius. The teachers began to discuss among themselves. Deng Xiong quickly instructed, Wang Lingling, you go to Guangdong Province. Okay. The score rankings from East Province have come in, with the first place being Gongqi, scored 16890. Minutes later, the score rankings from 15 provinces had arrived. Among them, 3 provinces did not meet the special recruitment level due to low first-place scores, so Deng Xiong did not send anyone. Now, they were ranking according to the numbers received. The score rankings were: first place, Lin Song, from Kyoto, with a score of 17,090. Second place, Chung Hongi, from Magic City, with a score of 16,990. Third place, He, from Liaoning Province, with a score of 16,950. Fourth place, Gong Chi, from East Province, with a score of 16,890. Fifth place, Suyu, from Haizhou Province, with a score of 16,770. Sixth place, Jian Xingfeng, from Chang Province, with a score of 16,450. All the way down to the 20th place, the scores dropped sharply from 15,000 to around 12,000. A difference of 3,000 points represented a drop in the martial arts students' talent level from S class to A class. After the 43rd place, the scores officially fell below 10,000. After the 281st place, A-class talented students disappeared, with scores dropping to around 5,000. From here on, it became like the cultural exam, a difference of 1 point meant falling dozens or even hundreds of ranks. Martial exams are different from cultural exams. Martial exams focus on talent. As long as the talent is good enough, with a bit of effort, one can achieve a decent rank. So above the 280 mark, the scores vary greatly. Below 280, it truly becomes a fierce competition. This also represents the reality of this world. In truth, those with real talent only account for a very small portion. Most people are ordinary. It seems the top scorer this time is settled. It's Lin Song. What a pity for Chang Hongi, he is just 100 points behind Lin Song. Why hasn't the score ranking from South Province come yet? It's here, the score ranking from South Province has arrived. The crowd hurriedly gathered around. Just one glance, and everyone was frozen in place. Half a minute later, someone stammered, their lips quivering. First place, Fong Chen, score 20,370 points. 20,000 points. Did I see it wrong? He actually has over 3,000 points more than Lin Song. Fong Chen, why have I never heard this name before? Shouldn't it be Chen Ing? The teachers were all in disbelief. Even Deng Xiong, who had seen countless geniuses, felt her breath catch, unable to control her racing heart. 20,000 points, no one has ever reached this score before. But she quickly regained her composure. Quick, pull up Fong Chen's profile and the martial arts examination footage. Whether it's really 20,000 points, it would be clear at a glance. Soon, Fong Chen's profile and the martial arts examination footage appeared on the screen. Fong Chen, 18 years old, student of Class 3 at Jiang City No. 1 High School, awakened talent. E-grade Little Flame? Are you kidding? A Little Flame scoring over 20,000 points? This score must be fabricated. Some teachers, after seeing Fong Chen's profile, were even more confused. A few quickly reminded, stop looking at the profile, hurry and watch the footage. On the screen, Fong Chen cut down a low-level first-stage monster, his movements seamless like flowing water. Such strong physical fitness. And this sword technique, fast, accurate, deadly, not at all inferior to the top few. But just relying on these won't get you to 20,000 points. Skip to the interior area of the footage. Deng Xiong immediately instructed. As the staff operated, soon, the footage of Fong Chen hunting monsters in the interior area appeared before everyone. He's actually piling up monster corpses. Is he luring monsters? The Silverhorn Thunder Elephant is coming. With a bang, the screen went black, and when it played again, the high-level first-stage Silverhorn Thunder Elephant was already dead. Fong Chen, surrounded by transparent flames, twisted the air with heat. Subsequently, the arriving monsters were either burned to death or cut down in one blow. It was incredibly easy. This scene left all the teachers dumbfounded. Transparent flames? Why have I never heard of them? How are these monsters just standing there for him to cut down? Could it be the ability of the flames? Xianyan knife recording 5th level, mastered perfectly, no wonder he can cut down one with a single blow. Even Lin Song and Chang Hongi struggled in the interior area, yet he does this so easily. This is an E-grade talent Little Flame? Chapter 42, Reward Distribution. For Jiang City, although it is not the capital of South Province, everyone present was familiar with it. Because last year, Jiang City produced a Chu Yan, ranking 23rd in the nation with an A-grade talent, which astonished those who looked at the scoreboard at the time. Deng Xiong decisively sent people to offer a special recruitment. Unexpectedly, just a year later, another Fong Chen appeared, crushing everyone with a score of over 20,000. He had over 3,000 points more than the second from South Province, Chen Ing. It was as if he was on a different level, while Lin Song and Chen Ing were in another. Simply unbelievable. Could it be that there's a great opportunity hidden underground in Jiang City? Some teachers couldn't help but murmur. Deng Xiong was equally perplexed. The talent Fong Chen displayed was far too great compared to the profile. She calmly inquired to the nearby staff, is Fong Chen's profile incorrect? The staff immediately replied. This profile was pulled from the Jiang City Student Archive and has not been altered. Then there's only one possibility left: talent mutation. Deng Xiong took a deep breath, staring at Fang Chen's transparent fire parrot, trying to calm her emotions. Based on my observation, Fang Chen's transparent flames are of S-grade talent. The surrounding teachers, all famous martial artists, had sharp eyes and guessed the level of Fang Chen's flames. Though they were mentally prepared, they couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing Deng Xiong's confirmation. E-grade mutated to S-grade. A leap of 5 levels, this is simply a miracle. Deng Xiong watched the footage. Her years of recruitment experience and the instincts of a 5th-level martial artist told her that Fang Chen still had unspent techniques. She instructed again, skip to the core area. Then, the screen switched again, this time to the reservoir in the core area. One could see Fang Chen walking alone towards the shore. This kid is actually challenging the two-headed water python by himself? Chang Hongyi even found someone to partner with, yet he is going solo. Before the words were finished, Fang Chen on the screen moved. A surge of blue condensed into a towering wave, which then merged with the water, burning the two-headed water python until it was in excruciating pain. Immediately after, the lava giant python appeared. In just a few minutes, it effortlessly burned the two-headed water python to death. At that moment, the entire office fell silent. Everyone seemed as if they had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. Even Deng Xiong, known for her calmness, stood like a statue, with only her trembling fingers revealing her inner turmoil. After a long time, she finally spoke haltingly. SS, level flame. Everyone's breathing began to quicken. They had thought the transparent flame just earlier was impressive, but now another kind of blue flame that could dissolve in water emerged, with even more lethal power. SS level. This kind of talent hadn't appeared in Hanya for over a decade. They never expected to see it again today. The leaderboard updated successfully at that moment. First place, Fang Chen, from Nan Province, score 20,370. Second place, Lin Son, from the capital city, score 17,090. Third place, Cheng Hongyi, from Magic City, score 16,990. Fourth place, He, from Liao Province, score 16,950. Fifth place, Chen Ying, from Nan Province, score 16,930. Sixth place, Gong Qi, from Dong Province, score 16,890. Seventh place, Su Yu, from Hai Province, score 16,770. Faced with Fang Chen's overwhelming lead, everyone simply did not know what to say, only able to sigh. SS level, no wonder he has over 20,000 points. It's only natural that Cheng Hongyi and Lin Song are behind him. If it weren't for considering the examinees from Jiang City, his score would likely reach 25,000. Deng Xiong took a deep breath again, not thinking further, and immediately declared. Designate Fang Chen as the most important candidate for this special recruitment, no exceptions. Upon hearing this, all the teachers' eyes instantly lit up. They eagerly awaited to be selected as the recruiters for Fang Chen this time. But after some thought, Deng Xiong said, I'll handle the special recruitment for Fang Chen. Hearing this, although everyone felt a bit disappointed, they were not upset. Both S-level and SS-level talents. Such a genius. The other 3 martial universities would definitely be envious. They would send their highest-level special recruitment teachers to negotiate. And the highest-level special recruitment teacher from their university was Deng Xiong. Gazing at the tall figure on the screen, Deng Xiong couldn't help but murmur. Common rewards probably won't attract Fang Chen. At the same time, Fang Chen suddenly awoke with a start from his dream. Countless alchemy knowledge rushed into his mind like a tide, leaving him breathless. Complex prescriptions, various medicinal herbs' properties, alchemy techniques, and taboos seemed to instantly transform into flickering points of light, spinning wildly in his brain. It felt as though countless voices roared in his ears, seemingly eager to tell him every detail. After a few minutes, the chaos of alchemy knowledge in his mind began to sort itself out in an orderly manner. Finally, it merged into an illusory book. Is the alchemist weak? My pills can summon heavenly thunder. Hiss. Looking at this book, Fang Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Did I come in first? He truly did not expect that the system had issued the task reward in advance. It seems the leaderboard has come out, just not officially announced. He instinctively sighed in relief. Good thing it wasn't a cup. His month of sleeping rough in the monster wilderness hadn't been in vain. I actually slept for so long. Fang Chen looked at the time, it was already nearly 5:30 in the afternoon. A feeling of hunger filled his whole body. After a hearty meal downstairs, he returned home and began to browse through and digest the Encyclopedia of Alchemy. All kinds of knowledge once again flooded his mind. In an hour, although he had only digested a little, he reached a conclusion. This book was simply tailored for him. Because everything is done with fire. What era is it, still using traditional methods to refine medicine? People are using electric stoves. Of course, this is just a joke. The Encyclopedia of Medicine Refinement is a product adjusted by the system based on his fire-related abilities. The medicine refined with his will have effects several times stronger than similar products on the market, with zero side effects. It's simply like having a cheat code. No wonder it requires being number one in the country to obtain. Fong Chen sighed. Of course, to concoct such a cheat-like medicine, the requirement for controlling has reached an extreme level. Although the system has granted him, he can only control it. For detailed operations, it's still quite strenuous for him. It's like a regular person and a doctor, both can use a needle, but one pokes a finger, while the other sutures a wound. During the Demon Beast Wasteland expedition, he had focused entirely on hunting demons to improve his combat skills. He had not paid attention to this aspect. If his ability to control were stronger, killing the two-headed water python would be much faster. Looks like I have some busy days ahead for the summer vacation. Fong Chen sighed and suddenly thought of something. How about I also play around with and create something? Chapter 43, Family Dinner. As everyone knows, if is fused well, it can produce results greater than 1 plus 1, making 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. The terrifying energy creates explosions that are not just earth-shattering, they can be likened to the power of a small boy. People from 2 places who have tried it all say it's great. They even thought about making a repeat purchase. So, Fong Chen decided to play around with it. But Fong Chen didn't intend to create any fire lotus. This world has developed arrogance and prejudice toward should not be defined. If you think otherwise, then putting aside the facts, are you really right? Fong Chen wants to be a man that is not defined by society. But with his current skills, he can't just create whatever he wants. He still needs practice. Time waits for no one, and just as he was about to start, suddenly, his phone rang with a notification. Upon opening it, he saw Chi Wan had sent a message in the group chat. Chi Wan, the martial arts exam results will be out tomorrow at 6 in the afternoon. Do you guys want to find a place to have some fun? Zhang Feng, why do I feel like your intentions are not just about drinking? Chi Wan, you really see people well. Li Mingqi, it's fine to wait for results while having fun. Zhang Qiuyang, I'm fine too. Fong Chen was also okay, being alone at home was indeed boring. He wasn't a competitive dog. Why not go out for some fun? Having fought all his life, he deserved to live a little freely. Fong Chen, I'm fine. Chi Wan, do you guys have any places in mind? Zhang Feng at Xingfeng, come out and talk. Zhang Feng, let's go to Xinqing's family hotel, it has everything for eating, drinking, and having fun. Xinqing, no problem. Xinqing, map location. Chi Wan, Tianyun Hotel, it's actually your family's? You're rich. Xinqing, I'm very low-key. Zhang Feng, Zhang Feng, whoever is on Xinqiang's account, come down quickly. Tianyun Hotel is the most luxurious hotel in Jiangcheng, without a doubt. Those who can come here are basically the upper class of Jiangcheng. Who would have thought it was actually Xinqing's family business? Compared to this, the military achievement rewards of over 10 million instantly don't seem appealing anymore. Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. The military achievement rewards had arrived the night before. To arrive so quickly, it must have been Tianwen who intervened. Not dwelling on this too much, Fong Chen refocused on the task at hand. He summoned the fallen heart flame and sea heart flame. He carefully controlled the 2 flames to begin fusion. As the flames drew closer and intertwined, a deep humming sound filled the air, as if 2 forces were colliding fiercely. Fong Chen's heart raced, his hand movements becoming increasingly steady. He knew that only in this delicate balance could he achieve a perfect fusion of both flames. As the 2 began to converge and penetrate each other, Fong Chen plunged his entire being into it. Time quietly slipped away. The colors outside the house gradually turned from twilight to white. A ray of morning light dappled across the windowsill. Fong Chen was still immersed in it. Gradually, the eastern sky unfolded like a luxurious curtain, becoming even more brilliant as the sun pierced through the clouds, rising high before quietly setting. Around 5 in the afternoon, Fong Chen broke free from his immersion and looked at the flame in his hand, about the size of half a fingernail. The blue and transparent colors intertwined, captivating the eye. He had successfully fused 2 kinds of strange fire, but only this little bit. Let alone a lotus, he couldn't even form half a petal. But the energy contained within was equivalent to a full-force strike from a low-level martial artist. Indeed, all beginnings are hard. A whole day has passed, and I've only fused this little bit. Fong Chen glanced at the time and couldn't help but sigh. However, he considered it a preliminary success, with more practice in the future. The day when the strange fire would brush past the red roses was not too far away. At the same time, he noticed he was close to breaking through to an intermediate level. The Heartfall Flame's constant cultivation allowed his training speed to exceed that of others by several times. As for the breakthrough time, it would be in the coming days. It's getting late, I should head to Tianyun Hotel. Fang Chen got up, tidied up briefly, and went downstairs to grab a taxi to Tianyun Hotel. Before arriving, he saw Chi Wan and Li Mingqi waiting at the hotel entrance from a distance. After getting out of the car, Chi Wan hurried over. Let's go, Fang Chen, everyone is upstairs. Fang Chen nodded, and the three entered the hotel together. Meanwhile, at Tianyun Hotel, in a private room on the third floor, Fang Hui's family of three sat at the main seats. Around them sat a dozen people, chatting and laughing, all relatives of Fang Chen. Fang Hui's husband, Zhang Chang, placed the menu on the table. Hello everyone, we haven't seen each other for years, feel free to order whatever you want, our family is treating. That would be too much trouble. Fang Chen's aunt and second uncle waved their hands symbolically. Fang Hui couldn't hide her smiling expression and said, "We're all family, no need to be polite." Once these words were said, everyone stopped holding back and eagerly took the menu in hand. After ordering a few favorite dishes, Fang Chen's aunt, Fang Mei, finally turned her gaze to Fang Hui's son and spoke. Little Lin, I've thought he was clever since he was small, he will definitely be successful when he grows up. After all, when someone is treating, you want to flatter Fang Hui a little as a courtesy. Beside her, the second uncle quickly agreed. I thought the same back then, just look. Little Lin has not disappointed us, not only does he have B-level talent, but he also scored over 4,000 in the martial arts exam, making him the first in our family to score such high marks. With such a high score, it should be no problem to get into a famous martial arts university. When we mention it, the Fang family will surely stand out. Although Fang Hui said she wanted to go home and visit, she clearly mentioned her son's over 4,000 score in the martial arts exam. Everyone was an adult, how could they not see the true reason behind her wanting to return to Jiangchang? It was just to show off. For this, Fang Mei and the uncles could not help but mutter in their hearts. They hadn't seen each other for over a decade, and they hadn't even called once. Where was the family bond? What are they pretending for? Although they thought this way in their hearts, they still hurried back from other provinces. A score of 4,000, while too far behind the SN-level geniuses, was still outstanding among ordinary people. If handled well, it could easily lead to a very good martial arts university. The future path could be considered smooth. They still had to build relationships in advance. Hearing Fang Mei and the second uncle's remarks, Fang Hui couldn't suppress her smile. Hey, everyone, stop flattering him, if you say too much, this kid will get carried away. Zhang Chang appropriately chimed in. Right, this kid shouldn't be praised, scoring over 4,000 was also done with a team. As for the university, I've already asked someone, getting into a first-tier martial arts university should not be a problem. 1. Fang Mei couldn't help but raise her voice, that's really amazing, our Fang family has never had a martial arts exam candidate who scored that high. Xiaolin, the future of our Fang family depends on you. The Thin raised his head instinctively upon hearing this praise. With a hint of superiority, he said. Don't worry, Auntie, as long as I'm here, we will definitely have good days ahead. But... He scanned the room, frowning unhappily. Where is Fang Chen? Why isn't he here? Chapter 44, The Arrival of the Martial Arts University Teacher. Fang Chen? Fang Mei and the second uncle exchanged glances. If it weren't for his words, they wouldn't have noticed that someone was missing. Right, why isn't Fang Chen here? I had tagged everyone before. Fang Hui was puzzled. In fact, she was even more surprised that actually remembered Fang Chen. Who is Fang Chen? The uncle, who was already over 50, couldn't help but interrupt, his eyes filled with confusion. Hey, big brother, Fang Chen is our younger brother Fang Jie's son. The second uncle quickly reminded him. Oh, so he is a Jie's son. The uncle forced out an awkward smile, look at me, my memory is slipping at my age. After saying that, he didn't forget to praise. Isn't smart? His memory is really good. This made the second uncle's mouth twitch, they had been waiting here for him to say something. You didn't talk for so long, but you held back something big. The uncle's praise made Fang Hui feel good inside. Well, maybe Fang Chen just didn't see us. She didn't think it was her fault for not noticing Fang Chen, but subconsciously believed it was Fang Chen's fault. Fang Mei quickly agreed, Hui, you're just too nice. Fang Chen is clearly in the group, yet he doesn't even bother to reply, that's his problem. We finally came back, and he hasn't even shown his face. Does he even care about us relatives? A round of praise and blame left Fang Hui and her husband unable to respond. They were growing more certain about their decision to come back to Jiangcheng. As for what Fang Chen thought, who cares? I seem to remember Fang Chen is about the same age as Xiaolin. Zhang Chang said, didn't he also take the martial arts exam the day before yesterday? I wonder how he did. If he's about the same as Shaolin, as an uncle, I could help him find some connections, get him into a decent martial arts university. His words caused the expressions of those around him to freeze. They had just left Jiangcheng, moving to another province to develop. They had rarely paid attention to news from Jiangcheng. Who would care about what rank Fangchen can achieve? Besides, the martial arts exam was live-streamed, with evidence available. It's far harder to fake than academic scores. Whatever scores were obtained, which universities could be applied to, all were completely transparent. You still want to find connections? This wave was definitely overblown. But they also didn't feel like tearing it down. The second uncle continued with a smile, I'm afraid there's no opportunity now. I asked Fangchen last year, and he said his awakened talent was E-class little flame. Even if he tried hard, he wouldn't score too high. What a pity. Zhang Chang sighed, I guess he didn't do well on the test, and that's why he's too embarrassed to see us and didn't come. After all, young people care about their image. Everyone nodded in agreement. Hearing this, quietly sighed in relief. He was the same age as Fangchen. Before Fangchen's parents went missing, many people used to compare the two. Fangchen's grades always overshadowed him, leading many to say Fangchen was smarter. Even now, more than 10 years after leaving Jiangcheng, he still remembered it clearly. One of his purposes for returning this time was to see how Fangchen did on the exam. Before I came back, I heard someone online say that the top scorer in the Jiangcheng martial arts exam seemed to be named Fangchen, and his score was very high. I was planning to find the live stream recording to see if it was the Fangchen we knew. Couldn't help but smile slightly. But listening to the second uncle, it seems there's no need now. The second uncle patted his chest. I specifically asked someone about this matter. Fangchen indeed has an E-level talent. As he was speaking, the door to the private room opened, and several waiters brought the dishes to the table. Fang Hui waved her hand at the relatives. Since Fangchen isn't coming, let's not mention him anymore. The food is served, let's eat quickly. After we finish, let's go back to our hometown and see if it has changed much. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, VIP reception room. Sitting on the sofa, Deng Qiong crossed her long legs and adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, giving her alluring face a hint of coolness. Her red lips parted slightly. As I expected, it's you three who came. In the room, besides her, there were 2 men and 1 woman sitting on the reception sofa. One was Zhong Liangkai, the director of the admissions office of Kyoto Military University. He was slightly overweight, with a round face that always wore a smile. He looked like a middle-aged uncle. The second was Mu Tsongrong, the director of the admissions office of Shanhua Military University. With wavy long hair cascading down her back, her split cheongsam clung tightly to her skin, perfectly showcasing her voluptuous figure. This was the complete opposite of Deng Qiong's cool temperament. Lastly, there was Zhuan Hui, the director of military defense admissions, dressed in military uniform. He sat upright on the sofa, unrestrained and carefree. All 4 were the highest-ranking admissions officers from their respective schools. They represented how much they valued Fangchen. At the same time, the 4 were old friends for over a decade. To help their schools recruit geniuses, they had engaged in both open and hidden competitions. It had been 5 years since the last time the 4 of them met. That time was also for an exceptional genius. I can't let a genius like Fangchen be taken away by you. Zhong Liangkai rubbed his round belly, wearing a silly smile on his face. There's no one else here, stop pretending to be a good guy, you smiling tiger. Mu Tsongrong rolled her eyes. Who doesn't know that before you Zhong Liangkai was transferred to a civilian position, you were famous as a Grim Reaper? Now you're acting like a benevolent person. Zhuang Hui couldn't help but laugh loudly, his voice booming. It's been so many years since we last met, and you two still enjoy bantering. Zhong Liangkai sighed helplessly. Isn't it just because I stole a martial arts student from you 6 years ago? Why does every meeting have to end up with you blaming me? Deng Qiong calmly watched Zhong Liangkai and Mu Tsongrong argue, not interjecting. What she saw was quite rare. Just a bit of banter. If it had been 5 years ago, the chances of them fighting were much higher than merely arguing. After all, geniuses are always scarce. If not seized, they're gone. Creak. The office door was pushed open. Chen Jingtian cautiously walked in, presenting a very low profile. Sorry, for teachers, I had a meeting with the Provincial Education Bureau, so I arrived a bit late. These 4 were all 5th-level martial artists and were the highest-ranking directors of admissions from 4 military universities. He was not someone like him, a principal, who could provoke them. If it wasn't for the reminding teacher on duty, he wouldn't have known these 4 big shots were present. Zhuang Hui waved his hand. It's our fault, we didn't inform you in advance. For a genius like Fangchen, of course, the sooner they could meet, the better. In fact, they couldn't inform him beforehand to avoid being discovered. Thus, they hurriedly arrived in Jiangcheng. But unfortunately, the other three thought the same way. As soon as they arrived at the gate of number 1 middle school, the four of them ran into each other. They almost arrived at the same time. This clearly shows how strong Fong Chen's allure is. Chapter 45, How can you be so oblivious? Principal Chen, where is student Fong Chen now? Zhou Liangkai asked with a smile. Sure enough, it was for Fong Chen. Chen Zhengtian had just learned from the Provincial Education Bureau about Fong Chen's national ranking. First in the country. Leading second place, Lin Song, by more than 3,000 points. He thought about the people from the 4 military universities coming. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. They should be home. Let me call and ask. Chen Zhengtian hurriedly took out his phone. As soon as it rang, the call was connected. Hello, Fong Chen? Where are you now? Tianyun Hotel? Hurry over, the 4 schools. Before he could finish, Deng Qiong and the others immediately stood up. Time is tight, let's not make Fong Chen come here. We'll go find him, Zhuang Hui said. Chen Zhengtian was taken aback for a moment and quickly said on the other end of the line. Fong Chen, I'm going to find you right now with the teachers from the 4 schools. Just wait at Tianyun Hotel, don't go anywhere. At Tianyun Hotel, in a luxurious private room on the top floor. Fong Chen hung up the phone. The more than 10 classmates beside him looked at each other. They all heard the voice on the phone. The top recruitment teachers from the 4 schools actually came, something they would never dare to dream of. But as soon as they thought of Fong Chen's 20,000 points, they suddenly felt relieved. They certainly weren't as abnormal as Fong Chen. It's only a 10-minute ride from the school to here. Qiwan said, Fong Chen, let's go down quickly to welcome them. Zhang Feng interjected, I want to go too, it's a good chance to see the world. Me too, just thinking about this scene makes me excited. Fong Chen nodded, then let's all go down together. More than 10 people left the private room and took the elevator downstairs. Xin Cheng also found a staff member to help Fong Chen arrange a luxury suite, making it easy for him to discuss matters with the 4 teachers later. As soon as they arrived at the lobby, a sudden noise broke out. Fong Hui and the others rushed down from upstairs, among them Zhang Chang, who was somewhat tipsy, constantly shouting to settle the bill. Some others nodded, saying it was unnecessary, but no one went to pull him back. Walking at the front, had his hands in his pockets, chin held high, and a smile almost bursting from his face. He had really enjoyed today's meal. Ever since the dishes were served, although he claimed not to mention Fong Chen anymore, Fong Chen's name still popped up from time to time, immediately followed by praises for him. If the meal hadn't finished, he could have listened for another half an hour. But he felt a bit regretful that there was one less person to watch. At that moment, he looked up and saw a very familiar figure in the lobby. Fong Chen. Although it had been more than 10 years since they last met, he remembered Fong Chen's appearance very clearly. At the same time, another group of relatives also spotted Fong Chen. At first, they were just a bit confused. After so many years, they couldn't remember what he looked like. After a brief pause of several seconds, the second uncle stepped forward and cautiously said, Little Chen? Fong Chen had already noticed them when they came downstairs, feeling somewhat surprised. He hadn't paid attention to which day they were coming back or where they were going. He didn't expect to run into them at the same hotel today, it really was a coincidence. Fong Chen, who are they? Qiwan asked beside him. Before Fong Chen could reply, Fong Mei spoke up first. Little Chen, how could you be so inconsiderate? Just a moment ago in the private room, although she had directly praised Fong Hui's family the most, she couldn't casually praise them as the second uncle and the elder uncle had managed to do. Having suffered a loss from lacking culture. Now that Fong Chen appeared, she surely took the opportunity to give Fong Hui's family some face. Today is your aunt's family's day returning to Jiangcheng. How could you not come? She didn't say it was Fong's family returning to Jiangcheng but specifically mentioned Fong Hui's family returning. This indirectly flattered Fong Hui's family, indicating they were the core of the family. Seeing that Fong Mei was so ungracious as to cut in first, the second uncle could not sit still. He immediately became the spokesperson for Fong Hui's family, pointing at Qiwan and the others, and solemnly said, Little Chen, these must be your classmates. I know that you young people just finished the martial arts exam and like to have a meal together. But you shouldn't choose today. Your aunt has only come back from another province once, and there's also Shaolin, he scored over 4,000 on the martial arts exam. On such an important day. Our whole family is gathered to celebrate, how can you not come? You are really lacking in seriousness. These people must have a problem with their brains. Qiwan frowned slightly. As soon as they met, they bit down on Fong Chen like dogs. They raised their chins the entire time. With a lofty attitude, they lectured Fong Chen. They didn't care at all about Fong Chen's expression. She couldn't help but take a glance at Li Mingqi and Zhang Feng beside her. Their expressions were similar, hesitant to speak. These people were Fong Chen's relatives. Since Fong Chen didn't speak, they felt awkward to say anything. This calm scene actually made Fong Hui and her group even more excited. Little Chen, don't mind it, your aunt and your second uncle are just looking out for you. Fong Hui played the good person, just let me know in advance next time, I won't blame you. That's right, little Chen is no longer young, he has his own circle, dining with classmates is nothing. Zhang Chang stumbled a bit as he walked to Fong Chen and patted his shoulder. It's okay, little Chen, I've been there too. Isn't it just that you didn't do well in the martial arts exam, not as high as your brother's 4,000 points? It's fine, we are relatives, it doesn't matter. Once he said this, Chi-Wan and the others couldn't help but gasp. 20,000 points are indeed much lower than 4,000 points. So daring, aren't they? Who knew their reaction made think that his father was right. Fong Chen indeed scored lower than him. A hint of teasing and pride instinctively revealed in his eyes. Fong Chen, even though we haven't seen each other for over 10 years, I've always remembered you. Don't worry, I am your brother, if anyone dares to bully you, just come to me. Hearing this, a group of relatives couldn't help but praise. Little Lin is still sensible, starting to support Fong Chen so early. Fong Chen, be smart and quickly say thank you. Upon hearing this, raised his chin high, assuming a haughty pose, and asked. By the way, Fong Chen, how many points did you get? Which university are you planning to apply to? If your score is not enough, I'll have my dad think of a way for you. At that moment, four urgent braking sounds suddenly rang out outside the hotel, jarring everyone's eardrums. Turning to look, for luxury cars with different license plates parked at the entrance, showing no courtesy. The doors opened, and four people with completely different styles walked down. You smiling tiger, driving so fast, do you want to die? If you don't chase me, would I be driving so fast? No matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than Deng Xiong. At this time, Chen Jingtian hurriedly walked over to the four. With the four luxury cars blocking the entrance, he had no choice but to park in the outdoor parking lot. Seeing Fong Chen waiting in the hall, Chen Jingtian was about to make an introduction. But Deng Xiong and the others took a step ahead and walked over to Fong Chen. They were already very familiar with Fong Chen's appearance. Fong Chen, I am Deng Xiong, the head of the enrollment office of Magic City Martial University. I am here to invite you to choose our Magic City Martial University. As soon as this was said, and the others held their breath. Chapter 46. They are all. Deng Xiong? Director of the enrollment office of Magic City Martial University? Here to find Fong Chen? Can this even be said in one sentence? Just as Fong Hui and the others were dumbfounded, the other three also hurriedly spoke. Magic City Martial University has nothing good. If you want to come to our Kyoto Martial University. Zhong Liang smiled warmly. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Zhong Liang, the head of the enrollment office of Kyoto Martial University. I hope you can choose us. Two gentlemen, what era is this? Still using traditional recruitment methods. Mu Songrong tucked her hair behind her ear, smiling. Classmate Fong, I am Mu Songrong, the director of the enrollment office of Mountain River Martial University. Our Mountain River Martial University has countless beauties like me. When it was Joy Hui's turn, he shook his head helplessly. I'm straightforward, so I'll just say it. Fong Chen, I'm Zhuo Hui, the head of the enrollment office of Military Defense Martial University. As long as you come to our Military Defense Wu University, whatever conditions you have, we will try our best to fulfill them. Mo City Wu University, Kyoto Wu University, Mountain River Wu University, Military Defense Wu University. The directors of the four top Wu University admissions offices in the entire Hanxia have all gathered. This is a scene that ordinary people could never see, and it is now happening right before Fong Hui, Zhang Chang, and others' eyes. Are these four people fake? This thought instantly appeared in their minds. But the four luxury cars, along with the advanced warrior aura that these four naturally emitted, struck hard at their hearts. The most nervous is the second uncle. He left Jiang City 5 years ago, and at that time, Chen Jingtian was already the principal of the first high school. He had met him. And at this moment, Chen Jingtian holds these four people in utmost respect. What else is there to doubt? Everything happening before them is real. Fong Chen is being specially recruited by the four top Wu universities. Teachers, there are too many people here, let's discuss in a private room. Chen Jingtian quickly stepped forward. Xin Chang took the opportunity to say, the room is ready, just on the top floor. Upon hearing this, Deng Xiong and the others glanced at Fong Hui and the others. There are indeed quite a few people. Let's go upstairs to talk. Chen Jingtian reminded, Fong Chen, you go with the four teachers, I won't go in. The joint special recruitment of the four Wu universities, he, a principal, does not have the qualifications to participate. Okay. Fong Chen nodded, and with a slight smile at the side, he said. Looks like your dad won't have the chance to help me anymore. Chen Jingtian couldn't help but ask, Fong Chen, who are they? His gaze flicked towards Fong Hui and the others. With Fong Chen's current grades, his future is definitely bright. If these people are related to Fong Chen, he must have a good chat and get closer. Fong Chen's expression was calm. A group of relatives, I don't know them. Simple words, extreme enjoyment. Fong Chen has never been a good person. These relatives can just meet, what does it mean to come up and bite? Like a damn dog, barking non-stop. Hearing this response, Chi Wan's mouth dropped open. Why didn't you say this earlier? Fong Chen, I just wanted to see the disparity of relatives in this world. Like these few guys, each has their own act. Hypocrisy, putting on airs, etc., unlike Min Yingying's acting persona. But fundamentally, they are still connected. Crazy. On the other hand, he still wants to give his missing father a little face. You insulted us? Fong Mei's lips trembled, he was actually scolded by a junior. Fong Chen laughed, making a gesture of Yip Man pointing at someone. You even want to confirm it again. You. Fong Mei was furious, her eyes fierce. But the next moment, she was flat on the ground. The auras of the five-stage warriors of Deng Xiong and the others burst out instantly, pressing down on Fong Mei. Just the pressure of the aura made her stick to the ground, unable to move. In an instant, she even felt the taste of death. This moment made Fong Hui and all the relatives instantly stand on end. Zhang Chang, who was still slightly drunk, turned pale, trembling all over, glancing at the flat Fong Mei, cursing internally. They came to specifically recruit Fong Chen, yet you dared to act against him. Isn't this pure suicide? And the previously arrogant relatives, at this moment, didn't even have the courage to look up. Teachers, let's head upstairs. Fong Chen knew that these four were trying to show goodwill towards him, so he didn't want to waste more time, it's better to get straight to the point. Okay. Deng Xiong and the others nodded. From Fong Chen's recent series of performances, they also roughly understood Fong Chen's character. Straightforward, without softening. Such a person, as long as he doesn't deliberately seek stimulation, is easy to deal with. Although they did not understand what happened between Fong Chen and these people. But based solely on Fong Chen's national first-place grade, they didn't need to know anything else. Led by the waiter, Fong Chen and the four of Deng Xiong stepped into the elevator upstairs. Until this moment, the pressure from the fifth-tier strongman had finally disappeared. Only then could Fong Mei move, curling up on the ground in terror, and no one dared to help her. All the relatives were frozen in place, cold sweat beating on their foreheads, taking deep breaths to calm their emotions. After a long while, the fear within gradually faded, and she struggled to control her trembling. What is going on? Fong Chen, how could Fong Chen be specially recruited by the four top martial arts universities? No one among the relatives could answer this question. Meanwhile, Chen Jingtian didn't spare them a glance, his eyes directed at Xinqing and the others. A smile returned to his lips. You little ones all did well in the exam. Chi Wan was surprised. Principal Chen, have you received the score list? Chen Zhengtian nodded, the Provincial Education Bureau sent it to me an hour ago. But, you can look at it now too. Me? Chi Wan thought of something and looked at the time. It was already 8 in the evening, and the national score list had been announced. She had just forgotten this while accompanying Fong Chen to welcome the teachers from the 4 martial arts universities. The others were the same. They hurriedly took out their phones to check the scores. Ha ha ha, I see my ranking, 59th in the nation. Zhang Feng exclaimed in delight, sparks flying from his body. Then, Xinqing gave a brief statement. I'm 66th. I'm 97th, Li Mingqi said. I'm 118th, Xiwan exclaimed in excitement. After that, the others also shared their martial arts exam scores in succession. The lowest was over 400. This left dumbfounded, as if her expression had frozen on her face. Her biological father, Zheng Chang, was the same. He thought Fong Chen had classmates on the same level but hadn't expected them to rank so high on the national score list. The earlier words felt like a boomerang, cutting at his throat, leaving him unable to voice a sound. Fong Chen also had his own circle. But it was a circle of geniuses that they wished to know but could not. In front of their talents, what she took pride in was nothing. Hurry, Shaolin, quickly see what your ranking is? Fong Hui called out. Came to her senses and quickly took out her phone to check. But when she opened the score list, she froze in place. National Martial Arts Exam Score List. First place, Fong Chen, from Jiangcheng, score, 20,370 points. Second place, Lin Son, from Kyoto, score, 17,090 points. Chapter 47, indeed a group of. Fong Chen, national first. Trembled all over, her eyes full of astonishment. Opening the score list, a name so familiar it felt unreal greeted her eyes. Fong Chen. 20,370 points. more than 3,000 points ahead of the second place, Lin Sung. From Jiangchang. At this moment, their whole family was indeed in Jiangchang. Combining everything that had just happened, even if they did not want to believe, they had to believe. The first on the score list was indeed Fong Chen, and not someone with the same name. At this moment, faintly understood the earlier reactions of Chi Wan and the others. Because in their eyes, their family truly had no difference from Fong Hui seemed to have lost her ability to speak. Covering her mouth, she could not make a sound. While she was feeling pleased with S4,000 points, the Fong Chen she had never considered had already taken the national first. She suddenly understood, it was not that Fong Chen didn't come to see them, but that he completely looked down on them. At this moment, all the relatives also saw the score list, their expressions blank. Over 20,000 points, actually over 20,000 points. No wonder teachers from the 4 top martial arts universities all came. I was actually supporting someone with 4,000 points while standing next to a 20,000 point champion. I really have a problem. Slap. The uncle slapped himself hard. Damn it, I supported the wrong person. He now regretted immensely for not paying attention to Fong Chen all these years. Even sending a message to him the day before the martial arts exam could have maintained familial ties, allowing them to enjoy endless blessings in the future. Quick, check Jiangcheng news. Uncle suddenly shouted loudly. The crowd hurriedly opened the news. They saw a picture on the phone showing that after the martial arts exam, Xiang Tianwen personally awarded honors to Fong Chen. Everyone was stunned once again. Xiang Tianwen actually helped Fong Chen personally award honors. If I remember correctly, this is a 6th level expert. We can't even get on good terms with a 4th level martial artist, yet Fong Chen has already built a relationship with a 6th level expert. And this article says over 50,000 military merits. How much money is that? Everyone felt immense regret. But the one who regretted the most was Aunt Fong Mei. At this moment, looking at Xiang Tianwen's figure on the news, the breath of death once again surrounded her. First in the national martial arts exam, and awarded honors by a 6th level expert. And she had just thought about taking action against Fong Chen. Just lying on the ground was the greatest grace she could receive. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and she hurriedly got up from the ground, not even greeting anyone, and rushed to escape. Seeing this, Uncle's face also turned pale to the extreme. Although he did not seek death like Fong Mei, he had also unknowingly stepped on Fong Chen. He forced himself to stop shaking, completely losing the earlier look of blaming Fong Chen. He too had no time to greet anyone and left in a hurry. The remaining Fong Hui and others exchanged glances. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. They had never cared about Fong Chen but now wanted to speak ill of him. They didn't even have the courage to beg for Fong Chen's forgiveness. If they provoked Fong Chen again, the consequences were unimaginable. Let's go. Hurry and leave. Zheng Chang immediately pulled his wife and child away. This place, he never wanted to return in his lifetime. As for these relatives, it was best never to meet again. Seeing Zhang Chang's family leave, the others also dared not stay and hurriedly left the Tianyun Hotel. The once noisy hall fell silent. Watching these people rushing around, Li Mingqi and others instinctively blurted out. They really are a bunch of. At the same time, in a private room on the top floor, Fong Chen and Deng Xiong's group had already taken their seats. Deng Xiong didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. Fong Chen, previously your data showed you as an E-level ember, yet your abilities displayed during the martial arts exam were not like that. Can you explain the reason? The other three nodded in agreement. They had originally been confused about this matter too. Although they already had a conclusion in mind, they still needed to understand according to the admissions regulations. Fong Chen had anticipated this question and shared his prepared answer. My abilities have mutated. When did this happen? A month before the martial arts exam. Deng Xiong nodded, not asking about the reason for the mutation. In the past, someone had tried to understand this issue. But after various investigations, they found too many possible reasons for the mutation of abilities. Bloodline, external stimuli, or even a scare could lead to a mutation. Thus, to this day, the reasons were generally attributed to the martial artist's own innate talent. She continued, Fong Chen, due to your mutated talent never being seen before. So please demonstrate your abilities, we need to analyze and record. Fong Chen nodded and immediately summoned 2 types of. A transparent, slightly milky white small flame, and a deep blue small flame floated in front of him. Such domineering energy. Zhuan Hui blurted out, his thick brows knitted together as he stared at the 2 flames. The other 3 were the same. Their expressions turned exceptionally serious. The previously amiable Zhong Liangkai also lost much of his smile. I've never seen flames like this, just a small flame can make a 5th level like me feel a bit nervous. Deng Xiong adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, using the action to conceal her inner shock. From the energy contained, this transparent flame can be analyzed as S level, and the deep blue flame as SS level. But analyzing talent levels cannot rely solely on these. Fang Chen, please describe the general abilities of these two flames. Okay. Fang Chen nodded and explained how the heart flame of the fallen heart could scorch, block and burn mental attacks, as well as the melting ability of the heart flame from the sea. These abilities had already been exposed, and he didn't need to hide them. The more he talked, the more resources he could gain. But he didn't mention the training cheat. This ability was too overpowered, better to keep it hidden for now. Hearing Fang Chen's account, Deng Xiong and the others instinctively tensed up, clenching their fists. They had seen the numbness brought by the scorched heart flame and the dissolving power of the sea heart flame. It was already astonishing. They didn't expect that it could also block mental attacks. The four of them exchanged a glance, each wearing a grave expression. Deng Xiong was the first to speak. I determined that both flames are SS-level talents. So do I, the other three agreed in unison. Upon hearing this, Deng Xiong pushed her golden eyes again, but it was already futile. The shock in her eyes was hard to conceal. This result exceeded her expectations. An SS-level talent was already a 1 in 10 million chance, yet Fang Chen had 2. It was unbelievable. The other three were no better off. They were breathing rapidly, wishing they could take Fang Chen back to their school right now. Only Fang Chen knew that if it weren't for his low strength, these two unique flames wouldn't be rated lower than SSS level. Finally, Mu Tsong couldn't hold back and spoke first. Classmate Fang Chen, as long as you come to our Shanhua Wuda, you will get a scholarship of 10 million and S-level access to the martial arts library, with any S-level martial arts you choose. Additionally, I'll give you an S-level piece of equipment. That's the limit of what I can promise you. What do you think? Chapter 48, The Final Choice. As Mu Tsong's promise was made, the expressions of the other three changed dramatically. Mu Tsong was lying, this was not her limit, but exceeded it. In previous recruitment meetings, the highest offer had been only a scholarship of 10 million plus an S-level piece of equipment. This time, she even included S-level access. She wanted to compete fiercely. But when they thought of Fang Chen's talent, if they had to compete, then let's compete. Zhong Liangkai gritted his teeth. Classmate Fang Chen, we at Kyoto Wuda are willing to offer a scholarship of 10 million S-level access to the martial arts library, plus 2 S-level pieces of equipment. We sincerely hope you can join us. As soon as he said this, Mu Tsong's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. Her eyes were filled with anger as she stared at Zhong Liangkai. But she had no way to retaliate. The foundation of Shanhua Wuda was slightly weaker than Kyoto Wuda, and she could not offer more. Zhuang Hui sighed, seeming a bit helpless, and said, Classmate Fang Chen, we at Junfang Wuda cannot provide you much materially. We can only offer you 8 million in scholarship plus S-level access to the martial arts library. But I can promise you that after graduation, you will become a colonel in the Dragon Guard army. He used the military advantage to make up for the lack of material rewards. With Zhuang Hui's statement, the atmosphere in the room reached an extreme tension. All three pairs of eyes were on Deng Xiong. She was the only one left. After contemplating for a moment, Deng Xiong slowly spoke. Our Moto Wudo's conditions are a 10 million scholarship, S-level access to the martial arts library, and 2 S-level pieces of equipment. This is also the limit I can offer. But then she suddenly switched her tone. However, I can help you find a girlfriend, the school beauty of Moto Wuda. Fang Chen? Mu Tsong? Zhong Liangkai? Zhuang Hui? Old Su, you want a wife, don't you? In Fang Chen's mind, this line suddenly echoed. But before he could speak, a phone was pushed in front of him on the table. On the phone was a photo of a girl, charming and affectionate. This is my daughter, her looks are quite decent. What do you think? Mu Tsong and the others were momentarily stunned, then suddenly reacted. Deng Xiong, is this how you recruit? Using your own daughter as bait? Mu Tsong frowned deeply. Deng Xiong, this is too sneaky. Zhong Liangkai temporarily formed a united front with Mu Tsong. Deng Xiong looked at Mu Tsongrong calmly. I learned this from you. Learned it from me? Mu Tsongrong was stunned, suddenly remembering that she had said before in the hall that there were many beauties at Shanhua Wuda. Hiss. What a clever application of what she learned. She used all my words. I just said there are many beauties. You don't need to push your daughter out, and you even want to be Fang Chen's mother-in-law. Do you still have any shame? Exactly, do you have no shame? Zhou Liang chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Zhuang Hui's eyes flicked, seizing the chance to add to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, our military defense Wuda school flower is also quite good. If you're interested, I can help you meet. Hey, Lao Zhuang, you're also getting in on this. Fang Chen, don't be misled by them. Our Shanhua Wuda has the most school flowers and the best quality. Four revered Tier 5 warriors started to argue like children about which school had more and prettier school flowers. Are they using beauty tricks now? If this gets out, outsiders wouldn't even believe it. Fang Chen glanced at the photo on his phone again. In his heart, he exclaimed how small the world was. The person in the photo, he knew, and he knew her very well. It's Guan Ning, the one who wanted to take off her pants. He never expected to see her again in this situation. Still Deng Xiong's daughter. Fang Chen, it's time to make a decision. Which Wuda do you want to choose? After a brief argument among the four, they calmed down and asked the final question. They had said all they could, it was now up to Fang Chen's decision. Under their watchful eyes, Fang Chen fell into deep thought. He was a pragmatic person. If he needed to choose, he must choose the option that maximized his benefits. That left him with only Kyoto Wuda and Modu Wuda. Both schools were equal in resources, strength, and heritage. What they could offer him was more or less the same. Since that was the case, he might as well choose the one that made the first impression. I choose Modu Wuda. Fang Chen firmly stated his choice. Fang Chen, do you want to think it over again? Right, don't rush your decision. Our Kyoto Wuda has much more than Modu Wuda. Mu Songrong and Zhou Liang began to persuade him. This was a double SS level genius, they couldn't just watch him be taken away. But seeing the determination in Fang Chen's eyes, they finally sighed. Sigh, we really miscalculated. They had done all they could, and could not promise any more rewards. Under such conditions. Under the watchful eyes of the four. Fang Chen's choice must be a firm one, made with his own considerations. It was hardly possible to persuade him. Deng Xiong, you win. Zhou Liang sighed. As Tier 5 experts, they could take things and let things go, they would not cling to it. Fang Chen, may your path as a warrior always be brilliant. In the future, you're welcome to visit our Kyoto Wuda. Our Shanhua Wuda also welcomes you. Military defense Wuda is the same. After offering their blessings, the three reluctantly left. The moment they exited the booth, the three simultaneously took out their phones and began to send messages. Since the first one was taken away, they would have to put more effort into the students below. Inside the booth, only Fang Chen and Deng Xiong remained. At this moment, Deng Xiong had a clear smile on her lips. The joy of winning this competition for a student was evident, contrasting sharply with her previous calmness. Fang Chen, thank you for choosing our Modu Wuda. Don't worry, we will not let you down. She took out a document from her spatial ring and handed it over. This is the special recruitment contract, please sign it. Fang Chen opened it to check. The terms were exactly as Deng Xiong had promised. A reward of 10 million S-level access to the martial arts library, and 2 pieces of S-level equipment. After confirming there were no errors, Fang Chen signed his name and handed it back. Deng Xiong sighed in relief. With the contract signed, the special recruitment was officially settled. Fang Chen, from now on, you are a student of our Modu Wuda. The school starts on September 1st, and the magic capital Wu University looks forward to your arrival. However, she changed her tone. May I ask why you chose our magic capital Wu University? The material conditions she offered were the same as Kyoto Wu University. If Fang Chen chose magic capital Wu University, there must be something that resonated with him. What attracts Fang Chen must also be extraordinarily appealing to other special admissions. If they could understand this advantage and expand on it, then they would have more means to recruit special students in the future. As for Guan Ning, that was just something she casually said. It was to show her determination to specially recruit Fang Chen. How could such an important life decision as choosing a warrior university be decided because of a girl he had never met? The reason is, Fang Chen picked up the phone that Deng Xiong hadn't taken back, pointing at Guan Ning on it. I chose her. Deng Xiong? Chapter 49, The Blood and Gore Online. After Fang Chen recounted the events of the 72nd Beast Outland, Deng Xiong realized that being able to specially recruit Fang Chen was thanks to her daughter. An unintentional act on her part turned out to be the key to success. She only had this one daughter. This advantage couldn't be expanded, using it on just Fang Chen was enough. If the two of them could be together, if Guan Ning was the one pursuing him, Deng Xiong would be very willing. With double SS level talents, it was truly dazzling. Moreover, she wouldn't have to worry about her daughter anymore. Classmate Fang Chen, let's exchange contact information. On the day school starts, I will send someone to pick you up outside the school. After exchanging contact information, Deng Xiong did not linger and slowly got up. The admissions office had a lot of tasks, and she needed to hurry back to oversee everything. I'll see you off. Fang Chen went downstairs with Deng Xiong, and when they arrived in the hall, they found Lu Qingfeng and Su Yang there too. Seeing Deng Xiong, Lu Qingfeng hurriedly came forward to greet her. After a brief exchange, Deng Xiong got in the car and left. Fang Chen, what conditions did Magic Capital Wu University offer you? Zhang Feng came to Fang Chen's side, touching his bald head, eager to ask. Qi Wan and others immediately swarmed over. Even Lu Qingfeng and the other three gathered around to investigate. Fang Chen was not hiding anything and handed them the contract. 10 million in scholarship, S-level access to the martial arts library, and 2 pieces of S-level equipment. Zhang Feng and the others' eyes widened in disbelief. This is too extravagant. S-level access to the martial arts library, freely select S-level martial arts. I could never dream of this kind of scenario. Lu Qingfeng and his friends were shaken to their core. The entire Jiang City martial arts library didn't even store one S-level martial art. You can imagine how valuable it was. And Magic Capital Wu University actually opened the access directly. To get Fang Chen, they truly spent a fortune. And that 10 million. This reward was too much. It even made Lu Qingfeng hesitant to mention the next things he needed to say. But he still happily patted Fang Chen on the shoulder. Fang Chen, truly thank you this time. Thank me? Fang Chen was puzzled. Yes. Lu Qingfeng nodded. I came here to inform you that 3 days later, N-City will hold the summary conference of this year's martial arts exam. The Provincial Education Bureau will award prizes to the top 200 in the scoring list of Southern Province. As the national number 1, you will receive 5 million in scholarship and give a speech. And I, Lao Chen, and Su Yang, are shining because of you, recognized as this year's outstanding officials. The principal and teachers will also give speeches. Naturally, we have to thank you. You're too polite. Fang Chen replied. N-City is the provincial capital of Southern Province. Whether in economic status or political status, it can't be compared to Jiang City. So, large meetings in Southern Province are held in N-City, and this time is no exception. But he had one thing that he was very concerned about. That is, what to say in the speech. Should he talk about how hard he worked to get to this point? That's how to talk. Alright, Lao Lu, since we've finished discussing this, let's hurry and leave. We don't want to waste the time of the young people. They still want to play. Chen Zhengtian urged from the side. Okay. Lu Qingfeng nodded, reminding Zhang Feng and others beside him. In 3 days, gather at the Education Bureau, we will take the bus. Zhang Feng and others ranked within the top 200 in Nan Province, also headed for N-City. Okay. Zhang Feng and others replied. Fang Chen, I will pick you up in 3 days. Su Yang said with a reminder before leaving with Lu Qingfeng. Finally over. Li Mingqi sighed, only to be pulled by Qi Wan. The matter is over, but the celebration is just beginning. The score list has come out, we must drink until we drop tonight. Alright. Zhang Feng put his arm around Xin Cheng's shoulder, raising his eyebrows. Want to compare drinking capacities? Let's compare. And Fang Chen, I lost to you in scores, but you can't beat me in drinking. Fang Chen raised the corner of his mouth. Then let's give it a try. At the same time, with the release of the score list, the entire internet exploded. Countless articles were posted on major platforms, washing over the eyes of netizens. A nameless kid even won first place in the National Martial Arts exam. He actually was. A young man did this to hundreds of monster beasts for the ranking. After working a whole day, the young man finally smiled at the result. The young man's abilities are so powerful, the monster beasts couldn't hold on. Each one whetted the appetite. Countless people clicked into the news with excitement, only to loudly curse. Cursing the family of the article's author. As Fang Chen became the hot topic of the National Martial Arts exam first place, it quickly exploded in popularity. Holy crap, over 20,000 points, this kid is awesome. That's 3,000 more than the second place. This score must have broken the martial arts exam record. Fang Chen? Jian Chang? What are these? How come I've never heard of them? Over 20,000 points, this is too fake. How could someone score over 20,000, as if we are in the era when exam questions were easy decades ago? With the fermentation of public opinion, more and more people voiced their doubts. Over 20,000 points is indeed eye-catching. Adding the gap in leading scores made it hard not to raise some suspicions. Some people directly shouted dark underbelly. Among them, the voices of doubt from Kyoto and Magic City were the strongest. They stood up for Lin Song and Shang Hongi. Fake, it must be fake. I was in the same exam hall as Lin Song, I know his strength, absolutely no one could be stronger than him. Shang Hongi is the strongest, I bet Lin Song cheated. I found out about this Fang Chen, his talent is actually E-level Little Flame? Can you believe that? Little Flame, joking right. This is the score list released by the country, you should have some sense when doubting. Lychee, what should I take to get lychee? I'm going to find the martial arts exam video now, I just don't believe that anyone can score over 20,000. As more and more people searched for Fong Chen's martial arts exam video, the moment of public opinion reversal quietly arrived. Holy crap, every slice is a kill, too fierce. Without using special abilities, not even martial techniques, just one slice for one, is this even human? Sorry. No way, dude, is this really possible? Upstairs, look at the avatar, that person is a girl. Under a video of Fong Chen in the central area, comments were exponentially increasing. This situation was happening under countless videos related to Fong Chen. As more videos surfaced, the recording of Fong Chen unleashing two types of flames was also released. Holy crap, holy crap. Holy crap. Even the first level high-grade monster beasts went down with one slice. This must be cheating. What level of talent is this transparent flame? How could it be so terrifying? This blue flame actually dissolves in water. What, is this E-level little flame? Fong Chen, no. Brother Chen. There were too many people outside just now, I apologize to you now. Is there anyone from Jiangcheng? Can someone give me Fong Chen's contact information? I want to discuss a business deal with him. Is there anyone with similar aspirations? Let's co-invest to let Fong Chen serve as a model. Sister, me. Me. Chapter 50, Why Thank Me? The originally roaring public opinion quieted down instantly after a series of videos were released. It turned into a discussion on what level of his extraordinary fire was. Some guessed A, some said S. There were many opinions. At that moment, the official account of Magic Capital Wuda released a message. This year's National Martial Arts Exam first-place student, Fong Chen, officially joins Magic Capital Wuda. After analysis, Fong Chen's two flame abilities are both SS-level talent. In an instant, the internet erupted again in a frenzy. Fong Chen, dual SS-level talent. Explosive. Wow, 2 SS levels, this. I can't even talk. After all this, I only guessed half right. I guessed both flames were S level. SSSS, for S's, how did he even test? He has everything. Brother Chen, can you spare me an S? Last year, beautiful country had an SS, and they got all cocky, but now with Brother Chen, I'm going to find them for revenge. I can't believe he was snatched away by Magic Capital Wuda, it drives me crazy. At a service area, Deng Xiong just finished eating and returned to her car. Looking at the comments on Magic Capital Wuda's official account, she instinctively pushed her gold-rimmed glasses. This announcement was made at her request. SS level, one might not come out in 10 years. Such talent can, in an invisible way, gather the confidence of the entire nation. In this era, where monsters run rampant, confidence is an extremely important thing. So, Fong Chen's talent does not need, nor can it, be hidden. Seeing the surge of comments, the effect was clearly very good. It's time to go. She closed the car door and was about to step on the gas. Suddenly she thought of something. This special recruitment for Fong Chen, although Guan Ning was not present, but her contribution was the greatest. Then, Deng Xiong picked up her phone and began sending messages to her daughter, trying to subtly match her and Fong Chen together. Also, warning Guan Ning. Be careful about Chu Yan. At Magic Capital Wuda, in the girls' dormitory. Called a dormitory, but a villa would be more fitting. A small villa, 2 stories high, with all kinds of furniture and appliances available. Bang! The kitchen door opened, and Guan Ning came out with a glass of freshly squeezed juice. At this moment, she was wearing a tight tank top, her graceful and slim figure fully revealed. Entering the living room, she took off her slippers, her fair jade-like feet stepping on the plush mat one step at a time. Arriving by the sofa, she first placed the juice on the table. Then, with a jump, her whole body fell onto the incredibly soft sofa. So comfortable. 5 minutes ago, she had completed a task with her teammate and roommate, returning to their little nest. Days of roughing it left her body feeling a bit tired. Lying on the sofa now, her comfortable toes couldn't help but curl. Meanwhile, her roommate was taking a shower in her room, the door left open, and the sound of water could be heard. Guan Ning took out her phone, wanting to see if anyone had messaged her in the past 2 days. But as soon as the screen lit up, several dozen news alerts popped up. This year's top martial arts exam student is from Jiang City. Magic Capital Wuda has issued a statement, successfully recruiting this year's top martial arts exam student. Jiang City? Guan Ning frowned slightly, immediately recalling the score Fong Chen told her 2 days ago. Over 20,000 points. At that time, she thought Fong Chen was joking. After all, over 20,000 points was indeed quite outrageous. At the same time, she was executing a task and had no time to verify the truth of this score. So she temporarily set this matter aside. But now, seeing Jiang City, memories flooded back to her mind. Could it be? With a nervous heart, she opened the score list. Seeing the first place, her heart finally settled. First place, Fang Chen, from Southern Province, scored 20,370 points. It's actually true. This little guy really scored over 20,000 points, and he's the first in the country. She didn't pause for a moment, quickly reading all the news about Fang Chen. Minutes later, her throat felt dry, and she uncontrollably swallowed repeatedly. Her mind was filled with the keywords from the news. 20,370 points. National Martial Arts Exam first. Dual SS level talent. Magic Capital Wuda special recruitment. Any one of these could create a hot topic. At this moment, all attention was focused on one person. After a while, she finally exhaled, and the corner of her mouth subconsciously lifted into a charming smile. She picked up a doll beside her and playfully flicked its head. Oh you, Fang Chen, you actually have an SS level flame, keeping it even from me. Earlier in the monster beast wilderness, when she felt the terrifying heat of Fang Chen's transparent flame, she suspected it was an S-level talent. But just now, the news shattered her guess. Double SS level. Fang Chen also has a blue flame. This guy really has a lot of tricks. She doubted whether she would still be able to take advantage of Fang Chen. Now that the results were out, as the older sister, she naturally had to go and congratulate him. She picked up her phone and opened the chat box of being stabbed in the back doesn't necessarily mean harm. Why do you want to take off my pants when you need water? Little brother has become capable, actually taking first place in the country. Tell me, how do you want your sister to reward you? 10 seconds, half a minute, 1 minute, 3 minutes. Guan Ning did not receive a reply. At this hour, he should be celebrating, it's normal not to reply. Guan Ning comforted herself and was about to close her phone. Suddenly, a message came in. Being stabbed in the back doesn't necessarily mean harm, thank you. Guan Ning hurriedly replied. Guan Ning, thank you? What are you thanking me for? Fang Chen, I was just playing a game and losing. After you sent the message, I won the next few rounds. Hiss. Guan Ning took a sharp breath. This guy's skills have really skyrocketed. A fiery fighting spirit ignited in her eyes. Guan Ning picked up her phone, held it vertically on the table, took a side photo of her juice, and sent it to Fang Chen. Guan Ning, do you see the tea in this cup of juice? Fang Chen, this is fruit juice, where's the tea? Guan Ning, the tea is inside. Fang Chen, shocked yellow round face. Then, Guan Ning sprinkled a little tea on the surface of the juice, took a photo, and sent it over. Guan Ning, look, isn't the tea inside? Fang Chen, okay, are you playing tricks? Playing? Guan Ning was taken aback. Guan Ning, you're getting clever, you're really becoming harder to deal with. Fang Chen, getting clever? I wholeheartedly agree. Guan Ning, good, I have decided to keep you as a friend. Fang Chen, what position? Guan Ning, for this question, come to the stairway, and I will tell you. A few minutes later. Guan Ning couldn't hide her astonishment. In just a few days, this kid had grown so quickly that she found it hard to suppress. Suddenly, her phone received a new message. It was not from Fang Chen, but from her dear mother, Deng Xiong. Deng Xiong, this time, being able to recruit Fang Chen in Magic City University is largely thanks to you, and I will reward you. I have heard about your matters with Fang Chen. Being able to get this close to a boy is a significant improvement. I really like this guy Fang Chen, you can interact with him more, I don't oppose it, but be careful not to go too fast. At the same time, I want to remind you to stay away from Chu Yen. Don't let her take advantage of you. 5-1. What is all this about? What do you mean I played a key role? And what does this not too fast refer to? Guan Ning was baffled. She knew her dear mother's personality, and certainly was too lazy to explain, so she directly asked Fang Chen. After Fang Chen explained, Guan Ning realized something happened during the enrollment that involved selling daughters, which truly was quite a coincidence. So she said to Deng Xiong, Guan Ning, selling daughters for enrollment, are you still my real mother? I already gave the previous shoes to Fang Chen, for the reward, I want a new S-level equipment. Deng Xiong, the school cannot reward you, but I can fund you to buy one, as long as you complete a task. Guan Ning, what task? Deng Xiong, you go. After reading the task, Guan Ning was at a loss for words. Guan Ning, in front of so many people? Are you crazy? Deng Xiong, if I don't save you, you'll be led astray by Chu Yan. Guan Ning, I've said many times, I really have nothing with her. Deng Xiong. Pat, pat. The sound of slippers echoed on the second floor. Ning Ning, why are you looking so worried? Chu Yan wrapped a pure white towel around herself, slowly walking out of the room, the towel tightly clinging to her body, outlining her graceful curves. Her damp hair fell loosely over her shoulders, a few smooth strands gently touching her neck. With her fair skin and clear, defined features, she gave off a visually cold beauty. "It's nothing, just chatting with my mom," Guan Ning replied. "Really?" Shu Yan's lips curled into a slight arc as she gracefully went down the stairs, her steps light, her long legs particularly enchanting beneath the towel. A pair of cool eyes ruthlessly fixed on Guan Ning. Her aura conquered not only men but women as well. She entered the living room, slipped off her slippers, and her dripping jade feet stepped onto the carpet, making her way step by step to the sofa. Seeing Guan Ning sprawled out, her tight tank top hugging her skin, her perfect figure on full display, especially the view of her side profile. She gently pressed her red lips together, a sparkle appearing in her eyes that contradicted her cool appearance. In the next moment, she moved. As she bent her waist at a 45-degree angle, she could not lower herself any further. A fair finger pressed against her forehead. "If you don't take off your pants, I already know what you want to do." Guan Ning looked at Chu Yan helplessly, retracting her finger, and sat down on the sofa, leaving half the space free. "If you want to sit, just sit, stop thinking about climbing on me." Upon hearing this, Chu Yan changed her previously domineering and cold demeanor, slowly sitting down, causing the sofa to form a peach shape under her weight. She displayed a look of grievance, as if her schemes had failed. "Ning Ning, you weren't like this before, you never guarded against me." After saying that, her hips unconsciously shuffled closer to Guan Ning. In the next moment, Guan Ning pushed her back with her jade foot. Before was before, now is now. As she spoke, Guan Ning shot her a glance. "Even my mom noticed something was off with you, she messaged me telling me not to let you sleep with me." Guan Ning felt helpless about this matter as well. On the first day of school last year, upon seeing this roommate, she instinctively felt she was very cool. Shu Yan's initial behavior was indeed just as she imagined. Shu Yan didn't talk much, presenting herself as a cold goddess, indifferent to a host of suitors. As they gradually became familiar with each other living under the same roof, they turned into close friends and started teaming up to complete tasks. But gradually, Guan Ning noticed something was off. Shu Yan often liked to wander into her room, even borrowing various excuses to stay in her room. For instance, the sheets were wet, the bed was broken, and so forth. Guan Ning didn't think much of it, after all, they were both girls. But one night, when Shu Yan once again found an excuse to sleep in the same bed, just as Guan Ning fell into a deep sleep, she suddenly felt someone caressing her. The warrior's alertness made her wake up abruptly. From that moment, she discovered Shu Yan's deepest secret. The cold demeanor was just a disguise. Wanting to sleep with her was the true intention. That day, when Shu Yan saw that she couldn't hide it anymore, she confessed her feelings. And it was also that day, Guan Ning's mindset shattered. Having killed so many monsters, she never expected that the most dangerous one was beside her. Afterward, strict orders were given, and finally, Shu Yan retracted her forced affection. But habits are hard to change, Shu Yan couldn't help but frequently pester her. Yet each time she was blocked. "I don't have the tools, how can I sleep with you?" Shu Yan looked wronged. "I just want to understand you a bit more." Guan Ning instantly got goosebumps. Even a scumbag wouldn't say such a thing, it's really greasy. "Put away your crooked thoughts and hurry up to watch the news. A national champion in martial arts has come out of Jiang City." "Martial arts champion, is that true?" Shu Yan quickly grabbed her phone. Soon, she was shocked. More than 20,000 points, how is this possible? As each video played, Shu Yan's expression changed to exactly the same as Guan Ning's before. In the end, she became numb. Double S-class, this talent is just too terrifying. Wait a minute, I haven't heard the name Fong Chen in Jiang City before? But it feels like I've heard it somewhere recently? After thinking for a moment, she raised her eyebrows in surprise and looked at Guan Ning. "The one you teamed up with to take down the illusion strangle vine is him?" Guan Ning nodded. "That's right, it's him. I was just chatting with him, this little guy is growing fast, I already vaguely feel like I'm not his match." As she spoke, she picked up her phone and started chatting with Fong Chen again. While typing, a clear smile hung on her lips. She didn't notice at all that Shu Yan's lips were pressed tightly together, her eyes sparkling with reluctance. "Why are you so happy? Could it be that you like him?" The words squeezed out of Shu Yan's mouth. "What are you thinking? We've only met once." Guan Ning's eyes were glued to the screen. Hearing this, Shu Yan let out a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Guan Ning added. "However, I do think this little guy is pretty good, he's quite handsome." A complete turnaround. Shu Yan's heart rose again. In her mind, she firmly noted down the name Fong Chen. After a while, she spoke in a mournful tone. "Ning Ning, you won't abandon me in the future, will you? You're my best friend, not my enemy. Why would I abandon you?" "That's good." Shu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes reigniting with heat, her legs instinctively pressed together. "I'm going to take a shower now. Guan Ning turned off her phone, slowly got up, and walked into the bathroom. And locked the door. After running around for 5 or 6 days, she needed to properly wash her body today. Soft light spilled all around, creating a warm and tranquil atmosphere. She slowly took off her outer clothes, revealing her smooth skin. Gently twisting the faucet, warm water cascaded down like fine rain, softly kissing her skin. Water droplets slid down her shoulders, following her graceful curves, eventually gathering on the smooth floor. Guan Ning's feet were long and slender, with ankles as delicate as white jade and elegant arches, perfect like a work of art. She gently lifted one foot, water droplets rolled on her toes, bringing bursts of refreshing sensations, making her feel incredibly comfortable. Just as she was about to start washing. Suddenly. Creak. The sound of the table scraping against the floor rang out suddenly, making her pause her actions. She felt a bit helpless, knowing that Chu Yan was grinding the corner of the table again. She called out lightly. "Remember to wipe the table clean after you're done." The next moment, Chu Yan's voice came in. How did you know I was here? The sound is so loud, how could I not know? Hurry up and find a boyfriend, or you'll eventually fall into darkness. Chapter 52, Chining. You said you want a cauldron? Is it the kind of cauldron used for alchemy? At the warrior building, in the alchemy hall. Faced with the manager's inquiry, Feng Chen nodded. After a whole night of excitement, Jiang Feng and others were still in dreamland at this moment. Only he was energetic, with by his side, drinking like it was water. At dawn, he left the Tianyun Hotel and arrived at the warrior building to buy a cauldron. Practice is the only standard to test truth. Simply controlling the fire is not as good as applying it in practice. Improving both alchemy and fire control simultaneously is truly a wonderful thing. Teacher, I really want to improve. But seeing the manager's troubled expression, Feng Chen instinctively thought it might not go well. Sure enough, the manager's next words confirmed his guess. I'm sorry, Feng, but nowadays alchemy relies heavily on instruments. We really don't have cauldrons here. Feng Chen felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The Encyclopedia of Alchemy was born alongside, and ordinary instruments couldn't possibly withstand the energy of. Only the system's officially recommended cauldrons could do that. How to deal with this? Was the previous emperor's business not half done before it collapsed? At this moment, the manager spoke again. I think you can go to the medicine market in City and have a look. The medicine market in City is the largest in the entire southern province. It not only has modern elixirs, but also there are also some traditional alchemists who might have the medicinal cauldrons you need. Traditional alchemists? Feng Chen raised his eyebrows, as he had some impression of this. After the revival of spiritual energy in this world, pharmacology was first divided into two categories. One is traditional alchemists who use ancient methods to refine medicine in cauldrons. The other is the familiar technological school. However, with the development of the times, traditional schools were quickly eliminated by modern pharmacology due to their dual weaknesses in the quality and quantity of medicines. I imagine there are quite a few cauldrons left. Just in time, I'll be going to City the day after tomorrow. I can take a look around the medicinal market. After that, Feng Chen left the warrior building and returned home. Guide. He continued to need the exotic fire. Meanwhile, in City, in the warrior building. In an A-class training room. A graceful figure with a ponytail stood quietly. She closed her eyes, holding a long spear in her hand that shimmered with cold light. Strong light shone upon her, outlining her slender form. At this moment she seemed to merge with the long spear, exuding an incomparable aura. In that instant, she suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze like lightning. The long spear in her hand darted out, the wind howled, and the surrounding air was torn apart, emitting a deep humming sound. Sizzle! A crisp sound, the spear tip left a deep mark on the wall, like a lightning bolt, cutting through the wall's tranquility, appearing particularly striking. The girl withdrew the spear, looked at the mark on the wall, took a deep breath, and her ponytail swayed gently. Not bad, in 2 more days I will be able to break through to the intermediate level of the first stage. At that moment, the door of the training room was pushed open, and a girl walked in with a helpless expression. I called your phone but you didn't answer. I knew you would be here. You really should take it easy. You're 5th in the National Martial Arts exam, yet you're still practicing so hard. You're so competitive. The missing whatever. This practicing girl was indeed the 5th place in the National Martial Arts exam. Chen Ying. I'm doing this for Feng Chen. Upon mentioning Feng Chen's name, Chen Ying's tone became heavier, instinctively tightening her grip on the long spear. Her body trembled, and her once calm eyes were filled with excitement. In 2 days he will be here. I must get myself into the best condition. I must be with him. He. Chen Ying unconsciously laughed. As her close friend, Lu Shanchan knew at a glance that Chen Ying had fallen into her delusion again and helplessly rubbed her forehead. No wonder she was a martial arts fanatic. Fang Chen might be in trouble this time. Just as she was thinking, Chening suddenly turned her head, stared at her, and said seriously, "Next time, don't call me a fanatic." Lu Shanshan was taken aback, then waved her hand. "Got it. Martial arts fanatic. You're still calling. Just retract your powers and you won't hear it anymore." 3 days swiftly passed. The morning breeze carried a hint of chill, gently blowing the leaves, making them rustle. Fang Chen awoke from his dream. The first thing he did was assess his body. He had stepped into the first intermediate stage. He had a premonition 2 days ago, and finally broke through successfully last night. Clenching his fist, he could clearly feel that his strength was about 4 times that of the low level of the first stage. The fallen heart flame had burned the intensity of his body to over twice that of martial artists at the same level. With his current strength, facing low-level second-stage beasts again would not require him to reveal all his trump cards as before. "I need to get ready quickly." He quickly got out of bed, and just as he finished washing up, he received a call from Su Yang. He was already downstairs. The two had a simple breakfast before heading to the education bureau. When they arrived, Zhang Feng and the others were already there, and upon seeing Fang Chen, they all greeted him. "Everyone's here, let's go." Lu Qingfeng called out, and the bus slowly started, leaving Jiang City heading towards An City. Fang Chen sat by the window. The scenery outside flowed like moving paintings, gradually retreating as the bus speed increased. Lush mountains and bustling urban areas formed a beautiful landscape that refreshed the heart. Speaking of which, this was the second time he had left Jiang City in his memory. The first time was before my parents went missing. However, in this beautiful scenery, the occasionally appearing abandoned urban area tightens one's heart. Ruins, collapsed towers, dilapidated buildings quietly stand under the sunlight. Now and then, some torn billboards can be seen. The bright colors of the ads have already faded, replaced by the scars of decay. These places, like the western abandoned district of Jiang City, were once thriving homes to people, but now they are full of scars from the invasion of demonic beasts. Even though the demonic beasts have been driven away, the remaining ruins are no longer fit for habitation and can only be left as abandoned districts. Compared to the urban areas of various cities, these abandoned districts are the most genuine portrayal of this world. Demonic beasts ravage, and humans are not the masters of this world. Fang Chen understands that there are many things that can make one suffer. He is just a lonely boat in the tide. What he can do is to seize every opportunity, allowing himself to have more means to escape difficulties. Alchemy is one of those means. As his level rises, the function of the fallen heart flame training cheat will gradually weaken. By then, alchemy can play its proper role. Not only can it draw more resources for him, but it can also help him strengthen his abilities. It's a powerful trump card. As time flows, An City arrives. Chapter 53, Pay attention to Chening. The bus entered the urban area of An City. Fang Chen looked out the window. Tall buildings stood high, traffic flowed endlessly, much more prosperous than Jiang City, truly deserving the title of provincial capital of the south. "Fang Chen, we're almost there. I need to remind you of something. When we arrive, you need to pay attention to someone." Lu Qingfeng, sitting at the front of the bus, suddenly spoke up, pulling Fang Chen's thoughts back and attracting the attention of others. "Who?" Fang Chen asked. "Chening." Hearing this, Zhang Feng and the others exchanged glances, displaying confusion. Fang Chen also furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat puzzled. He was naturally familiar with the name Chening. She ranked just behind him on the South Province score list and 5th on the national score list, undoubtedly a top genius. Why should we pay attention to her? Chi-Wan couldn't help but ask first. Lu Qingfeng explained. "You guys don't know this girl. She is famously obsessed with martial arts in An City and extremely aggressive. She has fought all the top 10 names in the national score list except for Fang Chen." Chen Zhengtian chimed in. Originally, the outside world speculated that she would be the top scorer of the South Province martial arts exam, but unexpectedly, Fang Chen took the title. Given her combative nature, knowing that Fang Chen is coming to An City, she will surely not miss the opportunity to challenge him. Zhang Feng spread his hands. Fang Chen is already far ahead. If she really comes looking for a fight, it will be nothing but humiliation for her. Chi-Wan and others nodded in agreement. As witnesses to Fang Chen hunting demonic beasts, they had a clear understanding of Fang Chen's strength. She cannot win, she simply cannot compete. "I will refuse her," Fang Chen said calmly. He wouldn't do something thankless. Unless Chening could provide a reason he couldn't refuse. "Refuse?" Lu Qingfeng chuckled. "That's what I'm warning you about. Anyone who Chening wants to challenge has never been able to say no. It's as if they were caught by a handle." At these words, everyone's eyes widened. "Unable to refuse? How is that possible?" Zhang Feng said in disbelief. Lu Qingfeng, I don't know the reason either. I previously guessed it might be related to her awakened talent and went to ask the director of the in-city education bureau. Who knew that this guy would hide it from me, as if waiting to watch me make a fool of myself. Because of this, I want to remind you to be cautious of Chening, she is a bit strange. With this said, Fang Chen became curious instead. What kind of ability could be so mysterious? If Chening came to challenge him and was refused, how would she handle it? A deep sense of anticipation dwelled within him. At this moment, there were less than 300 meters to the target hotel. The award ceremony will be held tomorrow morning. Tonight they will spend the night in Ancheng. For this, the Provincial Education Bureau has long been prepared, booking a hotel for the candidates who traveled from afar to rest. Chi Wan and the others stood up to look at the hotel, only to see it filled with people outside. Why are there so many people? They are all candidates from other cities, Zhang Feng said. Hey, they are all looking at us and pointing, Chi Wan said, confused. They must be waiting for Fang Chen. Lu Qingfeng glanced through the glass. Last year when Xu Yan came, it was the same scene. Speaking of which, this little girl has quite a strange personality, completely ignoring the boys who admire her. Zhang Feng nodded, yeah, Senior Chu Yan was like this at school too, very enigmatic. She doesn't know how to talk. Jiwan rolled her eyes at Zhang Feng, Senior Chu is just aloof, do you understand? It's totally different from someone like Shinshang who enjoys showing off in front of others. Shinshing couldn't hold it in, and in a fit of anger, he snapped a bit. He turned away to sulk alone, maintaining his composure and saying nothing. In the past 2 days, Fang Chen had occasionally heard about this senior from people, gaining a rough understanding of her. Her talent is an A-level healing ability. Her healing ability is somewhat different from others' healing abilities. While healing herself, the effect is 4 or 5 times better than healing others, reaching the limit of S-level talent. At the same time, it can also help her recover stamina. It has a hint of a weakened version of the Fallen Heart Flames flavor. Xu Yan relied on this ability, wielding a long knife at the martial arts examination convention, cutting from Tsim Sha Sui to Causeway Bay without a pause. She ranked 23rd among the top 30 gathered at S level. One cannot say she is not strong. As for whether she has any other hidden abilities, that's unclear. Bo Sheng Hotel. It is the hotel arranged for candidates and principals from various cities by the Anqing Education Bureau. At this moment, the hotel parking lot was filled with 50 or 60 people, all of whom were this year's martial arts candidates, some from Anqing and others from other cities in the southern province. Since they weren't familiar with each other, they were all chatting on their own. They all had one purpose here: to catch a glimpse of this year's first place. Here it comes, the bus from Jiangcheng is here. With a light shout, everyone immediately turned their attention to the end of the road outside the hotel. A bus slowly drove up and stopped at the hotel entrance under their watchful eyes. The door opened, and as Fang Chen stepped out, a wave of noise erupted instantly. Wow, he's Fang Chen, that bald head just looks awesome. Get out, you fake fan. Just from afar, you can tell he's terrifyingly strong. Fang Chen's looks were decent, standing at 1.68 meters, with an aura of disdain for everything emanating from his unique fire. This made many girls present gaze at him with sparkling eyes. He looks much more handsome in real life than in the video. Does Fang Chen have a girlfriend? Sister, don't rush, we need to line up behind. I'm about to start university. Can I skip the line? These voices earned fierce glares from Chi Wan and Li Mingqi. What a joke. They were closer, they should get the first chance, they hadn't even made a move. When was it the outsider's turn? Looking at the tall figure next to her, Chi Wan couldn't help but grumble in her heart. I've been so proactive, when will Fang Chen give a signal? Although she hadn't directly expressed her feelings recently, she had indirectly shown it many times. Before the martial arts exam, she had initiated conversations, chatted in the group, and invited Fang Chen to parties, especially a few days ago when they were drinking. She had used the alcohol to ask him what he thought of her. But before Fang Chen could respond, she succumbed to the alcohol and fell asleep. Could it be that she really needs to confess? She was carefree, but saying it outright still made her a bit shy. On the side, Li Mingqi was much simpler-minded. She just absolutely couldn't let Chi Wan discover her feelings. Fang Chen, of course, didn't notice the two girls' complicated expressions, and was about to walk into the hotel under everyone's gaze. At that moment, a high-pitched female voice suddenly rang out in the crowd. Fang Chen, I, Chening, challenge you. Before the sound faded away, a graceful figure emerged from the back of the crowd. Her jet-black hair was tied in a simple yet powerful ponytail, gently swaying with each of her agile movements. Her posture was as upright as a pine tree, her facial features distinct, and her skin as white as snow, making her bright eyes shine brilliantly, as if they could see into the depths of one's heart. Chapter 54, Jining went crazy. Oh my, is the top 2 in the South Province finally going to face off? I knew Chening was aggressive, but I didn't expect her to be so impatient right after Fang Chen arrived. Who do you think will win? It's an open book test, do you even need to ask me? That's not certain, who knows what Chen Ying's talent is? Just watch, our sister Ying's talent will scare you. Everyone present was among the top 200 martial arts exam candidates from the South Province. The battle between the first and second ranked was undoubtedly a big deal for them. Seeing the show about to begin, they all perked up, their eyes wide open, afraid of missing any details. Qi Wan and Li Mingqi stared at this unfriendly girl who matched them in appearance and aura, and who also had the strength of being second in the province. This sparked a slight feeling of crisis in their hearts. So, it has finally come. Fang Chen turned around to see Chen Ying staring fixedly at him. Both hands empty. Using this test as leverage? Sorry, I'm not interested, he said plainly. Chen Ying's expression was calm, as if she had anticipated this. Are you sure you want to refuse me? Fang Chen nodded, his tone indifferent. Naturally, unless you can give me what I want, otherwise I don't feel safe. With his T0 version martial soul attached, he couldn't be bothered to act without any incentive. Fang Chen's words instantly resonated with those around him. Yeah, without a reward for winning, why should I accept the challenge? Just putting in effort, I wouldn't accept either. At least show a bit of sincerity. Some local martial arts exam candidates from an city couldn't help but voice their opinions. Daring to refuse sistering, just wait for your mentality to collapse later. Chen Ying remained unflustered, instead raising the corner of her mouth, staring coldly at Fang Chen. It seems you don't know me very well. I am challenging you, not asking you, but informing you. Wow, a domineering female CEO. Fang Chen silently labeled Chen Ying in his heart. Not just a martial arts enthusiast, but also overbearing. If he doesn't agree, she goes straight in without any lubrication. The way she lifted the corner of her mouth seemed as if she was certain of him. It must come from her extraordinary talent. For this, he couldn't be bothered to respond. He turned to leave. But the next moment, Chen Ying stopped him. Wait a moment, you might as well watch what happens next before answering me again. As soon as she said this, the local martial exam candidates from an city instantly panicked. Quick! Fall back! Immediately, 5 or 6 candidates quickly retreated more than 10 meters. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Fang Chen became interested. What could happen that would make these people so terrified? He instinctively turned back to see what medicine Chen Ying was selling. Sorry, my family situation has not been good since I was young, the money I can use has all gone into my training, so I can't offer anything by challenging you. Chen Ying swung her ponytail and spoke freely. But I really want to fight with someone stronger than me, so I can become stronger. Sometimes I have to use some despicable methods to force the other party to agree. So, I apologize. She spoke very candidly, without covering up, as if she was preparing Fang Chen psychologically. Then, Chen Ying looked at Qi Wan beside her, her eyebrows charming. As for your feelings for Fang Chen, I'll clarify it for you. Her voice was loud, and everyone present heard it, all frowning. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, not understanding what Chen Ying was up to. Qi Wan was stunned, her fair face visibly turning red. In an instant, her mind was like a rolling wave, she couldn't think in time. She thought this woman was crazy, why say it so bluntly, how would she face Fang Chen in the future? Just as she was angry and wanted to retaliate. But was preempted by Chen Ying. I'm sorry, I have no issues. Helping you say it is just because you are too hesitant, and it also eases your pain. You should actually thank me. As for how you face Fang Chen, that is not within my concern. In an instant, Qi Wan's mind crashed, a tingling sensation surged from her tailbone straight to her crown. Her lips trembled, you. Before she finished speaking, she saw Chen Ying raise a finger to her thin lips. Don't speak yet, let me tell you something fun. Then, her gaze fell on the confused Li Mingqi, a glint of slyness in her eyes. Mingqi, you wouldn't want Wan to know about that, right? Li Mingqi's heart shook, what are you talking about? Panic surged in her chest. What do you mean Wan knows? Is it about liking Fang Chen? No. It can't be. I've always hidden this, she can't know. She must be talking about something else. No need to guess, it's exactly this matter. Chen Ying raised the corners of her mouth, no matter how much you hide, your heart still tells me. You like Fang Chen, but you are afraid your best friend will find out. Qi Wan mechanically turned her head, staring blankly at her best friend. Is what she said true? Li Mingqi was dumbfounded, the usually calm girl was filled with panic like never before. How is this possible? I've never shown it. Was it during the martial arts exam? No way. Was it a few days ago when I purposely got Wan drunk, afraid she'd confess to Fang Chen? No. Even less possible. Chen Ying wasn't even there, how could she know? Chen Ying lightly raised her eyebrow, how would I know? Of course, you told me. You told me you were afraid Wanwan would confess to Fong Chen, so you intentionally got her drunk. Also, about the martial arts exam, you didn't tell me the details. Boom. Li Mingqi felt a thunderous sound ringing in her ears. Everything she had just thought was overheard by Qining. Her lips trembled. You can hear my heart. After saying that, she hurriedly covered her mouth. With these words, everything Qining had said became true. Everyone around instinctively widened their mouths, their expressions varying. Big news. Explosive big news. Surprised. To prevent her best friend from confessing, she actually got her drunk. Not only them, but Fong Chen was also stunned. He looked at Li Mingqi in surprise. He wasn't dense, he could see Qi Wan's active pursuit of him. But he really hadn't noticed Li Mingqi's feelings. What was going on? Best friend love meal? As for Chen Ying's gifted ability, it had become clear. S-level telepathy. Able to sense others' thoughts, emotions, and even memories. But this was a power used by low-level warriors. Once the level reaches 5 or above, the ability to sense others' thoughts will evolve into occupying others' minds, turning them into puppets. It could even create an environment, surrounding an entire city. Easily annihilating an entire city would be a piece of cake. Chapter 55, Heaven's Defeat. Realizing the situation was wrong, Lu Qingfeng and the others exchanged glances and hurriedly left. Young people's matters should be solved by the young people themselves. At this moment, Li Mingqi's fair and delicate face turned bright red, her ears flushed hot as she trembled. I need to go pack my things. She covered her face and fled into the hotel. No. I need to clarify this. Qi Wan hurriedly chased after her. Meanwhile, the onlookers began to guess Chen Ying's ability. They understood why the martial arts candidates in Anqing stepped back so far. It turned out they were being polite, afraid of having their minds read, wanting to give the opportunity to them. What a good landlord's friendship. Fong Chen and others also understood why Lu Qingfeng said that all challengers agreed. Hearing the secrets in one's heart was no different from having one's crucial secret held tightly by someone. What serious person writes a diary? Can what's read be called heartfelt words? It turns out to be S-level telepathy, truly terrifying. Zhang Feng's expression was tense as he stepped back, wanting to distance himself from this terrifying woman. However, the next moment, Chen Ying's gaze turned to him, revealing a Buddha-like smile. Word by word, she said. You say this, but what you really think is. Qi Wan and Li Mingqi actually like Fong Chen? Fong Chen, you really deserve to die. When will it be my turn for such good fortune? In an instant, the whole scene fell silent again, as everyone looked at Zhang Feng with pity. Zhang Feng's face turned stiff, losing all color. The shame of having his inner thoughts exposed made him want to escape. But he forced himself to calm down, presenting a look that said he was unafraid of the boiling water. Damn, I haven't even heard what Fong Chen and Xinsheng are thinking. I can't leave. If I die, let's die together. Wait, this woman won't read my thoughts again, right? Then, he saw Qining curling her lips, seemingly saying, as you wish. You were just saying. After saying this, Xinsheng rarely panicked, glaring at him with gritted teeth. What a dead poor Taoist still needing dead friends. Xinsheng suddenly turned, wanting to escape this place of gossip, but Chen Ying's voice already sounded. No, I need to leave here. I can't let Fong Chen know I'm secretly imitating and showing off. Once Xinsheng lifted her right leg, she pulled it back and turned around. Since she couldn't fight back, she decided to join Zhang Feng's camp. Staring at Fong Chen, her thoughts were written all over her face. Let's all die together. Qining looked at the two of them with a bright smile. If you want to take revenge on me, feel free to challenge me, I won't refuse anyone. Then, under everyone's anticipation, she finally turned her gaze to Fong Chen, raising her eyebrows. Now, will you still refuse me? What a public threat. Fong Chen's expression remained calm. He realized that Qining didn't read his heart directly but first targeted Qi Wan and the others. It was all to shake his psychological defenses. Anyone facing mind reading would subconsciously tell themselves not to think about certain things. But the more they told themselves that, the more they would think about it. Qining could eavesdrop on more secrets from this, thus controlling him. As for Chen Ying's tactics, he didn't find it unpleasant. Qining had already clearly stated that she didn't have many resources. In this world where magical beasts lurked, and life could be lost at any moment, she had to use some strategies to become stronger. At the same time, she had also stated that one could challenge her if they disagreed, giving others a chance. High talent, resourceful, truly a remarkable woman. As for how far her tactics would go, Qining must have her own sense, otherwise, she wouldn't be standing healthily here. But thinking to control him, Fong Chen would likely let her down. Mental sensing belongs to psychic attacks, he was born to counter it. Fong Chen, why not agree to the challenge? Don't end up like us. Jiang Feng appeared to be offering comfort, but it was actually a strategic retreat. The little man in his heart was constantly screaming. I can't agree to the challenge. If I do, how will I watch the show? Exactly, Feng Chen, just forget it, it's just a battle. Seeing Jiang Feng's persuasion, Xinxing also hurriedly spoke up. In truth, her heart kept whispering. My brother is already like this, Feng Chen, please do us a favor and join us. The two of them's comfort completely placed Feng Chen on the fire, igniting everyone's interest even more. Damn, Feng Chen is the best in the country. If he agrees this time, doesn't that mean he's been controlled by Chening? If he doesn't agree, he'll be mind-read. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Why not just leave? The best in the country escaping now, doesn't that ruin his reputation? If it were me, I'd agree to the challenge. At least defeating Chening would give me a bit of face. At this point, do you still think Chening will lose? Damn, you just woke me up. The exam kills are only the unawakened magical beasts. With Chen Ying's current first-level warrior strength, the most powerful ability of her S-level talent is perception. Psychic attacks like illusion arts can only be unlocked when mental strength reaches a certain level later on. In the martial arts exam, all the beasts are those that have not awakened their intellect, lacking thought, only possessing instinct. Chening could not read the opponent's thoughts, having to rely solely on her physical strength to fight in close combat, killing her way to 5th place nationwide. It's simply monstrous. If these beasts had intelligence, her score would soar and could even surpass Lin Song. That's why everyone is rethinking the outcome of the battle between the two. Truly deserving of the title martial arts enthusiast. Feng Chen looked at this girl with a smile at the corner of her mouth and felt he had her figured out, so he voiced his answer. I still stand by my previous answer, I'm not interested. Upon hearing this, Chen Ying's expression froze, and a trace of confusion flickered in her eyes. Those who she had threatened with such methods had all agreed to her demands. Feng Chen was the first to refuse. However, Jiang Feng and his companion's eyes lit up, their smiles barely suppressed. It's okay, Feng Chen, whatever choice you make, we support you. Don't worry, whatever Chening says later, we'll pretend we can't hear. Right, brothers in heart. The guys were just waiting to watch the show. Feng Chen calmly stared at Chening. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be leaving. Seeing Feng Chen not yielding, Chen Ying's expression turned serious, deciding not to hold back any longer. Then I have no choice but to force you to act. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone around perked up. Especially Jiang Cheng and his group, their eyes nearly popping out with excitement. They would finally know what Feng Chen was thinking. 10 seconds. Half a minute. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 whole minutes passed, yet they had not heard Chening say anything. The crowd looked on in confusion, only to see Chening frozen in place, disbelief filling her eyes. What's going on? Did she hear some huge secret? Or did Feng Chen say something shocking? Come on, say something, I'm dying of curiosity. Everyone urged her on. At this moment, Chen Ying's heart felt like a string of a musical instrument being plucked, starting to panic. This is impossible. She stared into Feng Chen's eyes. Why can't I hear your thoughts? In an instant, the surroundings fell silent once more. Chapter 56, Extreme Choice. S-Class Talent, Mind Reading. Even if facing a warrior 2 ranks higher, one could still sense the opponent's thoughts. Contemporary warriors could not resist it at all. How could she not perceive Feng Chen's thoughts? Not hearing, this can't be possible. Could Feng Chen already be a level 4 warrior? Could it be that Sister Ring held back? The onlookers instinctively thought of this, but looking at Chen Ying's incredulous expression, they found their answer. What are you thinking? Sister Ring is the type who never holds back. So that means Feng, no, Brother Chen has the ability to resist mental attacks. Aren't there only 2 types of flames? How did another ability come into play? That's terrifying. Feng Chen curled his lips, patting Jiang Feng and his companion on the shoulder. Brothers in heart. Looking at Feng Chen's barely suppressed smile, Jiang Feng and his companion opened their lips yet couldn't produce any sound. Clearly, they were here to watch the show, yet they witnessed Feng Chen displaying his talents once again in front of others. That's not how you play. At this moment, Chen Ying's expression shifted from surprise to confusion. Originally, she thought there was something wrong with her, so she tried to sense again. Yet the outcome remained the same. Aside from some high-level warriors, this was her first time not perceiving the thoughts of another. She believed she had Feng Chen in her grasp, only to find herself grasped instead. Moreover, when she tried to perceive Feng Chen's thoughts, she sensed a wave of heat with her mental power. Could it be Feng Chen's flames? Right, let me remind you. Feng Chen looked at Chen Ying, his tone serious. Do not try to sense me again, it will be very dangerous. Just now, he had suppressed his fallen heart flame, otherwise, with Chen Ying's first-level strength, she would definitely be burned by the flame that burns the soul. He must warn her. Chen gazed at Fang Chen's expression. Thinking of that heat, realizing the seriousness of the situation, he nodded and said, "Got it." This scene made everyone around gasp in shock. Chen actually nodded. How abnormal must Fang Chen's control over his mental power be? Stop staring, hurry up and go upstairs. Seeing that everything was fine, Fang Chen turned around and walked into the hotel lobby. Jiang Feng and Xin Xing, having missed the good show, followed him dejectedly. And Chen kept her eyes on Fang Chen, never looking away. Her eyes were filled with him. She was unwilling. The crowd from Jiang City was arranged on the 10th floor of the hotel, one person per room. Because of the highest score in the country, Fang Chen was assigned a luxurious suite. The room was spacious and bright, with sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The warm light and exquisite decorations reflected each other, making one feel an unparalleled comfort and luxury. Fang Chen tidied up briefly and was ready to go out. The award ceremony would take place tomorrow morning, and this afternoon was free time. He wanted to take this time to go to the potion market to buy a cauldron. At this moment, he felt like a craftsman who had watched over 10,000 movies, familiar with everything but had never practiced for real. Although a normal cauldron could be used, with his untested skills, a normal cauldron would definitely not satisfy him and could even explode in anger. So, this time, his goal had to be a sturdy and durable cauldron. He opened the door and was about to leave when he saw two people standing outside. Shi Wan was just about to knock on the door. Seeing the door open, she quickly withdrew her hand, her pale face blushing again. Li Mingqi beside her was the same. They shouldn't be angry? Why are they here? Fang Chen was confused. What are you two doing? We want to ask where you're going this afternoon? Shi Wan's voice was not as loud as usual, clearly still affected by the earlier incident. As for Li Mingqi, she turned her face away, unable to look at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I'm going to the potion market, what's the matter? Upon hearing this, Shi Wan's throat moved, gathering courage to say. Then can you choose one of us to accompany you? Her voice grew smaller and smaller until it was almost inaudible, her face so red it seemed like it would bleed. Li Mingqi lowered her head even more. But Shi Wan's voice echoed louder and louder in Fang Chen's mind, almost reverberating. He felt a tingling sensation surge from his feet straight to the top of his head. Shi Wan was clearly using the question to make him choose. From the two of them, he had to pick one. This sudden scene caught him completely off guard. What had happened in between? Shouldn't best friends be fighting like in a palace drama, vying for life and death? Why was the question thrown to him? Is their friendship that good? At this moment, both girls who had just asked the question sighed in relief. This was the result they had both agreed upon. Originally, when they came upstairs, it was awkward to face each other. After all, who could accept their best friend having a crush on the same guy? But years of friendship couldn't just scatter away. In the end, under Shi Wan's initiative, they came to an agreement. Since their feelings were already known to Fang Chen, why not let him make a choice? Can I have both? Fang Chen maintained his inner stability, his mind racing. In this situation, choosing anyone would be wrong, it would hurt the other party. Not choosing would make the situation even worse. It would directly imply that he was just fishing. Refusing, if he refused, was he still a man? What to do now? When the moment comes, you always regret not having learned more. Fang Chen regretted not knowing more about this matter. In this tense atmosphere, a graceful figure walked down the hallway. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Was a savior coming? At the same time, Shi Wan and Li Mingqi also noticed the footsteps. Turning her head, her expression suddenly changed. She saw the culprit that brought them here appeared again. What do you want? Fang Chen asked. Of course, I came to find you. Chen walked beside the three of them. Although I didn't succeed downstairs just now, I do not plan to let this go. I have nothing to give you, and I'm not a smart person, so I can't think of any other way. So I plan to follow you wherever you go, even to Jiangshine, until you agree to me. After saying this, she glanced at the extremely alert Shi Wan and Li Mingqi, and smiled gently. Don't worry, previously it was to force Fang Chen to take action, I had no choice. Now I have already closed my abilities, so I won't hear your thoughts. By the way, if you have a problem with me, you can challenge me at any time. Though it was said this way, it sounded to Li Mingqi and Shi Wan like a devil's whisper. Did you say you didn't hear? Girls have many secrets, and if a couple more embarrassing ones are overheard, they would have to find a new city to live in. This place is not suitable for staying long. The two girls made a decision in an instant. Fang Chen, I just remembered I haven't picked up my laundry, I'm leaving first. Me too, I won't accompany you out. The two hurriedly fled without caring for the answers anymore. Chen had long been used to this kind of scene. However, she suddenly felt Fang Chen's gaze towards her had softened. Chapter 57, Qinglun Pharmaceutical, Lu Shanshan. The latest version of the power pill, 9 yuan for 2. Rat poison for rats, big ones or small ones can be caught. Love her, just buy it, strong and lasts 24 hours. In Anqing's pharmaceutical market, the scale is enormous. As soon as they entered the market, they were greeted by a bustling crowd, with the lively shouts and conversations overlapping each other, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Every corner of the market exuded a rich medicinal scent, with traditional pills and modern concoctions gathered together here. Fang Chen was browsing while searching for the trace of the medicine cauldron. And Chen Ying was right beside him, not leaving him for a moment from the hotel to the market. Passing by a potion shop, Fang Chen stopped. The shop owner was live streaming, holding a bottle of potion in his left hand and waving his right arm, shouting, "Everyone, our rejuvenation pills are handmade, previously supplied only to high-level martial artists. I begged the manufacturer for a long time to get this stock. Today, it's 9 yuan for 2 bottles, get on board." Keeping up with the times. Fang Chen glanced at the medicine cauldron placed at the entrance of the shop and then left. This was already the 12th cauldron he had seen since arriving at the market. He didn't even need to touch it, just by looking he could tell the quality was very poor. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Having already browsed through half of the market, with such quality, the remaining half wouldn't be any better. Seeing your worried look, I presume the cauldrons here don't meet your expectations. Chen Ying, seeing that Fang Chen always paused briefly in front of the potion shops, guessed the purpose of his visit. Her opportunity had come. She continued, "I actually know a place where the cauldrons will definitely meet your requirements. Are you interested?" Upon hearing this, Fang Chen really became interested. Rather than wandering randomly in the pharmaceutical market, it was better to go directly to the place Chen Ying mentioned. But looking at the smile on Chen Ying's face, Fang Chen immediately understood what she was trying to do. "If that cauldron is really as you say, I can agree to challenge you." Seeing hope, Chen Ying's smile widened. "Don't worry, it will definitely meet your requirements. As for whether you can take it away, that's your business." "Can I take it away?" Fang Chen was puzzled. "Does that mean they won't sell?" "Not that, it's just for some other reasons." After saying this, Chen Ying took out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Shanshan, there's someone who wants to try your cauldron." "Okay, I'll take him over now." After hanging up the phone, Chen Ying shook her head at Fang Chen, her long ponytail also swayed. "Let's go, the destination is not far from here. People are already waiting for us." "Shanshan? That name sounds somewhat familiar." Fang Chen didn't ask much and followed Chen Ying as she left. As Chen Ying said, the destination wasn't far. The two walked only about 4 kilometers before arriving outside a pharmaceutical company. Qinglun Pharmaceuticals? Seeing the large words, Fang Chen felt a sense of familiarity. After recalling for a moment, he remembered that the gathering Qi Dan issued by the school was produced by Qinglun Pharmaceuticals. "Come in." As they reached the security desk, Chen Ying waved at him. Fang Chen squinted and followed her. When passing by, the security guard showed no obstruction, and was even very respectful. Qinglun Pharmaceuticals is one of the most famous pharmaceutical factories in the South Province. Basically all the gathering Qi Dan for martial arts candidates come from here. The fact that Chen Ying could enter freely must be related to the girl named Shanshan. The vast area of Qinglun Pharmaceuticals was stunning. As soon as they stepped through the gate, their eyes were filled with the modern pharmaceutical equipment arranged in an orderly fashion. Everything was operating efficiently. Chen Ying led Fang Chen past these modern factories, walking towards the east. They walked all the way to the end of the factory area before stopping. "We're here, this is it." In front of them was a 3-story building. Looking inside, it revealed an exhibition hall with neatly arranged booths of various sizes. Outside the building stood a graceful figure, dressed in a simple style like Chen Ying, though her top was slightly inferior to Chen Ying's. "Who is she?" As Chen Ying was about to introduce Fang Chen, she was interrupted. "No need for you to introduce, I can do it myself." Saying this, the girl looked at Fang Chen and raised the corners of her mouth. "My name is Lu Shanshan, Fang Chen, you should have seen my name." Lu Shanshan, ranked 3rd in the South Province martial arts exam, Fang Chen instantly remembered. "No wonder it sounds familiar," Fang Chen replied, 3rd in the South Province, I naturally remember." Hearing this, Lu Shanshan sighed helplessly. "Yes, with you two freaks around, I can only rank 3rd. By the way, shouldn't you two be in a hotel room, battling it out? Why are you here looking at the cauldron?" Upon hearing this, even Chen Ying blushed, shooting her a fierce glare. "We were clearly looking for a training ground to spar, can't you say it more normally?" Lu Shanshan playfully stuck out her tongue in response. Her personality was even more straightforward than Chen Ying's, and she could also crack jokes. She was simply an enhanced version of Chen Ying, but dimensionally, Chen Ying was her enhanced version. Fang Chen quietly labeled Lu Shanshan in his mind. Chen Ying was already used to her behavior and continued. I couldn't sense Fang Chen's heart, there was no way, so I had to find another way to get him to accept my challenge. Upon hearing this, Lu Shanshan was taken aback, shock appearing in her eyes. The issue I've dreamed of solving has actually been resolved. No wonder you are the number one in the nation. All right. Chen Ying urged. Quickly let Fang Chen take a look at your family's cauldron. All right, please come in, both of you. Lu Shanshan led the two into the building. Inside the first floor exhibition hall, various types of pills and potions dazzled the eye. Rows of display cabinets were uniform, with soft lighting reflecting the exquisite details of each exhibit in the glass showcases. The potions shone with a faint glow under the lights, while the pills emitted a light herbal fragrance, invigorating the spirit. The potions and pills displayed in this exhibition hall are all products of Qinglan Pharmaceuticals. Lu Shanshan explained to Fang Chen as she walked. After reaching the central area of the exhibition hall, she stopped, pointing at a pill in a display case. This pill is our flagship product, and it's also our best-selling product. It took my grandpa over 20 years to perfect this formula, and it belongs to the top tier in today's pharmaceutical industry. Speaking of this, Lu Shanshan's voice was full of pride. Fang Chen looked over, the pill in the showcase was an old friend of his, as well as a friend of all the martial arts candidates in the nation. Gathering Qi Pill. Compared to various potions priced at tens of thousands, the low-cost and high-quality effects of Gathering Qi Pill are loved by countless people. It can be called a national product, and Lu Shanshan indeed has the capital to be proud. But this Gathering Qi Pill can become even better. Seeing that Fang Chen and the other person had no reaction, Lu Shanshan felt like playing music to a cow. Boring, she pouted, too lazy to explain further. She led the two into the elevator. The elevator slowly descended, stopping at the very bottom, the fifth basement. As the elevator doors opened, a wave of heat rushed at them. Chapter 58, The Unquenchable Fire. A wave of heat swept in, instantly causing the falling heart flame and the sea heart flame within Fang Chen to stir restlessly. No. It should be excitement. That fiery sensation rolled like blazing fire in his blood, giving him an indescribable impulse. What is this wave of heat? A hint of confusion flashed through Fang Chen's mind. Let's go. Lu Shanshan took the lead and stepped out of the elevator. The three walked along the corridor, illuminated by bright lights, and arrived at a door. At this point, the unusual fire danced even more eagerly. This is it. Lu Shanshan pushed the door open. Instantly, heat 5 to 6 times greater than before surged out from the room, as if the scorching breath was surging from the depths of the flames, causing Fang Chen to furrow his brow. Upon entering the room, the sight before him stunned him. In the center of the massive room stood a medicine cauldron, entirely blood-red, its surface covered in mottled and complex patterns, with each line resembling ancient runes that flickered with faint light. What was even more surprising was that red flames were burning in the cauldron. This flame was utterly different from ordinary flames, flickering with strange brilliance, as if it had life, dancing in the cauldron, sometimes rising high, sometimes sinking low, emitting a humming sound like flickering firelight. The energy emitted was several times stronger than the mesmerizing illusion binds found in the beast wilds, causing Fang Chen's body to tremble slightly, stirring his curiosity even more about the cauldron. Is this the unquenchable fire? Fang Chen couldn't help but ask. Lu Shanshan nodded, yes, it is the unquenchable fire. The unquenchable fire, SS-level talent. As its name implies, it is a blood-red flame that does not extinguish, with attack power at the topmost tier of SS-level talents. To extinguish it, one must have a flame manipulator or a high-level warrior intervene. These are all the things Fang Chen understood. No wonder the unusual fire was excited, it had found a companion. This cauldron was crafted from SS-level alloy by someone my grandfather knew in his youth, specifically for alchemy. Lu Shanshan continued. To maximize the capability of this cauldron, he found a 6-stage warrior who wielded the unquenchable fire to place the flame inside. Unfortunately, traditional alchemy was overshadowed by modern pharmacology, and the trend was inevitable, so this cauldron was abandoned by my grandfather. Initially, my grandfather intended to find that warrior again to extinguish the unquenchable fire, but later learned he died in battle, leaving the flame to burn forever. Later, to help Qinglan gain fame in medicine, my grandfather declared that anyone who could extinguish the flame in this cauldron with strength below the 3rd stage could take the cauldron for free. At first, people came in droves, but all returned empty-handed, and gradually, fewer and fewer came. Lu Shanshan looked at Fang Chen. This year, you are the first. The SS-level alloy worth a fortune can be obtained for free, which is indeed very attractive. As for why it had to be warriors below the 3rd stage, Fang Chen had already guessed the answer in his heart. The warrior who released the unquenchable fire was a 6-stage powerhouse, although he had passed away, the unquenchable fire he left still held the strength of a low-level 3rd-stage warrior. Exceeding this level would make it too easy to take away the cauldron. Without advertising, they ended up losing a cauldron, it was not worth the cost. Does this cauldron satisfy your heart's desire? After being silent for half a day, Chunning suddenly asked. Fang Chen nodded, very good, I am quite satisfied. An SS-level alloy cauldron is strong enough to endure the energy of strange fire. Unexpectedly, Chunning changed her tone. In that case, let's hurry and leave. Leave? Fang Chen raised an eyebrow, why leave? Chunning was taken aback, this sleepless fire can unleash the power of a third-level warrior. Are you really thinking of challenging it? Hearing this, Fang Chen understood why Chunning had a confident smile in the medicinal market. Because she had already anticipated that this cauldron would definitely catch his eye, but he wouldn't be able to take it away. Chunning thought she had him under control this time. Now urging to leave quickly to compete. At this moment, Lu Shanshan held the doorknob, ready to shut the door. You must not be reckless. The power of a third-level warrior is not something you can contend with. You can wait 2 years before coming back. No need. Fang Chen twisted his neck, today, I am determined to have this cauldron. He took 2 steps forward, feeling the heat wave hitting his face. At this moment, the blood-red flames in the cauldron suddenly danced violently, as if warning him not to get close. Fang Chen, don't be reckless, Chunning hurriedly tried to persuade him. While Lu Shanshan took out her phone, calling for help. Fang Chen was the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam, and nothing could happen at Qinglan Pharmaceuticals. At that moment, the transparent falling heart flame within Fang Chen suddenly erupted. With a deep booming sound, the strange fire took shape, condensing into a giant lava python, winding out as if it had risen from the depths of the earth. The flowing lava constantly streamed over its body, flickering with red and golden light, radiating a suffocating heat. The temperature in the entire space instantly rose several times, and the air was filled with an intense heat, making it hard to breathe. Chunning and Lu Shanshan's faces showed shock, their eyes fixed on that lava python. This heat was no less than the sleepless fire, which they had completely failed to sense during the martial arts exam video. The pressure it brought was no less than that of the sleepless fire. Especially for Chunning, the tremor in her heart was even more intense. As a mental-type supernatural being, her perception was several times that of ordinary warriors, and she could clearly feel that the fire Fang Chen released was exactly the means that had previously blocked her mental power. Feeling the violent energy, she suddenly understood. Fang Chen must have been suppressing the flames before, without that, she would have definitely been burned by this fire. A fire that could burn mental power. How could there be such a miraculous supernatural talent? But soon, Chunning calmed down. Fang Chen's innate fire was indeed fierce, but the sleepless fire was also an SS-level fire, releasing energy equivalent to a third-level low-level warrior. No matter how strong Fang Chen's talent was, he was just a first-level warrior. How could he possibly contend with a third-level low-level warrior? The outcome was already obvious. At this moment, the sleepless fire in the cauldron sensed a threat and the flames shook violently. The energy within the cauldron began to erupt, and the entire cauldron ignited with blood-red flames, terrifying heat continuously spewing out, as it warned and tried to show its dominance. In the next moment, the lava python opened its mouth wide, roaring, and the terrifying heat turned into ripples that crashed against the cauldron, shaking it violently. The sleepless fire instantly weakened. This sleepless fire seems to be afraid. Lu Shanshan exclaimed, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had never seen the sleepless fire like this before. Fang Chen curled his lips. In the world of fires, strange fire is supreme. When strange fire appears, all fires bow down. The good show has just begun. Chapter 59, The Old Trickster. If high-level warriors control the sleepless fire, due to their own strength, even with the aid of strange fire, Fang Chen would not be able to compete. The gap in levels cannot be made up by talent. At this moment, the sleepless fire was a thing without a master. Among all fires, the exotic fire is the most revered. The only outcome for the sleepless fire is to submit. The lava giant python's gaze was as fiery as flames, staring intensely at the sleepless fire in the alchemy cauldron, its body spiraling in the air, releasing scorching energy, launching an attack on the sleepless fire. As the giant python approached, the sleepless fire felt a suppression in rank, its flame's brilliance began to dim, and its resistance became weaker and weaker. Under the pressure of the lava giant python, the sleepless fire in the alchemy cauldron began to flicker violently, seemingly with nowhere to flee, gradually losing its vitality. In the end, under the watch of 3 people, it completely extinguished. The lava giant python circled in the air, seemingly proclaiming its victory, as its massive body emitted a dazzling light. Then it returned to Fang Chen's body. In that instant, the temperature in the entire room suddenly dropped, and a thick sense of scorched air filled the atmosphere. It seemed as if even time had stagnated. Is this it? Chunning and Lu Shanshan were shocked beyond measure, finding it hard to believe. They had witnessed the appearance of the lava giant python and felt that sense of oppression, but the fall of the sleepless fire came so swiftly, as if everything had happened in a blink of an eye. The sleepless fire that hasn't been extinguished for more than a decade just vanished like that? Lu Shanshan's mind was in chaos, struggling to accept this sudden change. This was the sleepless fire of third-tier strength. An SS-level talent. And just like that, it was suppressed and extinguished by Feng Chen's flames. No. It would be more accurate to say that the sleepless fire got scared and extinguished itself. The lava giant python from Feng Chen only roared once, without even making a move, and the sleepless fire was gone. Lu Shanshan bit her lip tightly, filled with a mix of emotions as she was completely shaken by Feng Chen's power. No doubt he is the best in the country. At this moment, Chening felt as if invisible ropes were binding her, and her throat couldn't make a sound. Just moments ago, she had thought Feng Chen was bound to lose, yet in such a brief time, that sleepless fire which had made her heart race was easily suppressed and extinguished by Feng Chen's flames. She could tell that the extinguishing of the sleepless fire was not due to Feng Chen's strength, but out of fear of Feng Chen's flames. An SS-level talent flame being afraid of another SS-level talent flame, it was unbelievable to even speak of it. Then she thought of how Feng Chen had two types of flames, and just now had only released one, achieving such an effect. If both types of flames were released at once, wouldn't the sleepless fire just die on the spot? Thinking of this, the shocked look in Chen Ying's eyes instantly turned to delight. She had never seen such a powerful talent, and her combative nature was fully ignited at this moment. She could hardly wait to go battle Feng Chen for 300 rounds. Hey, hey! Miss, what's happening, miss? At this moment, the voice from the phone Lu Shanshan had dialed rang out, pulling the two back to reality. No. It's nothing now. Lu Shanshan hung up the phone and then dialed another number. Hello, Grandpa, someone has successfully taken the cauldron. Feng Chen had already walked to the alchemy cauldron, perfectly merging his movements as he lifted it, the cauldron still retaining the warmth of the sleepless fire. Lu Shanshan, I won't be polite anymore. Lu Shanshan, who had just hung up the phone, nodded. We keep our word, take it as you will. Feng Chen was no longer polite, immediately storing the alchemy cauldron in his space ring. Feng Chen, my grandpa heard you successfully took the cauldron, can I see you? Lu Shanshan asked. Of course. Feng Chen nodded, after all, he took someone else's SS-level alloy cauldron, he had to meet them. Where is your grandpa? He was just working and is already on his way to the exhibition hall. We can just wait upstairs. The three walked out of the room, returning the way they came, and had just returned to the hall. They saw an elderly man in a white coat rushing over. Someone shouted eagerly before the person arrived. Who is it? Who successfully took the cauldron? Lu Shanshan introduced Feng Chen. This old man is my grandfather, the chief fifth-tier pharmacist of Qinglan Pharmaceutical. As soon as she finished speaking, Hai stood in front of Feng Chen, his eyes shining as he sized him up. You are Feng Chen? Feng Chen nodded, yes. While speaking, he took a look at the old man. Full of white hair but full of spirit, his deep-set eyes sparkled with the brilliance only young people possess, giving him a sense of a mischievous old child. Hai stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, very good. Young man, not only do you look good, but your strength is also decent, and your age is just right. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows. Are you interested in considering my granddaughter Shanshan? Come be a part of our family? Feng Chen? Hai's voice thundered like a clap of thunder in Feng Chen's, Chen Ying's, and Lu Shanshan's ears. Feng Chen stood frozen. No, this change of direction is a bit too fast. Isn't this about medicine? What's going on? Grandpa, what are you talking about? Lu Shanshan instantly exploded with anger, tugging at the old man's beard and pulling him aside. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hai winced in pain, his features contorted, quickly pushing Lu Shanshan's hand away. You girl, how can you be so disrespectful? Lu Shanshan rolled her eyes, who told you to speak so recklessly? What recklessness? Hai tidied up his disheveled beard, speaking in a firm tone. I'm just thinking of our family. Your parents don't have the talent for medicine, you only know how to fight and kill all day, and are not interested in medicine. Who can inherit such a big factory as Qinglan Pharmaceutical in the future? Now I finally come across a young man with excellent talent who is interested in alchemy and is the same age as you, I have to ask. But you can't just come up and say that to Feng Chen. Lu Shanshan was speechless, this is our first meeting. Feng Chen, don't listen to this old man's nonsense. They really are a typical grandparent and grandchild. Feng Chen changed the topic and said. Master Lu, this medicinal cauldron is too valuable, it's truly a bit embarrassing for me to just take it. Hai waved his hand. You're too polite, our Lu family always keeps our word. You extinguishing the restless fire is your own skill, don't feel any psychological burden. If you really feel bad. He raised his eyebrows again. Spend more time getting close to Shanshan. Is it getting close or getting involved? Feng Chen chuckled, let's talk about this later. Right now, I actually have something to discuss with you, so it won't seem like I'm taking your medicinal cauldron for free. What is it? Fangchen pointed to the display case of the qi-gathering pill in the central area. I have a formula for a qi-gathering pill that is twice as effective as what your Qinglan pharmaceutical produces at the same cost. I wonder if old Lu would be interested. Twice? Hai's eyes flashed with slight surprise. He wanted to ask back, but seeing Fangchen's calm expression, the words almost made it to his lips before he swallowed them back. Could it be that this kid is telling the truth? Just bragging. Lu Shanshan did not hide it. Fangchen, this qi-gathering pill took my grandfather over 20 years to perfect. Do you really have something stronger? Fangchen knew that explanations were useless, so it was better to show results directly. He took out paper and pen from the space ring and wrote down the medicinal herbs needed for the qi-gathering pill from the Encyclopedia of Pharmacy. Old Lu, can you help me prepare these herbs? The formulas in the Encyclopedia of Pharmacy had been perfected to the extreme. Taking out any one of them could cause a storm in the market. Sure enough, Hai took a glance, and his expression instantly became serious. As a fifth-tier pharmacist, he recognized immediately that the ratio of the herbs written above held great significance. Alright, I'll have someone prepare them right away. In less than 10 minutes, a staff member brought the herbs over. Fangchen did not hesitate. After taking the herbs, he returned to the elevator, preparing to go back to the room where the medicinal cauldron was stored to refine medicine. Hai and the others hurriedly followed. Back in the room, Fangchen took out the newly acquired medicinal cauldron, while summoning the falling heart flame. The qi-gathering pill is a first-tier pill. Even though he had never refined medicine before, it was still easy for him to grasp. With a thought, the transparent falling heart flame moved like a lively fire snake, quickly pouring into the cauldron, instantly enveloping the entire cauldron, and the temperature surged. The hot energy churned inside the cauldron. He swiftly placed the prepared herbs one by one into the cauldron. As the herbs were added, the temperature of the flame inside the cauldron began to constantly change. Each herb, under the enhancement of the falling heart flame, appeared more vibrant, exuding a rich herbal fragrance. What a domineering flame! Hai, as a fifth-tier pharmacist, immediately recognized the power of the falling heart flame. At the same time, he was captivated by Fangchen's exquisite fire control techniques. Every one of Fangchen's movements was just perfect, as if he and the flame merged into one. This cauldron is truly a perfect match for him. Hai admired silently in his heart. His journey in pharmacology began with traditional medicine refining, and he had his own methods for controlling the flames. But at 18 years old, he was worlds apart from Fangchen. As the refining process deepened, Fangchen's techniques became more and more skillful, and his control of the flames became increasingly precise. Under the influence of the flames, a rich herbal fragrance wafted from the cauldron. It's done! Fangchen revealed a satisfied smile. He gently opened the lid of the cauldron, and the intoxicating herbal fragrance surged forth. He took out the refined qi-gathering pill and handed it to Hai. Hai took the pill and examined it carefully, his brow furrowing tighter. Grandpa, how is it? Lu Shanshan asked anxiously. Fangchen lied. Lied? Hai nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. The effect of this qi-gathering pill is not just double that of ours, it's almost triple. The cost is almost the same as ours. How is this possible? Lu Shanshan was stunned, finding it hard to believe. Although she didn't pursue pharmacology, she was very clear about their qi-gathering pill. On the market, there were no more than 3 fingers that could compete with it. Yet now, it was easily surpassed by Fangchen. That was too comprehensive. Old Lu, you flatter me. This qi-gathering pill achieving such effect relies on flame control. If it were produced using modern chemical methods, the effect would only be double. Fangchen was stating the facts. Traditional medicine refining, 1 cauldron, 1 pill, the effects were naturally unquestionable. But the downside was that the yield was too low, and the restrictions were very high, testing the pharmacist's ability severely. Modern pharmacology could achieve large-scale production and no longer relied on the pharmacist's skills. The downside? The efficacy would drop significantly. This was also the reason traditional medicine was replaced by modern pharmacology. You don't need to be humble. Hai waved his hand. I've lived over 70 years and have never seen a talent like you in medicine. I was going to have you take over our Qinglan pharmaceuticals, but now it seems that would be a limitation on you. Shanshan isn't worthy of you at all. Lu Shanshan? Hey, old man, saying is one thing, but attacking someone's character is another. How am I unworthy of him? At this moment, Hai had no time to pay attention to her and continued to Fangchen. Fangchen, I want the formula for this qi-gathering pill. Name your price, and I will agree to it. In his view, Fangchen's future must be extremely brilliant, and spending any amount of money to buy this formula would be worth it. As long as he maintained a good relationship with Fang Chen, when he developed other formulas later, Qinglan Pharmaceuticals could produce them. Then, Qinglan Pharmaceuticals would have the hope of joining the ranks of first-class pharmaceutical companies. Old Lu, I borrowed your cauldron, so I'm giving you this formula, but I want 10% of the profits from the qi gathering pill, Fang Chen said plainly. Without profit to gain, he would not give the formula for free. In martial arts, money was often burned in many places. With his small millions, it was simply not worth spending. Using a prescription to make money is the most sustainable method, much safer than hunting monsters in the wild. Of course, no problem. Hai embraced Fang Chen's shoulder, feeling incredibly close. Let's go, we're signing the contract right now. Also, don't call me Lu Lao in the future, it makes me sound old, call me Lu Gu. No problem, Lu Gu. Lu Shanshan? Then, Hai called his son who managed the business to draft the contract. On their way to sign, Hai occasionally asked Fang Chen for his insights on alchemy. Fang Chen began to recite from the Encyclopedia of Alchemy, shocking Hai, who found it greatly beneficial. Feeling excited, he immediately wanted to be sworn brothers with Fang Chen. If it weren't for Lu Shanshan stopping them, Fang Chen would have truly moved up a generation. After signing the contract, the sky had already darkened. Lu Shanshan's parents enthusiastically invited Fang Chen to stay for dinner, and Chen, an old friend of theirs, naturally stayed too. At the dinner table, Lu Shanshan's mother was very enthusiastic, constantly helping Fang Chen with food and asking about his family situation. Lu Shanshan was speechless at the situation. Mom, I only met Fang Chen for the first day, why are you asking so much? You little child, what do you understand? Just eat your food and don't interrupt. After dinner, a tipsy Hai wanted to see Fang Chen off, but was politely refused. He had no choice but to arrange for his granddaughter. Shanshan, I still need to attend your award ceremony tomorrow, so I'll rest now. You send your Uncle Fang home for me. At these words, Lu Shanshan's face went dark with anger. She never imagined that meeting Fang Chen for the first time would lead to such a complicated situation. The culprit of all this was the old man before her. Unable to hold back her frustration, she yanked at Hai's beard fiercely. A scream followed. Afterward, Fang Chen and Chen left, with their battle pushed to tomorrow. Back at the hotel, it was close to midnight. Fang Chen quickly fell asleep. When the dawn gently crept up to the windowsill, the award ceremony was about to begin. Chapter 61, Fang Chen, you really should die. At 8:41 in the morning, at Baisheng Hotel. Fang Chen had just finished washing up when there was a knock at the door. Who could it be so early? Fang Chen mumbled, walking to the door and opening it. In front of him were Li Mingqi and Qi Wan. They each held a breakfast, their expressions unchanged from yesterday afternoon. Fang Chen, we both bought you breakfast, which one do you want? Fang Chen's heart trembled. Another chance? Before he could react, Li Mingqi raised the breakfast in her hand. Fang Chen. I bought a bit too much, how about you eat mine? As she spoke, her fingers holding the takeout bag unconsciously tightened, turning white at the tips. Though braver than yesterday, her eyes still looked elsewhere, her cheeks flushed red. I bought even more. Qi Wan's voice followed closely, handing over her breakfast. Fang Chen's heart tightened, he faced this tricky situation again. Two girls with very different personalities had prepared breakfast for him. What should I do? Fang Chen cried out in his heart. Could yesterday's savior appear once more? In that moment, it seemed heaven heard his call. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded, and that familiar charming figure appeared again. However, she also had breakfast in hand. Good morning. Chen walked up beside the three, smiling and greeting, and upon seeing the breakfasts in Li Mingqi and Qi Wan's hands, her eyebrows lifted. Looks like I came at the wrong time again. As she spoke, she smiled at Fang Chen. I was worried you wouldn't have enough to eat and would delay our duel, so I bought you some breakfast. Now it seems I was overthinking it. Hearing her tease, Fang Chen appeared calm, but inside he felt a sense of relief. Chen is here, surely they will give up now. But what he expected didn't happen. Li Mingqi and Qi Wan, that pair of distinctly different best friends, seemed to have reached an agreement. Not at all wanting to leave. What's going on? Do we have to come to a conclusion today? Fang Chen looked at Qi Wan's determined expression. It seems so. But at this moment, he was no longer panicked, he already knew what to do. One more Chen means one more choice, he didn't need to choose between two or three. Everyone can just eat together. But just then, a beautiful figure appeared in the hallway again. What are you all doing blocking the door so early in the morning? Lu Shanshan, also carrying breakfast, came over to the fore. Why are you here? Chen asked in confusion. What else could it be? My grandpa was invited to the award ceremony, worried that Fang Chen wouldn't eat enough, so he insisted I bring him some. Lu Shanshan spat, this old man, while his own granddaughter hasn't eaten yet, is only concerned about outsiders. As she spoke, Li Mingqi and Shi Wan stood there dumbfounded. They had prepared for Chen Ying's arrival. If it was just Chen Ying watching, they wouldn't mind. After all, their heart's secrets had been read by Chen Ying, gritting their teeth, a little more wouldn't matter, they could handle it. But they didn't expect another audience. One more person meant one more bit of psychological pressure, which had already exceeded their mental bearing. Wouldn't things get awkward next? Li Mingqi and Shi Wan unconsciously lowered the hand holding their breakfast. Fang Chen saw this and understood. The situation had completely turned. How about we eat together? Fang Chen said, a sincere smile appearing on his face. Before his words fell, Lu Shanshan was the first to enter the room. She could naturally see that Li Mingqi and the other girl had an agenda, but she didn't care about that. She had been forced to come here and was already starving. She hurriedly placed the breakfast on the table. Let's eat, let's eat. Chen Ying, without any hesitation, walked straight into the room. She only cared about her battle with Fang Chen, nothing else was on her mind. After placing the breakfast on the table. Let's eat, let's eat. This scene made Li Mingqi and Shi Wan involuntarily panic. They knew Chen Ying's purpose, but nothing was absolute, who knew if she had other intentions? And now there was another strange woman. If she had underhanded motives, they would unknowingly have another enemy. No way. This cannot be allowed to happen. Li Mingqi and Shi Wan exchanged glances and immediately formed a united front. Years of close friendship reactivated as they walked into the room together, placing breakfast on the table, their gazes alert, as if declaring their territory. As the crisis quietly faded, Fang Chen was about to close the door and enjoy his breakfast. At this moment, the two passionate and proud heroes happened to pass by. Zhang Feng touched his bald head. Fang Chen, let's go eat breakfast together. Fang Chen looked natural. No need, someone brought me food. Zhang Feng and Xin Xing suddenly beamed with excitement. The aroma of the breakfast instantly attracted them. Is it Qi Wan or Li Mingqi? Let us see who won. Zhang Feng pushed Fang Chen aside. The next moment, Zhang Feng and Xin Xing saw the situation in the room. The first thing that caught their eyes was their targets, Qi Wan and Li Mingqi. The two girls were staring at them fiercely, their gazes icy as if they wanted to swallow them whole. Across from the two girls, on the left was Chen Ying, who was blissfully eating her breakfast, reminding Fang Chen. Hurry up and eat, don't starve yourself. Her caring tone sounded like Fang Chen's family. And on the right was a girl they had never seen before. Dressed similarly to Chen Ying, her appearance was no less than Qi Wan and Li Mingqi's, completely focused on her food, not looking at them at all. After 10 seconds, their necks turned stiffly like machines, looking at Fang Chen. They all came to find you? Fang Chen nodded, yeah. At that moment, Zhang Feng felt breathless, as if the world no longer seemed beautiful. At this time, Qi Wan said unhappily. If you haven't eaten, go down to eat, don't delay Fang Chen's meal. Internally cursing. Damn, as if those women aren't enough obsessed with Fang Chen. There are actually men. Bang. Zhang Feng slammed the door shut. The whole room was left with Fang Chen and 4 girls. Why do you have to slam the door so hard? Fang Chen grumbled, walking over to the dining table, not caring who bought the breakfast, and grabbed it to eat. Nothing is more important than eating. At the dining table, Fang Chen, Chen Ying, and Lu Shanshan were enjoying themselves. Qi Wan and Li Mingqi were sullen, completely lacking in appetite. Only the two hurt souls reached an understanding. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Zhang Feng leaned against the wall, lost and dazed. Xin Shan leaned against the wall, not saying a word. The gloom on their faces was almost overflowing. They originally wanted to enjoy the gossip, but were hit by the gossip instead. Qi Wan and Li Mingqi, the two campus beauties of Jiang City, their beauty level goes without saying. After yesterday's incident, they thought there would be chaos among friends, but now they all sat at Fang Chen's dining table. Chen Ying from Nanxing province, second in rank, had promised to challenge Fang Chen, and now the challenge was at the dining table. Where would the next challenge lead to? And there was another stunning girl. For girls in one room, this. A few minutes later, Zhang Feng slowly spoke. Fang Chen really deserves to die. I agree. Chapter 62, Award Ceremony. At 9:11 a.m., Anqing Education Bureau, Conference Hall. In 19 minutes, the award ceremony for this year's Nanxing Province Martial Arts exam will begin here. At this moment, many students and teachers had entered and were waiting. Hey, did you hear? Fang Chen accepted Chen Ying's challenge. Didn't he refuse yesterday at the hotel? I don't know what happened, it was a martial arts student from Anqing who told me. They said Chen Ying came here early to apply to use the training ground. So that means they will directly start fighting after the award ceremony? Among the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Qingfeng, Chen Jingtian, and Su Yang walked into the venue, dressed neatly. Baisheng Hotel was less than 500 meters from the Education Bureau, so they arrived here ahead of Fong Chen and the others. All three of them were to speak on stage today, and just thinking about it made excitement swell instantly. Especially Chen Jingtian and Su Yang, speaking here for the first time, they felt as though they were floating when walking. Old Lu, you really came quite late. At that moment, the director of Anqing Education Bureau happened to meet Lu Qingfeng and the others and stopped to greet them. Experts always arrive last. The smile at the corner of Lu Qingfeng's mouth was evident, clearly filled with pride. What can they do? Jiang City produced a national champion. How lonely it is to be invincible. Seeing the smug look on Lu Qingfeng's face, Huang Tao couldn't help but smile and say, "This year you really managed to show off." The two were old friends who had known each other for many years, so there was no need to nitpick. After speaking, Huang Tao introduced the person beside him to Lu Qingfeng and the others. "This is Master Huai from Qinglan Pharmaceuticals, invited to attend the award ceremony today." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng and the others immediately became serious. Every year's award ceremony invites a person of great influence to lend some prestige to the event. Last year, they invited a 6th-level martial artist from Anqing. This year it was Master Huai. There are 10 6th-level martial artists in all of Nanchang province, but no 6th-level pharmacologists, only 3 5th-level pharmacologists. Master Huai is one of them, showcasing the preciousness of high-level pharmacologists. This is truly a big shot. But why did Master Huai's beard lose a patch? Before the three could even greet him, Master Huai waved his hand and spoke in a friendly tone. "What master or not, I'm just an old man who is getting older, can't compare to the young people nowadays." Saying this, he raised an eyebrow and saw Jiang City on Lu Qingfeng's badge, making his smile even broader. "Oh, it's family, then there's no need to be polite. After the award ceremony, let's have a good chat." A simple sentence left Lu Qingfeng and the others in shock. A big shot like Master Huai, it would be hard for even Lu Qingfeng's social status to meet him. At this moment, it surprisingly turned into something familiar. What exactly happened? "Of course, no problem," Lu Qingfeng said in astonishment. As soon as he finished speaking, Hai's gaze turned towards the entrance of the hall, excitedly waving his arms. "Fong Chen, come here." At the entrance, Fong Chen walked into the hall with Si Mei. This stunning view made many boys incredulous, turning their heads repeatedly, gritting their teeth, ultimately helpless. Hearing someone call his name, Fong Chen looked in the direction and saw Hai waving at him from 20 meters away, Su Yang and the others beside him, so he walked over. Si Mei then dispersed, looking for their own spots. "After chatting with you yesterday, I benefited immensely in terms of potions, feeling like I have elevated myself completely." As soon as Fong Chen arrived, Hai came up, hooking his shoulder, extremely close, like longtime brothers. This scene left Lu Qingfeng, Huang Tao, and others stunned. Fong Chen made a 5th-tier potion master benefit immensely, they instinctively thought they had misheard. But the next moment, a more explosive statement echoed. "That's because Lu Gu, you are extraordinarily gifted." In an instant, everyone around turned their mouths into O shapes. Lu Gu? Fong Chen called the 5th-tier potion master Hai Lu Gu? And Hai was still very happy? Everyone felt their brain was not enough. "You are too modest." Hai excitedly patted Fong Chen's shoulder, and seeing the others frozen beside him, he casually shared yesterday's story about Qinglan Pharmaceutical. After hearing the story, Lu Qingfeng and the others took a while to come out of their shock. Easily taking away a tripod that no one had been able to touch for over 10 years. Taking out the shocking gathering Dan method that astonished Hai, and reaching a cooperation. In just one afternoon, Fong Chen accomplished so much. Compared to Fong Chen, they seemed like they were just wasting time in an city. Lu Qingfeng suddenly understood why Hai had just said they were all family. It wasn't because Hai was easygoing, but because of Fong Chen. They were benefiting from Fong Chen's shine. Su Yang instinctively turned his head, just in time to make eye contact with Chen Zhengtian. The two chuckled at the same time, their eyes filled with appreciation. A little over a month ago, that student who struggled with blood tests has now grown to a level that made them look up to him. Time quickly arrived at 9:23, and almost all participants were present. The award ceremony was about to start. Fong Chen separated from the others, walking to his assigned position next to Chening. At 9:30, the award ceremony officially began. Still the usual routine, the host spoke first, warming up the atmosphere. Then, leaders from the Education Bureau took turns speaking, praising the achievements of this year's Southern Province Martial Arts exam. After that, it was Fong Chen's turn to give a speech. Next, please welcome Fong Chen, the top scorer of this year's National Martial Arts exam, to give a speech. Amidst a round of applause, Fong Chen stepped onto the podium, slowly delivering his prepared speech under the gaze of hundreds. To sum it up, I, Fong Chen, owe my success today entirely to my extraordinary talent and tremendous effort. While speaking, he did not forget to speed up the refining of the fallen heart flame. After him, Su Yang, Chen Zhengtian, and Lu Qingfeng took turns to speak. The ceremony lasted an hour and a half and finally arrived at the much-anticipated awards segment. Looking at the 5 million prize in his hand, Fang Chen revealed a heartfelt smile. In the end, everyone took a group photo to commemorate, and the Southern Province Martial Arts Exam Awards ceremony was completely over. The leaders from the Education Bureau and the principal, teachers all left the venue. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon was the time to leave in city. They wanted to take this time to bond more. As for the martial arts examinees, after exiting the conference hall, they chose not to return to the hotel but all surged into the training ground of the Education Bureau. The end of the award ceremony meant that the competition between Fang Chen and Chen Ying was about to begin. They wanted to seize the opportunity to secure a good position for watching the battle. After most of the people from the back had left, the two main characters sitting at the front slowly stood up. Although my abilities are useless to you, I still have other trump cards. Chen Ying lifted her red lips. Be careful. Fang Chen chuckled. I'll be watching. Chapter 63, All Intermediate Level 1. In the training ground. It was already blocked, so packed that not a drop of water could leak out. All the candidates attending the award ceremony were there except for the two main characters who had not yet arrived. What do you all think of the results? What else can we think? Of course, we look with our eyes. Think about it, if the monsters in the martial arts exam had intelligence, Chen Ying's score shouldn't be far behind Fang Chen's, right? That's for sure. Candidates from Anqing rallied behind Chen Ying. We know Sister Ying's strength best. She stepped into level 1 4 months ago, breaking the fastest record in the southern province. Fang Chen only stepped into level 1 more than half a month ago. I've checked on this. Sister Ying has been in level 1 for much longer than he has, and she cultivates the top-tier A-level martial arts we have in Anqing. Fang Chen only has an advantage because the monsters don't possess intelligence, otherwise, the first place would undoubtedly be Sister Ying's. What if he has high talent? Who said that high talent guarantees being the strongest? To these people's comments, Zhang Feng and others scoffed. As witnesses to Fang Chen's martial arts exam, they knew his strength all too well. They were too lazy to argue. However, Lu Shanshan beside them subconsciously frowned. Although she had seen Fang Chen's flame's power, she didn't think Chen Ying would lose. To face off against Fang Chen, Chen Ying had started training days ago, becoming several times stronger than during the martial arts exam, and she held back some tricks. For Fang Chen to win against her, he would likely pay a price. Just then, the crowd stirred, and everyone looked towards the entrance. The main characters are here. Looking in the direction of the sound, Chen Ying was the first to step into the training ground. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows onto her, casting a gentle halo around her. She had changed into tight combat clothing, the black fabric like a second skin, outlining her perfect body curves. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, and the long spear in her hand swayed gently with her steps. Every movement of her body appeared agile and powerful. Her face, free from makeup, held a determined expression, her eyes sharp like a blade, resembling a general about to head to battle. As she stepped in, her powerful aura made the entire training ground fall silent in an instant. The spear. Qi Wan frowned slightly. As a holder of the A-level ability gun soul, she was extremely sensitive to martial artists using guns. She could sense that the aura Chen Ying radiated had already merged with the long spear in her hand. In this situation, even she found it hard to reach such a level. In comparison, her own abilities seemed somewhat fake. Unable to hold back her thoughts, she murmured, Fang Chen must have a bit of resistance to win. After Chen Ying, it was Fang Chen's turn. He wore the same combat outfit from the martial arts exam, gripping an A-level battle knife that glimmered slightly, the blade sharp enough to cause a chill. In that moment, it felt as if they were once again witnessing him during the martial arts exam. As it was a battle between the first and second places in the southern province, the Education Bureau specially arranged 2 third-tier teachers to oversee, to prevent any accidents. Seeing the 2 of them ascend the stage, one teacher shouted. This challenge is just that, if one side surrenders or faints during the match, the other must stop. If not, we will step in forcibly to ensure safety. Additionally, let me remind you, if you determine you cannot win, quickly surrender to avoid accidents. Both of them, one ranked first in the country, the other 5th. If either was injured, it would be a serious matter. It had to be made clear. Understood. Fang Chen and Chen Ying answered simultaneously. Okay, the challenge begins. Before the words fell, Chen Ying's aura suddenly surged, and the surrounding air trembled slightly under her presence. The long spear in her hand emitted a deep and powerful hum. As if the next moment was about to pierce through Fang Chen. First tier intermediate. A gasp came from the crowd. Like a giant stone dropping into calm waters. People looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and awe. Damn, first tier intermediate. Sister Ying has stepped into first tier intermediate. No matter how high the talent, one fears the pressure of levels. Fang Chen is likely in trouble. Sister Ing has once again broken the record for the fastest entry into first-tier intermediate in the South Province. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feng and others felt a thud in their hearts. They hadn't even touched the threshold of first-tier intermediate, yet Chen Ing had already stepped in. Although they still firmly believed Fang Chen would win, it wouldn't be an easy victory. The two teachers outside the arena were equally shocked. As those who had been through it, they understood how difficult it was for a martial artist to level up. Leaping from first-tier beginner to intermediate was not an easy task. It required not only talent but also countless days and nights of hard practice and persistence. An achievement they had worked for hundreds of days and nights, Chen Ing had accomplished so quickly. Such a rapid rise in power was absolutely a one-in-a-million talent. Fang Chen is likely in trouble. One teacher thought to himself. Chen Ing smiled slightly, her eyes shining with determination as she raised her spear, pointing the tip directly at Fang Chen. I want to have a thrilling fight with you, so I hope you won't hold back. Her voice was clear and loud, filled with passionate fighting spirit. That's exactly what I intend. Fang Chen chuckled lightly, his aura suddenly rising, an invisible wave rippling through the air, shaking everyone present. Unbelievable. He is also first-tier intermediate. The crowd's voices were no longer as noisy as before. One by one, they seemed frozen in place, their expressions blank. Who just said Fang Chen only stepped into first tier just over half a month ago? You think someone can leap to first tier intermediate in half a month? Impossible, my information can't be wrong. How did Fang Chen manage this? Even more shocked than this group were Jiang Feng and others. Fang Chen had indeed just entered first tier over half a month ago. Even with the speed of top tier talent, it was impossible to reach first tier intermediate in just over 10 days. That's why they thought Fang Chen would face a bit of difficulty this time. But unexpectedly, Fang Chen quickly taught them a lesson, showing them one truth. He cannot be viewed by common standards. Jiang Feng scratched his bald head, feeling quite helpless. Damn it, I've been fooled again. The two teachers nearby were also shocked. The previous talent was already astonishing, they didn't expect an even more monstrous one to appear. Is this the kind of youth these days? Can't we have some breathing room? Seeing Fang Chen enter first-tier intermediate, Chen Ing was initially stunned, but soon immense fighting spirit surged in her eyes, her body tightening. She didn't care how long it took Fang Chen to reach first-tier intermediate, all she saw was the desire for battle. In the same level, this was the fight she wanted. Chen Ing gripped the spear tightly, adopting a stance to thrust. The spear tip erupted with heat, warping the air in front, like a burning candle, distorted to the point of heart-stopping. The intense heat swept through like flames, causing those around to involuntarily step back a few paces. A-level martial technique, Flame Sun Spear Technique. Someone recognized Chen Ying's martial technique and shouted loudly. But before the voice could fall, Chen Ing had already disappeared from the spot, turning into a flash of lightning, dashing straight for Fang Chen. The long spear in her hand carried a ferocious heat, the spear's tip was like a fire dragon, thrusting forward with overwhelming power, as if intending to shatter everything blocking her path. Chapter 64, Winning So Easily. Just as the spear tip was about to touch Fang Chen, the falling heart flame suddenly erupted, like a ball of flame igniting within him, instantly igniting the air around. The intense energy surged forth like a tide, forming an invisible barrier that blocked Chen Ying's spear, making it impossible to advance an inch. Blocked. This is an A-class martial skill, yet it was blocked so easily? The heat of the flames is terrifying. This scene truly exceeded everyone's expectations. The destructive power of an A-class martial skill is more than 5 times that of a B-class martial skill. If it were them, facing an A-class martial skill attack, they would have only 2 options. One is to dodge. The other is to block with all their strength. But Fang Chen just released flames and effortlessly blocked the attack. Chen Ing was not panicking, this was all within her expectations. If Fang Chen were easy to deal with, he wouldn't be the number 1 in the country. Solar Gun Technique, 4th level. Chen Ing shouted angrily. The heat at the tip of the spear rose again, instantly piercing through Fang Chen's flame barrier. Seeing this, Fang Chen did not dodge, raising his battle knife sharply, clashing with the spear, sparking flames. In that instant, the falling heart flame attached itself to the knife, the blazing flames spreading along the blade as if alive, quickly enveloping the entire battle knife. The battle knife traced an arc, its momentum fierce, pressing straight towards Chen Ing. Though the Xianyan knife record is a B-class martial skill, with the support of the falling heart flame, its attack power is not weaker than an A-class martial skill at all. Chen Ing sensed a crisis and was about to retreat. At that moment, the falling heart flame coalesced behind Chen Ing, transforming into a giant lava python, writhing out and pouncing at her. Fang Chen's offensive surged like a tide, giving her no chance to catch her breath. In an instant, Chen Ing found herself blocked in every direction. Her expression changed drastically as she made a quick decision. To catch the king, one must first catch the thief, as long as she quickly dealt with Fang Chen, the flames behind her would naturally dissipate. The crisis would be resolved. She must use all her strength to quickly end the battle. Solar Gun Technique, 5th level. Chen gritted her teeth, this was her last trump card. The long spear stabbed forward fiercely, hitting with all her might. What awaited her was Fang Chen's battle knife. Xianyan Knife Record, 5th level. The spear tip collided with the knife body, a violent sound of impact echoed, and the surrounding air was almost torn apart, whipping up a strong wind with sparks flying like brilliant fireworks. However, although the attack was fierce, being blocked meant that Chen had lost. The lava giant python, under Fang Chen's control, was already close behind Chen. With the simultaneous front and back attack, with a boom, Chen was sent flying by the knife handle. As she fell to the ground, the venue fell silent. A few seconds later, Chen Ying's voice shattered the quiet atmosphere. I concede. The onlookers felt as if they had been struck on the head with a stick. Is it over just like that? From start to finish, it seems Fang Chen only made 3 strikes. Who said that Fang Chen took advantage of the beast's lacking intelligence? And this is just one type of flame. If he released both types of flames, I can't imagine how terrifying it would be. This is just extremely impressive. At this moment, the martial arts candidates in Anqing were speechless, their throats felt choked. To be honest, they all knew deep down the result of this battle, Fang Chen would win. They just wanted to cheer for their leader in their own way. But they never expected Fang Chen to win so effortlessly. From the start to the end, it didn't even take a minute. Crushing is a more fitting term. As for whether it was fair that Fang Chen used special abilities and Chen Ying did not, they didn't care at all. In the world of martial arts, the weak are the prey of the strong, where is there any fairness? Chen Ying not using her abilities was due to Fang Chen restraining her, even if she wanted to, she couldn't. Moreover, Chen Ying practiced A-class martial skills, which in this regard was also unfair to Fang Chen. Ultimately, it all came down to their own strength, there was nothing wrong with that. Not using an advantage is just foolishly passionate. Lu Shanshan was even more stirred up, she knew Chen Ying's strength the best. Whether it was the intermediate level of the 1st rank or the 5th level of the solar gun technique, either of these trump cards would make anyone outside of Fang Chen in the top 10 feel the pain. But Fang Chen easily resolved it. She couldn't help but think to herself, what a terrifying guy. For a moment, everyone present looked at Fang Chen with admiration. This battle was not only between Fang Chen and Chen Ying, they also used this opportunity to imagine what the result would be if they faced Fang Chen themselves. But clearly, the result was unanimous, they would be instantly killed by Fang Chen. The victor is Fang Chen. The teacher beside them slowly spoke, the shock in his pupils still not fading away. They never expected the battle would end so quickly. Only Jiang Feng and a few others showed expressions of as expected, feeling out of sync with the others. How is it? No problem, right? On the stage, Fang Chen walked in front of Chen Ying and extended his hand. Having recovered from the excruciating pain, Chen Ying seized Fang Chen's hand to help herself up. Thank you for holding back. She had no regret after losing, only satisfaction after the duel and a lingering sense of fear. If Fang Chen had not held back, switching the blade for the hilt, she would have already fallen into a pool of blood. She had fully understood the gap between her and Fang Chen. It was hard for her to imagine how quickly she would lose if Fang Chen released another type of blue flame. No need to thank me, Fang Chen smiled. He gained a lot from this competition as well. If it weren't for the additional fire, but instead used another type of S-level talent, he would definitely lose in martial skills. The level of martial skills was his biggest weakness. After school started, he would focus on making up for it. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Chen Ying's strength. A mental type ability user, her physical strength could actually compete with him, who had a training cheat. Truly impressive. Wait for me, I will definitely surpass you in the future. Chen Ying raised the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Fang Chen chuckled, I wait for you. This scene made Jiang Feng unable to contain his true feelings, exclaiming. This gaze, this conversation, this atmosphere. He turned to look at Xin Sheng and a few others. Do you feel that Fang Chen and Chen Ying are quite a perfect match? Seeing Qi Wan and Li Mingqi's hungry eyes, he swallowed the last back. Xin Sheng snorted with laughter. Let you ship. After the competition ended, although the onlookers were reluctant to leave, it was time to go. At this moment, Lu Shanshan shouted. Everyone, while we still have 2 hours, let's go out for a meal. It's on me. A meal? I'm going. I want to go, just to have some fun. Who knows if we will meet again later? We must go. Faced with Lu Shanshan's extravagance, everyone responded enthusiastically, all agreeing. The end of the awards ceremony meant that their identity as martial arts exam students would soon disappear. Next, what awaited them would be a brand new college life, an unknown yet exciting journey. In the path of a martial artist, dangers abound. No one knows what their future will hold. They could soar to great heights and be admired by thousands, or they could stagnate and live a plain life, or even die in danger. It is better to enjoy the present, to perfectly conclude this journey of youth, turning it into a beautiful wish for the future. Chapter 65, Is It Good Looking, Little Brother? June 18th. It was the third day since returning from An City. The online buzz about the martial arts exam quietly faded, falling out of the hot list. New hot topics climbed up, presenting themselves to the public eye. Fong Chen's name was no longer mentioned widely. At 2 in the afternoon, Fong Chen bought a villa in the urban area of Jiang City for the unimaginable price of 500,000, something he wouldn't even dare to think about in his past life. In this world where demon beasts ran rampant, living in the city did not necessarily guarantee safety. Things like houses were naturally not worth much. Initially, he did not want to buy it, as he already had a house left by his parents. But due to the need to control the for refining medicine, he had no choice but to spend this unnecessary money for the safety of the neighbors and townsfolk. At night, Jiang Feng and others heard the news and came to visit the new house, also bringing news about special admissions. Today, the enrollment teachers from the 4 martial arts universities came to see me. I chose the Military Defense Martial University. Saying this, Jiang Feng took a big bite of the demon beast leg that Fong Chen had grilled. What about you guys? Fong Chen brought a dozen bottles of wine and looked at the others. Each admissions teacher was responsible for a city. Jiang Feng ranked high, and after the admissions teacher approached him, they would surely look for other students with good scores. Xin Cheng and the others ranked within the top 200, so they were also eligible for special recruitment. I chose Kyoto, Xin Cheng said as taciturn as ever. Li Mingqi elegantly tore off a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. Only teachers from Modu, Kyoto, and Shanghai University reached out to me. In the end, I chose Shanhai Wuda. When it was Chi Wan's turn, she couldn't help but sigh. I'm worse off, only the teacher from Shanhai Wuda came looking for me. Clearly, she had no choice. After that, no more admissions teachers reached out, they could only sign up later. Just the choice of Wuda made everyone present scatter across the country. This made Jiang Feng, who was usually the most lively, feel a bit distressed. But there was no other way, people must grow, and separation was unavoidable. Come, cheers. Jiang Feng raised his wine glass. Everyone raised their glasses in response. That night, they drank quite a bit, even Fong Chen became a little tipsy. Time always passes quietly. After moving, Fong Chen immersed himself in refining medicine and controlling fire. July 10th. Chen Ing and Lu Shanshan visited Jiang City. They had 2 purposes for this trip. First, Chen Ing was eager to try her hand. The second was that Lu Shanshan came in place of Hai to tell Fong Chen about the production status of the Gathering Qi pill. In another half-month, the new version of the Gathering Qi pill would be released. As for Wuda, as the second and third best in the southern province, they were both strongly invited by 4 Wuda schools. In the end, both chose Kyoto Wuda. As the host, Fong Chen naturally fulfilled his duties, inviting Jiang Feng and the others to play and feast, enjoying 3 days of fun. On the morning they were leaving, Fong Chen faced off against Chen Ing again. At Chen Ying's strong request, Fong Chen unleashed 2 types of flames. Chen Ing was instantly defeated. July 24th. To avoid losing his skills, Fong Chen went to the 72nd Monster Beast Wilderness to hunt monsters again. After slaying 34 first-stage advanced monsters in the yellow zone, he returned to the red area. To verify how strong he truly was, he went all out and successfully killed a second-stage intermediate monster. After spending 15 days in the Monster Beast Wilderness, Fong Chen returned to the Longwei Army camp. That night, he drank with Wei Cheng until Wei Cheng passed out on the ground. The next day, upon returning home, he heard the news. The new version of the Gathering Qi pill sold out on its launch day, becoming a hot news topic on major platforms. At the same time, another heartbreaking piece of news emerged. Eastern Province, Xinjiang suffers from an invasion by ocean monsters. The Longwei Army incurs 15,342 casualties but successfully repels the beasts. August 29th. Fong Chen finally managed to pinch out a small red flower at once, and his alchemy skills improved, enabling him to refine second-stage pills. That night, he had one last gathering with Jiang Feng and the others. After a few bottles of wine, Chi Wan and Li Mingqi, fueled by the alcohol, could no longer hold back and finally asked him who he was choosing. For a moment, Jiang Feng and Xin Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. This time, there was no Chen Ing to help. He could only pretend to be drunk and dodge the question. Avoiding was shameful, but effective. With determination, he decided to polish his skills in college and strive for the best choice regarding this matter. Reaching. No, you came at just the right time. At this level. August 30th. With only 1 day left before school started, Fong Chen went to visit Su Yang. As decided unanimously by the Education Bureau, Su Yang had been promoted to grade director. When Su Yang saw Fang Chen arrive, he couldn't stop smiling. September 1st, the school day, the moment of separation. In the morning, at Jiang City High-Speed Railway Station. I'm leaving first. Jiang Feng had the earliest ticket. Under the gazes of his parents, Fang Chen, and others, he boarded the high-speed train and left Jiang City. Next was Fang Chen. Under Chi Wan and Li Mingqi's reluctant gazes, he stepped onto the high-speed train heading to Modu. The journey from Jiangqing to Modu takes about 3 hours. After sending a message to Deng Xiong replied that a staff member had been arranged to receive him, and he just needed to go to the school. Fang Chen did not think much of it, closed his eyes, and rested against the window. 3 hours later, Fang Chen finally arrived in Modu, a city he was very unfamiliar with. The early summer sun shone down through the clouds onto the earth, and the air was filled with a warm and vibrant atmosphere. He took a taxi and told the driver to head to Modu Warrior University. The view outside the car window zipped by quickly, with modern skyscrapers intertwining with old neighborhoods, and bustling crowds on the streets. It felt completely different from the small-town vibe of Jiangcheng. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at Modu Warrior University. As one of the 4 top martial arts universities in the country, Modu Warrior University was bustling on the first day of classes, with traffic and crowds nearly blocking the entrance. Fang Chen got out of the car outside the school gate. He was tall and had an outstanding demeanor, and passing girls occasionally cast surprised glances at him. Some girls couldn't help but turn back repeatedly, their eyes switching from, "Hey, this guy is pretty good looking," changing to, "Hey, why does he look so familiar?" Finally, pulling out their phones, comparing one after another. He is that. Fang Chen did not pay attention to these, he only cared about reciprocation. Right now, it was summer, the perfect season to appreciate legs. Especially in a top school like Modu Warrior University, the students' figures needed no further mention. The way they looked at Fang Chen, he would reflect it back. It was all about fairness. But there were also techniques involved. To look at a girl, first look into her eyes. If you see her not looking at you, then you can look at her legs. Fang Chen followed the truth from his past life. As he fairly reached the school gate, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Do you find it pretty, little brother?" Chapter 66, he was actually watching. As a top martial arts university, students who can be admitted here are the most elite martial arts candidates in the country. So, the way of admission is naturally not the same as an ordinary martial arts university, where one person is responsible for dozens, or even none at all. Here, the welcome process is one-on-one. Though it seems like a tiring job, all the clubs rush to do it. There is no other reason, just to leave a deep impression on the new students, so it's easier to recruit them into clubs later. At the same time, here comes the key point. They also observe the quality of newcomers, making it easier for the senior students to recruit. Otherwise, how boring would campus life be if all they did was train? Just like Wei Yi at this moment, looking at the long legs revealed due to the heat. He couldn't help but sigh at the quality of this new batch of freshmen. He is the vice president of the Greystone Club, who took the initiative to handle the new student enrollment affairs. Although called self-recommendation, it's more accurate to say he wanted to shine in front of people. To leave a deep impression on the freshmen, he specially styled himself today, wearing an expensive battle outfit, warmly and considerately answering various questions from the newcomers. And he directed his younger brothers to provide one-on-one services, showcasing his authority to enhance his image among the freshmen. But just then, an uproar suddenly erupted from inside the school gate. What's going on? Wei stopped a sophomore martial artist just stepping out of the gate, asking. Guan Ning and Chu Yan have arrived. Guan Ning and Chu Yan. Wei Yi paused for a moment. He knew these two, not just him, but the entire Modu Warrior University student body knew them. These are the 2 most beautiful girls of Modu Warrior University. Usually, they wouldn't appear in crowded places, so what's going on today? As the noise approached, Wei Yi finally caught sight of the 2 girls through the gaps in the crowd. One was charming and alluring, like a flower blooming in spring, radiating a captivating fragrance. The other was a cool ice queen, like snowflakes in winter, crisp and pure. Awe-inspiring. Especially eye-catching in the crowd. Around her, the girls showed various expressions of envy, jealousy, and more. Seeing so many people looking at her, Chu Yan shot a fierce glare at Guan Ning. She hated crowded places, especially those filled with boys. And everything at this moment was thanks to Guan Ning. But Guan Ning didn't notice Chu Yan's mood, pulling her to a corner beside the school gate, eagerly scanning the crowd with eyes full of expectation. Is Flower Guan here to pick someone up? No way, they don't belong to any clubs. Then what do you think they are doing here? Who are they waiting for? A guy or a girl? Do we need to think? It must be for a girl, no man can get close to them. The sophomore warriors around talked in a flurry. As the 2 major campus flowers of their year, they had been continuously hearing news about them since their enrollment. Either some family descendant pursued Guan Ning in vain, or some genius was rejected by Chu Yan without even getting close. It was simply a terrible situation. But new students didn't know this. Upon seeing the two girls, they all felt eager to step forward and ask for contact information. But as they felt Chu Yan's cold aura up close, they immediately lost their spirit, not even speaking before sneaking away. Wei Yi watched the scene and couldn't help but sneer. Girls like Guan Ning and Chu Yan simply couldn't be handled by ordinary warriors. Not only were they stunningly beautiful, but their talents were also exceptional. Any man who matched them had to be outstanding in both aspects. Clearly, Wei Yi felt that person was himself. Although he hadn't spoken to the two girls, this didn't affect his confidence. He had already imagined himself chatting merrily with the campus flowers amidst the crowd, with everyone casting envious glances. Wasn't this a thrilling opportunity to shine before others? As for the new students' registration matters, he would leave that to his subordinates. After finishing his thoughts, Wei Yi took 2 bottles of water from a nearby table, walking leisurely to about a meter away from the two girls, maintaining an appropriate distance, and handed the water to them. Are you here to pick someone up too? While speaking, his gaze remained fixed on Chu Yan. This was because he felt that compared to the charming and beautiful Guan Ning, it would be easier to break through the cold facade of Chu Yan, who showed emotions on her face. In simple terms, he couldn't see through Guan Ning. In this year's martial arts examination, Guan Ning ranked 15th in the nation, while he was 20th. The gap in strength made it hard for him to grasp her true character. Plus, Guan Ning had a 5th-tier mother and a 6th-tier father. Just thinking about it brought great pressure. So he decided to focus on Chu Yan instead. They say high coldness creates a sense of distance, making one feel inferior. But this only applies to ordinary warriors. For someone like him with exceptional talent, and being the vice president of the Grey Stone Society, Chu Yan would definitely take an interest in him. Thus, under Wei Yi's confident gaze and the attention of the onlookers, Chu Yan gave him a faint glance, pulling Guan Ning back 3 or 4 meters in a quick retreat, maintaining a safe distance. Wei Yi was stunned. What's going on? He couldn't believe it. During his year at Magic City Martial University, many girls wished to get a little closer to him. But now he was actually disliked. The onlookers sighed in relief upon seeing this scene. Fortunately, the goddess remained the same goddess, without any change. With his self-esteem bruised, Wei Yi was not willing to give up and wanted to try again, but just as he raised his foot, Guan Ning spoke up, "No need, we have water." With these words, she completely blocked Wei Yi's path, leaving him in a daze for a moment before placing his foot back down. He fell into self-doubt. Am I really that lacking? I couldn't even hand over a bottle. In just 2 minutes, he faced a Waterloo in his life. In an instant, he seemed to understand something. It wasn't that he wasn't good enough, but these two women were born indifferent to men, their hearts were made of ice. Yes. Just like that. No man could get close to them. Wei Yi smiled serenely, no longer seeking fun at his own expense, and turned back to greet the new students. Since the two school beauties wouldn't give him face, he could only seek it from the younger girls. But just as he turned around, he heard Guan Ning's excited voice from behind. Fong Chen. Over here, Fong Chen. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned towards this direction. Guan Ning waved her arms lightly, her voice like a crisp bell, carrying a hint of playfulness and sweetness, as if she were seeing a beloved boy after a long time. A style never seen before pierced into the hearts of many boys, making them gasp for breath. Mom, I've fallen in love. Who is Fong Chen? Who the hell is Fong Chen? Wei Yi's heart trembled even more. Fong Chen? Why does that name sound familiar? Wait. They are calling out a boy's name. Meanwhile, the main character Fong Chen was reciprocating, using their own methods against them. Not paying any attention to Guan Ning's shouts, he pretended to be a bystander. Seeing him like this, Guan Ning's face turned dark, her eyes swirling with complex emotions. To complete her mother's task, she planned a grand welcome for Fong Chen. She had specially invited Chu Yan, with the two school beauties making an appearance just to welcome him. And Fong Chen was... he was actually looking at legs. Even though Fong Chen was disguising it well, Guan Ning still saw through him. Her eyes were like a ruler. Guan Ning quickly slipped into the shadows, appearing behind Fong Chen. Her gaze darkened, lips curling with a hint of coldness. Are you enjoying the view, little brother? Chapter 67, The Credit System. A boy. It turned out to be a boy. Many people couldn't believe it and rubbed their eyes, but upon reopening them, it was still the same scene. Guan Ning actually took the initiative to approach a boy. A relative, it must be a relative. Right, it must be the bond of blood. Who says it has to be a relative? Couldn't this guy just be gay? That makes sense. Chu Yan was even angrier than the others. Watching Guan Ning approach Fong Chen, she instinctively clenched her fists. At the same time, Fong Chen calmly turned around, looking at the familiar face. Pretty. But compared to you, it falls short. Now we're talking. Guan Ning's lips softened a bit, losing some of their coldness. Although she knew Fang Chen was just playing along, didn't that prove he cared about her thoughts? Wait, why do I care about this? Not having time to think, she hurriedly said. Let's go, your fellow townsman is waiting for you over there. Fellow townsman? Fang Chen looked up and met Shu Yan's icy gaze, as if it could freeze him solid. Is this the look of fellow townsman meeting? Before he could ponder, Guan Ning grabbed the corner of his clothes, pulling him along. At that moment, someone finally recognized Fang Chen in the crowd. I remember now, Fang Chen, the number one in this nationwide martial arts exam, with double SS level talent. Wow, no wonder this name sounds so familiar. Isn't he the one who scored over 20,000 points? It's been almost 2 months, and I almost forgot he was also from Shanghai Martial University. In an instant, the direction of the discussions radically changed. No wonder it sounded familiar. Wei muttered to himself, with Fang Chen's talent, let alone the school beauties, even the dean coming to greet him would not be surprising. It's just a pity that Guan Ning and the others had taken the lead, otherwise, he would have personally shown Fang Chen around. With such terrifying talent, joining the Greystone Club in the future would surely skyrocket the club's power, making it possible for it to become the best club. As for Fang Chen stealing his thunder. He was not one of those fools who would get angry and jealous because a girl was taken away. On the other side, Fang Chen was brought by Guan Ning to reunite with Chu Yan. Looking at the cold, ice-like fellow villager before him, he didn't awkwardly greet him, and finally understood why Jiang Feng and the others said Chu Yan was strange. She was indeed beautiful, but her eyes seemed like they were ready to stab him. Let's hurry and go, Guan Ning whispered. As Fang Chen's identity was recognized, more and more people gathered at the school gate, all paying attention to this place. This was her first time standing next to a man in public, and the feeling of being stared at made her anxious. Especially the way some people were whispering, it stirred up unusual emotions in her heart. It was like returning to a time when a boy and a girl together would invite sneers from the crowd. Okay. Fang Chen also noticed the growing crowd and stepped into the campus under everyone's gaze. Once the three of them walked far away, the voices of the crowd at the school gate gradually grew louder. Just a moment ago, the three main characters were here, so they had to keep their voices down, but now that they were gone, there was no need to worry about that anymore. I never expected Guan Ning to be so familiar with Fang Chen. Yeah, they even pulled each other's clothes, they must be a couple. No wonder so many talented guys chasing her ended in failure, it turns out she already has someone in her heart. I wish I could be Guan's girlfriend, I'd be green with envy. Hey, pulling a corner of clothing is nothing. I bet it's probably Chu Yan looking for Fang Chen. What makes you say that? Chu Yan and Fang Chen are both from Jiang City. Hey, you might be onto something there. In an instant, everyone's thoughts were racing, and they began to indulge in wild imaginations. Meanwhile, Fang Chen and the others had already entered deeper into the school. After completing Fang Chen's enrollment procedures, Guan Ning began to gradually introduce him to the school's facilities. This is the training ground, which can accommodate 1,000 martial artists training at the same time. That huge spherical building ahead is the virtual training room, which can also hold 1,000 people. To the left is. Fang Chen followed Guan Ning as looking around as he walked. Various massive buildings filled his sight, like towering mountains standing in every corner of the campus, emanating an unmatched aura. No wonder it's the top martial arts university in the country. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. If only this ice princess next to him wasn't there. Fang Chen glanced at Chu Yan, she had maintained that icy expression the whole time, giving him no good face. Yet her gaze softened whenever it fell on Guan Ning. Why does she look so much like a lesbian? Just as this thought appeared, Fang Chen quickly dismissed it. How could it be so coincidental? Besides, didn't they say that lesbians are typically the more masculine type? There aren't many as pretty as her. There must be another reason. It seems I need to find a chance to ask Guan Ning. If only Chen Ning were here. Just as he was pondering this, Guan Ning's voice rang out again. I've introduced everything that needs introducing, next, I need to talk about a special matter of importance. What is it? Fang Chen asked. It's about the credit system. Guan Ning moved her long legs, walking along the school path. At Shanghai Martial University, all expenses are not settled with money but with credits. From meals to training, down to buying gear and potions, everything is settled with credits. Every new student will have an initial 100 credits for expenses. And here's the most important part. At this point, Guan Ning walked in front of Fang Chen, stopped, and emphasized with her finger raised. Credits cannot be exchanged for money. Once your initial credits are spent, you can earn credits again through the following methods. Firstly, there is an assessment every 6 months, where rankings are determined through competitions. The higher your rank, the more credits you will receive. Defeating others will also earn you credits. And the first assessment for new students will be during the freshman competition. This will be explained to you by the vice president at tomorrow's freshman conference. The second method is trading with other students. For example, students from the potion department can sell the potions they make in order to earn credits. This kind of business behavior, the school does not oppose, but rather supports it. As for the third kind, which is also the last means, it is to take and complete the tasks issued by the school. This is also the reason we were able to get to know each other. Do you understand? Guan Ning raised the corners of her lips, and the way she spoke made Fong Chen think of the fashionable English teacher people talked about in his previous life, leaving much to the imagination. Of course. Although Guan Ning did not say everything in detail, she had generally made it clear. Credits are the hard currency of Magic City University. The 3 ways to obtain them, although different in form, have the same essence. Become stronger. As for information like departments, he had already checked online during the summer vacation. Magic City University is divided into the War College, the Tactics College, the Potion College, and the Auxiliary College. New students would choose their colleges during the freshman orientation. While they were talking, they unknowingly arrived at the dormitory area. Chapter 68, Together. Looking at the dormitory in front of him, Fong Chen instinctively raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder it's Magic City University, they actually use villas as dormitories. The 3 of them stopped at the entrance of the boys' dormitory area, where a sign read "No entry for girls." Boys passing by frequently turned their heads, their eyes on Fong Chen filled with jealousy, as if saying, "Damn, who is this guy?" Seeing this, Guan Ning's eyes curved slightly. Being welcomed by 2 beautiful girls, isn't that quite impressive? Fong Chen glanced at Chu Yan, clearly saying, "It really is impressive." Guan Ning followed Fong Chen's gaze to see Chu Yan beside her, whose cold expression seemed to say no entry. She forced a smile, feeling a bit regretful for bringing Chu Yan alone. Originally, she wanted the 2 of them to create a good impression for Fong Chen, but who knew Chu Yan remained icy-faced. This made it so that neither she nor Fong Chen could show even half of their usual chat skills. It felt like going shopping with a couple, but being followed by a third person, an awkward situation where no one dared to speak. Of course, she and Fong Chen were not a couple, that was just a metaphor. Yes, a metaphor. Alright, everything that needed to be said has been said, and the person has been delivered. I have no more business here. If my mom asks how the orientation was, you must say it was good, understood? The way she said this had no charm at all, more like a spoiled princess. The real her made the coldness on Chu Yan's face noticeably increase. Got it. Fong Chen, understanding the situation, didn't say much and was about to turn and leave. Guan Ning hurriedly called out to him. My mom said, "Let me treat you to dinner tonight. Where do you want to eat?" The cafeteria, just to see what the cafeteria of Magic City University is like. Alright, see you at the cafeteria at 5:30. Okay. Fong Chen waved his hand and walked into the dormitory area. Once he was far away, Guan Ning finally let out a breath. Without saying a word, she turned and walked towards the girls' dormitory area. Chu Yan followed closely behind. Guan Ning had just returned to her dorm when Chu Yan slammed her door shut and spoke with anger. Why? Guan Ning naturally knew what she was asking and didn't bother to respond, sitting on the sofa playing with her phone. But obviously, Chu Yan didn't want to let her off easily, sitting on the chair opposite her. Why are you so close to that Fong Chen? Why? Guan Ning sighed, when was I close? We've always been like this for so many years. You're talking nonsense. Chu Yan's gaze became sharp. When you just asked if that guy heard you, your tone was just like a girlfriend's. Really? Guan Ning pondered for a moment, and her ears turned slightly red. It was indeed like what Chu Yan said, her spoiled tone sounded just like Fong Chen's girlfriend. This surprised her a bit. When did she become so close to Fong Chen that she unconsciously dropped her charming facade? She had only ever acted like this in front of family and Chu Yan before. Maybe we talked too much before. She changed the subject and said, "You need to quickly find a boyfriend, stop thinking about me all day, it's scary." As a best friend, she was truly advising Chu Yan. I treat you as a best friend, yet you only crave my body. However, Chu Yan let out a cold snort. I have no interest in men, I only care about you. I really don't believe I can't fix you. Guan Ning's expression was serious. She realized that persuading Chu Yan was already useless, she had to take strong measures. Her eyes shifted, then she took a deep breath and said, "So what if I ended up with Fong Chen?" As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan looked as if struck by lightning, her emotions shifting rapidly in just a few seconds. From fear to panic, then to unwillingness, and finally slowly, reluctantly conceding. Then let's all be together. Guan Ning facepalmed, speechless. You really are hopeless. Fong Chen heard this and probably couldn't help but laugh awake. Meanwhile, Fong Chen had already tidied up the room. The dormitory environment was nice, a two-story villa, giving a warm and cozy feeling. The overall modern design, with a refrigerator, microwave, and dishwasher, even a coffee machine, ready for a cup of rich coffee anytime. Such a setup made him, used to living in a six-person dorm in his previous life, feel a bit unaccustomed. His room was upstairs, and the people downstairs had yet to arrive. With nothing to do, he took out his phone and, as Guan Ning had described earlier, found his information page through the internal network of Magic City Wuda. Name, Fong Chen. Age, 18. Superpower, SS level transparent flame, SS level blue flame. Permissions, martial skill library S level permissions. Rating, temporary. Credits, 100. Indeed, as Guan Ning said, he had 100 credits. As for the rating, it seemed to be obtained through competitions. Then he opened the exclusive forum app for Magic City Wuda. This app combined forums, shopping, and tasks into one. In the shopping section, regarding potions alone, there were over 100 pages of official school sales, covering more than 1,000 types of potions. Personal sales had over 30 pages, each introduction stating it was made by some student from the Potion Institute. However, the reviews for personal sales were mostly criticism. Buyer, damn it, I wanted a speed-boosting potion, and you sent me a piece of junk. Seller, you sheltered yourself, just say if my potion increased your speed or not. Buyer, screw you, I'm hunting monsters. Seller, hiss, dude, how are you and the monster doing? This situation happened countless times. Flipping through more, Fong Chen also saw equipment for sale. SSS level alloy weapons were being sold for 500,000 credits. Fong Chen quietly backed out. Next, he saw sales for monster bodies, and even land for sale. That's right, land. As long as you have enough credits, you can buy a 10-year use right for a piece of land at Magic City Wuda. Truly a mixed bag. Afterward, Fong Chen opened the task page. Various tasks were available, including teaming up with the city's monster hunting team, finding people to test potions, and exploring monster wastelands together. Prices ranged from 10 credits to 3,000 credits. Among them, Fong Chen also saw a task he was very familiar with. Task, 1 core root of the Bewitching Illusion Vine, price 1,000 credits. Note, the Bewitching Illusion Vine must reach the 3rd tier. 3rd tier only 1,000 credits. Fong Chen couldn't help but gasp, he and Guan Ning risked so much danger just to earn this little credit. This task really isn't easy to complete. However, there were also some very simple tasks. Like just released a moment ago. Task, Magic City South Suburb Royal Hotel is recruiting 30 male warriors, requiring strong build and handsome appearance. It was marked as completed just 1 second after it was released. Sure enough, there are so many who don't want to work hard. At this moment, Fong Chen heard the sound of the villa's front door being pushed open downstairs. Looks like my roommate has arrived. Chapter 69, The Friendly Flower Prince. Fong Chen stepped out of the room, just as his new roommate walked into the living room. A boy had a handsome face, with clear and harmonious lines. His eyes were deep, with a high nose and slightly upturned lips, revealing a faint smile, displaying his calmness and elegance. He wore well-tailored clothes made of smooth, luxurious fabric. At a glance, one would feel that it was expensive. My name is Lu Feng, and you? The handsome boy introduced himself simply. It seemed he was from a wealthy family. As Fong Chen walked down the stairs, he replied. Fong Chen. Fong Chen? Lu Feng was startled, slightly excited, and said. Wow, the national #1 is actually my roommate. As Fong Chen just arrived in the living room, Lu Feng casually hooked his shoulder. Fong. No. Brother Chen. Do you know? An E-grade talent becoming #1 in the nation, with double SS grade talents. I've heard about this for 2 months, but didn't expect to meet the real person. No way, I have to tell my family about this now, let them be happy too. After saying that, Lu Feng quickly took out his phone to send a message. The familiar and charming rich boy. Fong Chen tagged Lu Feng in his mind, but suddenly noticed something was missing. He saw several kiss marks on Lu Feng's neck, and there was a scent of women's perfume on him. It seemed he had just come from a woman's embrace. The tag needed to be changed. He should be the charming playboy who was overly familiar. With such a person around, the next 4 years at Wu University would be full of fun. The two sat on the sofa and began to chat. During the conversation, Fong Chen learned about Lu Feng's basic information. Lu Feng was from the East Province, ranked 18th in the National Martial Arts exam, with an S-grade talent for Wood Elemental Wolf, a Wood-type special ability. Then, Lu Feng went into his room to tidy up his things. With the door open, Fong Chen saw Lu Feng casually wave his hand, and hundreds of clothes were transferred from his space ring to the bed. After stuffing everything into the wardrobe, Lu Feng walked out of the room with a slightly helpless expression. Our room is really small, even half of my clothes won't fit. Fang Chen's eyes widened suddenly. Half? How can you have so many clothes? Gosh, he had just thought the room was big, but didn't expect that it wasn't even enough for Lu Feng's clothes. Is this the life of a rich young man? Brother Chen, you wouldn't understand this. Lu Feng sat on the sofa beside him. The more clothes you have, the more freshness you bring to girls. This was knowledge he had never heard of. Fang Chen's expression became serious. What do you mean? Seeing Fang Chen so eager to learn, Lu Feng was more than willing to share. Brother Chen, humans are visual animals, we care very much about what we see. To attract attention, the most direct and important thing is appearance. The craftsmanship of the clothes, the colors, the style of the watch will all invisibly affect a girl's evaluation of you. But those are just supporting roles, the most important thing is? He raised his eyebrows high. It's the person. When you reach a certain level of excellence, you will naturally attract the opposite sex. Just like your talent and my looks. After saying this, he couldn't help but brush his bangs, trying to exude charm. But suddenly remembering that there were only the two of them in the room, he immediately stopped. Excessive charm would only. Could he be the mentor I am looking for? Fang Chen asked in a low voice. So, you have a lot of experience? Lu Feng hooked Fang Chen's shoulder, of course. Seeing that he actually had stronger aspects than Fang Chen, the national number one, Lu Feng couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Making a show in front of others, time waits for no one. Brother Chen, although I am not as strong as you, I have quite a bit of insight when it comes to picking up girls. When I first entered school, I hooked up with a girl, the quality was definitely top-notch. As he spoke, Lu Feng gave a thumbs up. He didn't know if he was talking about the girl or himself. We had a wonderful conversation and didn't want to part when we separated. To appease her, I suggested around 5:20 in the afternoon for her to bring her roommate to the school cafeteria for a meal, perfect for a reunion and to start a wonderful university life. Were you reluctant to part, or were you just eyeing her roommate? Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to comment. Lu Feng asked. Chen Good, do you want to go together? Perfect for a duo. With your reputation, just sitting there will attract their attention, as for the rest, leave it to me. What do you say? Fang Chen immediately shook his head. That might not be possible. I've already promised someone else to have dinner tonight. Lu Feng's eyes widened slightly. A guy or a girl? A girl. What does she look like? You'll know when the time comes. Fang Chen did not elaborate further. The beauty of Guan Ning and Xu Yan couldn't be showcased just by words, it was better to let him see for himself. We agreed to meet around 5:30. We're headed to the same place, so let's go together. What a coincidence. Though he said that, Lu Feng was mumbling to himself in his heart. After talking with Fang Chen, he could see that Fang Chen's emotional skills were not outstanding. But with his strength and fame, the girls he could attract surely wouldn't be of low quality. Yet in comparison to his own, they seemed to be lacking a bit. Plus, Fang Chen's unwillingness to describe the girl further reinforced his judgment. That's right, just like that. After that, the two of them chatted casually. Time reached 5 o'clock, and they officially set sail. In the cafeteria of Magic City Wuhan University, rows of windows displayed a dazzling array of various beast dishes, each more enticing than the last, filling the air with tempting aromas. As soon as Fang Chen and Lu Feng stepped into the cafeteria, Lu Feng's eyes immediately zeroed in on the target. He nudged Fang Chen with his elbow. Do you see her? The girl waving 100 meters ahead, that's them. Not bad. Fang Chen affirmed Lu Feng's judgment. The girl who was waving wore a light white dress, her figure well proportioned, her curves beautiful, and her waving seemed to signal to others. I am youthful and full of energy. Beside her, the other girl was a stark contrast. She was slender, with long hair cascading down, dressed in a simple shirt and fitted jeans, understated yet emitting a coolness. She sat there quietly, serene and reserved. One like the sun, warm and lively, the other like the moon, cool and quiet. The impact of their styles made Lu Feng involuntarily raise the corner of his mouth. What do you think of my judgment? Fang Chen replied lightly, it's okay. Okay? Lu Feng was taken aback, such beauty was just okay? What kind of standards must he have? But he didn't ask further, instinctively feeling that Fang Chen was just being tough. After all, being number one in the country, wanting to save face is quite normal. At the same time, the two girls were also quietly conversing. Zheng Jiai, which one is Fang Chen? The cool girl, Tang Yu, spoke first. It's the tall one, his vibe is cooler. Zheng Jiai replied in a low voice while waving. An hour ago, Lu Feng mentioned that Fang Chen would be coming along with him. After hearing that, they were both incredibly excited. This was a genius with double SS level abilities, being with him, the future was unimaginable. For this, they specially made a plan. Since Zhang Jiayi had already arranged to meet Lu Feng, the task of getting closer to Fang Chen fell on Tang Yu. Chapter 70, Tasteless yet regrettable to discard. As the school beauty from high school, Tang Yu was quite confident in her charm and methods. She had encountered capable men like Fang Chen before. Such men are never lacking in women, being proactive is pointless. They must be given a challenge, and being cool is a good choice. Not only can it arouse their competitive spirit, but it also gives them a feeling of conquest while showing one's innocence. It was simply too useful. Little did she know her good roommate, Zhang Jia, also had her own little schemes. In her opinion, Fang Chen wasn't that easy to capture. She could let Tang Yu take the lead and then see how things went, and if not, she could retreat to Lu Feng's side. No matter how it goes, it wouldn't be a loss. When playing this tactical game, one has to be bold. As for her and Lu Feng, hey! Everyone has their own motives, so no one can say anything about anyone. Let me introduce, this is Fang Chen, and he's also my roommate, Lu Feng. When the four met, Lu Feng took the lead to introduce. Then it was Zhang Jiayi's turn to introduce the two girls. As for Tang Yu, she maintained a cool expression, sitting upright. Fang Chen sat in his seat, not speaking. Although he was still learning about emotions, it didn't mean he couldn't see through the truth. With Li Mengqi and Qi Wan, who were naturally stunning, he could immediately tell Zhang Jiayi's neighborly charm was an act. It was like youth was written all over her face. As for Tang Yu, that was even more obvious. Just a few hours ago, he had seen Xu Yan, and the genuine coldness was easy to distinguish. Looking at Lu Feng, they were chatting happily, with Zhang Jiayi giggling and her beautiful eyes sparkling. It was clear she was an experienced flirter. Both girls knew much better than he did about each other. So, all four of them were in the same league. After chatting for a while, noticing Fang Chen was quiet, Tang Yu, based on past experience, evaluated him systematically. Good-looking, strong, but a bit shy. The reason might be that he had been focused on training and had little experience with emotions. Overall assessment, if he puts in the effort, he can get it. Thinking this, a faint smile curved Tang Yu's lips. She had high hopes. We've been chatting for so long, I'm starving, and I don't even know what's being served in the cafeteria. Receiving the same conclusion, Zhang Jiayi assisted Tang Yu. How about Lu Feng and I go check the west window, and you and Fang Chen go to the east window? Tang Yu was about to respond coolly with a But unexpectedly, Fang Chen spoke first. You three should go together, I have an appointment. Ha? Zhang Jiayi was taken aback, an appointment for what? I forgot to mention, Fang Chen has plans with someone else and won't be eating with us. Lu Feng explained. Plans with someone? A guy or a girl? Before the two girls could ask, a commotion suddenly came from the cafeteria entrance. They instinctively looked over. Two breathtakingly beautiful girls were entering, casting curious glances into the cafeteria. Wow, Guan Ning and Xu Yan are here? No wonder they are the two school beauties, just seeing them makes my appetite better. Damn, which guy is dating these girls? They are freaking gorgeous. Who are those two looking for? Around them, people murmured in discussion. At that moment, Lu Feng couldn't help but stare at the two girls. He admitted that even with his multitude of experiences, he had never seen such beauty. This scene almost made Zhang Jiayi overflow with jealousy. Just moments ago, they had been chatting about boys, and now he was transfixed by other girls, completely ignoring her. She felt entirely belittled. Compared to the beauty and aura of those two girls, she was merely second-hand youth, not worth a glance. Guan Ning. Xu Yan. Tang Yu murmured, I remember now, they are the two big school beauties from the second year. Her voice was clearly weak. This was the pressure brought by Guan Ning and Xu Yan, especially upon seeing Xu Yan. Her attempt to appear cool just highlighted her insecurity. But at that moment, Guan Ning's gaze fell on them, slightly startled, then she smiled, pulling Xu Yan over. Did you find who you were looking for? The surrounding people instinctively turned their eyes to Lu Feng and the others. Suddenly, they became the center of attention in the cafeteria. Lu Feng was taken aback, realizing something, his neck stiffly turning, looking incredulously at his roommate beside him. Zhang Jiayi and Tang Yu also realized at that moment. But it was too late, Guan Ning and her friend had already walked up to them. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Fang Chen slowly got up and said to Lu Feng and the others. We'll go eat first, you all continue chatting. After saying this, Fang Chen left with the two girls, heading towards the cafeteria counter. Just 5 simple words, without much more said. The sound in Lu Feng's mind was like a thunderclap. It turned out, they were here to find Fang Chen. It turned out, they were the people Fang Chen had arranged to meet. At this moment, his previous guesses flew back into his mind like a boomerang. Fang Chen's emotional abilities were not outstanding, the girls he dated were somewhat inferior to his. How was it inferior? It was clearly a crushing defeat. When Fang Chen said not bad, it wasn't for the sake of face, it was clearly to give him face. It turned out, the clown was actually me. Lu Feng sighed in resignation. Chen Gu, you've kept this from me for so long. Hurry up and start the class. At this moment, Tang Yu was like a statue, with her soul deeply shaken from the inside out. She had previously thought that as long as she put in effort, she could win Fang Chen over. This was simply a huge joke. With her looks, she didn't even have the qualifications to compete with Chu Yan. She pretended to be cold, while the other was genuinely aloof. She was just showing off in front of experts. Fang Chen was not talkative, it was not shyness, it was clearly disdain. Having seen the mountains, why still care about a small hill? One glance, it's like Dingjin. As for Zheng Jia, at this moment, she completely dismissed any thoughts of Fang Chen. In front of the charming and affectionate Guan Ning, she was worth nothing. Sticking to her own little patch of land, the mountain that was Fang Chen was simply out of her reach. Wow, who was that guy just now? The two major school flowers actually approached him? I remember now, it's Fang Chen, he is Fang Chen. The one who scored first in the National Martial Arts exam? No wonder. If I scored over 20,000 points, missing first place, I'd be even more arrogant than him. I think I saw a post on the forum mentioning that Guan Ning and Chu Yan helped Fang Chen with the orientation. Amidst the crowd's discussion, Lu Feng and the two girls got up to get food. Although Lu Feng maintained his professional demeanor as a playboy, joking and laughing with the two girls, he could clearly feel that his feelings were not as passionate as before. After getting their meals, Lu Feng looked at the 7 or 8 dishes on the table, having no appetite at all. Tasteless to eat, but too wasteful to discard. Chapter 71, Returning the Money. The meals at the Martial Arts University of Modu were cheaper than Fang Chen had imagined. Dozens of dishes cost less than 0.5 credits, and the taste was quite good. As Guan Ning's creditor, he showed no restraint, feasting heartily and chatting with her from time to time. They had spent several days together in the Beast Wilderness, and when they escaped from the enchantment vines, Fang Chen had carried Guan Ning all the way, making their relationship quite familiar. They chatted and laughed, without any barriers at all. This made Chu Yan, sitting nearby, see and feel angry inside, her chopsticks creaking in her grip. By the way, the new student competition is tomorrow. You should have no problem getting first, right? Guan Ning laid her chopsticks flat, tossing back her long hair that had fallen over her eyes, and asked, "Should I go to the scene to cheer for you?" Every year, on the first day of enrollment, Modu Martial Arts University holds a new student conference, which includes a new student competition and choosing departments. Fang Chen chuckled lightly. "You're only saying that because you want to go watch, but you have to pretend you're supporting me. Come on, what is the real reason you want to go?" Seeing she had been seen through, Guan Ning showed no surprise. "Today, I'm either helping you with the orientation or treating you to a meal. It's not too much to ask for you to buy me a cup of milk tea." Fang Chen nodded. Of course, no problem. After all, she had worked hard for so long, he had to show some appreciation. He took out his phone, opened the milk tea app. "Let's order now, we can pick it up after we finish eating. What do you want to drink?" Guan Ning twirled a strand of hair around her finger. "Black peach thick tea." "Black peach thick tea, how come it's not?" While searching through his phone, Fang Chen was stunned, looking up in surprise, just in time to see Guan Ning's lips curl up. This morning, since Chu Yan was nearby, their conversation hadn't crossed any lines. Why was it starting now? Although Fang Chen was unclear about Guan Ning's motives, he had no intention of backing down. "There is no thick tea with black peach, but there is thick milk tea with black peach. Do you want some?" As soon as the words fell, a crack sounded. Chu Yan's noisy chopsticks were finally broken by her pinch, her eyes staring fiercely at Fang Chen, filled with anger and unwillingness. How did I provoke her? Just when Fang Chen was at a loss, Chu Yan slammed the chopsticks on the table. "I'm full." After saying that, she cast a complicated glance at Guan Ning, then stood up and left the cafeteria. Seeing this, Guan Ning secretly let out a sigh of relief. Her objective had been achieved. She intentionally wanted to anger Chu Yan away. During the day, she even dared to say such an amazing thing as, "the three of us living together." So, she made Chu Yan taste the bitterness of a cow's head. Sure enough, she couldn't hold on to the first step and left angrily. Without using strong medicine, Chu Yan wouldn't learn her lesson. She must adjust Chu Yan's sexual orientation back. Guan Ning secretly made up her mind, she really worried too much for this close friend. And Fang Chen, seeing that someone finally left, finally asked the question he had been holding all day. "It was our first meeting today, I shouldn't have provoked her, right?" Guan Ning shook her head. "Of course not." "Then what's wrong with her?" "As for her." Guan Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, her mind racing. After all, Chu Yan was her close friend, and she certainly couldn't reveal the secret of her sexual orientation. But with words like this, she was like a ticking time bomb. If Fang Chen accidentally provoked her one day, it would be inevitable to get hurt. After pondering, she made a decision. The best way to prevent being hurt is to stay away from the bomb, she assured, absolutely without a shred of selfish desire. She was bullied by boys when she was young, so she gets very irritable when she sees boys. As she spoke, she leaned in a bit, her expression serious, and whispered. She has some psychological issues and likes to punish boys by shoving her foot in their mouths, so you better stay away from her. Hiss. The benefits have been stated, but what about the bad side? Fong Chen asked, what about you? Guan Ning, I like it too. Fong Chen showed a, as expected of you, expression. At the same time, he muttered in his heart. Do you think I am that easy to fool? Although Guan Ning's explanation made sense, Chu Yan did indeed show disgust towards him during the day. But why did Chu Yan still attend the welcome event with Guan Ning and have meals with them? At the same time, he also noticed some situations. When he wasn't talking to Guan Ning, although there was disgust from Chu Yan, no, it should be called anger, she was still able to eat. But it wasn't until Guan Ning blew up that Chu Yan completely erupted. Clearly, Guan Ning was hiding something. However, he already had a rough guess but still needed verification. After lunch, Fong Chen and Guan Ning left the cafeteria. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the sky was dyed with a layer of soft amber, like a land draped in golden satin. The two walked side by side on the small road, drinking milk tea. For the reward of her beloved mother, Guan Ning decided to carry it through to the end, sending Fong Chen to the boys' dormitory to complete the task perfectly. Halfway through, Fong Chen put down his milk tea and asked, do you remember what I said when I took you to escape in the red zone? Guan Ning was taken aback and nodded. I remember, you said if I didn't pay you back, you would chase me to the ends of the earth, and would find me. Fong Chen chuckled, well, I'm here now, where's your money? Hearing this, Guan Ning then remembered although she had left all the military achievements to Fong Chen, she hadn't given him the money yet. After exiting the monster beast wasteland, she had hurried back to the demon city, plus needed to treat her leg injury and a series of other things, causing her to forget about it. She awkwardly scratched her face, sorry, I'll transfer it to you right away. Wait. Fong Chen stopped her, I'm short on money, if you're going to pay, let's turn this into money too. Fong Chen took out the S-level battle boots from his space ring and shoved them into Guan Ning's arms. Are you crazy? Guan Ning exclaimed, these are S-level battle boots, why are you giving them to me? Fong Chen said calmly, I spoke with teacher Deng in the afternoon and learned that you don't even own a single piece of S-level equipment right now. In order to do this, he even went to greet me in front of so many people at the school gate. Guan Ning's ears turned slightly red, you already know. Although she had a level 5 mom and a level 6 dad. Her family situation was very wealthy. But her dear mother, to prevent her from being like some rich kids who just eat and wait to die, wanted her to stand on her own in this dangerous world as soon as possible. She rarely helped her with equipment. These S-grade battle boots were something she had saved for over half a year of credits to exchange for. But she did not plan to ask for these battle boots back. At that time, it was Fong Chen who saved her life. Compared to that, a pair of battle boots were nothing. You should take it back, Just as she was talking, Fong Chen interrupted her. The school promised to give me 2 sets of S-grade equipment. With my talent, I won't lack S-grade gear in the future. So, you should keep it. As for the money, according to the situation at that time, it was worth a few thousand military merits, which is about 4 million when exchanged for cash. Remember to transfer it to me later. After saying that, Fong Chen walked into the dormitory area without looking back. Looking at the sign that said no entry for girls, Guan Ning finally realized she had quietly arrived outside the boys' dormitory area. Holding the S-grade battle boots in her arms, it was clear she wasn't planning to return them. Watching Fong Chen's back, Guan Ning mumbled. This guy is really direct, he really doesn't be looking for an excuse. But she didn't realize her lips were curving upward. At the same time, Fong Chen, walking into the dormitory, let out a deep sigh. I've given away the S-grade battle boots, it should have some effect, right? Chapter 72, Lu Feng is feeling depressed. Guan Ning had a bit of a dark side, and Fong Chen was quite aware of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the flag bearer on the beast wilderness for nothing. And there is a saying that sincerity overcomes darkness. Fong Chen wanted to test if this would be effective. His current situation was that his growing strength and his emotional means had a significant gap. Teacher, I really want to improve. So, he gave away the S-grade battle boots, hoping to bridge the distance between him and Guan Ning. Negative distance was also feasible. Although the temporary effect wasn't obvious, if it worked out, then both the person and the battle boots would be his. Furthermore, he did not suffer a loss. He had checked the price of the S-grade battle boots, they cost around 20 million in the market. This price far exceeded what he had used back in the beast wilderness, and that 4 million matched perfectly. So he was just giving Guan Ning back the excess price to draw closer. Though the idea was beautiful, whether it would achieve the desired effect was uncertain. After all, he was not an expert in emotions. And the true master was excitedly coming toward him from the living room. Chen Ge, you finally came back. Lu Feng pulled Fong Chen to the sofa. Come on, sit down quickly. What are you going to do? Fong Chen frowned. What can I do? Of course, I want to hear you give a lecture. You don't know, I felt like I was chewing wax during this meal, it had no flavor at all. Chen Ge, no. Teacher Chen, you must tell me how you won over these two campus beauties, I really want to improve. You want to improve too? Fong Chen awkwardly said, I really don't have anything with them. Chen Ge, if you don't want to talk, that's fine, but there's no need to fool a fool. Lu Feng was emotional. When I got back, I already checked, Guan Ning and Chu Yan are both notoriously hard to approach. Over 20 geniuses and young masters from families have been rejected. And yet you managed to get close to them, and you say there's nothing between you? Seeing Lu Feng looking ready to explode with jealousy, Fong Chen hurriedly explained about the beast wilderness and Deng Xian's arrangements in brief. After all, Lu Feng was the teacher, he was hoping to learn knowledge from him in the future. Lu Feng calmed down gradually after listening. His expression changed from "oh, I see" to "after all, it turned out to be this. I see." His gaze was calm, but he was secretly thinking. Fortunately, there is a reason for everything. If Chen Ge puts more pressure on my emotions, I might just shut down. Fong Chen naturally didn't know what Lu Feng was thinking in his heart, he felt his phone vibrating continuously, as someone had sent him a message. Unlocking the screen, the first message was a notification from the bank. Guan Ning had transferred the money to him. After this message, there was another one from Qi Wan. Opening it up, there was a photo of her standing at the gate of Shanghai University. Below the picture was a message. Qi Wan, Fong Chen, this is the gate of Shanghai University, isn't it very impressive? Fong Chen instinctively frowned. His rank might not be high, but he could tell that Qi Wan's purpose in sending this photo was not to show him the gate. It was to show herself. But how to reply? Just as Fong Chen was about to ponder, he suddenly remembered that a master was sitting right next to him. Fong Chen hurriedly leaned on Lu Feng's shoulder, placing the phone in front of him. What should I reply? Lu Feng was taken aback, feeling proud inside. Ha, even the top student in the nation would ask me sometimes. Lu Feng raised the corner of his mouth, ready to teach. Let me take a look. Saying this, he looked at the phone. In the picture, the girl stood at the gate of Shanghai University, wearing a simple white short-sleeve shirt, paired with slim jeans, perfectly showcasing her youthful vitality. The overall look radiated a sense of closeness like that of a next-door childhood friend, and her smile was as warm as a spring breeze, instantly closing the distance with those around her. Her long hair hung loosely over her shoulders, a few strands danced gently in the breeze, adding a touch of playfulness. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth, which had just lifted, immediately fell. Although the photo was edited, it was still evident that the girl's beauty was not inferior to Guan Ning or Chu Yan, especially that neighborly girl vibe. If it weren't for his extensive experience, his heart would definitely race. He found himself missing his own childhood friends. Though he had no less than 10 childhood friends, that did not stop him from reminiscing about each one. At that moment, he suspected Fong Chen was showing off. But looking at Fong Chen's sincere eyes, he felt he might be overthinking. As a skill ingrained in his bones, Lu Feng immediately gave a suggestion. If I were you, I would reply that your photo editing skills aren't quite up to par. Fong Chen was taken aback. What good is that? Lu Feng was confident, you will know soon enough. Hearing this, Fong Chen didn't delay, immediately sending the reply. Fong Chen, your photo editing skills aren't quite up to par. In an instant, Qi Wan sent a message back. Qi Wan? Fong Chen turned his gaze to Lu Feng. Lu Feng immediately said, the pace is already in your hands, it's time to launch your attack. You should reply that compared to you in person, the photo is way off, -3 points from 10. I can only give 5 now. Fong Chen, compared to you in person, the photo is way off, -3 points from 10. I can only give 5 now. Qi Wan, happy emoji. Qi Wan, where did the other 2 points go? Qi Wan, confused emoji. After 3 continuous replies, Fong Chen got it. So this is the charm of chatting. So full of ups and downs. What he thought was a teasing remark turned into a compliment, instantly lifting Qi Wan's spirits and opening up the topic. Master, I want to improve so much. Fong Chen's expression was excited, he had never longed for knowledge like this. Lu Feng waved his hand. Stay low-key, this is all just a little trick. You should reply like this next. But just as he was about to say it, Fong Chen's phone rang again, and someone had sent him a message. Fong Chen opened it, it was from Li Mingqi. Like Qi Wan, it was also a photo at the gate of Shanghai University, accompanied by text. Li Mingqi, Shanhou Wuda is great, how about Moda Wuda? Lu Feng was stunned. This girl was also standing at the gate of Shanghai University, but her style was completely different from the previous childhood friend. She wore a white dress, appearing especially fresh and beautiful in the sunlight. The hem of the dress swayed gently, as if dancing with the surrounding flowers and trees, bringing a touch of life and vitality. Her long hair gently floated in the breeze, a few strands inadvertently falling on her shoulder, highlighting her elegance and innocence. White moonlight. This is the term that Lu Feng thought of in an instant. In front of this girl's aura, Zhang Jiayi's white dress was simply pressed against the ground to be rubbed. How should I reply to this? Fang Chen's voice rang in his ears again. Reply? What the hell? Such a stunning beauty, in my more than 10 years of life, I have not encountered more than two, and you, Fang Chen, have two in such a short moment, plus Guan Ning and Chu Yan. How can you even audaciously ask me for help? The confidence Lu Feng had built before had completely vanished. This guy Fang Chen must be. At that moment, the phone rang again, with a new message notification. The note is Chen Ing. Chen Ing? The fifth in the country, Chen Ing? Lu Feng hurriedly looked at the content of the message. Chen Ing, remember to look for me when you come to Kyoto, I'll book a room. Suddenly, the sound of a lock echoed in the quiet room. That was Lu Feng shutting himself in. Chapter 73, Burning Winter. Book, a room? Brother Chen, are you that playful? Do you still need me to teach you? Lu Feng clutched his chest. The fifth in the country is already yours, compared to you, I am just a rookie. Not to mention Lu Feng, even Fang Chen was stunned for a moment upon seeing this message. Too straightforward. Then, he guessed that this was sent by Lu Shanshan. As expected, the message was immediately retracted, and a new message was sent. Chen Ing, sorry, that was Shanshan's message just now, I've already taken care of her. Fang Chen hurriedly showed this message to Lu Feng. He absolutely cannot offend this teacher, or how can he progress? But in Lu Feng's eyes, Fang Chen was just pretending to be humble, deliberately showing off. He felt extremely sour. Brother Chen, just let me off, I know I'm not your match anymore. I really didn't plan it this way. Fang Chen had no choice but to explain Chen Ing and Lu Shanshan to Lu Feng. After that, Lu Feng's emotions were much calmer, but he clearly did not believe it completely, with a guarded look in his eyes to prevent Fang Chen from stabbing him again. He tugged at the corners of his mouth. Brother Chen, you explained so much to me, it must be that you have something you need my help with. Fang Chen seriously nodded. How can I become a man like you? Lu Feng's expression immediately became serious. Have good taste. At that moment, while the two were chatting, a post on the forum of Magic Capital Wu University was quickly gaining popularity. Two school beauties welcome the new freshman, who is this person? In the school forum, any post that involved school beauties would never be low on heat. Plus the hype of two girls and one boy, everyone who saw it couldn't help but click in to check. The post detailed the event of Guan Ning and Chu Yan welcoming Fang Chen with extreme detail. At the same time, to raise the heat even higher, the poster also shared the speculations of the crowd after the three left. For a time, the comments section was bustling with activity. Is there anyone present who can confirm if this is true? It hurts. Too painful. Upstairs, lighten up. Just based on a welcome event, to rashly judge that Fang Chen has a relationship with the two school beauties is too hasty, I really don't believe it. You call that disbelief? That's jealousy. You say I'm jealous? Let's settle it offline. I was there, I saw with my own eyes Guan school beauty excitedly greet Fang Chen. As this comment appeared, more and more eyewitnesses began to speak. Some even posted photos of the three walking on campus. Now that there was evidence, the voices of doubt quickly disappeared, and many sent their blessings. Why? What is this based on? I'm going crazy. Fang Chen really should. As the words of blessing increased, a topic quickly soared in popularity, which was who exactly came to pick up Fang Chen. Do we still need to think about it? It must be Guan school beauty. Hey, Guan school beauty's family is from the magic capital, how could she know Fang Chen? The school beauty Chu is actually from Jiangcheng. Both Fang and Chu are from Jiangcheng. Could they really be related? Anyone from Jiangcheng, come out and say something. This doesn't make sense. If Chu and Fang really have a connection, then why has it always been Guan chatting with Fang? Stop thinking for now, a new piece of gossip just came out. Immediately, kind-hearted people shared photos from the cafeteria, showing Chu Yan angrily throwing down her chopsticks and storming out. And the caption. Chu blared fiercely at Guan as she left. Hiss. Could it be that Chu is jealous? Isn't it obvious? The pictures are very clear. If Chu is jealous of Fang and Guan, it means Chu has feelings for Fang, but Fang is very close to Guan and Chu are best friends. So confusing. I need to think this through. What kind of male version of love triangle is this? Isn't anyone going to speak up for Xingqing? She's also a school beauty. You up there, you're crying at the wrong grave. The scheming frog has been touching your belly, there's only one truth. Start your speech. As more and more people shared their interpretations of Feng Chen and the three of them, the speculations began to spiral out of control. It became that Chu Yan loves Feng Chen, but hides her feelings for Feng Chen's future. Finally, after a year, she meets Feng Chen in Magic City's Wuda, happily bringing Guan Ning along for a welcome, only to find that Guan Ning falls in love with Feng Chen at first sight, boldly showing her feelings, and Chu Yan, who loves but cannot have, angrily leaves. Although it's nonsense, people loved to read it, and they were thoroughly entertained. At this moment, voices were everywhere. Some angrily condemned Guan Ning for being a third wheel, while others advised Chu Yan not to be so cowardly. As for the evaluation of Feng Chen, opinions were unanimous. Damn him. Soon, the post became extremely popular and got pinned. At that moment, inside a two-story girls' dormitory, Guan Ning was wearing a light, thin nightdress, feeling rather pleased as she lay on her bed. Her E-cup pressed flat. Her graceful legs lifted, two fair feet swaying left and right. Just now, her dear mother told her that she'd perfectly completed a task and had already ordered her an S-grade weapon dagger, which would be delivered tomorrow. With the battle boots Feng Chen gave her, she now had 2 pieces of S-grade equipment. Bang! The door was slammed open, startling Guan Ning into a tremble. Turning around, she saw Chu Yan staring at her with a frosty gaze, gripping her phone tightly. Guliolu. Guan Ning couldn't help but swallow, feeling a bit rushed in her heart. What's going on? Could it be that the intensity of the excitement provoked Chu Yan, and she wants to take her down? Thinking of this, she hurriedly tucked her stunningly beautiful long legs away to avoid provoking her animalistic instincts. Seeing this, Chu Yan snorted coldly. I'm not here to deal with you. Guan Ning instantly relaxed. Then why are you here at night? You've scared me. You still have the nerve to say that. Chu Yan shot her a look and pulled out a chair to sit down. Do you know how the entire school is discussing the 3 of us right now? We? Guan Ning was confused. Isn't it just you and me? Wait, is it Feng Chen? Who else could it be? Now the forums are saying I like him, and this is all you're doing. Chu Yan glared at her coldly. Forums? Guan Ning quickly opened her phone to check the forums. She originally wanted to dig further, but was surprised to find the pin post was about her gossip. She hurriedly opened it to check. Minutes later, after browsing through most of the comments, she was stunned. I'd become a third wheel, stealing love? What is all this? And there's this, saying you two are the official couple, what nonsense? Her voice unconsciously rose a few pitches. Isn't this all because of you trying to provoke me? Well, look what's happened now. Chu Yan rolled her eyes. No, I must clarify this matter. I can't just let them say whatever they want. Guan Ning wanted to comment but was stopped by Chu Yan. I advise you to leave it alone. The more you try to explain, the worse it gets. You might not even explain clearly before another negative rumor develops. Once these people get bored of talking about it, this issue will naturally come to an end. As she spoke, her cold eyes shot a glare at Guan Ning. Did you learn your lesson this time? Chapter 74, Storms are approaching. Chu Yan didn't expect the seemingly unimportant connection with Feng Chen from Jiang City would be magnified infinitely by these onlookers. It evolved to the point where she was secretly in love with Feng Chen. Some even wrote stories about their sibling-like relationship, filled with heartache, and a group of people commented below. So sweet. This made me cry. These two must be tightly bound together, they must not part. What's so sweet about this? She didn't understand. Feng Chen? In the future, she would definitely not have much entanglement with this guy, absolutely. Frustrated, she said a couple more words to Guan Ning and then left the room. Guan Ning crawled back into bed, unable to help but open the thread, refreshing the comments again and again. The more she looked, the more frustrated she became. What's so sweet about this? It really is. Why is everyone writing about them? What about me? She felt a bit furious, but didn't know why she was upset. She just felt a growing blockage in her heart, an indescribable emotion was taking root. After pondering for a long time, she attributed the source of this emotion to those fans. She opened her secondary account. If you won't write it, I'll write it myself. Meanwhile, Feng Chen lay on his bed. After sharing in the group chat about how Chu Yan hadn't given him a good face during the day, he received a huge response. Zhang Feng, you might be exaggerating. Zhu feels like she didn't talk to boys in high school, but she's never given one a bad look. Wan, did you annoy Chu Yan? At this moment, Feng Chen's heart already knew the answer. Chu Yan was just cold, but she never gave other boys a bad look. Except for him. And the only connection he had with Chu Yan was Guan Ning. Chu Yan was jealous, she was a real annoyance. Though he had suspected it long ago, Fang Chen's heart was still turbulent. It turned out he had already guessed the answer, but had denied it himself. What a sin! Compared to boys who immediately enter a state of suspicion when they find a female friend nearby, girls are more forgiving. Otherwise, Guan Ning would have moved out of the dormitory long ago. But from how Guan Ning drove intentionally to upset Xu Yan during meals, it showed their relationship hadn't reached that level yet. Otherwise, facing Fang Chen as a third party, Xu Yan would have made a move already. The reason she hadn't acted was likely due to some unspoken rule. Thinking of this, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Guan Ning is most likely normal. But just to be safe, I should find a chance to verify. At this moment, he heard Lu Feng's voice from downstairs. Chengge, hurry and look at the forum, you're trending. I'm trending? Fang Chen opened the forum, and the first thing he saw was the gossip about him. Clicking on it made him click his tongue. Goodness, he was just wondering if he was the third party, but he didn't expect there to be a tragic love story involving him and Xu Yan on the forum. Loving but unattainable, and being denied love by his best friend Guan Ning. It couldn't get more cliché than this. He could hardly imagine what expressions the two girls had at that moment. Right then, an article about him and Guan Ning unexpectedly got bumped up on the site. Though it wasn't long, it was continuously updated. All the comments read sweet. Fang Chen clicked to look, and it was indeed very sweet. The author of the article went by Ding. What a talent! Just as Fang Chen was about to scroll down to continue reading, he received a message. From the official account of Modu Wuda. All freshers, get ready, there will be a major competition tomorrow. At the same time, all freshers in Modu Wuda received this message. Storms are approaching. The next day. The morning wind blew softly, carrying a slight chill, rustling the dense leaves. The glaring sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, intertwining and shifting. The view was dazzling. Today is the first day of the new students' enrollment, and it is also the day of the new student assembly. At this moment, many sophomore students have already arrived at the competition venue. In the stands filled with thousands of people, groups of 3 to 5 sat together, discussing among themselves. Feels great, finally, we sophomores are enjoying ourselves. Last year, those sophomores were sitting here, and this year it's finally our turn. This year's new student competition, the top spot is definitely going to be taken by Fang Chen. Double SS level talent is truly shocking. I remember the last time an SS level talent appeared was 7 years ago when the principal took him as a disciple right after the new student competition. We can't just focus on Fang Chen, there's also Cheng Honi among the new students, ranked 3rd in the nation, not to be underestimated. With the 1st and 3rd both here, this year's quality is really high. On the contrary, I heard from the admissions office that since Fang Chen was snatched by our school, the other 3 martial arts universities have gone crazy recruiting future students. Only 3 from the national top 20 came here. 3? That's half less than our class. Hey, look! Guan Ning and Xu Yan are here. With a light shout, countless eyes turned to the entrance of the competition venue. Guan Ning and Xu Yan walked into the arena. As the 2 biggest campus beauties of the sophomore year, wherever they go, they attract attention. Not to mention what happened last night, their popularity is unprecedented. Walking from the entrance to the stands, the discussions about them never stopped. Some even said, why haven't they gotten into a fight yet? Hearing this, Xu Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. In response to such a situation, she didn't want to come originally, as the pressure was too much. But if she didn't show up, it would be like admitting to those speculations. She could only grit her teeth and come. As for Guan Ning, she had promised Fang Chen, so she naturally needed to be there. As they sat down in a corner of the front row of the stands, the discussions about them gradually decreased. Finally, the topic shifted back to the new student assembly. Last year, Yuning Tian defeated 56 people in the first round, and then challenged 6 people consecutively in the second round. That scene is still fresh in my memory. Bro, don't mention it. I was knocked out of the ring by one of his punches. I wonder if Fang Chen can break this record. As the discussions grew louder, the entire competition venue became lively, the air filled with tense excitement. At this moment, the new students entered the competition venue one after another, stepping onto the stage. They all wore battle uniforms and held various weapons in their hands, itching to try their skills. Some hadn't slept all night, rushing to the training grounds to adjust their condition, just to achieve a good result in today's competition. They didn't want to let down the efforts of an entire summer. The new student competition, as a routine program of Modu Martial Arts University every year, is quite famous. Many students who were admitted to Modu Martial Arts University began training just a few days after the martial arts examination. Their aim was to achieve a good ranking in the new student competition and gain more resources. Some were also dissatisfied with their martial arts examination scores and wanted to prove themselves again. This created a tense atmosphere on the stage. Compared to the lively stands, it was like two different worlds. As more people gathered, the tense atmosphere of the competition grew even stronger. Fang Chen was also among the crowd, stepping onto the stage with Lu Feng. It's quite large. Fang Chen looked around. The entire stage was as large as 2 football fields from his past life. Over 1,000 new students standing here actually appeared exceptionally sparse. Beside him, Lu Feng couldn't help but voice his thoughts. As expected of Mo Du Martial Arts University, such a large venue, we can really unleash during a big brawl. Before he finished speaking, a powerful wind descended from the sky. Look up at the sky. Someone is flying with a sword. With a loud shout, everyone on the stage struggled against the fierce wind to look up. Above 20 meters in the southern sky, a flicker of swordlight shone, a figure with both hands behind them, stepping on a sword as if in a divine trance, like an immortal descending from the 9th heaven to the mortal world. In an instant, the audience held their breath, all with mouths agape. Walking in the air, is that a master-level expert? But why is he stepping on a sword? Damn, I know who that is, this guy is showing off again. It was the wind. Fang Chen saw that the one riding the sword was not a master, but a wind-type abilities user. Soaring with the power of wind to reach the skies was truly eye-catching. But, who is so pretentious? At that moment, the sword rider had already flown directly above the arena. Suddenly, the sword rider's figure shifted slightly, separating from the sword. The sword tip fell straight down from the air, like a beam of golden light. Bang! The sword body plunged into the arena, just 7 meters in front of Fang Chen. Then, a wild wind howled, and the sword rider descended slowly on the wind, 1 foot stepping on the sword hilt embedded in the arena, facing Fang Chen, as his long hair fell freely. Such a stylish entrance left the arena in silence. The shock this scene brought to everyone rippled through the crowd, like a stone thrown into a lake, causing waves that could not calm for a long time. A question arose in their minds at the same time. Who is this pretentious person? At that moment, Fang Chen clearly saw the newcomer's appearance, with sharp features, his handsomeness rivaling that of Lu Feng. Standing tall like a pine tree, his presence was impossible to ignore without needing many words. The black battle attire accentuated his slender figure even more. But why was he staring at him? Fang Chen noticed that this person had been looking at him since they were in midair, and even more so while standing on the sword hilt, as if their gaze was glued to him, unable to shift at all. Just yesterday, he was thinking about the same thing. Could it appear today? If someone to find, go find Lu Feng, this guy is much more handsome. At that moment, the newcomer spoke up. I am Cheng Outyan from Magic City, Fang Chen, I look forward to battling you. After saying that, he jumped down from the sword hilt, landing in the arena. The long sword embedded in the ground was pulled out by a gust of wind, drawing an arc in the air before neatly sliding into its sheath, quite flashy. Then, he turned and walked toward the center of the arena, leaving only a silhouette for Fang Chen and the others. Cheng Outyan from Magic City? Who is Cheng Outyan? Is there this name among the new students? The surrounding new students began to discuss animatedly. I haven't heard of that name either. No need to think, that's a fake name. Fake? Then what is his real name? Of course, it's Chung Hongyi, we people from Magic City are used to it. Chung Hongyi, the 3rd strongest in the nation? No wonder his entrance is so impressive. As this was said, Fang Chen noticed that Chung Hongyi, who had not walked far yet, had the corners of his mouth curved slightly but forcibly pressed it down, although his chin subconsciously lifted a bit. Hiss. This guy is enjoying himself. Fang Chen glanced at the Magic City newcomer who just mentioned the name, seeing their eyes filled with helplessness. It was like seeing a situation too many times but feeling powerless to stop it. Cheng Outyan. No wonder he has been staring at me, it turns out he is using this to show off? Fang Chen raised the corners of his mouth, although he did not understand where Cheng Hongyi got such confidence, since he came to experience weightlessness, he would naturally agree. I'll make you fly later. Why not now? That's because someone else arrived. In the vast sky, 3 men and 2 women slowly stepped through the air, as if they had walked out from the clouds like deities. With each step they took, ripples danced in the air, like a lake stroked by a gentle breeze, shimmering in the light. Especially the man walking in the front, dressed in a deep blue robe, the robe corners fluttering with the wind. His imposing manner was like a rainbow, as if he was the ruler of heaven and earth. With each step taken, the surrounding space trembled slightly, as if bowing to him. They're here, the vice principal and the deans of the 4 academies have finally arrived. The sounds around Fang Chen entered his ears. Fang Chen's expression immediately became serious. Long Yi, the deputy principal of Mo Du Martial University, a 7th-tier martial arts grandmaster. This is an existence even more powerful than Xiang Tianwen. With each step he took, the very space trembled. And behind him were 4 deans, each a 6th-tier master. A single university has so many strong figures, proving the profound foundation of Modu Martial University. Soon, Long Yi and the five landed on the massive speaking platform next to the arena. With their arrival, 5 more people came out from behind the speaking platform, all teachers from Modu Martial University. Among them was Deng Xiong. At this moment, the entire competition venue fell completely silent, no one spoke a word. Because the arrival of Long Yi and the others meant that the freshman conference was about to begin. I believe everyone has heard of my name, Long Yi. Long Yi's voice echoed in the ears of everyone in the competition venue. I am a straightforward person, so I won't say too many polite words. Let's begin the explanation of the freshman conference. The freshman conference consists of 2 parts. The first is the freshman tournament, and the second is the selection of academies. The so-called freshman tournament is a way to rank and rate your combat strength through battles. The ratings are divided into S, A, B, and C ranks, with higher-rated individuals receiving more resources each year. S rank can earn 10,000 credits per year, A rank can earn 5,000 credits, B rank 1,000 credits, and as for C rank, only 100 credits. Of course, the combat strength rankings are not set in stone, everyone can challenge someone above them once a month. If successful, their rank will naturally rise. In addition to the overall ranking list, each academy has its own ranking list, ranking according to corresponding abilities, similar to the combat strength list. The people below listened with serious expressions. They knew that S and A rank geniuses only make up a small portion, while 80% of them were B and C rank. Surviving at Modu Martial University with only 1,000 credits or even 100 credits would be a challenge, let alone training. Yet no one expressed any objections or doubts. This world is inherently unfair, especially in a highly competitive academy like Modu Martial University. Fairness is simply impossible. Distributing resources evenly to every student would only create a situation where no one excels or falters. If you want more resources, you have to fight for them. This is the reality. Seeing no one raised any objections, Long Yi nodded in satisfaction and continued. Next, let's talk about the rules of the freshman tournament. The freshman tournament is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a 100-person free-for-all. There are a total of 1,139 new students this enrollment, and they will be divided into 10 batches to fight. Afterward, rankings will be determined by the number of enemies defeated, and only the top 10 can enter the second stage. Listen carefully, it's not about surviving last in the free-for-all, but about how many enemies you defeat. In the first stage, each person defeated will earn 20 credits. Remember, do not use any power-enhancing or healing potions. If found, you will immediately lose. Chapter 76, The Freshman Tournament begins. Upon hearing this, the originally quiet arena finally had some voices. Defeating someone also earns credits. Sorry, brothers. I won't hold back later. Should we cooperate to kick others out first? Sis, you won't backstab me, right? Modu Martial University relies solely on credits for consumption. Basic living expenses such as food only take up a small portion of credits. These can also be bought outside the school. Even equipment can be bought off campus. But there is one thing that's hard to buy outside. That is martial arts skills. As a top-tier school, the stock of martial arts skills at Modu Martial University surpasses even the best families by more than tenfold. To purchase them, one can only use credits. Without martial arts skills, it's like a student having no textbooks. Even if the teacher wants to teach, they won't understand. This is the importance of martial arts skills. This is also the reason why everyone was excited to hear that defeating others could earn credits. The weapon in his hand was gripped even tighter. Soon, I will give it my all. Lu Feng's eyes were filled with the spirit of battle, completely different from his earlier carefree demeanor. As for Fang Chen, he was the same. Although he had S-level access to the martial arts library, allowing him to choose S-level skills at will. But his goals were much more than that. Next, I will talk about the second phase of the new students' competition. Long Yi's voice rang out again. The 10 people who advanced in the first phase will enter a free challenge in the second phase. Defeating one person will earn you 200 credits. However, each person only has one chance to go on stage. If you wish to keep challenging, you cannot leave midway, and you cannot use potions. After this explanation, the murmurs were much quieter than before. After all, those confident in entering the second phase would not exceed 30 people. Long Yi continued, finally, let me remind you of one more point. Those who perform excellently in this new student competition will have the opportunity to be accepted as students by the teachers. So, make sure you don't hide your strength. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously faint murmur exploded into excitement. Wow, that's amazing. Let's go for it. Brothers, let's do this. I hope a teacher notices me. Having a teacher provide one-on-one guidance means your improvement speed is several times that of regular classes. This was the reason for all the new students' excitement. Alright, let's now draw for the first round of students. On the stage, Long Yi lightly waved his hand, and a virtual projection screen appeared in the center of the competition arena, 100 meters wide. On the screen were thousands of names, all new students. As the lights flickered over these names, soon, 114 names were selected. The selected students, stay on the stage, the rest, please move to the audience. With Long Yi's command, the unselected students left the stage. But Lu Feng stayed behind. His name was in the first round. Do you have confidence? Fang Chen asked. Don't worry, I am the 18th in the nation, defeating over 20 people is still no problem. Lu Feng smiled confidently. Then I will wait for you in the audience. Fang Chen patted his shoulder and stepped down from the stage. As he exited the stage, he also saw Chang Honi heading towards the audience crowd. This competition has me and the teachers here to supervise, so you don't need to worry about being too heavy-handed, just give it your all. After giving this reminder, Long Yi saw that all non-competition students had left and waved his hand. The new students' competition, now, begins. Before his words fell, over 100 martial arts students on the stage suddenly changed their demeanor, as if they were ignited barrels of gunpowder, rushing into action. In an instant, everyone's powers exploded forth. On the left side of the stage, a man, tall and broad, radiated a strong golden light. A layer of hard metallic armor formed on his body in a short time, blocking any attacks. He gripped a giant axe tightly and charged forward, the axe slicing through the air in a dazzling arc, directly threatening one of his opponents. Seeing this, the opponent quickly formed a wall of earth before him to block the attack. Bang! In that instant, someone in the center of the stage was blasted off the stage. Meanwhile, on the right side of the stage, a woman used her power frost. With a gentle raise of her hand, the temperature around her dropped suddenly, and a thin layer of frost covered the ground. She aimed directly at an opponent who was using fire powers. Seeing this, the opponent quickly gathered flames, trying to vaporize the ice spikes, but the power of frost surpassed his expectations. Several ice spikes suddenly shot up, about to strike him in that moment. A layer of white light appeared on this person's body, blocking the attack. But immediately after, this person slowly floated into the air and fell outside the competition stage, losing qualification. It must have been a teacher who intervened to protect him. Fang Chen sat in the audience, watching the show on the stage. To facilitate going down to compete later, he did not choose to sit next to Guan Ning and the others. With the emergence of protective measures, the students in the arena became more unrestrained, and the competition grew fiercer. The ability users showcased their skills, with powers and martial arts intertwining. The air was filled with various scents of flames, frost, and more, creating a spectacular painting of battle. Every warrior was giving their all, and the entire arena seemed to transform into a crazy battlefield, where life and death were uncertain, and the intense struggle made people's blood boil. A young man in a black robe moved like a ghost across the arena, his body flickering between light and shadow. Just as he was about to launch a sneak attack on someone, a vine suddenly appeared on the ground, wrapping around him, allowing him to cut at it endlessly, but he could not cut it completely. In less than 3 seconds, he was thrown out of the arena. The ends of these vines belonged to Lu Feng, who was ranked 18th in the National Martial Arts exam, and his strength was naturally top tier among this group. At this moment, Lu Feng had mysterious, greenish wolf patterns appearing on his skin. At his feet, numerous vines broke through the ground within a 3-meter radius, spreading outward. Great ability, Greenwood Wolf. Lu Feng controlled these vines, and with his thoughts, they quickly attacked the surrounding newcomers. The newcomers were struck with panic, trying to resist with their weapons, but soon realized the vines' power far exceeded their expectations. The vines, like spirit snakes, wrapped around them fiercely, binding their hands and feet, making it difficult to move. Some martial artists were hit by the vines and instantly knocked back, ending up helpless and disheveled. The chaos of the battle was shorter than everyone imagined. In less than half an hour, only Lu Feng remained in the arena. The virtual big screen high above displayed the rankings from this battle. First place, Lu Feng, defeated 31 people. Second place, Wang Ji, defeated 14 people. I haven't fought so excitingly in a long time. Lu Feng stepped down from the arena and sat down next to Fang Chen. A score of 31 should get me into the second stage, just so you know. If you want to challenge someone, don't challenge me first, give me a little face. Fang Chen nodded, no problem. Just then, the virtual big screen in the sky jumped again, and another 114 people were selected. Chapter 77, The Embarrassment is Others. This batch is truly disappointing. In the competition area, on the podium, the president of the War Academy, Xiao Jun, looked at the second round of matches in the arena, his muscular face full of disappointment. After 2 rounds, except for that Lu Feng, who barely holds up, the rest are all disappointing. With this level, how can we compete with the other 3 schools in the future? Deng Xion, standing beside him, pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, her expression calm and steady. As the head of the admissions office, she was present at the newcomers' conference to assess the newcomers' strength and summarize previous work. She did not refute Xiao Jun's complaints. Xiao Jun was a straightforward person, quick to speak, and not targeting the admissions department. Moreover, what Xiao Jun said was a fact: the quality of this batch of newcomers was indeed lacking, specifically in top-end combat power. Because Fang Chen had recruited them, the other three martial universities were working hard to pursue top-ranked students. As a result, there were less than 10 from the top 50 nationwide who came to the Magic City Martial University. Last year, there were 16 among the top 50 who signed up for the Magic City Martial University. The year before last, there were even 17. Compared to that, this year was completely different. What she had to do now was wait. Wait for Fang Chen to take action to prove that her choice was not wrong. Xiao Jun, having Fang Chen means that students ranked high will naturally decrease. This situation cannot be avoided. The one speaking was the dean of the auxiliary academy, Hua Danqin. She had long eyebrows like willows, a straight nose, and thin lips slightly pursed, revealing a faint smile. Dressed in a simple qipao, her plump figure was highlighted, making her a very charming woman. Hua Danqin knew Deng Xiong was a cold person and was too lazy to explain, begging her to explain a thing or two. Xiao Jun sighed after hearing this. Of course I know this, but seeing it unfold makes me anxious. Although we have Fang Chen, this dual SS level genius, the overall strength of the new students has indeed declined. I fear this year's ranking among the 4 top martial universities might not even reach the top 2. Upon hearing this, Hua Danqin couldn't help but furrow her brow. Although the strength of the 4 top martial universities is close, there are still rankings. For nearly a decade, the martial university in Demon City and the one in Kyoto have been in a delicate balance, always taking the first or second place. Shanhai Martial University and Junfang Martial University are only in 3rd and 4th place. But according to the current situation, due to the significant reduction in the number of students in the top 100 before the martial exam, this year's new students have the weakest overall strength in Demon City Martial University in over a decade, probably ranking 4th. Although Fang Chen is very strong, he is still just one person. It is unimaginable to elevate the overall strength of 1,000 people relying on one individual. She had never seen such a situation. No need to worry. Long Yi, who had been silent, finally spoke. You all have seen Fang Chen's information. In just a month, he went from a poor student to the number 1 in the country. Now that more than 2 months have passed since the martial exam, he might bring us unexpected surprises. Just wait and see. Xiao Jun sighed lightly. You always have such a good attitude. Hey, where's old Qi? Why are you just staring at the new students without saying anything? The head of the tactical academy, Shishanza, sat upright, his eyes scanning the crowd of freshmen in the audience. I am looking for someone. Who are you looking for? Xiao Jun asked, puzzled. Who else could it be? Hua Danqin chuckled lightly. Of course, it's Su Ming, whom he has been thinking about for almost a month. Su Ming. Xiao Jun's eyes lit up. Isn't he the one who ranked in the top 30 with A-level talent? Hua Danqin nodded. Exactly. He is the second student in the past decade, apart from our Chu Yan, to enter the nationwide top 30 with A-level abilities. In such a chaotic situation, even an S-level talent might not be his match. It would probably be no contest. The second round of chaos ended in about half an hour. The first place only defeated 19 opponents, which was a huge gap compared to Lu Feng. In terms of overall performance, it was vastly inferior, causing the sophomores watching to shake their heads repeatedly. At this moment, the third round of selections began. After another burst of radiant light, the new 114 individuals were chosen. Fang Chen was still not among them, but he saw a familiar name. Chang Outyan Chang Hongyi. As many selected freshmen stood up from the audience benches, preparing to head to the stage. A sudden gust of wind blew through the spectator area. Everyone turned their heads, their eyes collectively drawn to the figure rising into the sky on a flying sword. Cheng Hongyi enjoyed the attention of the crowd in the air, gently waving his hand as his sword moved forward. His figure darted gracefully, his robes fluttering like a bird. In an instant, he reached above the stage. Then he changed his descent, hands behind him, stepping down like going downstairs. Finally landing on the stage, with his back to the audience. As if turning his back on all beings. So showy. Such a show-off. This guy really doesn't miss any chance to show off. If many of the new students previously didn't understand and thought Cheng Hongyi's entrance was quite impressive, this time, they saw through it. Though the expression was different, the essence remained the same. He was displaying himself in front of everyone. Who would want to be the good person that always shows off every time he appears? Isn't that exhausting? Especially for some of the new students from Demon City, they instinctively turned their heads away, not daring to look. Consistently eating the same dish would surely lead to disgust. And for them, they had endured Cheng Hongyi's displays for a year or two. It was like mental torment. Even Long Yi and a group of teachers on the podium silently turned away. As the number one from the martial exam in Demon City, they certainly knew what Chung Hongi was like. This child truly continues to be embarrassingly so. At such a young age, having reached the 6th stage, what would happen next? Soon, all the new students gathered for the third round of the competition, keeping a distance from Chung Hongi. Ranking third in the National Martial Arts exam represents Chung Hongi's strength. No one wanted to provoke him. The third round of chaos begins, now. Before the voice faded, over 100 new students on the stage immediately began choosing their opponents. As for Chung Hongi, no one dared to approach him. Seeing this scene, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Chung Hongi's mouth. This was the best recognition of his strength, filling his heart with immense satisfaction. Suddenly, Chang Outyin shouted. Without anyone supporting my ambition, I will tread snow to the mountain peak. He felt these two sentences matched the scene perfectly. As long as he didn't feel embarrassed, it was others who should feel awkward. Meanwhile, others were frozen in place. Bro, are you asking us to support you with our futures? I can't do that. At this moment, Chung Hongi took a deep breath and shouted again. Sword, come. The sword flew through an arc into his hand. A powerful aura surged forth from the first stage intermediate level. The air around began to violently oscillate, and a strong wind rose. With his thoughts, the wind around him gathered, forming numerous small whirlwinds. With a wave of the sword in Chung Hongi's hand, the whirlwinds moved like agile snakes, mixed with strands of electricity, swiftly spreading outwards, tearing through the air, stirring up dust and small stones, attacking the other martial students. Fong Chen raised his eyebrows. S-Class ability, Storm Summon. Chapter 78, difficult to handle? Then don't handle it. S-Class ability, Storm Summon. Although there are two extremely destructive elements, wind and electricity. The wind element dominates, the electric part is minimal, serving only to paralyze. So it can only be classified as S-Class. If the electricity were replaced with thunder, wind and thunder summon, then it would be an SS-Class ability. Even so, Chung Hongi was not someone these competitors could handle. The first to suffer was a bulky male student. He didn't even have time to react before being swept up by a whirlwind. Next, a girl wielding twin daggers tried to charge at him, her blades flashing, pressuring Chung Hongi. However, Chung Hongi's whirlwinds gave her no chance, instantly sweeping away her daggers, which vanished in the fierce wind. She retreated, panic-stricken and pale, completely unable to withstand this powerful force. With Chung Hongi's strike, the entire stage became much more spectacular. His first stage intermediate strength combined with S-Class talent abilities made him stand out on the stage, forcing some new students to team up against him. Finally, someone impressive has appeared. This person is the first in this year's Magic City Martial Arts exam. First place, no wonder. At this moment, the sophomore martial students finally began to talk among themselves. This was a natural occurrence. To note, last year's freshman competition had the first in the first round defeating over 40 competitors. The remaining 9 rounds were even more fiercely contested. In the first phase, the top 10 were separated by only 1 or 2 persons. In contrast, this year's freshman competition had only 19 in the second round of chaos. The difference was indeed too great. At this moment, Chung Hongi truly amazed them. And the result didn't disappoint them. First place, Chung Hongi, defeated 56 people. Second place, Liang Ya, defeated 21 people. Not bad, finally someone pleasing to watch. On the podium, Xiao Jun nodded in satisfaction. Defeating 56 people, the same result as last year's Yuning Tian. This kid has clearly improved after a summer break. After speaking, he looked at the deans and teachers beside him. I plan to take Chung Hongi as my disciple, does anyone want to take him? Hua Danqin, his talent isn't what I'm good at, I have no thoughts. Me neither. I have no thoughts either. The other teachers responded one after another. Alright then, this kid belongs to me. Xiao Jun was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. On the ring, Chung Hongi looked at the rankings on the screen and nodded in satisfaction. Under everyone's gaze, he stepped onto the flying sword, soaring into the air. It started again, and it felt endless. Fong Chen really felt a bit tired of this. Ah, this guy is so cocky, I can't take it anymore, Lu Feng said helplessly. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would really want to compete with this guy once. At that moment, the light spots on the virtual big screen bounced again. The names of 114 people were chosen in order. Fong Chen's name was among them. Finally, it's my turn. Fong Chen grabbed the nearby alloy war knife and quickly stood up. Chenggu, 60 people should be no problem, just suppress that guy's arrogance. Lu Feng said excitedly. He was not a match for Chung Hongi, but Fong Chen was. Fong Chen curved his lips. Definitely. After saying that, Fong Chen walked down from the audience and headed for the ring. This scene was witnessed by Chang Hani, who was sitting high in the stands. His hands tightened unconsciously. On the other side, Wan Ning also saw Fang Chen's figure. She, who was initially disinterested, instantly became spirited, quickly exiting the sweet romance writing page and putting away her phone. This scene made Chu Yen snort coldly. After just 3 rounds of competition, this woman had been secretly using her phone, refusing to let her see what she was doing. As soon as she saw Fang Chen, she immediately put it away. Oomph, biased woman. She fixed her gaze firmly on Fang Chen, this rival in love, wanting to see what was so special about him. On the ring, a group of new students saw Fang Chen take the stage and instantly wilted. No way, what a coincidence to match up against the national number 1. Ah, damn matching mechanism. No, I have to stay far away from him. Thinking staying far away is enough? You're being too naive, we might as well work together to fight him. Just the 2 of us? Dream on, let's quickly withdraw. As the national number 1 and a holder of double SS level talent, Fang Chen was immediately avoided by all the new students. Except for him, the remaining 113 people all retreated to the west side of the ring, gathering together, holding their weapons tightly, looking at him. It was like a scene of 113 versus 1. At first glance, it looked like all the new students were afraid to face Fang Chen, retreating far away. There was nothing wrong with that. But upon closer thought, there was a big problem. All of them actually retreated to the west side of the ring and gathered together. You have to know that during the 3rd round of the melee, many new students had scattered far away from Chang Hani, spreading out across the ring. There were people in every direction. Fang Chen frowned, this was very strange. At the same time, everyone on the podium also noticed something was off. I didn't expect Su Ming to be in this melee. Hua Danqin raised her lips, looking at Long Yi in the center. These people have unconsciously gathered together before the match even started, doesn't this count as an early strike? No need to worry about that. Long Yi looked at the scene on the ring, very interested. With double SS level talent, naturally, they should be treated specially, S-level rights in the martial arts library are not so easy to obtain. Besides, no one has made a move, how can it be considered an early strike? Xiao Jun laughed heartily. Finally, there's a good show to watch. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions became serious. This melee was going to be the most exciting battle among the 10 melees. Deng Xion, however, frowned. As the admissions director, he naturally understood Su Ming's abilities. A-level talent ability, the art of persuasion. A mental type ability. It allows communication with others in secret and can unconsciously persuade them. This type of ability has no lethality, but it can invisibly rally a group for team battles. Su Ming relied on this ability to collaborate with a dozen first-tier candidates to hunt monsters in the National Martial Arts exam, ultimately achieving the 26th place in the country. This is also why Qi Shanzhe, the dean of the Tactical Academy, valued him so highly. A born tactical leader. Deng Xiong knew that Fang Chen's flame would counteract the mental type ability, but Qi Shanzhe didn't need Fang Chen to take action at all. He just needed to persuade the remaining 112 people. Reaching a cooperation with them is enough. Even if Fang Chen's talent is incredibly strong, facing such a number difference, it is hard to cope. Next up. It will be 112 versus 1. This is an unprecedented scene. At the same time, the audience also sensed something was off. Guan Ning couldn't help but become tense, clenching her fists, her fingertips turning pale from pressure. Fang Chen is in trouble now. Trouble? Then don't bother. On the stage, Fang Chen scoffed coldly. He could clearly see that someone was manipulating everything behind the scenes. But he was too lazy to find out who it was. Since everyone is targeting him, then let everyone take flight. At this moment, Long Yi's voice rang out. The 4th round of the freshman competition, the free-for-all, begins. Chapter 79, Art is Explosion. Boom! Before the sound faded, the fallen heart flame and the sea heart flame burst out in an instant. The lava giant python soared and rolled, causing the air to distort, emitting a faint humming sound. At the same time, the deep blue sea heart flame transformed into towering waves, bringing a suffocating hot wind that swept the entire arena. The 2 kinds of extraordinary flames appeared at the same time, instantly raising the surrounding temperature to an extreme, as if even the air was trembling from it. This is Fang Chen's 2 kinds of flames? The audience in the stands, caught in the scorching heat wave, were all astonished. Their understanding of Fang Chen only came from the recorded martial arts exam, and the feeling of watching live was completely different. This sky-burning heat instinctively made them anxious. Especially the fire-type abilities users, the fear was even stronger. On the podium, Long Yi and the others watched the scene, their gazes slightly intense. Hua Danqin couldn't help but sigh. These 2 flames give me the feeling that they are even stronger than the Taiyin Void Fire. Qi Shanzhe nodded and said. Especially that transparent flame. Once my mental power gets close, I can feel a burning sensation. How is this possible? Xiao Jun found it hard to believe. Old Qi, you are already 6th level, and Fangchen is only 1st level. This can't even be done by the Taiyin Void Fire. Just because I am 6th level is why I'm fine. Qi Shanzi frowned tightly. If Fangchen were 2 levels higher, I'm afraid my mental power would have been completely burned away. Once these words were out, all the teachers were shocked, and Long Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. To make a 6th level mental ability user say such a thing, Fangchen's flame is truly terrifying. On the stage, Fangchen did not attack immediately, but placed his hands in front of his chest and started to rub fire. As the two kinds of extraordinary flames erupted, the remaining 112 people's expressions changed drastically. Feeling this two violent energies rising in their hearts, they all began to feel a wave of fear. Even though they also had powerful abilities, in the face of this suffocating might, they felt so small. They did not have time to think about how everyone retreated to the west side of the stage, hastily gripping their weapons, preparing to strike. What is Fangchen doing? Why hasn't he come forward? Damn it, we are all right here, how can he attack? No matter how strong he is, he can't fight against us 113 people. Right, he's scared. Fangchen is wary of us. Yes, it must be like that. Unconsciously, the 112 people edged closer together. This caused a bespectacled boy in the crowd to involuntarily lift the corners of his mouth and shout loudly. Everyone, continuing like this isn't a solution. Why don't we unite and take the initiative? With the combined strength of our 113 people, Fangchen surely can't be our opponent. The voice echoed like a magical sound in the ears of the freshmen. Although it only rang out once, it left a mark in everyone's minds, causing it to resonate continuously. Gradually, the originally cautious group began to become excited. Right. As long as we unite, Fangchen is not our opponent. Why should we only defend? Why can't we take the initiative? No matter how high his talent is, he cannot possibly be our opponent. With each excited statement, these people's resistance grew to the peak. Seeing this, Su Ming's demeanor was more composed as he shouted again. We cannot rush at Fangchen all at once, that will only weaken our strength. We must use tactics. I understand team battles well, and if everyone is willing to trust me, I guarantee that we can kick Fangchen out of this chaos without losing 10 people. His words were like a fuse on firecrackers, igniting immediate responses. Alright, we'll listen to you. I've always found Fangchen unpleasant, let's just do it. Rather than being kicked out by him, we might as well fight with all we've got. I've come this far through so much hardship, how can I fall here? I won't accept it. So many people are supporting me from behind, believing in me. I want to keep going. I want the sky to never block my eyes again. We are the hope of this generation. Defeat Fangchen. Defeat Fangchen. Tell us what to do. At this moment, the 112 people achieved an unprecedented unity. This group of freshmen is unexpectedly fired up, how embarrassing. Why are they awkwardly performing while I'm the one feeling embarrassed? Though it's awkward, it has unknowingly twisted their hearts into a single rope. Fangchen is in trouble now. In the audience, Guan Ning frowned when she saw the scene on the platform, her charming peach blossom eyes reflecting unease. As the nationwide #1 with dual SS ranking, everything Fangchen did would be magnified infinitely. If he can't even pass the first round of the freshman competition, that would be serious. The rumors afterwards would surely drown him, even ruining his mindset. On the contrary, Chu Yan was gloating, secretly delighted. She was just waiting to see Fangchen get defeated, not even making it into the top 10. Only in this way could the hatred for him be quelled. Meanwhile, on the podium, looking at the freshman who had twisted into a rope, Hua Danqin couldn't help but praise. Su Ming first used the freshman's fear of Fangchen to secretly provoke them, bringing everyone together. Then he spoke to tempt them, stirring up opposition, guiding their emotions, and making everyone excited, using them for his own purposes. She looked at Qi Shanzi. With such tactics, it's no wonder you value him so much, old Qi. Qi Shanzi chuckled lightly. Su Ming is indeed a rare tactical genius. I want to take him as my disciple, no one will compete with you. Rest assured, it's most suitable for you to take in talents and tactics, no one will fight you for it. Xiao Jun smiled, looking at the solitary figure on the ring. But Fangchen is likely in trouble now. As soon as these words were spoken, all the teachers' gazes turned toward Fangchen. Compared to the praise for Su Ming, his situation was simply terrible. Although the previous rounds Zheng Hongyi also faced an attack, those freshmen did not unite and their attacks lacked order. But Fangchen was different, he faced an army of 112 with core leadership. More people, more united. If various abilities are unleashed properly, even a second-level advanced martial artist could be exhausted to death. Even if Feng Chen's talent is outstanding, he cannot escape failure. I'm sure Feng Chen didn't anticipate this situation, standing there at a loss. Since just now he has been playing with fire, what is he doing? But just then, Long Yi suddenly shouted. Everyone, get ready and protect the freshman. He sensed a terrifying energy from the integrated flame in Feng Chen's hands. On the platform. Seeing Feng Chen had not yet moved, Su Ming no longer delayed and took the initiative. Long-range fighters, attack now. Close combat fighters, 5-man groups, surround Feng Chen for a surprise attack, and the mental and supportive powers provide support from the back. Action. Before his words had fallen, the long immobile Feng Chen took the first step. He spread his arms, and a Patrick star appeared in his palm. It flowed with transparent fluorescence and deep blue like water. It spun gently in Feng Chen's hand, like a star floating in the universe, flying towards the 112 freshmen opposite. Art is an explosion. Go, Patrick Star. Chapter 80, Sorry, I disappointed you. Under the watchful eyes of Su Ming and others, the small Patrick Star quickly flew to their side. At that moment, it burst forth with dazzling light. The roaring flames were as hot as the sun, shooting up to the sky and instantly swallowing the surrounding air. It transformed into a gigantic Patrick Star. Art is an explosion. The light radiated in all directions, as if trying to ignite the entire arena, casting a golden glow on every spectator's face. A massive wave of energy surged towards the audience, like a wild beast unleashing its fury. At the critical moment, Xiao Jun instantly appeared above the arena and waved his big hand. An invisible energy barrier rose around the arena, like a transparent shield, firmly intercepting the shockwave inside. Inside the barrier, flames and dust raged, the intense light turning the entire arena crimson, while thick smoke rolled like turbulent waves, obscuring everyone's view. All they could see were blurred outlines and flickering lights. What just happened? The second-year students in the audience were horrified, their faces filled with disbelief. What was that explosion? This energy makes me feel the breath of death. It was Feng Chen, it was the explosion from the thing Feng Chen released. Some covered their mouths, some stared blankly, and even some were so shocked that they were speechless. They were all veterans, most of them had already stepped into the second stage. Yet the previous explosion made them feel as if death was approaching. If it weren't for Dean Zhao's intervention, the explosion's energy would have undoubtedly burned them. Just then, the flames and dust inside the barrier gradually dispersed under Xiao Jun's suppression, as if being torn apart by an invisible force. The audience couldn't help but hold their breaths, all eyes fixed on the arena. Though they had an idea of the outcome, they still hoped to uncover the truth of this fierce battle. When the smoke cleared, the scene of the arena came into view, leaving everyone in the audience dumbfounded. The arena was covered with countless deep cracks, as if the earth had been violently torn apart. Charred blackness covered the entire arena, turning it into a scene of devastation, emitting a pungent smell of burning, as if it had endured a catastrophe. The air still lingered with the heat of embers, sending chills down their spines. On the arena, all the candidates, except Feng Chen, were covered in a layer of white light. The result was already very clear. All 113 of them lost. They stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with terror, their hearts pounding like thunder, as if they were about to leap out of their chests. They watched helplessly as Patrick's star exploded before their eyes, the huge fireball instantly blooming and igniting the entire world. The flames roared like a raging dragon, sweeping towards them with a roar that tore through the air. At that moment, time seemed to stop, all sounds were suppressed, and only the heartbeat echoed in their ears. The fear of death surged like a tidal wave, nearly drowning them. Fortunately, at the critical moment, with a flash of dazzling white light, a halo appeared on the surface of their bodies, wrapping them in a transparent protective film, blocking the flames. As the flames disappeared, everything before their eyes gradually became clear, and their thoughts could think again. I survived. Some walked out from the recent explosion, their voices still trembling. Some even slumped to the ground, gasping heavily to calm their inner terror. And Su Ming looked at the scene before him in disbelief. His soul was completely shaken. Clearly, 113 people had gathered together, clearly they were so excited, clearly they were ready to strike. But in that instant, the 113 were defeated by Feng Chen. They didn't even get a chance to strike. Is this the talent of dual SS level? It's truly terrifying. This is Su Ming's most genuine sigh in his heart, and he lets out a bitter smile. Indeed, any plan is as good as nothing in the face of overwhelming firepower. Feng Chen still stood in his previous position, protected by the two kinds of, and after the explosion, only the corners of his clothing were slightly damaged. Looking at the eliminated crowd, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. He recalled the intense scene before the explosion. Ha, 3 punches shattered your passionate dream. I'm sorry to disappoint you all. His tone was bland, but it was extremely flamboyant. The next moment, the virtual screen in the air began to announce the results. First place, Feng Chen, defeated 113 people. As for the second place, there was no second place. In an instant, the competition arena, immersed in shock, exploded. 113 people. One person defeated 113 people. This is simply unheard of. And he only used one strike, just one strike. This is a miracle. The power of that strike absolutely reached the third stage, otherwise, it would be impossible to have such great power. More and more people began to realize this point. Yes, it definitely reached the third stage, otherwise, how could a mid-level second stage person like me feel heart palpitations? A first stage warrior actually released a third stage attack. How can I keep my face compared to him? Compared to him, I've learned nothing in the past year. I'm still a freshman. Shingu, please don't play like this. He won, Fong Chen won. Guan Ning instinctively stood up, wanting to shout, but suddenly remembered that this did not fit her charming persona in front of others, so she sat back down. Looking around, seeing no one paying attention to her, she happily clenched her fists and waved. I knew Fong Chen could do it. Wait a minute. She suddenly realized a problem. She was currently only at the high level of the second stage, while Fong Chen was already capable of fighting at the third stage. This growth rate is too fast, isn't it? To know, she was there watching when Fong Chen first stepped into the first stage. It had only been 3 months, just 3 months. She didn't even know if she could win against Fong Chen in a match now. If this continues, the gap between them will widen, and a sense of nervousness instinctively emerged in Guan Ning's heart. Beside her, Xu Yan completely didn't hear what Guan Ning said. At this moment, her mind was blank, and her head felt hollow. 1. Fong Chen defeated 113 people alone? Such a thing actually happened, and he only used one move. This scene was completely different from what she imagined, and her heart couldn't help but grow anxious. Her cheeks flushed. Fong Chen's strength had completely exceeded her imagination. With such talent, she definitely would not be Fong Chen's match in the future. Guan Ning would definitely get closer and closer to Fong Chen, and she could not stop it. What to do? She had clearly vowed to stay with Guan Ning forever, with only Guan Ning in her heart. Could it be that they really had to live together as she said before? No. That was just a casual remark, it absolutely cannot happen. Chapter 81, Why Not Me? His revelation is above mine. At this moment, Cheng Hongyi tightly gripped the armrests of the chair, his eyes fixed on Fong Chen, who was the center of attention. Unlike others who were amazed by Fong Chen's strength, he was feeling the atmosphere at this moment. He mumbled to himself. Over 100 enemies, no one expected this, using just one strike, forcing a 6th stage master to come out and save him. When the smoke clears, he stands on the stage, defeating 113 people, and everyone is in awe. This. Cheng Hongyi's body trembled uncontrollably. This is the ultimate revelation I've been seeking. Everything I did before is as good as nothing compared to this. He's doing what I wanted to do. Why isn't this person me? On the podium. Xiao Jun had returned from above the arena, while Hua Danqin was pulling back the white light from the new students at this time. This is her talent, which can form a protective layer on people. How does it feel? Hearing Long Ye's question, Xiao Jun sighed deeply, unable to hide his excitement. Third stage. I can feel that Fong Chen's strike has reached the beginner level of the third stage. Hua Danqin echoed. The protective layer I granted new life also clearly feels this explosion of energy has reached the low level of the third stage. If it was just a guess before, with the words of 2 6th stage masters, one had to believe it now. A mid-level first stage release has unleashed a low-level third stage attack, unheard of. 113 people. Since the establishment of the Magic City Martial University, there has never been such a record. 113 people are just the number on the stage, not Fong Chen's limit. A group of 113 first stage warriors can wear down a high-level second stage warrior, but against a third stage warrior, they would only be slaughtered. Although it's only one level apart, it's a chasm. Hard to cross. Incredible, simply unbelievable. Xiao Jun laughed happily, his joy overflowing. I take back what I said before, as long as Fong Chen is here, this class of newcomers can still rank in the top 2. Directly interpreted, it means Fong Chen alone raised the entire new class's level. This made the usually calm Deng Xiong roll her eyes involuntarily. The change was so quick that it's as if they were 2 different people. But her lips unconsciously curled up into a slight arc. Fong Chen's move this time proved her choice was not wrong. At this moment, Hua Danqin looked at Long Yi. How come I didn't see what martial skill Fong Chen used? Long Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, I didn't see it either. Just a few simple words stunned those nearby. Long Yi was a 7th-stage martial arts grandmaster, the top combat power in Huansha, having traveled across the entire territory of Huansha, and seen countless martial skills and talents. If even he couldn't see what martial skill Fong Chen used, then most likely it was. So you mean this move is created by Fong Chen himself? Hua Danqin's eyes were filled with shock. A first-stage warrior, creating their own martial skill. Unimaginable. Long Yi did not answer, which was an acquiescence. This made everyone's breathing quicken. A genius, absolutely a genius. Xiao Jun shouted excitedly. Old Long, you haven't taken a disciple in 5 years, and now there's such a good seed, why don't you make a move? If you linger any longer, I won't be polite. Hua Danqin nodded. What Xiao Jun said is right, Fang Chen is extraordinarily talented, his future achievements will definitely surpass ours. Right now, the principal is not here, you are the strongest person in the entire Magic City Martial University, only you can teach him. Long Yi looked at Fang Chen, who had already returned to the spectator stands, and sighed helplessly. The principal doesn't know how many years it will be before he returns, I must oversee the entire Magic City Martial University, completely unable to focus on teaching disciples. Besides, Fang Chen's talent conflicts with mine, my teaching him won't be much better than you all. Xiao Jun spread his hands, since you say so, then I really won't hold back. Long Yi chuckled lightly, you can forget it, I already have someone in mind to teach Fang Chen. Who? Naturally it's Lin Qin. As soon as this name was mentioned, the entire stage burst into an uproar. Old Long, are you kidding? Xiao Jun looked as if he had been startled, his eyes wide open. You must be aware of Lin Qin's current situation, don't you? Hua Danqin affirmed. That's right, although Lin Qin's Taiyin Void Fire is close to Fang Chen's talent, she can't even take care of herself right now, how can she teach Fang Chen? Beside them, Shanza and others also nodded in agreement, affirming what the two had said. Fang Chen's talent was evident to all, and if the wrong teacher was chosen, it could delay his growth. Long Yi smirked lightly, don't worry, only Lin Qin is most suitable to teach Fang Chen in the entire martial university. It's also time for her to come out for a spin, otherwise the outside world is about to forget that the Magic City Martial University still has her as a genius tutor. Because the arena was destroyed too severely. The equipment department of the Magic City Martial University repaired the entire arena. 20 minutes later, the 5th round of the chaotic battle officially began. As Fang Chen set the precedent. As a result, the following matches felt somewhat lacking. 3 hours later, the chaotic 10 rounds ended. The rankings appeared on the virtual screen. First place, Fang Chen, defeated 113 people. Second place, Cheng Hongyi, defeated 56 people. Third place, Yang Lu, defeated 35 people. Fourth place, Lu Feng, defeated 31 people. To everyone's surprise, Lu Feng actually ranked 4th, surpassed by a girl named Yang Lu. This made Lu Feng pound his chest in regret, lamenting that he hadn't worked hard during the 2 months of summer, allowing someone to surpass him as one of the top 20 in the country. But the most eye-catching part of the ranking was the count of 189 people with 0 results. This situation had never happened before at Magic City Wuda. Next is the free challenge match. Long Yi shouted. Anyone who wishes to challenge may come to the stage. As soon as he said this, all of the top 10, except for Fang Chen and Cheng Hongyi, frowned as they looked at each other, thinking about who would be the most suitable to challenge. After all, no one wanted to lose in the very first match. However, Fang Chen stood up at that moment and walked towards the arena. It was not his habit to come out last, he preferred to go out early and rest. He stepped onto the stage again and directed his gaze straight at Cheng Hongyi, shouting loudly. I want to start my challenge from second place. Cheng Hongyi, sitting high in the audience, felt a jolt in his heart. He still forced himself to remain calm, but the color had drained from his handsome face. At this moment, he began to regret why he had said that show-off remark to Fang Chen in the beginning. After going through more than 2 months of effort over summer, he thought he could compete with Fang Chen. But after that explosive moment, he realized completely. He was just a beginner. He needed more practice. After a few seconds of inner struggle, to avoid a stark contrast between pre-match and post-match, which would ruin the image he had spent years building, Cheng Hongyi slowly stood up and chose to walk down from the audience. Wow, he didn't fly? It's still Brother Chen, the genius corrector. Finally, we don't have to see him show off anymore, I've waited over 2 years for this day. A freshman from Magic City cried tears of joy. Once he reached the stage, Cheng Hongyi looked at the tall figure opposite him and whispered just loud enough for only the two to hear. Brother Chen, please don't hit my face. Chapter 82, I didn't get on the bus. Seeing Cheng Outyan, the Dragon King, take the initiative to bow his head, Fang Chen certainly gave him some face. What's wrong with young people wanting to show off? The match begins. With the order given, Cheng Hongyi's ability instantly activated, the wind howled, and the surrounding air shook, surging towards Fang Chen. Without giving Fang Chen a chance to prepare, he chose close combat. Although he knew the outcome in his heart, he still wanted to give it a try. To give face to Cheng Hongyi, Fang Chen also released 2 types of strange fire, formed from a molten giant python and towering waves, blocking Cheng Hongyi's fierce wind. What terrifying heat! Facing a 3-on-1 situation, Chung Hongyi resolutely pushed forward, continually launching attacks, but each time his strikes were easily resolved by Fang Chen. Ultimately, after 4 minutes, Fang Chen defeated Chung Hongyi with an absolute advantage. Match over, winner, Fang Chen. Chung Hongyi slowly stood up from the ground. Although he felt unwilling, he still turned around and gave Fang Chen a grateful glance. He understood that if Fang Chen hadn't held back, he would have been defeated in 2 minutes. The new students on the stage couldn't help but marvel. He won so easily. No one can rival Brother Chen, he's far ahead alone. No wonder he's liked by the school beauty. Even if there's a school beauty blocking the way, I still want to get Fang Chen's contact information. After Chung Hongyi left the stage, Fang Chen's gaze shifted to Yang Lu. Next. 16 minutes later, Fang Chen successfully took on 9 challengers, breaking the record of 8 at Magic City Wuda. Of course, everyone knew this was the limit of number, not Fang Chen's limit. After he stepped down from the stage, Chung Hongyi came up next. He could not show off against Fang Chen, so he could only make it tough for those behind him. So, like Fang Chen, he challenged in order from high to low, finally defeating all 7. After that, the remaining few were not as confident as Fang Chen and the others, each choosing to tackle the ones with the lowest rankings. Yang Lu defeated 3 people. Lu Feng defeated 3 people. This left the last one feeling helpless and unable to speak. He was beaten 8 times. In the end, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the freshman competition came to an end. The freshman competition is officially over, and now we will announce the rankings and the credits earned. First place, Fang Chen, credits earned, 4060, rating, SS level. Second place, Chung Hongyi, credits earned, 2050, rating, S level. Third place, Yang Lu, credits earned, 1300, rating, S level. Fourth place, Lu Feng, credits earned, 1220, rating, S level. After the 10th place, the rating changed from S level to A level. After the 57th place, the rating changed from A level to B level. Out of 1,139 people, 1082 were rated B and C level, which is harsh but real. No one had any complaints. In this world, to complain about the fair results leads to only 2 outcomes: mediocrity and death in the mouths of monsters. As for Fang Chen's SS rating, although everyone was surprised, they thought it was natural. Having such strength alone, to be rated S level would indeed be strange. As for the initial rule that said the highest rating could only be S level, rules are made to be broken. At this time, Long Yi's voice rang out again. The freshman competition has ended, and the next part is the second item of the freshman conference, choosing schools. The first to present was the president of the War Academy, Xiao Jun. I am Xiao Jun, the president of the War Academy. The War Academy is the purest academy, which is all about combat. To cultivate an ultimate physique, to enjoy the thrill of close combat, this is the War Academy. The speech was very short, completely fitting Xiao Jun's rugged image. Next was the president of the Support Academy, Hua Danqin. The core of the Support Academy does not lie in combat but in assistance. We only recruit students with talents in ranged attacks, healing, mental powers, and other abilities. Close combat talent students should think carefully. Then came the president of the Tactical Academy, Shi Shanze. His speech was long, focusing on tactical explanations and citing several battles as examples. Through these, more freshmen understood the capabilities of the tactical department. After the president of the Potion Academy, Fang Yu, finished speaking, the school selection officially began. Most freshmen already had their desired academy in mind during the summer vacation and quickly made their choices. Only a very few were still struggling. As for Fang Chen, he naturally chose the War Academy. An hour later, the school selection officially ended. Out of 1,139 people, 587 chose the War Academy, 239 chose the Support Academy, 229 chose the Potion Academy, and 84 chose the Tactical Academy. Such a one-sided situation was very normal. Close combat talent accounts for a large part of martial artists, so naturally, more people chose the War Academy, followed by the Support Department. Compared to the two, the Potion Academy and Tactical Academy had much greater restrictions. Those who chose the Potion Academy, besides students whose talents were unsuitable for combat, most were rich kids. Training as a pharmacist requires a large amount of materials and money, which ordinary families simply cannot afford. This is also why most martial arts high schools do not have potion courses. As for the Tactical Academy, the restrictions were even greater. Not only mental type ability users, but they also needed to have exceptional intelligence. Just these 2 criteria kept a group of people out. Let alone strong mental quality and other factors. In short, training thousands of warriors is easy, but cultivating a qualified leader is very hard. After the school selection was completed, it was time for the final, most anticipated segment. Mentors taking disciples. New students fought desperately in the competition to showcase themselves. In terms of purpose, credits were just a small aspect. What they truly desired was to be noticed by a mentor and taken on as a disciple. This way, they would have the opportunity to stand out among others. Leading the way was still Xiao Jun, who stood at the podium, looking at the freshmen again gathered on the stage, shouting loudly. Cheng Hongyi, Lu Feng, Yang Lu, do you three wish to call me your master? As soon as these words were spoken, many people looked at the three with envy. Lu Feng and Yang Lu immediately shouted, we are willing to be your disciples. This made Xiao Jun on the stage nod in satisfaction, but as he continued pointing, he suddenly realized something was missing and hurriedly looked towards the arena. There stood Cheng Hongyi, hands behind his back, a proud expression on his face, his eyes fixed on Long Yi, head held high, speaking in a defiant tone. With my talent, only Long. Before he could finish, a pressure descended from the sky, instantly knocking him out and causing him to collapse on the ground. Those around him looked at him with pity. Everyone knew the unfinished words in Cheng Hongyi's heart. Only Long Yi can be my master. He didn't even give face to the 6th level master. Fang Chen silently gave Cheng Hongyi a thumbs up in his heart. As expected of you. Following this, Hua Danqin, Xishanza, and Fang Yu took turns selecting their candidates. When Xishanza selected Su Ming, some new students from the 4th round of the mixed battle finally woke up. No wonder they had inexplicably retreated to the west side of the arena, no wonder they were so excited and dared to challenge Fang Chen. After all this, it was all Su Ming secretly stirring things up from behind. But soon after, they felt a wave of fear in their hearts. To be able to tempt them without their knowledge, Su Ming truly was terrifying. After the 4 deans finished selecting, it was time for a dozen mentors. As more students were selected, the freshman conference was coming to an end. I announced that the freshman conference is officially over. As soon as the words fell, Long Yi stepped into the air. He walked lightly, just as he had come lightly, not taking a single cloud away. The 4 deans followed closely behind him out of the competition venue, and then came the mentors. Until everyone on the stage had left, Lu Feng could no longer hold back and spoke. Chen Gu, why did nobody choose you? Fang Chen spread his hands, looking confused. Where's my mother hen? He looked in the direction where Long Yi had disappeared. I didn't get on the car. Chapter 83, The Initiative. No need to shout. Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, a calm voice sounded from behind him. Teacher Deng? Fang Chen turned around and was surprised to see who it was. Are you going to take me as your student? I don't have that qualification. Deng Xiong pushed up her golden-framed glasses. Your teacher has already been arranged by the vice principal. I'm here to tell you. She glanced at the curious new students around. This isn't the place to talk, let's change locations and chat while eating, just in time to call Guan Ning. Why call Guan Ning? Fang Chen was puzzled but didn't ask further. After greeting Lu Feng, Fang Chen followed Deng Xiong out of the arena. At this moment, Cheng Hongyi, who had been unconscious on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. He hurriedly got up and grabbed a new student to ask. When I fainted, did Long Yi say he would take me as his disciple? The new student shook his head. Seeing this, Cheng Hongyi staggered back a step, clenched his fists, trembling in anger. With my talent, only Long Yi can be my master. Xiao Jun, you misunderstood. Boom! A pressure fell from the sky, knocking Cheng Hongyi unconscious again, crashing to the ground. Then, a cold snort unique to Xiao Jun came from the direction where the 4 deans had left. Meanwhile, Fang Chen followed Deng Xiong to a parking lot. At the entrance, he saw 2 familiar figures. Guan Ning and Chu Yan. The former had a slightly puzzled expression mixed with charm, while the latter looked gloomy, especially after seeing Deng Xiong. Her expression became even more serious. Why did you call me here? As Fang Chen and the others walked closer, Guan Ning immediately asked. She had just seen Fang Chen earn so many credits and was about to ask him to treat them to a meal, but Deng Xiong called her to wait at the parking lot. Unclear about the situation, seeing Fang Chen come with her mother made her even more puzzled. What else could it be? You haven't been home for almost 2 months, so I thought I'd take you home for a meal. Deng Xiong replied calmly. Is that all? Guan Ning was taken aback. Deng Xiong, exactly. That's it. Then why is Fang Chen following you? Of course, he's here to eat with us. Ha? Guan Ning was even more confused. Before she could ask, her dear mom glanced at Chu Yan first, her gaze icy. Fang Chen saved Guan Ning before, so I invited him to dinner to express my thanks, and to talk about some other matters. As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Yan's face darkened, and she replied unwillingly. I understand, auntie. After saying that, she left without looking back. Guan Ning could only look on helplessly, knowing that if she intervened in their conflict, it would only make things worse. Fang Chen watched the scene and pondered. Deng Xiong's words, though not explicitly stated, were effectively telling Chu Yan to leave. It was as if she was saying, "My daughter has found a boyfriend, and I am very pleased. I plan to bring them together, so you should leave her alone." Fang Chen couldn't help but wonder, was this situation intentionally orchestrated by Deng Xiong? And it turned out to be true. Deng Xiong watched Xu Yan's figure retreating, appearing calm on the surface, but relieved inside. Earlier, she had taken the initiative on stage to share news with Fang Chen. Afterward, she discreetly called Guanning to the parking lot, knowing Xu Yan would definitely come. So, under the pretense of talking, she brought Fang Chen here, with the purpose of telling Xu Yan, "I intend to play matchmaker for them, so you can give up." The first half of her statement was just for show. Although she was pleased with Fang Chen, matters of the heart were ultimately for the young people to decide themselves. The second half was her true intention. For this reason, she had also prepared backup plans. "Oh, the burden of worrying for this daughter." Deng Xiong said calmly. "Let's go, I've already had the food prepared." As she spoke, she opened the door of a nearby luxury car. "Get in." 10 minutes later. The luxury car entered a villa area, stopping in front of a 3-story villa. "Why are we eating at home?" Guanning began to complain before even getting out of the car. "Can't we find a restaurant? I'm already tired of eating. Where do you get so much to say?" After Deng Xiong got out of the car, she shot Guanning a glare and opened the villa door. "Fang Chen, come in quickly." Fang Chen nodded and surveyed the environment around the villa. To be honest, it wasn't as nice as his little villa in Jiangcheng. But it was expensive. As one of the 2 safest cities in Huansha, housing prices here were, of course, absurdly high. According to the prices in the Magic City, just the piece of land beneath his feet could buy his little villa. Rich people. Fang Chen entered the villa together with the reluctant Guanning. The interior was lavishly decorated, with exquisite art paintings on the walls, and the floors made of smooth natural marble reflecting a gentle shine. In the spacious living room, luxurious sofas and delicate coffee tables were arranged, radiating an air of nobility and elegance. There was also a strong aroma of food. "Welcome back." A housekeeper greeted Deng Xiong immediately upon seeing her. The dining table nearby was already filled with dishes. Deng Xiong nodded. Seeing that there were outsiders, the housekeeper discreetly left. The entire living room was left with just the 3 of them. "Fang Chen, please sit down quickly." Deng Xiong pointed to a chair beside them. Fang Chen didn't stand on ceremony and sat down immediately, while Guanning sat beside Deng Xiong, unhesitatingly taking chopsticks to pick up some food. "Why did you start eating first?" Deng Xiong said, somewhat displeased. "What's wrong with that?" Guanning replied. "I'm already familiar with him, so why should I hold back?" As she spoke, she kicked Fang Chen's foot under the table. "Don't just daze there, hurry up and eat." Deng Xiong sighed helplessly. "Fang Chen, hurry and pick up your chopsticks, it won't taste good if it gets cold." "Why does this feel like meeting the parents?" Fang Chen nodded and started using his chopsticks. At this moment, Deng Xiong began discussing the apprentice matter. According to Vice Principal Long Ye's decision, Fang Chen, your future mentor will be Lin Qin. Lin Qin? Fang Chen swallowed a piece of beef and asked in confusion. Why haven't I seen this name on the official website of Magic City Wu University? The official website of Modawuda will reveal all the teachers. This is not only to facilitate students' viewing, but also to showcase its teaching strength. Including the 4 deans present today, Modawuda also has 2 6th-tier masters. Adding Long Yi and that mysterious principal, Modawuda's power has already surpassed the entire southern province. I haven't heard of her either? Guaning blinked her eyes, completely losing her charm from outside. Deng Xiong's expression was calm. You naturally do not know, because she has not taught students for 10 years, not even showing her face. If it weren't for the fact that I joined Modawuda 12 years ago, I wouldn't know much about her either. 10 years? Guaning was so surprised that she choked on her food and hurriedly drank a sip of water to calm herself. 10 years without showing up, does she still count as a teacher? Fang Chen was also a bit surprised. A teacher who hasn't taught for 10 years, which academy would keep her? Unless Deng Xiong, of course she counts. Because she is the strongest person at Modawuda, besides the principal and vice principal. She is also a 7th-tier grandmaster. Chapter 84, To kill is to exterminate the heart. The martial artist realm is divided into 9 tiers. Upon reaching the 6th tier, one can walk on air, becoming a martial arts master, which is a watershed in the martial artist realm. Only by reaching this realm can one truly step into the ranks of the strong. As for the 7th-tier grandmaster, one emerges out of billions of people. This is the foundation for determining whether a country is a powerful nation. Hanxia relies on having no less than 10 grandmasters to have significant influence internationally. To think such a strong person exists at Modawuda as well. This made Fong Chen re-evaluate his view on Moto Wuda's strength. As for the 8th tier martial and the 9th tier martial, he had never heard of this information, he hadn't even heard of them. At this moment, Deng Xiong added. However, Lin Qin's 7th tier has encountered some problems, which is why she has not taught for 10 years. Problems? What problems? Guining asked before Fong Chen. Deng Xiong was not anxious, she took a few bites of food and a sip of porridge before slowly speaking. It should be said that her ability encountered issues. Saying this, she looked at Fong Chen. Lin Qin's talent is SS grade Taiyin Void Fire, and it is somewhat similar to your transparent flame. Though Taiyin Void Fire is a flame, it is extremely cold, and a wisp can freeze the surroundings within 1,000 meters. This kind of flame also has a strong killing effect on mental power. But at this point, she didn't continue but picked up food to eat. This left Guaning speechless. Mom, can you just finish your sentence? Why do you stop at the crucial part? This is too frustrating. Fong Chen also thought this, but only in his heart. Deng Xiong paid no attention to her daughter's urging, taking a leisurely few more bites before continuing. But Taiyin Void Fire is a double-edged sword, it not only harms others' mental power but also harms the martial artists themselves. The higher the level, the stronger the backlash. Until 10 years ago, when Deng Xiong reached the 7th tier, the backlash became so strong that she could no longer move. Lin Qin had to seal herself off to avoid harming others. This sealing lasted for 10 years, and that's why she is not on the official website. Not all abilities and talents can be controlled by martial artists themselves. Some mental-type martial artists might unintentionally face backlash from their talents, leading to mental disorders. This kind of backlash situation is not rare. To think Lin Qin is also like this. No, she should now be called Teacher, Fong Chen asked. Since it's so dangerous, why let her teach me? Can't we find someone else? Deng Xiong was calm and unhurried, eating for a while longer before replying. Having her teach you was the Vice Principal Long Ye's idea, he didn't explain the specific reasons. After dinner, I will send you Lin Qin's location, so you can meet her tomorrow. From now on, you will take your cultural classes at the academy, and all your martial arts training will be under Lin Qin. Fong Chen nodded after hearing this and continued eating, not asking any more questions. Deng Xiong had said enough, she probably wouldn't be able to get more out of him. All he could do was meet his teacher tomorrow. As for the cultural classes, make no mistake, martial artists also have cultural classes. But what they study is not poetry or foreign words, but the weaknesses of monsters, types of potions, and some uses of supernatural abilities. This is the content of the cultural courses. Don't think becoming a martial artist means you can learn? What a joke. Ha ha ha. That only exists in fantasies. If you rely only on force in this world, you will die very quickly. At this moment, Guan Ning blinked her eyes, looking confusedly at her mother. Why do I feel like you are acting strange today? What's strange about it? You used to speak more straightforwardly. Maybe I'm just hungry. Deng Xiong's expression showed no change. This answer still left Guan Ning puzzled, but she didn't see anything wrong. After eating for a while longer, Deng Xiong reminded again. Fong Chen, remember to go to the equipment department to pick up your 2S grade gear. Don't forget. Fong Chen nodded in response, while thinking in his heart. S-grade gear, how could he forget? But Deng Xiong seemed to be running out of things to say. So, Deng Xiong kept chatting a little at a time, making the dinner stretch until after 10 at night. She looked at the outside sky, and the satisfaction showed in her eyes behind her golden-rimmed glasses. Seeing that the meal was finally ending, Fong Chen hurriedly spoke up. Teacher Deng, it's getting late, I'll head back now. Guan Ning also chimed in. I'm going back to school too. Just as the two were about to get up, Deng Xiong rarely revealed a smile. Forget it, it's already quite late. You both can stay here for the night and head back tomorrow. She looked at Fong Chen. The room is already prepared, it's upstairs. Fong Chen? The plot thickens. At this moment, Fong Chen finally realized. No wonder it was just a small matter, but they had to have dinner together at home. No wonder Deng Xiong was speaking so slowly and even making small talk. Everything was aimed to give Chu Yan a heavy blow. What happened in the parking lot was just a small skirmish, this was the real strike. Deliberately dragging the time till after 10 o'clock was to use an excuse to keep him and Guan Ning here. What would Chu Yan think? Her roommate actually stayed out all night with a boy, living in the same villa. Though it can't be called cohabitation, she would surely feel uncomfortable for quite a while. Deng Xiong used this opportunity to strike hard at Chu Yan, showing her attitude towards her daughter's feelings. Killing while targeting the heart. But there was one fatal problem. What if Fong Chen insisted on leaving? Wouldn't everything done before be wasted? Fong Chen looked at Deng Xiong's smile and realized that nothing was wasted. This was also part of her plan. Deng Xiong used this opportunity to see what exactly Fang Chen thought of Guan Ning. It was simply killing several birds with one stone. Hiss. Fang Chen took a deep breath in his heart. As expected, women's thoughts are very profound. At the same time, Guan Ning also sensed this and widened her eyes, about to say something. But she was shot down by Deng Xiong's glare. Though she was unwilling, she could only swallow her anger. After all, her mother was a fifth-tier martial artist, and she didn't have the chance to act recklessly. She could only curse inwardly. Is there such a mother out there, even plotting against her own daughter? But she felt helpless. Her mother had a traditional mindset, how could she let a Chu Yan drool over her? But she and Chu Yan were best friends, though this friend always had her on her mind, the sisterly bond still existed and couldn't easily vanish. Reaching this point was not what she wanted. But now was not the time to think about that. Guan Ning secretly glanced at Fang Chen. She then withdrew her gaze, and her ears slowly turned red. The charming and flirtatious her suddenly transformed into the image of a shy little girl. She really didn't expect her mother to have calculated even Fang Chen's thoughts. She once again cursed her mother for acting this way. She and Fang Chen only had a normal relationship, and they hadn't even thought about anything beyond that. But she unconsciously expected it. What will Fang Chen say? Fang Chen here was feeling very conflicted. He didn't expect to come this far. But Lu Feng had already taught him that one cannot be timid when it comes to feelings. And thinking again about how his mother-in-law also sent the main offensive, he decided. Do it. Brothers. However, he still had to pretend to be polite. Staying over, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Deng Xiong chuckled softly, it's fine, the villa is very big, with many rooms, don't worry about it. Fang Chen, if that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. At this moment, Guan Ning, who had her head lowered, didn't notice that her ears had turned bright red. Chapter 85, All Misunderstandings. It's getting late, you should rest now. Deng Xiong pushed her gold-rimmed glasses, trying hard to suppress the smile threatening to curve up her lips, and instructed Guan Ning. Stop dawdling, quickly take Fang Chen to his room. She added fuel to the fire. Got it. Guan Ning responded verbally, and only after feeling that her face was not as hot did she slowly stand up and say to Fang Chen. Let's go, the room is upstairs. Fang Chen nodded in response, noting the change in her expression. Watching the two of them walk upstairs one after the other and disappear from view, Deng Xiong's lips finally couldn't be suppressed and curved up into a smile. The effort wasn't wasted. Through this meal, she had successfully brought the two young people closer together. Such a good son-in-law, she didn't want anyone to snatch him away. Now, the only thing she worried about was her own daughter. She knew Guan Ning very well, appearing to be full of charm outside, but in terms of emotions, she was a mess. As a mother, if she didn't give her daughter a push, who knew how long Guan Ning would stay stuck in place? She stood up, ready to go back to her room to rest, knowing the maid would clean up the dishes on the table, so she didn't need to worry. At that moment, she suddenly remembered that she had left a document in the car, so she changed her shoes and walked out of the villa. After finding the document in the car, she returned to the villa, still in her usual routine. She didn't pay much attention, immediately cutting some fruit and flipping through the documents while eating. Gradually, she realized something was wrong. Why hasn't Xiao Ning come out yet? The guest room arranged for Fang Chen was on the second floor, while Guan Ning's room was on the third. Since the two of them went upstairs and entered their room, she hadn't heard the door open again. Deng Xiong guessed that Guan Ning must have gone back to her room while she was getting the documents, so she didn't think too much of it. She closed the file and stood up to go upstairs to rest. When she reached the second floor, she absent-mindedly glanced at the door at the end of the hallway, which was Fang Chen's room. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard Guan Ning's voice coming from that room. Deng Xiong's body froze. Why is she still in that room? Deng Xiong felt something was off and withdrew her foot from the stairs. She turned around and walked toward that room. The closer she got, the louder the voices inside became, and she could clearly hear their conversation. She heard Fang Chen's voice again. What's going on? Why is it so hard to get in? Then came Guan Ning's slightly speechless voice. Are you blind? Can't you go lower? Deng Xiong's heart skipped a beat. Before she could panic, Fang Chen's voice came again. Can you help me hold it? Slow down, don't rush, why are you going so fast? It's a bit tight. It hasn't been used much lately. Next time, I can't get it in. Then use this, it's easier to carry. Deng Xiong's steps stopped, and she found it hard to move forward. Her thoughts were completely lost at this moment. What are they doing? They're actually doing that kind of thing. This is too bold, don't they realize where this is? As a 5th-level warrior, Deng Xiong. Her husband, being a 6th-level master, naturally had seen the world. But in this situation, it was the first time she had encountered it. Is this the thrill that young people pursue? She comforted herself, continuously adjusting her emotions through her breathing. She wanted to push their relationship forward, but unexpectedly, it was skyrocketing like a rocket. This completely shattered her understanding. What should she do now? After thinking for a moment, she decided to leave. After all, it was the young people's own business, and she wasn't suitable to interfere. But just as she was about to leave, the door suddenly opened. Mom, what are you doing standing at the door? Guan Ning walked out of the room, somewhat puzzled. Ah. A rare panic appeared on Deng Xiong's calm face, and she even forgot to adjust her lowered golden wire glasses. I'm fine, I just came to ask if Feng Chen is feeling uncomfortable anywhere. Since you all are still busy, I won't disturb you. Having said that, she flusteredly turned to leave, but was called back by Guan Ning. Don't go just yet. I was just about to look for you. The socket in this room is broken, and we struggled with it for a while but couldn't get it to work. You remember to send someone to fix it. Deng Xiong hurriedly stopped and turned back. A socket? Guan Ning nodded. Yes, Feng Chen's charger won't go in at all, so I had to lend him my power bank. Upon hearing this, Deng Xiong immediately sighed in relief. So, it was her own thoughts that had gone awry. Then she felt embarrassed. She actually thought wrongly. I see. After speaking, she quickened her pace to leave, heading up to the third floor. Why does it feel a bit strange? Watching her mother's flustered back, Guan Ning was puzzled. It does feel a bit strange. Feng Chen walked out from inside, leaning against the doorframe, staring at Guan Ning. Forget about your mom for now, shouldn't we have an honest talk? An honest talk? Guan Ning was taken aback, her cheeks flushed. What is there for us to talk about? Feng Chen clicked his tongue. The master is really good at pretending to be confused. Don't you know why I'm spending the night here? Hearing this, Guan Ning's heart trembled. How could she not know Feng Chen stayed because of her, but did their relationship need to be addressed at this moment? She clenched the corner of her clothes, her charming eyes filled with panic. Isn't it too early to talk about that? After all, we don't really know each other well. Feng Chen frowned slightly. What else is there to understand? It's already this time, you should just tell me. What about Chu Yan? Is she the one? Ha? Guan Ning was taken aback, her heart racing, while Feng Chen was actually asking about Chu Yan. Then she realized. The main reason Feng Chen stayed was indeed Chu Yan. She had overthought things. I'm really. Guan Ning couldn't help but scold herself silently, but deep down, she felt a slight disappointment. What's wrong with Chu Yan? I can't understand what you're saying. She quickly adjusted her thoughts, the blush on her cheeks fading significantly. She still stubbornly refused to let outsiders know Chu Yan's secret. Since you're not going to say it, then forget it. Feng Chen chuckled lightly, hurry back to sleep. I'm exhausted after a long day of competitions. Having said that, he walked into the room and closed the door. Guan Ning didn't expect Feng Chen to close the door so swiftly. Her brow furrowed, hesitating, and reluctantly left. At this moment, Feng Chen in the room slowly exhaled. He thought to himself, I wonder if what Lu Feng said is useful. According to what teacher Lu taught, don't rush to define the relationship, that will only increase a girl's aversion. The correct approach is to launch an attack and then stop at just the right time, preferably with some unexpected twists mixed in. This way, the other person will be left wanting more, and the pace can be controlled in one's own hands. Just like the honest talk just now, he did just that. However, with his current level, its effectiveness remains to be seen. Moreover, he feigned a knowing expression as he closed the door. Ending the topic about Chu Yan was not because he didn't want to talk anymore, but because he wanted Guan Ning to take the initiative to find him. Sure enough, after a while, Guan Ning sent a message. Guan Ning, how did you know about Chu Yan? Feng Chen, Guan Ning, you wouldn't want your best friend's business exposed, right? Guan Ning, what's wrong? Do you want to have me under your thumb? Feng Chen, I'm afraid you won't be able to pull yourself out. Chapter 86 I will not share the heaven with you. At the same time, the video of the freshman competition was posted on the forum. When the explosion happened, the comments on the video instantly filled up. Damn, are you telling me this is created by freshmen? It's well known that videos cannot be edited. How can I, a junior, live like this? Too bad I'm not at school, otherwise I would definitely want to meet this freshman. Most of the comments were posted by junior martial arts students. The martial arts university did not have as much theoretical learning as liberal arts universities. So, the martial arts university had only 3 semesters, the first 2 semesters were at school, and the junior year was spent entering various organizations or guilds for internships. This is also the reason why there were no junior students in the freshman competition. Having left campus, they were not very interested in some gossip posts, but they paid a lot of attention to combat posts. Freshmen in their first and second years also replied. Double SS level talent, of course it's awesome. Damn, double SS level talent. I remember, it's the student named Fong Chen, who ranked first in the National Martial Arts exam this year. I was sitting in the front row of the audience, and thinking back to that heatwave still makes my heart race. It must have reached third stage. Third stage? Compared to him, I've wasted my 2 years in college. Those clubs must be eyeing Fong Chen now, and they will definitely want to recruit him. No matter how anxious they are, they still have to wait another month until this group of freshmen gets familiar with the school before they can start joining clubs. By the way, which teacher accepted Fong Chen as a disciple? Vice Principal Long Yi or Dean Xiao? Nobody took him as a disciple. Nobody? Are you kidding? Is this going to be my future disciple? At Magic City Martial Arts University, in a courtyard on an island. A woman wrapped in a heavy cotton coat sat on the bed, watching the video of Fong Chen's battle on the forum, her eyes shining with brilliance. Not bad, he can actually fuse two violently raging flames. This Fong Chen really has talent. I just wonder if he can truly help me, as Long Yi said. Just as she finished speaking, the woman began to undress, the heavy cotton coat slipping off her curvy body, tossed aside. She was only wearing a thin nightgown. Then she propped her jade arm on her delicate face, lying sideways on the bed. So what if he helps? He can't be with you all the time. She curled her lips. Why not listen to me? You can have someone bring another bed. Then under the guise of training, let him live here in the future. What do you think? In contrast to the frenzy on the forum, Chu Yen appeared to be incredibly lonely. It was already past midnight. She leaned against the head of the bed, feeling sad. Similar things like today had happened before. So she didn't pay much attention. But as the time got later, she became more and more anxious. Why hadn't Guan Ning returned yet? Until just now, Guan Ning sent her a message saying that she was sleeping at home tonight and wouldn't come back. Though she didn't mention Fong Chen, she knew that Fong Chen must have also stayed overnight. Thus, her world of only suffering alone had come to pass. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, and could only sit up and scroll through her phone. But Fong Chen's figure unconsciously surfaced in her mind, making her so angry that she punched the quilt twice. Then she took out her alternate account, opened the forum, and started venting on the post about her and Fong Chen's rumored relationship. He stole my person, yet wants to be in a couple with me. I can't stand it anymore. Before she even began, she saw someone share a new post with the comment. The Ding Sweet text just updated and it's already written that Fong Chen and Guan Ning live under the same roof. This sentence is like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Chu Yen was completely furious. Fong Chen, I will never coexist with you. The next day. The first ray of morning sunlight lazily crept through the window, illuminating the room in a warm and vibrant golden glow. Outside, birds chirped and sang among the trees, and the dew on the leaves sparkled in the sunlight, not yet fallen. After washing up, Fong Chen stepped out of his room and into the living room, where several breakfast dishes were laid out on the dining table. Hurry up and eat. Deng Xiong was sitting by the table, beckoning him. At this moment, Guan Ning also came down from upstairs. Today, she wore a fitted plain t-shirt, accentuating her remarkable curves even more perfectly. At this moment, Fong Chen understood what it meant. The third lady follows the sun. The two locked eyes, said nothing more, and Guan Ning sat down to eat breakfast. Last night, after some tugging and pulling, the two finally laid everything bare. Fong Chen confirmed his suspicions, while Guan Ning warned him not to speak out. To this, Fong Chen responded. As long as Chu Yen doesn't come after me, I will never spill the beans. After breakfast, Deng Xiong drove the two back to school. As they parted ways, Deng Xiong reminded Fong Chen once again to remember to meet Lin Qin in the afternoon. As for what to do in the morning. Of course, it was class division, to get to know the classmates and teachers. He had received a message from the official account of Magic City Wuda last night. He was assigned to the War Academy, Class 6. Lu Feng sent a message saying he was assigned to Class 2. After parting with Guan Ning, Fong Chen followed the map's guidance to locate his classroom. Just before entering, he heard the noise from inside the classroom. Did you guys hear about it last night? Wang Ming from Class 12 sought out a mentor to take him as a disciple, and he succeeded. I heard something similar, but it was from the Assistive Academy. Can it really be done like that? What's so surprising about this? There have been second-year students posting about it before, saying if you think you didn't fully show your abilities in the freshman competition, you can find a mentor after the event. If you catch the mentor's eye, you might get taken as a disciple, but the chances are quite small. By the way, the school will announce the new students who got taken as disciples soon. We can check who succeeded after the competition. At that very moment, Fong Chen stepped into the classroom. Everyone in the class was initially stunned, then erupted with excitement. Wow, Brother Chen. Damn, brothers, we are in the same class as Brother Chen. Ladies, don't be shy. The school only informed students which class they were assigned to, not who else was in the class. It's no wonder the group was so excited. After all, Fang Chen was a legendary presence. Wherever he went, that class could be considered the strongest. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen found an empty seat and sat down. Two boys in the front row immediately turned around, with the one on the left introducing himself first. Brother Chen, I'm Zhuwen, from the East Province. Then the one on the right added. My name is He Yangjie, from Magic City, one of the guys you defeated with one move yesterday. Fang Chen chuckled, I remember you, you're the one who shouted, I want the sky, it can no longer cover my eyes. Hearing this, He Yangjie's face turned red, pleading. Bro, you're my real brother, don't say that anymore. If it weren't for that guy Su Ming coaxing me, I would never have said such embarrassing words in public. At this point, Zhu Wen burst out laughing. No matter how awkward it was, it couldn't compare to Hong Yi's situation. When he shouted that line, I couldn't even bear to look. He Yangjie replied, hearing you say that makes me feel much better. Fang Chen scanned the crowd and checked the time. There's 1 minute left until class starts, and there's still one person who hasn't arrived who is their right-hand man. There are 587 students in the War Academy, divided into 15 classes. The first 13 classes each have 39 students, while classes 14 and 15 have fewer. This is what Deng Qiong had told him on the way there. Currently, Class 6 has only 38 students, including him. Being late for the first class at Magic City Wuda. This person is truly brave. Zhu Wenda said. Wait. He Yangjie seemed to think of something and hurriedly interrupted the two, his brow furrowed. There's only 1 minute left, why does this scene seem so familiar? Could it be? Chapter 87, Where is everyone? As everyone knows, making a grand entrance is a must for every protagonist. Only then can they attract everyone's attention and show their strength. To put it simply, it's to shine in front of others. That's exactly the situation right now. He Yangjie seemed to have awakened some painful memories and hurriedly lowered his head. Fang Chen and Zhu Wen also realized something, but it was already too late. At that moment, a tall and flamboyant figure walked into the classroom. Strong people don't turn to look at others. He fixed his gaze ahead and coughed loudly, using it to attract everyone's attention. Wow, Chung Hongyi. The second best new student is actually from our class. Class 6 is awesome. Ha, let's see who dares to mess with our class in the future. The chatter erupted instantly. Hearing this, Chung Hongyi tried hard to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth, but that faint curve still exposed his inner thoughts. So, strong people should enter last. At this moment, he felt like Long Yi from yesterday, enjoying the attention of everyone. He didn't walk in immediately, instead, he turned to close the classroom door that had been left open, wanting to linger a little longer and showcase himself more fully. But just as he turned around, his expression froze, and his face instantly fell. He saw the last person he wanted to see in his life. Some people, although not flashy, can be recognized at a glance in a crowd. Fang Chen was sitting in his seat, looking at him, and casually raised his chin in greeting. But Chung Hongyi's heart was in disarray at this moment. Why? Why is it so coincidental? Why am I in the same class as Fang Chen? These three questions circled in his mind. With such a person around, his shine in front of others would surely be halved. What's the difference between that and killing him? He felt so unwilling. At this moment, the flattery from before suddenly lost its charm. But reality was already like this, Chung Hongyi could only accept it painfully. Just as he thought about finding a seat to sit down, he saw He Yangjie in the front row, his eyes lighting up, and he immediately walked over to sit beside him. Yangjie, we really have fate, same class in high school, same class in college. I never expected it, this is just too coincidental. He Yangjie forced a smile, his voice squeezing out between his teeth, carrying a hint of resentment. Fang Chen and Zhu Wen looked at him with pity. Chang Hongyi's show-off was torture for people. Poor He Yangjie, constantly enduring hardship since high school, now continuing the suffering in college. No one has such luck. At that moment, the class bell rang, and a young female teacher entered the classroom. Hello everyone, I am Han Xian, the counselor of Class 6. It's nice to meet you all. The first class was the usual self-introduction, getting familiar with one another. 39 people took turns to speak, and then a class group was created. In a flash, it was time for the break. Everyone who should rest took a break, those who wanted to play had fun, while some top students took out their skills to start practicing. At that moment, Zhu Wen turned around from the front row. Chengge, I still haven't asked you about the apprenticeship situation. With the topic at hand, He Yangjie immediately joined in. Yeah, I almost forgot about this. You don't know, those third-year students on the forum heard you haven't been accepted as a disciple, and they exploded. I saw you being taken away by a teacher yesterday. That teacher seems to be a 5th-level martial artist. Did you become her disciple? Chung Hongyi, hearing this, unconsciously leaned closer to the three. Fong Chen shook his head. That was Director Deng from the admissions office. We just went out for a meal. Ah? He Yangjie and the others were stunned. So that means no one has accepted you as a disciple yet? The first time in the new student competition, I was not accepted as a disciple by the mentor on the spot, an unprecedented situation. No wonder both of them were astonished. Beside them, Chung Hongyi had the same expression. Although he was somewhat reluctant about Xiao Jun accepting him as a disciple. At least it was better than Fong Chen, who had not even been accepted by a 5th-level mentor, truly a bit tragic. He didn't understand the reason, but still comforted. There must be another reason, just wait a moment. While speaking, his face was expressionless, but it was sincere. However, a thought quietly sprang up in his heart. He had already been accepted as a disciple, while Fong Chen had not. Wasn't that a victory over Fong Chen? Thinking of this, a slight smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he began to feel a bit proud. This guy may like to show off, but he's not a bad person. Fong Chen was just about to explain a bit. But just then, the people around suddenly raised their voices in discussion. The school has released the list of all students accepted as disciples by mentors. Hurry to check, 5 or 6 more than yesterday. I saw it too. Chingo was actually accepted as a disciple by a 7th-level grandmaster, as expected of our top student this year. 7th-level grandmaster? Is it Vice Principal Long Yi? Xu Wen and He Yangjie were stunned and hurriedly opened their phones to check. The official list clearly stated which mentor had accepted which students. And at the bottom of the list, it noted. The initial list does not represent the future. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will still have the opportunity to apprentice under your desired mentor. It really is a 7th-level grandmaster. After reading the list, Zhu Wen said in shock. I said Chengu, with such an outstanding talent, couldn't possibly have no one accepting you as a disciple. Chengu, who is this mentor Lin Qin? He Yangjie, besides the vice principal, our school actually has another 7th-level grandmaster? Fong Chen, I have never seen her either. At this moment, Chung Hongyi looked at the list in his hand, his expression dazed. The small sense of pride he had just felt was entirely washed away. 7th-level Fong Chen was actually accepted as a disciple by a 7th-level grandmaster. He didn't care who Lin Qin was, in his eyes were only the 5 words 7th-level grandmaster. Xiao Jun was only a 6th-level master, and he was behind Fong Chen in this regard. He truly did not expect such a sudden turn of events. No, I also want to find a 7th-level grandmaster. His competitive spirit rose again at this moment. Fong Chen looked at his dazed expression and silently said sorry in his heart. The spotlight was not what he wished for. He wanted to explain, but he wasn't given the chance. Time passed quickly, and the entire morning went by in class. After having lunch in the cafeteria, Fong Chen followed the address given by Deng Xiong to see what his mysterious teacher looked like. After searching for half an hour, Fong Chen finally arrived at the shore of a large lake. Wuda in Magic City covers a vast area, split into 4 directions. The east, west, and north were filled with various buildings, while the south had a large lake, which was the least populated place usually. Fong Chen stood on the shore, gazing out, struggling to see the opposite side. The lake was like a giant mirror, the water clear and bottomless, with blue colors reflecting the azure of the sky. Sunlight sprinkled on the surface of the lake, shimmering brightly with captivating rays of light. The surrounding trees swayed gently, their green branches swaying softly in the breeze. Occasionally a few egrets danced gracefully, gliding across the lake, leaving a trail of ripples. The scenery was so poetic and picturesque, giving endless space for imagination and yearning. But Fong Chen looked from east to west, and then from west to east. Where is everyone? Chapter 88, Space System Abilities. The address given by Deng Xiong was a small island in the center of the lake. But the entire lake surface was vast and boundless, rippling like a giant piece of blue satin, smooth with hardly a ripple. Where was the small island? There was, however, a small boat. Wait a minute. A small boat? Fong Chen was taken aback, as he saw a small boat slowly drifting toward the shore from the heart of the lake. Yes, it's drifting. There is no one on the boat. About 5 minutes later, the boat drifted to the place where Fong Chen was. It looks like they are here to pick me up. Fong Chen stepped onto the small boat, and immediately, the boat started moving on its own, drifting towards the center of the lake. The small boat swayed gently, cutting through the layers of ripples on the lake's surface. Fong Chen sat at the stern of the boat, feeling the gentle breeze on his face. As the small boat gradually sailed towards the center of the lake, the surrounding scenery became more enchanting, the blue sky reflected on the lake water swaying and dancing with the ripples. However, just about 300 meters from the center of the lake, the view ahead suddenly changed. He saw the air in front of him, as if blocked by a transparent glass wall, standing before him. Yet, the small boat did not stop, it crashed straight into the screen and passed through. Fang Chen only felt a flash of light, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a small island appearing on the calm surface of the lake. The island was lush and green, with abundant trees, as if it had quietly risen from the water. On the small island, there were several quaint houses surrounded by colorful flowers, and a fresh fragrance filled the air, refreshing and delightful. Fang Chen was stunned. Was the peach blossom spring manifesting? Or was it an illusion? Clearly, he had not seen any small island when he was on the shore, so how had it appeared now? But soon he realized something was wrong. Everything before him was not an illusion, it was real. It must be connected to that transparent barrier. It isolates this space from the outside world. This is a spatial ability. Fang Chen was a bit surprised. He did not expect to see such a large-scale spatial ability here. This kind of ability can create space. The best example is a spatial ring. And this place was like an expanded version of a spatial ring. Earlier, when he was on the shore, he had seen egrets and other birds flying over the center of the lake without any abnormalities. Yet he could enter. I guess the boat beneath my feet is the key to stepping into this space. At this moment, the small boat had drifted to the shore, and Fang Chen stepped onto the island. To be isolated in this place using spatial ability, what happened to Teacher Lin? Fang Chen was just about to walk towards the wooden houses on the island. At that moment, the door of a wooden house in the distance slowly opened, and a graceful figure stepped out. Although the woman was wrapped in a heavy cotton coat, it could not hide her curvy figure, exuding a unique charm. Fang Chen's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her, his heart shaking. Though she had a plump figure and carried an air of maturity, she did not give a heavy feeling. There were no traces of time etched on her face, her skin was smooth like gel, delicate like a young girl, as if time had stopped for her. Fang Chen's first impression of her was, a kind little aunt. You're here. She smiled slightly, the curve of her lips warm like a spring breeze, making Fang Chen feel an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Come on in quickly. Her gentle tone lingered as she walked into the house. She had been waiting for me. Fang Chen, too, did not hesitate, hurrying over. But in his heart, he pondered. The age of martial artists increases with the level they achieve. After reaching the 6th level, they can have about 200 years of lifespan. The 7th level is around 400 years. And Lin Xin had reached the 7th level 10 years ago, so she must be over 50 years old now. The quaint room had 2 bedrooms and a living room. Aside from some simple furniture, there were not many decorations. At this moment, Lin Xin was in the living room, and upon seeing Fang Chen enter, she quickly raised her hand and said, "You need to stop for a moment." Fang Chen was taken aback, not understanding, but still stopped. Lin Xin apologized. "I am not displeased with you, it's just that my current state cannot allow me to be too close to anyone. I will go to the study beside us shortly, and I'll communicate with you from there. But I need to remind you, if you hear me say some strange things later on." "How strange can it be?" Fang Chen nodded, understood. Hearing this, Lin Xin smiled gently, walked into a nearby study, and lowered a curtain to block Fang Chen's view. What is going on? Fang Chen became even more confused. From the moment this teacher Lin entered, she had been acting strangely. Now she even put up a curtain. What is it that he cannot see? In the next moment, Lin Xin's gentle voice came from the study. "Hurry and sit down, stop standing." "Okay." Fang Chen pulled out a chair and sat down. "I assume you already have a general idea of my situation, so I won't waste time." Lin Xin's voice was warm like a spring breeze. "Vice Principal Long Yi asked me to be your teacher, to guide you. The same talent and ability are just one aspect, the other aspect is, he thinks you can help me. But you don't need to worry, even if you can't help me, I will still teach you. Among all the mentors at Magic City Wu University, I have the highest understanding of fire abilities and will not let your talent go to waste." It really is like this. Fang Chen thought to himself. After hearing about Lin Xin's situation last night, he felt there must be some other reason behind it. "Then how can I help you?" he asked. "You are already my disciple, so I will share some things with you." Lin Xin said. 10 years ago, when I reached the 7th level, I suffered a backlash from the Taiyin Phantom Fire, causing some issues with my spirit, leading me to often say strange things and do odd things. I tried many methods to cure it but failed. Helpless, I sealed myself away here. More strange words, how strange can it be? Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, Lin Xin's voice rang out again in the room. But this time her tone was clearly different. "Why are you so fussy, just say it directly." Before Fang Chen could react, a thud sound suddenly echoed in the room. The sound was light, and Fang Chen instantly thought it was the noise of a cotton coat falling. Cotton coat? This is a study, where did a cotton coat come from? Could it be the one she is wearing? In the next moment, a charming laugh came from inside the room. So boring, such a good disciple is left waiting outside. Lin Chen, stop standing outside, come in and chat with your teacher. I was looking forward to your arrival since last night. Chapter 89 Treatment Method. Sick. Very ill. 1 second she is speaking softly, the next second she is luring him into the room. This change felt like she had become a different person. At this moment, Fang Chen understood Lin Xin's previous behavior, why she wanted to keep a distance, and why she pulled down the curtain. Without these, he feared he would have already been lost in it. Just now, that sentence was no different than "Hey handsome, come play," igniting a storm of emotions in him. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear your teacher calling you? Lin Xin called out again, making Fang Chen's skin crawl with goosebumps. Unlike Guan Ning's mental allure, Lin Xin at this moment was a temptation for the senses. In other words, it was seduction. Especially with that tingling voice, it made his heart race. First meeting, I really don't want to take advantage of a teacher. Fang Chen forced himself to calm down. Lin Xin was willing to share her condition, it must mean she truly wanted to take him as a disciple. He couldn't lead the charge when she was in a weak moment. I will honor the teacher-student relationship, maybe it's better to keep a distance. Hearing his reply, Lin Xin inside the study giggled a few times. What I just said certainly needs to be upheld, but you also need to stick to the teacher's current path, hurry up and come in, or you won't have the chance. It's so difficult to follow a teacher's order. Fang Chen, I'll stay in the living room. So boring. Lin Xin's tone was mixed with disappointment. You are just like this woman, a closed book. I'm too lazy to tease you. In the next moment, Fang Chen heard the sound of clothes being picked up, unmistakably hurried. Immediately after, Lin Xin's voice came through again. I just had an episode, what I said can't be taken seriously. Her tone returned to the previous gentleness, mixed with a hint of panic. Disciples understand. Fang Chen originally wanted to ask, why did you seem like a different person just now, teacher? But thinking of Lin Xin just waking up, she must have become shy and flustered, he held back and gave her time to adjust. After all, there was plenty of time, he wasn't in a hurry. In the study, Lin Xin was struggling to adjust her emotions. Seeing Fang Chen not probing further, her heart warmed. That scene just now was how I was during my episode. She slowly explained. The Taiyan acted against my spirit, causing me to sometimes seem like a different person. I know what I'm doing, but I can't control myself. The principal analyzed my condition and concluded that another personality formed in my mental world, what you saw earlier was one of them. Fang Chen was stunned. That was just one of them? How many protective spirits do you actually have? Since the principal intervened, why couldn't he cure it, he asked. The principal of the Magic City Martial University was like a dragon that one could see but not catch. His name wasn't even on the official website. Fang Chen had only heard on the internet that he was stronger than Vice Principal Long Yi. The principal can indeed cure it, but the cost is too high. At this point, Lin Xin couldn't help but sigh. The other personalities are products of the Taiyan, the two are closely related. To get rid of them, one must extinguish the gifted ability, something the principal is unwilling to do. So he created a space here for me to wait for a solution. Lin Xin was a 7th-tier Grandmaster, extinguishing her abilities would be like turning her into an ordinary person. This was a huge loss for both the martial artist and the entire country, and thus it couldn't be done lightly. Keeping her here was also a reluctant choice. Lin Xin's situation was no different from a mental illness. Others would steer clear of a mental illness. Yet she was a 7th-tier Grand Master. If she did something slightly outrageous after going out, the losses would be hard to estimate. So, Principal Long Yi wants you to teach me because he wants to use my flames to suppress your Taiyan? Fang Chen inquired. He picked up a key point from Lin Xin's earlier words. That was the remaining personalities were closely linked to the Taiyan. With his current 1st-tier intermediate strength, the only way he could help Lin Xin was on the gifted level. Exactly. Lin Xin confirmed Fang Chen's guess. During yesterday's freshman meeting, Long Yi assessed your gifted flames, they were above the Taiyan, and you will definitely reach the 7th tier in the future. So, he wants me to nurture you, when you reach the 6th or 7th tier, you can suppress the Taiyan, and then I can break free from this current predicament. This is the best way for now. As she spoke, she forced a wry smile. Although I know it might take 20 to 30 years, I'm willing to wait, after all, I've waited 10 years, what's to fear? In the next moment, her tone changed again. What's there to be downcast about? You now have a disciple, and it's not like before when only I could accompany you. Amidst her speech, there was a sound of clothes falling. Hiss. It's only been a few minutes, and she's having another episode. Before Fang Chen could finish his complaint, Lin Xin No. 2 sent out a seductive voice again. Xiao Chen, do you know why I came out? I don't know. Fang Chen replied. She, well, can't bear to ask, it's awkward for her to speak to you. Lin Qin number 2 chuckled. So it has to be me to say. She wants to quickly cultivate you to the 6th tier, to get out of this haunted place as soon as possible, so she wants to ask you. Would you be willing to move here and live with your sister? I will personally teach you. I am willing. But that other girl probably would not be willing. Fang Chen doesn't want to burn down the entire forest for a single tree. Teacher, are you joking? I'm not joking, I'm saying what she truly thinks. Lin Qin number 2 chuckled lightly, and also, don't call me teacher. Call me Sister Qin. Suddenly, her tone changed, and she rushed to scold, don't say nonsense here, I never meant that. Fang Chen, don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't mean that, I just... Her tone became flustered, I just feel that school teaching and some task activities are wasting your time. I can tidy this study for you, you can sleep here. This way, teaching will be more direct and convenient, and your growth speed will be faster. And I can leave this place early. As she spoke the last part, her tone was filled with bitterness. One was gentle, the other radical, switching without warning. Fang Chen felt slightly helpless. If this continued, his mind would eventually break. As for Lin Qin number 1's proposal, he still would not allow it. Although living together is beautiful, one cannot lose big for small gains. However, even though he couldn't stay here forever, he could let Lin Qin go out for a walk. The strange flame is the king of all flames. Though his level was far below Lin Qin's, the strange flame could suppress the Yin fire. Qin, sister, I have a way to let you leave here. What you said is true. Lin Qin was not excited but somewhat doubtful. After all, she had been here for 10 years, even the principal couldn't solve it, how could Fang Chen have a way? Fang Chen didn't explain and immediately released the falling heart flame. Chapter 90, Sheng Hongyi comes to be a disciple. The transparent falling heart flame pulsed in Fang Chen's palm, like a tiny but powerful heart, emitting suffocating heat. The surrounding air began to distort, the temperature instantly soared, and the entire wooden house was filled with a scorching atmosphere. In the study, Lin Qin frowned, instantly feeling the Yin fire in her body violently leap, like her awakened beast, restlessly struggling, seemingly resisting. What is going on? Lin Qin was startled, the Yin fire had never reacted this way. What is happening? Before she could speak, Fang Chen's voice sounded first, Sister Qin, do not provide any help to the Yin fire, let the Yin fire focus on one individual. Though Lin Qin didn't understand what Fang Chen was doing, she still followed his instructions. Gradually, she felt the force of the Yin fire was actually suppressed a bit, though still resisting, it was not as fierce as before. And even more unbelievable to her, her body, which was cold from the backlash, began to heat up at this moment. She was the main personality being backlashed by the Yin fire, due to the extreme coldness of the Yin fire, it made her feel cold. Even in summer, she had to wrap herself in a layer of cotton clothing. The other personalities closely related to the Yin fire, when they appeared, the backlash of the Yin fire would lower, and her body would warm up. But this situation happening now was controlled by her main personality. This had never happened in the last 10 years. Is it because of Fang Chen's flame? Just as she was puzzled, Fang Chen's voice came again from outside, Sister Qin, come out. Through the flame, he could feel that the Yin fire was now wilting. Without Lin Qin's own level of support, the Yin fire was like the previous sleepless flame and would naturally be restrained. The curtain was drawn aside, Lin Qin walked into the living room, looking at the flame in Fang Chen's hand, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. Sister Qin, take this. Fang Chen pulled a thread of the falling heart flame from his left palm and handed it to Lin Qin. This thread of flame has been adjusted by me, it will not attack you. You just need to put it into the space ring and carry it with you, and the backlash of the Yin void fire can be suppressed, and the other personalities will not appear either. With it, you will be able to walk out of here. Fang Chen's voice echoed in Lin Qin's ears, and the 4 words walk out of here plunged her thoughts into chaos, as if entangled by invisible threads. Can I really get out? Her heart began to race uncontrollably, trembling as she took the fire seed from Fang Chen's hand. In an instant, she felt a gentle warmth wash over her entire body, dispelling all the cold brought by the Yin void fire. Most importantly, this transparent flame suppressed the resistance of the Yin void fire by more than half. At this moment, her heart was completely shaken, unable to calm down. She understood the Yin void fire all too well, its destructive power was among the top in SS level abilities. The method she previously discussed with Long Yi required training Fang Chen to the 6th level to suppress the Yin void fire. Yet, Fang Chen achieved the desired outcome with only 1st level power. What kind of gifted ability was this? After the shock, a bright smile bloomed on her delicate face, quickly spreading across her cheeks, reaching her brows. Fang Chen was not joking. She could really leave. Walk out of this space and feel the outside world. Fang Chen, thank you. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes filled with mist. Sister Qin, you're too polite, you are my teacher, and I naturally want to help you. Fang Chen said, but I still need to remind you, once you take this fire seed, you cannot use the Yin Void Fire anymore. If you do, this flame will definitely be extinguished. Having said that, he stood up, looking at this charming figure who had been trapped for 10 years. She had endured loneliness alone for 10 years, it was time to go out and see the world. Fang Chen opened the door, allowing the gentle breeze from the outside to flow in. Sister Qin, let's skip class today and take a walk outside. There's a barbecue place that is particularly delicious, I'll treat you. Okay. Lin Qin excitedly stored the fire seed in her space ring, about to move her feet, but then paused. I'm feeling a bit hot, I need to go change clothes first. After saying that, she walked shyly into her room. When she came out again, sunlight poured through the window onto her, casting a soft glow. She wore a pure white dress, an old-fashioned style, but it seemed especially suitable for her, as if tailored just for her. The soft fabric of the dress gently hugged her curves, making her voluptuous figure appear particularly enchanting in the sunlight. At that moment, it felt as if time had turned back, and the 10 years vanished in an instant. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, the soft locks at her cheeks shimmering with delicate light in the sun, adding a touch of youthful charm. Fang Chen was deeply moved. Oh no, she looked even more like a kind little ant now. Cheng Hongyi is here to pay respect as a disciple. Cheng Hongyi is here to pay respect as a disciple. Outside the president's building at the Magic City Martial University. Cheng Hongyi stood proudly, shouting to the building above, under the gaze of many new students. After being provoked by Fang Chen in the morning, he was unwilling to be defeated, so he came here hoping to be accepted as a disciple by Long Yi. This scene was indeed eye-catching, and soon a crowd gathered to watch. The vice president hasn't taken disciples for years, Cheng Hongyi might find it difficult. Not just difficult, the vice president's disciples all have SS-level talent, he probably has no chance at all. Director Xiao even suppressed him yesterday, today he can't be bothered. Inside the vice president's office. Xiao Jun leaned back on the sofa, looking helplessly at Long Yi in front of him. This young man Cheng Hongyi is too stubborn, I've suppressed him 3 times already. If it doesn't work, you take him as a disciple. Besides, his talent is similar to yours, it should be smoother for you to teach him. Long Yi closed a document. I have too many affairs, and I don't have much time to teach him. Xiao Jun chuckled lightly. This guy is so proud, not many can ask him for help. Just enjoy your luck, don't wait any longer. Also, let me remind you one more time, if you don't stop him, the downstairs will soon become a popular spot. Hearing this, Long Yi sighed. Alright then. Downstairs, just as Cheng Hongyi was about to shout again, the large door of the building ahead pushed open, and Long Yi with Xiao Jun walked out. Cheng Hongyi, I have discussed with Dean Xiao, you are still his disciple, following him to cultivate. As soon as Long Yi said this, Cheng Hongyi was definitely unwilling and was about to speak, but was stopped by Long Yi raising his hand. However, I can give you guidance once a week, how about that? Upon hearing this, the crowd around was stunned. He succeeded, this guy really did it. Although it's only once a week, it's still like being a half-disciple of the vice principal. This guy is amazing. At Magic Capital's Martial University, there was no common rule stating that a student could only apprentice under one teacher. So, everyone was excited for Cheng Hongyi being taught by Long Yi. Listening to the crowd, Cheng Hongyi felt satisfied, thinking he must post this on the forum to show off. And he understood that Long Yi's response was the maximum he could achieve, so he quickly replied. I'm willing. Long Yi nodded, as a sign of acknowledgement. But just then, his expression suddenly changed. Xiao Jun behind him had the same look, and the two exchanged a glance before instantly taking flight towards the south. Leaving the crowd staring at each other in confusion. What's going on? Chapter 91, Guarding Against Lin Qin. At the center of the lake, the air rippled like the surface of the water. A small boat suddenly appeared on the lake. Lin Qin stood at the bow, her beautiful eyes gleaming with joy as she looked around. Although she could see the scenery all around on the small island, the feeling at this moment was completely different, she felt a long-lost freedom. She happily spread her arms, closed her eyes, feeling the cool breeze, like a teenage girl experiencing joy. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen smiled helplessly. He had clearly come to learn from a master, yet inexplicably brought Lin Qin out. But he had one question he didn't quite understand. Sister Qin, how did you get out so easily? How was this small island able to trap you? Lin Qin turned around, her eyes curved with a smile. It's not that I couldn't leave the island, but rather the other personalities couldn't. The principal set up restrictions when creating this space, aside from me, no other personality can leave, not even that small house, as it is also restricted. As she spoke, a pink hue appeared on her fair cheeks. This is why I dared to let you stay here before. Teacher, you know I'm very eager to learn. Fang Chen nodded. So that's how it is. In other words, Lin Qin being sealed off for 10 years wasn't due to the restrictions of this space. It was because of herself. At this moment, there were a few more sparse figures by the lakeside compared to when Fang Chen arrived. Upon seeing the small boat suddenly appear on the lake, they looked on in surprise. I didn't see a boat on the lake just now. As the boat drew closer to the shore, Fang Chen and Lin Qin's faces became clearer. Fang Chen, why is he here? Who is this woman? I've never seen her before. At this moment, Long Ye's voice suddenly erupted by the lakeside. Everyone, hurry and leave. Before his words fell, Long Yi and Xiao Jun soared into the air, looking at Lin Qin, who had reached the shore, with great caution. In the next moment, the other three deans followed closely behind, and seeing Lin Qin walk ashore, they were all taken aback. Lin Qin, how did you come out? At this moment, Xiao Jun was no longer relaxed, but rather tense, his thick black brows knitted together, even taking a stance as if to fight. The three deans, Hua Danqin included, wore guarded expressions as well. They didn't understand why Lin Qin had taken the initiative to leave the island, but there was no time for them to think too much. Without the suppression of that space, if Lin Qin's other personalities appear, they will surely resort to violence. When a 7th-tier grandmaster goes crazy, they must unite to suppress it. Some students on the shore, seeing the situation, immediately realized the seriousness of it and hurriedly fled. Long Yi was the first to notice something different about Lin Qin, furrowing his brow for the rare time. Your Taiyin virtual fire has been suppressed? At this, Xiao Jun and the four others behind him were stunned. Long Yi, this is not the time for jokes. Long Yi did not answer, still watching Lin Qin, waiting for her response. At this moment, Lin Qin and Fang Chen had already stepped onto the shore. She looked at the few people in the sky, knowing they were on guard against her, and quickly replied. The Taiyin virtual fire has indeed been suppressed, and it was Fang Chen who helped me. Fang Chen? Long Yi and the five were astonished, exchanging glances before descending from the air. What exactly happened? Long Yi immediately inquired. After Lin Qin explained how the fallen heart flame suppressed the Taiyin virtual fire, the five found it hard to believe. Each pair of eyes widened to the fullest, expressions frozen, as if their bodies had turned to ice. The problem they had struggled with for 10 years was suddenly resolved so easily by Fang Chen? That was SS-level Taiyin virtual fire, not even the principal could do anything about it, yet it was suppressed just like that? After a long while, the five finally emerged from their shock. Long Yu was still somewhat uneasy. After observing for a moment longer, he said again. There really is no problem. Once these words were spoken, the massive stone in Xiao Jun and the other four's hearts fell, and they withdrew their fighting stances. You kid, truly keeps giving surprises. Xiao Jun excitedly patted Fang Chen's shoulder, laughing joyfully. Not just him, Hua Danqin and the other three also displayed genuine smiles. For 10 years, they had tried countless methods to help Lin Qin come out. But all had failed. After all, the Taiyin virtual fire was an SS-level ability, and the same level of ability talent struggled to suppress it. The most effective and safest method would be to find an SSS-level talent, preferably fire-related abilities, and then naturally, the Taiyin virtual fire could be restrained. However, SSS-level talents are as rare as feathers and horns. It took decades in the world to find just 1 or 2 cases. How could they possibly find one? Compared to this near-impossible method, Long Ye's proposal at the newcomer meeting was far simpler and safer. Even if it would take 20 to 30 years to train Fang Chen, it would still be worth it. But unexpectedly, Fang Chen only met Lin Qin once and brought her out. This gave them a new perspective on Fang Chen's talent and abilities. It was just luck. Fang Chen jokingly played down his achievement. You kid, you're too humble. Xiao Jun laughed heartily. Hua Danqin and Fang Yu walked up to Lin Qin. You've suffered for these 10 years. They had also been to the small island and understood how lonely it was to live there alone. I'll take you out to sea. There have been many changes in these 10 years. Hua Danqin said. Okay. Although Lin Qin could see the development of society through electronic devices on the small island, she had never seen it in person. At this moment, she was excited. Martial artists do not cultivate immortality. Even after reaching 6th or 7th tier, they still have to depend on the material world for survival. There is naturally curiosity about things that have not been seen before. But Lin Qin might be taking it a bit too far. After the earlier interaction with Lin Qin, Fang Chen felt that she didn't seem like a 7th-tier grandmaster, but more like a gentle girl. It was indeed a bit of a contrast. Seeing that Hua Danqin had taken over the task of taking Lin Qin outside, Fang Chen decided it was no longer his business. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, Long Yi spoke up. Let's not go out just yet. It's safer to stay in school for a few days to observe the situation. If anything goes wrong, we can respond immediately. If there are no problems, we can always go out later. Hearing this, Xiao Jun and the four nodded. It's always better to be safe. I can. Lin Qin immediately agreed. Long Yi nodded. Since we are at school, let Fang Chen take you around. It's a good chance for you two to get more familiar. Well, the task is back again. Fong Chen agreed. No problem. Long Yi continued. I will rearrange the living arrangements, as for here. Saying this, he looked toward the center of the lake. You don't need to come back for now. After giving instructions, Long Yi and the five left this place. As the school leaders, they had a lot of work waiting for them, and the task of accompanying Lin Qin was fully entrusted to Fong Chen. Sister Qin, where do you want to go first? To the cafeteria. I've finally come out, and I want to eat a big meal. Chapter 92, Chung Hongyi's failed takeoff. Boss, this, and this, all of them please. Beautiful girl, can you finish so much food? I also want a grilled Xinlong leg. In the cafeteria of Wu University, Magic City. Although it was already past 3 in the afternoon, the cafeteria was still full of people. The training and rest times for warriors are not fixed, so the cafeteria is open all day. Every time someone passed by Fong Chen and Lin Qin's table, they had to take a few more glances. The amount of food ordered was simply too much, the table was almost overflowing. Moreover, Lin Qin's looks were too stunning, even with her mouth full of food, it was a delight to see. Isn't that Fong Chen? Why is there a new partner again? This girl is no less than Guan Ning and Xu Yan. Brother Chen's speed in changing partners is already faster than my speed in changing clothes. I'm so jealous, Guan Ning and Xu Yan come quickly, scare him. For a moment, jealousy and envy resonated. Fong Chen was oblivious, his eyes only on Lin Qin. She had eaten 3 plates already, and it was clear she was really hungry. Seeing that Lin Qin's plate was empty, Fong Chen hurriedly pushed a grilled Xinlong leg in front of her. Sister Qin, is that enough? Should I get more? Lin Qin waved her right hand. Fong Chen, are you full? No, I meant to say to bring 5 more portions. Hiss. Fong Chen gasped, comforting her. You've suffered in these 10 years. Just then, Xu Yan walked into the cafeteria. In the morning, her class had a practical lesson that just finished 10 minutes ago. She was already starving. But before she could buy food, she suddenly noticed the strange looks from those around, mixed with pity. Xu Yan chose the wrong time to come. Let Fong Chen show off by finding a woman to eat in the cafeteria, and now look, he's been caught. No way, the couple I ship is going to break up today. Fong Chen? A woman? Hearing these discussions, Xu Yan frowned and began to search for Fong Chen's figure. After a brief glance, she immediately spotted Fong Chen and the woman across from him. She was startled, her expression remained cold, but her heart was blooming with joy. Fong Chen, you're done for, Guan Ning is mine now. Guan Ning chose the War Academy, and there were no classes this afternoon. She went back to the dormitory to wait for her to have meals together. Having just received the call that her class was dismissed, she was already on the way to the cafeteria. At this moment, Xu Yan had already made a plan in her heart. If Guan Ning saw Fong Chen eating with another woman, she would surely feel disappointed in him. Then, she could take advantage of this opportunity to pull Guan Ning back to her side. Perfect. And the first step she needed to take was to attract Guan Ning's attention immediately. So, Xu Yan made her move, she walked over to the window to buy food with long strides. Then, she directly walked to Fong Chen's left side and sat down. Only by sitting next to Fong Chen could she immediately attract Guan Ning's attention and cause a conflict. Wow, did I see it wrong? Xu Yan just sat next to Fong Chen. Is she declaring her territory? Xu Yan is finally brave once, the couple I ship is back, but Fong Chen is a bit of a jerk. Everyone was excited. Yet Fong Chen was in a daze. What is going on? Why did this woman come to find him actively? Not just him, even Lin Qin was a bit confused as to why a cold-faced girl suddenly sat down across from him. Xiao Chen, who is she? Xiao Chen? This woman actually called Fong Chen Xiao Chen? The two of them definitely had a close relationship. Xu Yan guessed in her heart. She's just a friend. Fong Chen replied calmly. He had already made an agreement with Guan Ning, as long as Xu Yan didn't trouble him, he couldn't be bothered. Upon hearing this, Lin Qin glanced at the cold Xu Yan. Although she had a good temper, she was also a 7th grade grandmaster and had her own pride, not wanting to bother with a woman who looked difficult to get along with. Just then, Guan Ning walked into the cafeteria. Xu Yan, who was eating, brightened her eyes and immediately straightened her back. She couldn't shout out to Guan Ning first, that would make her seem somewhat deliberate, she needed to let Guan Ning notice her first. Guan Ning's arrival also made the onlookers more interested. Some people who had already eaten bought another meal, eating while watching. 3 girls and 1 boy, this scene was indeed quite interesting. And Guan Ning did not disappoint, she spotted Xu Yan at a glance, and also saw Fong Chen and Lin Qin, momentarily startled. This made Xu Yan's heart even happier. Fong Chen, you're doomed. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Guan Ning also went to buy a meal first, then walked to Fong Chen's right side, sat down, and smiled at Lin Xin. "Teacher Lin, I didn't expect to see you here." Lin Xin looked at her with some confusion, even putting down the chopsticks in her hand. She had been isolated for 10 years, and yet a student still recognized her? Guan Ning hurriedly introduced herself. "I'm Deng Qian's daughter. She told me you were brought out by Fong Chen." Half an hour ago, her dear mom had sent her a message saying Lin Xin had already been brought out. She didn't expect to run into the 7th grade grandmaster in the cafeteria, who seemed so friendly, which was why she was momentarily taken aback. However, she was a bit puzzled as to why Chu Yan was sitting next to Fong Chen. "So you're Deng Qian's daughter, no wonder you look familiar," Lin Xin said with a smile. "How's your mom doing lately?" Thus, Guan Ning and Lin Xin began to chat. But Chu Yan was dumbfounded. Her originally cold and beautiful face became even colder. She had seen the list that the school released in the morning. But she never imagined a grandmaster would come to eat at the cafeteria, and she had been thinking of using this opportunity to split Fong Chen and the others apart. Thinking about this, she silently started eating, everything unsaid. Fong Chen didn't notice any of this. He just felt that it was truly a coincidence, all gathered together. The crowd around them felt as if their heads had been hit by a cotton-wrapped hammer. Dazed. They couldn't hear clearly what Guan Ning and Lin Xin were saying, but they could see the two were very familiar with each other. Wow, Brother Chen is amazing. How can the three of them get along so well? How did he do it? Is there anyone who can teach me? Come and help me. Not just you, I want to learn too. Quickly post this on the forum. Posted. In the dormitory, Chang Hongyi used a secondary account to post on the forum about being accepted as a named disciple by the vice principal. Soon, comments began to drop in. Chang Hongyi is impressive. He actually got the vice principal's attention, the future is limitless. Seeing this, Chang Hongyi nodded in satisfaction. What is impressive? It's clearly him shouting downstairs, forcing the vice principal into a corner. Chang Hongyi snorted coldly and deleted that comment. Teaching once a week can count as a named disciple. With Dean Shaoan the vice principal, this guy is going to take off. I'm so envious I could grind my back teeth to dust. As the comments kept coming, Chang Hongyi's lips couldn't hold back a grin. Just as he was about to throw his head back and howl, he suddenly found the speed of new comments starting to plummet. He quickly exited the thread and saw a post soaring at breakneck speed. In an instant, his post was cut down. He hurriedly clicked to check and found that it was about Fong Chen dining with 3 women. The comments skyrocketed. Wow, I'm so envious, Chen Gu has such a good life. How does he do it? I want to learn. Bro, just join our craft party, we don't understand Chen Ji's world. Chen Gu? No. He is Chang Gu. Such a vicious curse, I like it. Chang Hongyi's eyes turned bloodshot, gripping his phone as he started to fight. He finally got a chance to show off. Why was the attention snatched away so quickly? He felt so unwilling. Fong Chen, why do you have to treat me this way? He howled skyward, venting his inner frustration. At that moment, an official comment appeared in the post, revealing Lin Xin's identity. Instantly, the post exploded even more. Wow, she is Mentor Lin Xin, a 7th-tier grandmaster. The buff from a mentor is too strong, I'm so envious of Chen Gu. I dream of having such a gentle and beautiful mentor, but why did she end up by Chen Ji's side? Looking at these comments, Chang Hongyi suddenly felt that Long Yi wasn't so appealing anymore. Chapter 93, I shouldn't have asked more. After more than 5 hours of wandering, Fong Chen successfully completed the task, giving Lin Xin a new understanding of the school. At 9:13, he dropped Lin Xin off at her new accommodation. The villa was located in the mentor's accommodation area, 4 stories high, covering nearly 1,000 square meters, nestled by the mountains and rivers, leaving Fong Chen somewhat dazzled. He thought the student dormitory was already impressive, but he didn't expect there were such skilled people here. Sister Qin, it's getting late, you should rest, I'll head back. To be honest, he was really tired today, not physically, but mentally. All afternoon, whatever new thing Lin Xin saw, she had to touch and ask about, and he kept explaining beside her, feeling as if he was back in his previous life accompanying a girl shopping. They hadn't walked far, hadn't played basketball to use much energy, but he felt utterly exhausted both mentally and physically. Wait a moment. Lin Xin called Fong Chen to stop. Tomorrow, you go to the martial arts library and bring the Burning Blade manuscript and Blazing Body technique. From now on our teaching and training will all take place here. I want you to assist me with my cultivation. Fong Chen nodded, okay. To make it easier for mentors to teach their students, these villas are all equipped with training rooms. Lin Xin only had him as a student, and from now on this would be their 2-person world. After giving the instructions, Fong Chen left the villa. Lin Qin watched his back as he walked further and further away, her eyebrows lowered, as if she had something on her mind. Until Fong Chen was completely gone, she turned around. At this moment, in the courtyard, there was another person besides her. Long Yi stood by the water feature, admiring the fish swimming and the bright moon, slowly speaking. Did you tell Fong Chen about that matter? Lin Qin had long known of Long Yi's presence and was not surprised. She only appeared flustered at his question, and after a while, she replied. No. Long Yi sighed helplessly. The principal and I have watched you grow up, we know your character won't say it out loud. I even sent Xiao Jun and the others away to create a space for you. He turned around, his expression becoming serious. You should understand, the Taiyin virtual fire can only be temporarily alleviated. Even if Fong Chen reaches the 7th tier, he can't completely cure it. When the time comes, you still have to go back. Right now Fong Chen can make you wait 20 or 30 years less. Short pain is better than long pain, or... He paused and still spoke. Why not tell him the truth? Try to be together sooner, end it sooner, so the principal and I don't have to worry. Hearing this, Lin Qin's cheeks flushed, unconsciously lowering her head, quietly replying. I'll find a chance to tell him. The more she spoke, the softer her voice became. This scene made Long Yi sigh again, shaking his head repeatedly. The principal and I are still too protective of you. If it were any other girl, Fong Chen would have probably already captured her. After saying that, he waved his hand. Forget it, you can think about your own matters. But I still want to remind you, the Forbidden Zone has been restless with some cults lately, and the principal doesn't know when he will be back. You'd better hurry up. Don't let the ducks fly away that were almost in your grasp. Before the words fell, Long Yi disappeared from the yard. At this moment, Lin Qin dared to lift her head, touching her ear. It was very hot. This made her heart even hotter, unable to help but murmur softly. But I'm older than him. On the other side, Fong Chen returned to his dormitory. He opened the door and saw Lu Feng limping out of the kitchen, the juice in his hands shaking so much that it almost spilled on the floor. What happened to you? Fong Chen walked into the living room and couldn't help but ask. Hey, what else could it be? Just a bit of practice. Lu Feng leaned on the sofa and slowly sat down. You don't know how ruthless that old principal, Xiao Jun, was. In the afternoon training, he made us 3 duel with him right away to see our basics. Saying this, he spat vigorously. What basics? He clearly just wanted to beat us up. While hitting me he kept saying this isn't right, that isn't right, it hurt so much. I was still lucky. You don't know about Cheng Hongi, his face was swollen like a pig's head. Fong Chen chuckled softly, sitting on the sofa. Principal Zhao's straightforward temper has been talked about a lot on the forum, you should have been prepared. Stop acting all superior here. Lu Feng downed the juice in one gulp. I'm going to the martial arts library tomorrow, do you want to come with? Sure, I just happen to need to get some martial arts techniques too. After saying that, Fong Chen stood up. After sitting for a while, exhaustion swept over him, and his eyelids felt heavy. He was ready to wash up and sleep. Accompanying a girl shopping was tiring even for a warrior. He had just taken a step when Lu Feng pulled him back. I was so focused on practicing this afternoon that I forgot to ask. He raised an eyebrow. What does your 7th level female teacher look like? I couldn't find anything on the official website this morning. There are no photos, but someone posted about her on the forum. After that, he waved his hand and stepped onto the stairs. Lu Feng took out his phone and opened the forum. His eyes landed on that post, and after clicking in, he was briefly stunned. In Lin Qin, he saw various charms, gentle, pure, shy, encompassing all the beauties of the world. Such a woman exists in this world. He had seen many women, and his mind had already transcended, even beauties like Guan Ning and Chu Yan only amazed him. But Lin Qin was different. She didn't just amaze Lu Feng, she made him feel this woman should be this beautiful. The next moment, he clenched his fists. He saw a picture of the 3 women dining together. It should have been a tense atmosphere, but it was so harmonious. This kind of scene he had never imagined, because if his women ever met, they would surely fight. Then he relaxed his fists, revealing a bitter smile. In his heart, he shouted. Fong Chen, oh Fong Chen, you've reached this level, what else is there to learn from me? Lastly, he gently slapped himself. I'm really so cheap, I shouldn't have asked him. After washing up, Fong Chen lay on his bed, feeling an incredibly refreshing sensation spreading through his body. Habitually, he opened his phone, preparing to check if Ding had updated any of his sweet stories. But he saw a task post released by the official Martial University of Magic City, with extremely high popularity. The Forbidden God Society has recently appeared in the northern region of Magic City. The Forbidden God Society? What is that? This really touched a blind spot in his knowledge. Fong Chen clicked to check the post and then searched for information about the Forbidden God Society. Half an hour later, he had a rough understanding of it. The Forbidden God Society does not mean prohibiting gods, but worshipping. Worshipping those gods that come from the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 90 for the Forbidden God Society. Regarding the information about the Forbidden Zone, Fong Chen did not find too much on the forum. The only content can be summarized in 2 words. Dangerous. Within the forbidden area, hidden are creatures unknown to anyone. Even a 6th-tier master entering has a survival rate of only 1 in 10, and it is extremely perilous. Among these creatures are the gods of the Forbidden God Church. They believe that only these gods in the forbidden areas can lead them further. To sum it up, it is a cult. Fong Chen sighed lightly while rubbing his forehead. How come this thing is everywhere? The data showed that the Forbidden God Church developed rampantly over 20 years ago, causing the death of tens of thousands of people. In the end, it was eliminated by several 7th-tier grandmasters, and it hasn't appeared again in 20 years. 20 years, no wonder there was no information about the Forbidden God Church in my memory. As for that mission content, it was to assist the Public Security Department in capturing members of the Forbidden God Church. But it's only for sophomores. Freshmen lack strength, going would be like sending heads to the slaughter. Juniors are busy with internships and can't handle it. Seeing this, Fong Chen didn't bother to look any further. He closed the post and opened a document about the location of the Hanxia Forbidden Zones. The document stated that there is not just one forbidden area, there are 11 forbidden zones throughout Hanxia. He saw an old friend among them. At the junction of the 72nd Beast Wasteland and the 75th Beast Wasteland, the Forbidden Zone is ranked 10th. No wonder Wei Chang was unwilling to disclose. Fong Chen really didn't expect that there would be such a dangerous thing near his hometown. He recalled the rock lion that put him, Li Mengqi, and Shi Wan in danger. A 1st-tier beast awakened its intelligence. What exactly is hidden in this 10th Forbidden Zone? Among the 11 forbidden zones in the entire document, only zones 9 to 11 marked their locations, while 1 to 8 had nothing written. After reading, Fong Chen exited the page. He understood that the information about these forbidden zones was not missing, rather, his qualifications or permissions had not yet reached the necessary level. As drowsiness crept in, Fong Chen was too lazy to read anything else. He turned off his phone and went to sleep. The next day. The morning light was dim, the sun filtering through the branches and casting its rays on the ground like scattered silver. After a night of rest, the feeling of fatigue completely disappeared. After washing up, Fong Chen went out with Lu Feng. It was morning, neither cold nor hot, the sun was abundant, the morning flowers still held the dew from the night before, with butterflies flitting by, shaking off a few drops of dew. After having breakfast, the two set off for the martial arts library. From far away, they saw a gigantic building that seemed like 3 or 4 libraries stacked together, giving a sense of oppression. Entering the library, the first thing that caught their eye was a row of bookcases as tall as buildings. A dazzling array of martial arts books was neatly arranged, starting from B-rank martial arts at the bottom, stacked layer upon layer, all the way to the 30-meter-tall SSS rank martial arts, resembling a majestic peak of martial arts. This was the first time Fong Chen had seen such a mountain-like accumulation of bookshelves. Words of astonishment escaped him. Only the phrase wow could express his feelings. In the 5 floors of the martial arts library, the most numerous were the A-rank martial arts, followed by B-rank, then S, SS, and SSS. Fong Chen glanced at the bottom layer of B-rank martial arts, which mostly comprised special types. Such as sound waves and shadows, these martial arts are even rarer compared to the strong attack type. In contrast, strong attack type martial arts like Xianyan knife record were pitifully few in the B-rank area. The school's leading martial arts technique didn't even have a spot to occupy here. Is this the capital that allows Wu University and Magic City to stand among top-tier universities? Fong Chen couldn't help but marvel. Not to mention him, even the well-rounded Lu Feng was taken aback, taking a long while to recover. Let's go up, Brother Chen. The two climbed a wide spiral staircase several meters wide, arriving at the S-rank martial arts area. Here, the martial arts were arranged in a more scattered manner, distinctly different from the tight packing below. Looking around, there were roughly 300 or 400 books in total. Fong Chen searched among these martial arts, his gaze constantly sweeping over the various covers of the martial arts books. Not long after, he found the Burning Sword record. The cover emitted a blazing light, as if magma was flowing on its surface, bright and eye-catching, giving a strong visual impact. After getting it in hand, it seemed like a warm energy was transmitted from the book. Then, he found the fiery melting body technique. At this time, Lu Feng had already finished settling accounts and was waiting in the hall. He looked at the martial skill 9 spirit wood body in his hand, a pang of pain struck his heart. This thing cost him 5,000 credits. He had spent his hard-earned credits, over 10,000 from winning the new student competition, slashing off almost half. It hurt him to death. At this moment, Fong Chen had already walked out of the building, holding 2 martial skills, which made Lu Feng envious. Having credits is nice. Fang Chen obtained an SS level rating, with a reward of 20,000 credits, easily obtaining 2 S level martial skills. But the next moment, he froze. He saw Fang Chen just showing the martial skills to the equipment library's managing teacher, then it was done. Brother Chen, do you know that teacher? After Fang Chen approached, Lu Feng leaned in and asked mysteriously. I don't know, it's my first time meeting. Fang Chen replied. Then how come you got the martial skills without losing credits? I have S-level privileges, given during the special recruitment. An incredibly calm statement, yet it shocked Lu Feng as if he had been jolted by electricity. S-level privileges in the equipment library were given as conditions? The next moment, he wanted to slap himself. He shouldn't have asked more. With Fang Chen's talent, how could he obtain what he wanted without paying a price? The two of them stored the martial skills properly and exited the equipment library. Lu Feng was about to head back to the War Academy, but saw Fang Chen walking in the opposite direction, and he hurriedly pulled him. The academy is this way, you are going the wrong way. I'm going to the equipment library to pick up some gear. This time, Lu Feng had learned a lesson, hastily shutting his mouth and not asking more. Without a doubt, it must be something promised during the special recruitment. As long as he doesn't ask, he won't be involved. You take care, I'm heading back to the academy. After saying that, Lu Feng left decisively, not daring to linger. Fang Chen raised an eyebrow, why does he feel strange? Without thinking much, Fang Chen hurried to the equipment library. Under the enthusiastic introduction of a salesperson, he chose an S-level alloy war knife and a pair of S-level combat boots. The war knife, named Flaming Cloud, had a blade covered in flames and cloud-like patterns, weighing about 100 pounds in his hand, just perfect for him. The combat boots were the same model as Guan Ning's, they were infused with wind-type abilities, significantly enhancing a warrior's speed. This perfectly compensated for his speed flaw. After putting both items into his space ring, Fang Chen did not leave the equipment department but walked towards the SSS-level equipment hall. He wanted to see what equipment was worth 500,000 credits really looked like. As soon as he stepped into the hall, he felt an indescribable pressure, like the oppressive aura of a higher authority. Clearly an inanimate object, yet it exudes such pressure. Fang Chen glanced around the entire hall, all the equipment was sealed behind heavy transparent glass, like exhibits. Counting them up, there were no more than 20 pieces. Among them, he saw a completely black knife. Even from dozens of meters away, he could feel a heart-stopping aura. Chapter 95, Triple Step. The knife's blade was as black as ink, as if it were absorbing the surrounding light, making it impossible to look directly at. As Fang Chen approached, he saw the introduction on a nearby sign. SSS-level weapon, made of Forbidden Zone alloy. Forbidden Zone alloy. Fang Chen didn't understand, but he was deeply shocked. SSS-level equipment was too precious, only to look at but not touch. Fang Chen took a quick glance and then left. He couldn't afford it, he simply couldn't afford it. The cheapest pair of boots cost 490,000 credits, how long would it take to save that up? In the future, there would also be S-level and above martial skills waiting for him to spend credits on. All of them were things that burned through credits, his 20,000 credits were on shaky ground. He must plan ahead. Fang Chen walked on the way back to the teaching building. Thinking about ways to earn credits. Relying on completing tasks to accumulate a large amount of credits is too difficult, too tiring, and too troublesome. The simplest way is to create a few projects to earn credits. After the morning culture class ended, Fang Chen had lunch, took a short rest, and then returned to Lin Qin's villa. As soon as he pressed the doorbell, the door opened. At the same time, Lin Qin's gentle voice came through. Come in. He walked in. Fang Chen entered the living room and happened to see Lin Qin cleaning up the trash on the coffee table. Potato chips, cola, fried chicken, skewers. Seeing Fang Chen enter, Lin Qin instinctively blushed. You go to the training room first, I will be there shortly. Okay. Fang Chen turned and walked towards the training room, puzzled about why Lin Qin was blushing. Energized? The training room was in the basement of the villa, about 500 square feet, just enough for 2 people to train comfortably. Before long, Lin Qin also arrived in the training room, dressed in her combat suit, her abundant figure showcased perfectly. This figure, when touched, felt incredibly full and would not hurt at all. Did you bring the Burning Oblivion Sword record and Blazing Flame body method? I have them. That's good. I haven't used my skills in a long time, let me warm up. Lin Qin began to exercise, expanding her arms and twisting left and right. Fang Chen feared her clothes in front might burst open. Do you know why I asked you to choose the Burning Oblivion Sword record? Lin Qin asked while swaying up and down. Thank you for assigning me such a good teacher, school. Fang Chen replied. Because it is similar to the Blazing Flame Sword record. He had noticed the shadow of the Blazing Flame Sword record while studying the Burning Oblivion Sword record that morning. But the former was dozens of times harder than the latter. To learn it without a teacher would take a lot of time and might lead down the wrong path. Exactly. Lin Xin nodded, a few strands of hair falling beside her ear, adding a touch of charm. I watched your martial exam recording before and know you have practiced the Blazing Flame Sword record. And the Blazing Flame Sword record is derived from the Burning Oblivion Sword record. With the foundation from the former, you can grasp the latter more quickly. I've mastered this martial skill long ago, and now I'll demonstrate it for you. After saying that, she rummaged through her spatial ring but didn't find what she was looking for, awkwardly reaching out to Fong Chen. I forgot that all the weapons were confiscated, hand me your sword. Her embarrassed look was like a girl asking a boy to buy her a toy. Teacher, if you keep this up, your disciple will make mistakes. Fong Chen quickly handed over the Burning Cloud sword to her. S-grade battle sword, not bad. Lin Xin took the Burning Cloud and gripped it tightly. The blade glimmered with dazzling light under the illumination. Then she slightly bent her body, with her toes pointing outward, forming a stable base. With a twist of her wrist, the Burning Cloud battle sword spun gracefully in her hand, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. As her movements sped up, the blade light began to flash in the training room. Next, with a twist of the sword, she swiftly swung it down. Along with her movement, a low rumble seemed to rise in the air, as if flames were burning on the blade, creating a wave of heat that instantly raised the temperature of the entire training room. There are a total of 7 levels in the Burning Oblivion sword record, and what I demonstrated was the 3rd level. She gently handed back the sword to Fong Chen. You can practice according to it. Fong Chen took the sword, his expression serious as he nodded. Understood, Sister Qin. The heat generated by Lin Xin's casual swing was more than 10 times that produced by his 5th level of the Blazing Flame Sword record. And this was while the Taiyan was sealed, with most of her strength unable to be used. 7th level Grandmaster, truly terrifying. If at her peak, with one swing, the entire villa would likely be split in two. Next is the Blazing Flame Body Method. Lin Xin wasted no time and began the next explanation. To ensure Fong Chen understood, she specially took out a blackboard from her spatial ring to illustrate. Just a step away from the uniform in black silk. The Blazing Flame Melting Body Technique is a method for body refinement, divided into 5 levels. The practice involves using fire to temper the body, allowing flames to merge into every limb and bone for forging and refining. The stronger the innate flame, the more perfect the forging effect. After reaching the 5th level, the strength of the body can even match that of A-grade alloy, which is why I had you choose this. With your talent, practicing this body refinement technique is the most appropriate. Upon hearing this, Fong Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Using fire to temper the body, isn't that the ability of the fallen heart flame? He had already been refining for quite a while. After another 10 minutes of explanation, Fong Chen understood the Blazing Flame Melting Body Technique more specifically, and he had a general understanding of his own situation. To put it simply, his body right now was like a chaotic folder. The foundation was already there, and as long as he organized it, he could achieve the desired result. And the method of organization was the cultivation pathway of the Blazing Flame Melting Body Technique. Alright, the first 3 levels of the Blazing Flame Melting Body Technique are clear. Are you planning to practice the Burning Oblivion Blade record first or the Blazing Flame Melting Body Technique? Lin Xin blinked and asked. I'll go with the Blazing Flame Melting Body Technique. I want to build up my physique first. Okay then, you practice first. I'm a bit thirsty from talking, so I'm going to get a bottle of water. Lin Xin moved her long legs and walked out of the training room. Fong Chen looked at the detailed explanation on the blackboard, which was almost shocking in its thoroughness, and immediately sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. As the fallen heart flame burned within Fong Chen, the intense energy surged like a tide, rapidly filling every inch of his skin. His heartbeat began to quicken, blood raced through his body, as if every cell was cheering, feeling that powerful force. Fong Chen closed his eyes, silently reciting the methods of the Blazing Flame Melting Body Technique, focusing on guiding the flow of this energy. In that instant, the surface of Fong Chen's body began to feel hot, his skin reddening as if wrapped in blazing flames. Heat burst forth from his skin, and the surrounding air seemed to distort as a faint humming sound emerged. First level of the Blazing Flame Melting Body Technique, achieved. Fong Chen didn't stop, continuing to guide the energy according to the cultivation method, the redness on his body becoming more pronounced, like a burning flame dancing around him. Soon, fiery patterns began to emerge on the surface of his body, flickering with a light red glow. With each breath, transparent flames would flicker on his skin. Second level of the Blazing Flame Melting Body Technique, achieved. The second level was not his limit. Fong Chen felt no hesitation and continued to cultivate. He wanted to break through, to reach a higher realm. With the guidance of his will, the fiery patterns on his body became even more pronounced, gradually turning blood red, and the transparent flames danced on his skin. The air around him seemed to burn, becoming scorching, the distortion stronger, as if space itself was making way for him. Third level of the Blazing Flame Melting Body Technique, achieved. A loud sound echoed in Fang Chen's heart, as if the whole world condensed at that moment. In just 2 minutes, he had reached the 3rd level of the blazing flame melting body technique. He slowly opened his eyes, clearly sensing that the chaotic energy within him had been completely organized and gathered together. Every cell in his body was cheering, power rolled within him. With a light wave of his hand, he could evoke a wave of heat. As for the 4th level of the blazing flame melting body technique, there was not much energy left in his body, and he could only wait for the fallen heart flame to continue refining before he could attempt to break through. I wonder how strong the 3rd level is. Fang Chen stood up and gently drew the burning cloud across his arm. It left only a white mark. Seeing this, Fang Chen had a general guess in his mind. His physique was probably at the strength of C-grade alloy. He had already surpassed most monsters' armored bodies. At that moment, a sudden sound of something falling echoed from the door of the training room.